Web novels and web novel audiobooks are not the same. If you simply copy and paste a web novel into an audiobook format, the final result will provide a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every single chapter in this novel to ensure an enjoyable and immersive experience for you. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to make sure the narration flows naturally, almost as if you were reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I do acknowledge that I adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. I hope you understand that this does not violate copyright policies. The reason I do all of this is simple: I'm just a big fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3, but if that feels too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1, Prologue. In an endless black void, a nameless soul can be seen drifting, contemplating its current situation. As an insignificant peon in the larger scheme of things, perhaps a bit more intelligent than the average peon, but a peon nonetheless. It lived a meaningless life, and died a meaningless death at just 16 years of age, but it finds itself wondering. Is this a normal situation after death, or am I in for a surprise? It sure is peaceful though. I wouldn't mind spending some more time here. That is right. Rather than being shaken by its untimely death, the soul ponders if maybe, just maybe, death holds a second chance at a meaningful life, full of adventure, and so, excitement begins to swirl around in its mind as all manner of delusions take over. If I'm being reincarnated, can I choose the world? Are fictional worlds even available? Do I get wishes? An overpowered system. What about plot armor and the protagonist aura that makes everything go your way? Do those come in the reincarnator package? Man, with the legendary protagonist aura, even I can get a harem, right? I'm blissful just thinking about it. Chapter 1, Prologue. Unbeknownst to it, an immensely powerful being was watching this process with interest. A lost soul has wandered of the cycle of reincarnation and entered the void of nothingness. Even more interesting, his soul feels right at home when normally it should have been dispersed. Well, in any case, it needs to tossed back into the cycle, but since I'm feeling generous, how about making some of his interesting delusions a reality? As the godlike being thinks this, he reveals his presence to the nameless soul. Greetings, lost soul. He announced his presence. "Rob," the soul exclaimed. "Ah, yes. Random omnipotent being, a label some of the beneficiaries of our boredom have given my kind." The being commented. "Not accurate, of course. We're not just random existences, and although we might seem omnipotent from the perspective of one such as you, it is actually not the case. We have our limits, as unreachable they may appear." He explained. "Since you're omnipotent from my perspective, it still means you can give me some of those awesome wishes in exchange for taking my existence as entertainment, right?" The soul inquired. "That would be so." The being responded. "Do I get to choose?" The soul asked. "It needs to be interesting for me, so I'll give you a few options and you can choose from amongst them." The being offered. "Fair enough." The soul accepted. It was not like it could defy the being before it, and annoying it seemed like a terrible idea. First choice, the world of DxD with a type moon or Nasuverse ability, or Nasuverse with a DxD-based ability. The being offered. "I'm inclined towards the first, but can I get details?" The soul asked. "Sure." The being replied. "If you choose to head to the Nasuverse, you'll get a reality marble with lots of potential abilities and functions based on the world of DxD. On the other hand, if you choose to head to DxD, you'll get a sacred gear with functions and abilities based on the Nasuverse." He explained. The Nasuverse tends to have much larger limits of crazy stuff that can happen, but DxD can be quite crazy too, so in the end it comes down to preference and the potential my knowledge of those realities could have. The soul pondered. "I feel like I can achieve more if I go with the DxD and NASA sacred gear." He decided. "Very well." The being replied. "Second choice, which faction do you want to be a part of and when do you wish to enter the world? Devils, Grigori, Heaven, Chaos Brigade, Hero faction, or neutral? Each faction will limit you. Next choice, which is your race, so choose carefully." The being warned. "What races can I pick with each faction?" The soul asked. "All factions have human as an option. In addition, devils have devil or human hybrids, Gregory have fallen angel or human hybrids, the Chaos Brigade has all previous options plus demigods, Heaven has miracle children, the hero faction only has humans but you get a heroic inheritance. Neutral will mean you have no backing but be free. However, you'll be restricted to base human and a sacred gear I'll give you." The being explained. "Oh well. It's a shame to lose out on the benefits of a cool race, but freedom is still best, and I'll have the benefit of anonymity, at least until someone discovers me." The soul said. "Neutral human then?" The being said. "Yes. The soul confirmed. Well then, for your sacred gear, I've already settled on something and don't worry, you won't be disappointed. The being declared. Oh well, not like I'm in any position to argue. The soul replied. Indeed. The being approved. Can I get a breakdown of its features or will I have to figure it out myself? The soul asked. The sacred gear will be an autonomous type with its own consciousness so it can explain all of its function to you. Oh. And before you worry, as your sacred gear, it will have absolute loyalty to you and the entire purpose of its existence will be to assist you so no need to worry. The being assured. Great. I was getting worried that I'd have to suffer one of those insufferable artificial intelligences whose only purpose is to make their host's life a living hell. The soul said. Ah yes. I personally find that trope quite annoying so you don't have to worry about it. The being shared. As for your starting location, it will be an orphanage in Kua and your age will be the same as the series protagonist, Hayao. Can I be a bit older? The soul asked. I'll give you an extra year then. The being accepted the request. Sure, thanks. The soul replied. Good. Then be on your way and try to live an entertaining life. The being said before sending the soul on his way. Will do. Was the last thing he said before the start of his new life. Next thing he knew, he woke up in a small bed in a small room. Well, pretty nice for an orphanage, having a room all to myself. The soul though before the memories of the life he led before awakening to his previous life's memories all came rushing back after being temporarily forgotten. Hikami Jun, on? I can work with that. Jun thought after remembering his own name. Appeared on the orphanage's entrance under mysterious circumstances and was adopted. I was a few weeks old at the most. A loner with barely any acquaintances much less friends in my 5 short years of existence. Rob sure made it easy for me. He considered. He was a short, scrawny 5-year-old, black hair and eyes like a typical Japanese kid and the facial features of a pretty boy that Jun hoped would become a bit more manly as he grew up. It was the middle of the night and everyone was supposed to be asleep but Jun, having just awakened to the wonder of a new life didn't really feel like it. Let's see if I need to awaken my sacred gear or if I can already use it. He decided. I was awakened the very moment you were. An androgynous voice sounded in Jun's head. That answers that. I would assume you are the consciousness of my sacred gear? Jun said. Yes and no. The voice replied. Apostrophe? Jun was confused. Sensing it, the voice saw fit to explain. I can help you use and guide the functions of your sacred gear but my control is only what you see fit to give me. I have not real autonomy in the matter and technically exist separately from the sacred gear, although practically it makes no difference when compared to if I didn't. Thanks for the explanation. Jun replied. It is my duty. The voice neutrally replied but Jun got an inexplicable feeling the being was pleased with his gratitude. What do I call you? Jun asked. You may call me Asaka. The voice replied. You can just call me Jun by the way. Do you have a gender? Jun directly asked. No, but I can choose one to interact with you if you'd like. Asaka offered. Suit yourself Asaka, but since your name is female sounding, I shall treat you as such if you don't mind. Jun said. As you wish. Asaka replied, her voice sounding distinctively more female but still quite monotone. Alright then. Can you explain the functions of my sacred gear? Jun requested. Certainly. Asaka replied. Your sacred gear is called the Grimoire of Akasha and strictly speaking, it holds no inherent power. She started. Meaning? Jun inquired. The sacred gear regulates your innate power which would otherwise erase your ego. Asaka revealed. Chapter, Scion of the Void. The sacred gear regulates your innate power which would otherwise erase your ego. Asaka revealed. Right. What? Jun was undoubtedly lost. Your time in the void marked you and that Rob, as you call him, adapted that change and converted it into a way for you to gain actual power. Asaka began to explain. The result, however, was something far beyond your control, so, rather than give you a powerful sacred gear like he had originally intended, he instead gave you one that would help regulate that power so that it would not cause harm to you. She finished with her explanation. Fair enough, but what did you mean by the erasure of my ego? Something like my mind being wiped. Jun inquired. Even worse. Your whole existence would return to the void and not in the way that your soul drifted in it, but you would actually meld into it and become literally just a piece of nothingness. I see. Jun started asking himself what he felt in regards to the truth he just learned about himself. So what is the power that I gained in exchange for all that danger? He asked. Quite literally, omnipotence. Asaka replied. I sense a but. Jun said with suspicion. Like I said, Jun, directly wielding the power, or even doing it through the medium of your sacred gear, puts your ego and existence at risk. Thus, even if you have the potential to be omnipotent, you will almost likely never reach such a level. Asaka explained. In addition, In the context of the Nasuverse, which represent the ways the sacred gear will channel your power, the void can be compared to the root. She added. But you can just use the most basic function of the Grimoire of Akasha to check your Saint Graph or, in other words, your status sheet to see a description of your powers and abilities. Asaka advised. Okay then, show me. June requested, and a screen of light, visible only to him, showed June his stats. Name, Hikami June. Race, human. Gender, male. Parameters, strength, endurance, agility, mana, luck. X skills, Scion of the Void, X. As a being of the void given shape, you are a paradox. Nothingness that became something. The void is limitless in scope and power, but there's no will or ego. To access your power is to allow yourself to return to nothingness, and your ego will be eroded as a result. Seeing his status, some questions rose in June's mind. I can theorize that my parameters are the way they are because my strength is too low to matter, while my luck is probably connected to my skill in some way, hence its outrageous value. But I'd like an explanation on the rank of my skill and if there is a way to use its power without returning to nothingness. As a side note, can you explain what exactly the luck parameter entails? June exposed his doubts to Asaka. All of creation came from the void and will inevitably rejoin it. As such, you being a scion of the void itself have fate on your side. She began to solve June's doubts. Luck means your general fortune, your probability of success in any endeavor. With your rank in it, so long as there is a decent probability of success, you'll never fail. If you try something impossible though, your luck won't help you at all. But, even in the most desperate of situations, your luck means there will almost always be a way out, even if it's not obvious at first. Asaka began by explaining the mechanics of luck. Now for your skill. It represents how much you've tapped into your root power without the assistance of something like the Grimoire of Akasha. The higher the rank, the deeper you have tapped into it. Right now, it is, which means you have yet to tap into it. At X rank, it will represent complete omnipotence, omniscience and omnipresence, but at this stage you'll be utter nothingness. Asaka broke his skill down. As for avoiding that while tapping into the void or root, the stronger you get and the more you achieve, the greater your ego will be and the harder it will be to erode it, thus allowing you to tap into more of your power. She revealed. The most important thing, however, is to know your limit and withstand the corrosion through sheer will, or it will cause you to sink deeper into your power even if you did not intend to do so. Asaka cautioned. In other words, even if my ego can take the skill at E rank, for example, if I use it without properly steeling myself, I will get lost in the connection and deepen it even without meaning to? June asked. Exactly. Asaka confirmed. Dangerous indeed. June thought with some fear. Turning to nothingness without having the chance to enjoy what the world had to offer was a terrible fate he wanted to avoid at all costs. Okay, so what can the Grimoire actually do with my power? He asked. A few things. Once you grasp your power to a sufficient level, you will no longer need the Grimoire to do these things, making it pretty much useless, but is only something in the far future. Asaka started. What about you? June suddenly asked. What about me? Asaka asked back. I meant what happens to you when the Grimoire of Akasha becomes useless? He explained. Well, you can add functions to the Grimoire along your road to power that don't depend on that connection so that it would be useless in the future. As for how to do that, I'll tell you later. Asaka said. Besides, I've told you I'm a separate entity from the sacred gear, so just because it might become useless, it does not mean I will. She added. Sorry. I never meant to imply you'd become useless. June apologized. No apology needed. It was an honest question. Asaka replied, and, from what June could tell, she meant the words completely. Asaka confuses me. I wonder what or who she is? He asked himself, obviously not mentally communicating this line to his companion. I think she was happy? Satisfied? Pleased? When I complimented her but was wholly uncaring when I said something offensive. Maybe she can detect my intent so she didn't feel offended by the words themselves? June theorized. But then, Asaka continued with her explanation on the Grimoire of Akasha's functions, drawing June's attention back from his musings about her nature and existence. The Grimoire of Akasha is split into various chapters, if you will, each with its own ability. They are the Akashic Records, the Akashic Gate, the Akashic Converter, and finally, the Akashic Throne. Which one would you like to hear about first? Asaka inquired. You can just explain them in order. June shrugged. As you wish. Asaka acquiesced. The Akashic Records contain all the information about the whole Nasuverse. Well, the real one do anyway. The ones in the Grimoire just contain a very small, pretty much insignificant part of that collective knowledge. She started. And that small part is? June inquired. Knowledge of magecraft, magic, martial arts, and pretty much everything related to those things, including how to make mystic codes and even noble phantasms. However, even if you have the knowledge, you still need practice, and since the knowledge is not actually imbued with you, you're just like a student with a really good guidebook, so don't expect it to be easy to learn anything in there. Asaka cautioned. Noted. June nodded. The Akashic Gate allows you to travel to the Nasuverse. Ahsoka started but was immediately interrupted. What? He shouted out loud. He immediately realized how stupid that was when he heard the sounds of people moving outside his room in the corridors, after which he immediately pretended to be asleep. A lady that worked in the orphanage opened the door carefully to check if something was wrong, but closed once she saw the peacefully sleeping June that was close. I really don't feel like getting lectured due to my idiocy, especially since Asaka was getting to a seemingly awesome part of my abilities. June thought to himself. Sorry about that, Asaka, please continue. He said. Very well. She responded and kept going as if nothing happened. Like I was saying, the Akashic Gate allows you to travel to the Nasuverse but has rules for its usage. Rules, eh? June inquired. Yes, not to restrain you but to ensure the stability of the Nasuverse, so, even if you eventually get the power to make the trip, even without the Grimoire, I vehemently suggest that you stick to the rules anyway. Asaka said. I see. Let's hear the rules then. June replied. Chapter 3, Preparations for his new start. I see. Let's hear the rules then. June said. First of all, when you travel, an anchor is established in the space-time of the DxD world so that you can actually return, since the Grimoire can only help you travel in the Nasuverse and not beyond it, which means the anchor is essential for you to find your way back. This means you will return to the exact time and place from which you left the DxD world in the first place. Asaka explained. Got it, that mostly works in my favor anyway. June said. Second rule, once you chose a certain timeline to enter in the Nasuverse, you can no longer move backwards in that particular timeline, only forward. Even if you leave and return, you will either end exactly at the place and time you left or sometime later. Asaka continued. So when I chose a time and place to arrive in, I can't move backwards with the Akashic Gate, but I can still move forward? June inquired. Not within the timeline you chose, but you can still move to an earlier time in other timelines, but, as before, once you arrive in a new timeline, you can no longer move backwards within it. Asaka clarified. In other words, I can hop between timelines but only hop forward within them. June said. Precisely. Asaka responded. I can work with that. June thought to himself. I have a few ideas already. He began planning. Better to hear about the rest of the functions first though. June decided. Please continue. He said to Asaka. The Akashic Converter is arguably the most helpful function when it comes to making you stronger. It can collect items, materials and even energy and make them into something useful to you, like abilities or just new items for you to use, like mystic codes or noble phantasms. She said. That is definitely going to be very useful, but I have a few questions on what exactly can it collect. June commented. Pretty much anything, but there are restrictions. If you want to convert the essence of a being, for example, there are a few prerequisites. Asaka explained. Such as? June asked. Killing a being is the easiest way to collect their essence, but it will be incomplete and damaged, so you won't get everything. Obtaining the agreement of the user to take something will allow you to take that thing and it alone. The latter, however, required the user to have the ability to fully control what they wish to give you, or it won't work, since resistance is the natural response and they will not be able to avoid it without that full control. Asaka continued. Hearing all of this, June got an extremely nice idea as he evilly smirked. Say, Asaka. What would it take for me to steal a sacred gear user such conditions? He inquired. Death does not harm a sacred gear, since it just gets passed on to another through the heavens system of this world. As such, killing someone is a viable way to steal a sacred gear. Asaka replied. Any other way? June asked. Two more. If the user of the sacred gear has a sufficient amount of control over it, they can willingly let you take it as well. Asaka added. What about the last one? June inquired. In the case a sacred gear's holder has yet to awaken it, so long as they are unable to actively resist, you can steal it without going through much trouble. If they have awakened it, however, that will no longer be possible. Asaka explained. Hey, I'm sure there are at least 2 target with powerful unawakened sacred gears in queue right now. Don't mind if take advantage. Hey. June creepily laughed to himself internally. Okay, Asaka. Only one left. June said. The Akashic Throne works like your own personal throne of heroes from the Nasuverse, but is currently empty. Asaka said. My personal throne of heroes? June was even more excited about it than being able to steal sacred gears. My unlimited reservoir of fate waifus. He thought, but then he finally registered the cruel word that was empty. How can I fill it? He asked with previously unseen intensity. This, however, did not at all destabilize the ever-stoic Asaka, who dutifully responded with her monotone voice. There are two ways to do this. The first is to convert an already existing being into a servant that will reside in the Akashic throne and can be summoned at will. You can also convert someone after their death, in which case you will need to construct a vessel for their soul before you can summon them. In the first case, your servant's vessel, in other words, their physical body, will be altered to bestow them with a servant class that can enhance their powers. This process can also be triggered intentionally to alter a servant that already has a class to change it. The act of constructing or modifying a vessel requires huge amounts of magical energy though, which you will need to provide yourself. The throne can store magical energy, so this can be done even if the amount needed exceed your maximum capacity. Asaka explained. And the second? June asked. The second involves the enlisting of actual heroic spirits from the Nasuverse. The Akashic throne is connected to the actual throne of heroes, so, with a proper relic to use as a catalyst, you can draw these heroes into your own throne so that you can summon them later. You still need to create a vessel, however, and that requires magical energy. There is a way to avoid all the hassle though, and that is to find an already existing servant and establish a contract with it. So if I go into the Nasuverse at the time of the Holy Grail Wars and convince a servant to contract with me, I can skip all of those steps. June thought. Anything else I should know? June asked. Yes. Asaka replied. Whenever a servant is outside the Akashic throne, they will rely on you for their sustenance, which limits both their power and the number of servants you can keep materialized. She warned. Is there a way around this? June inquired. Normally. No. But, if you get your hands on a Holy Grail and use the Akashic converter, I can fix it. Asaka replied. I see, I will keep it in mind. June said. There is one more thing. For each of your summoned servants, you get 3 command seals that regenerate at a rate of 1 every 4 hours. Asaka added. Good to know. June commented. Alright. First things first, I should sneak out during the day and look around for Sai and Saji to collect their sacred gears. I should also begin training myself immediately. He began laying out his plans for the future in his mind. Asaka. Have any suggestions on what I should learn first from the Akashic records? June asked. As always, Asaka dutifully replied. Without a magic crest, you are at a severe disadvantage when it comes to learning magecraft and using it. The more high-level the spell, the greater the problem, so you should start from the basics. Such as? June inquired. Search for the foundations of magecraft in the records and start studying, but, since it will take some time for that to yield benefits in terms of power for self-defense, I suggest learning some martial arts as well. The records contain many superior ones lost to history. She added. After you have awakened your magic circuits and learned to generate magical energy, there will be other viable options. You have an innate advantage over the modern Magi of the Nasuverse, which I'll explain once you get a basic grasp of magecraft. Asaka concluded. Ah, what would I do without you? Thanks. June said before doing exactly as Asaka suggested. Once again, she seemed mysteriously pleased at the compliment, but it was only a feeling of June's with no actual signs of it being the case. Weird. He thought to himself before giving up on trying to figure it out and getting to work searching the Akashic records. In the end, other than the basics of magecraft, he settled on 3 other things. Kaulari Payatu, an ancient Indian martial art. Without bearing upon strength and talent, it is the ancestor of all martial arts, founded on the basis of rational thought. Defensively oriented. Although existing as an actual martial art, the version in the records was far more mythical for the lack of a better word, and its characteristic of not bearing upon strength and talent suited the current June, that was a powerless mortal without access to formidable strength. Next up was pankration, not the Olympic event but the mythical martial art created by the Greek god Apollo. It was the world's first and oldest mixed martial art, combining boxing and wrestling techniques. Chiron used it in Fate or Apocrypha, which left quite the impression in June's mind. Finally, there was a set of breathing methods with no actual name, developed in ancient times. A method of attaining the ideal breathing and walking method mentioned in both magecraft and martial arts. It allows one to reach superhuman levels once enough proficiency is acquired. At a sufficient level, one can even reproduce mysteries at a level greater than a modern magus of the Nasuverse, with their own body acting as one natural magic circuit. Chapter 4, Starting Training. Waking up in the morning, functionally only having about 5 hours of actual sleep, June got up and had breakfast at the orphanage cafeteria. Man, this food is crappy. Maybe I should check if the Akashic records contain culinary knowledge for me to learn. June frivolously thought. Done with breakfast, he locked himself in his room, something which the other residents of the orphanage did not find strange at all. In fact, the weirdness he showed before awakening to his previous life's memories caused even the adult employees of the place to avoid him. All of this, however, worked much to June's advantage, so he was actually quite pleased with the situation. Inside his room, Jun laid on his bed and sunk into the depths of his mind, reviewing the knowledge he obtained from the Akashic records. After studying for a bit, he called out to Asaka. "Asaka. You there?" he asked. "I always am," she answered in her typical monotone voice. "It says here that one's magic circuits are open when magical energy runs through them for the first time and that requires an outside stimuli. Apparently, another Magus can easily take care of that, but what should I do since there isn't really a Magus around to help me?" Jun inquired. "The Grimoire can only generate a little magic energy right now, but it's enough to serve as the required outside stimuli. Just let me know when you're ready," Asaka replied. "Ah, excellent. It seems like you can do just about anything," Jun praised. Taking a few moments to prepare himself, he gave the signal. "All right, Asaka, hit me with it," he requested. "Initiating magical stimuli," Asaka responded. Immediately after, Jun felt a jolt of energy flow through him. It triggered his own dormant energy to awaken as his magic circuits sparked to life, filling the boy with a rush of energy that nearly overwhelmed him. Soon after, he calmed down and his magic circuits fell into inactivity once again, but now that they had been opened, so long as Jun created a proper mental trigger, he would be able to activate them at will. Knowing this, he focused within himself as he searched for a trigger that fit him best. After a few minutes, the answer became clear. To Jun, Magecraft and the magic circuits that would make it possible were his potential that was currently locked, and to unlock something, you need a key. A simple-minded logic but fitting for himself, Jun thought. And so, Jun's mental trigger to activate his magic circuits became a key being turned in a lock until it clicked open. Simple but effective. Jun turned the key in his mind and, as the metaphysical lock clicked open in his mindscape, his inactive magic circuits sprang to life, once again filling him with that rush of power. Damn, this is addictive. I wonder if this is what all Magi feel when they activate their magic circuits. Jun pondered. That is not the case. Asaka answered his question, even without being prompted. How so? Jun inquired. I told you that I'd explain your unique advantage when compared to modern magic of the Nasuverse once your magic circuits were awakened, so I shall do so now. Asaka continued. While you lack a magic crest to support your casting of spells and supply you with a list that you can cast even if you only have the most basic knowledge of Magecraft, you have the advantage that your magic circuits are innately connected to the void and, as such, the root. This results in the quality of your magical energy being incomparable to that of a modern Magus. Functionally, this means that with the same amount of magical energy, the energy value of yours will be greatly superior. Without a method and the skill to properly use, however, you will remain weak. She concluded her explanation. You can also check your status once again since it has changed. Asaka informed Jun, who immediately did so, mostly out of curiosity. Name, Hikami Jun. Race, human. Gender, male. Parameters, strength, endurance, agility, mana, luck, X. Magic circuits, X, 999 magic circuits with unrivaled width, energy generation, rotational speed, structural durability, quality of output, and efficiency. Affinity, true void skills, Scion of the Void, X. Wow. Jun was speechless. Guess I'm stacked in the talent department, eh, Asaka? He cockily said. That would be an understatement, but talent can only be given meaning through training, as it only represents a part of one's potential. Asaka replied. Right you are, Asaka, as always, and, like you said before, I need a way to use my magical energy, so I should learn some basic Magecraft or some other method of usage. Jun responded. What does the true and true void mean in regards to my efficacy though? He asked. Generally, Magi give the name of void to the fifth imaginary factor, ether, which is simply one of the 5 great elements. Asaka started. True void represents much more than that and essentially functions as an affinity to any existing element, which means all elemental Magecraft is possible to use at its highest degree by you. She finished. Stacked in talent indeed. Jun thought in response. Well, time to put this talent to good use. He said to himself out loud before searching the records for something simple and easy to start with. With the search filter of direct use of magical energy, Jun soon found just the kind of thing he was looking for. He then picked out the 4 entries that sounded the most promising for the current him and decided to learn about them first. Reinforcement, the act of imbuing magical energy into an object or being, oneself included, to fill in their structural gaps, so to speak, and enhance their functions, making a blade shaper and more resilient, a rock harder and tougher, or a light bulb brighter. Tempering worked through the same principle as reinforcement, but with a specific goal in mind. By imbuing magical energy into one's body in a certain way, it would not grant an immediate buff like the aforementioned reinforcement, but would instead slowly and permanently enhance one's body. It was most effective when utilized alongside harsh physical training by pouring magical energy into the parts of the body that are being strained, thus increasing the effects of the magecraft and the training as well as speeding up the recovery time the body needs, thus greatly expediting physical training. Finally, it had the effect of building up the body's tolerance to magical energy through continuous exposure, which had two effects. The first was that it would increase the ease and efficiency that one channel magical energy thought their body while reducing the strain that the operation of one's magical circuits and the use of magecraft puts on one's body. The second was that it enhanced one's resistance to hostile magecraft, eventually building into proper magic resistance. It was similar in principle to the alteration magecraft that allowed one to change an object by pouring in magical energy, which was often used in conjunction with reinforcement by the heroic spirit Uchiha. Besides these two internal uses of magical energy, June also learned two external uses of pure magical energy. Magic bullets, fired by using one's own magic circuits like the barrel of a gun and shooting pure magical energy as heat, their power being the limit of what the circuits themselves can handle. Lastly, there was magic burst, which was basically a Mage's mana burst, generating magical energy in one's torso, generally around the ribs area, and flowing it into one's limbs, by which time the spell was complete and the energy was expelled as heat in the manner of jet propulsion to enhance a physical strike. Unlike mana burst, it was actual magic and thus much more efficient in its use of power, but, unlike mana burst, it can't to be used in one's full body in an overall enhancement and can only be used on one's limbs due to the nature of the way it worked. Still, in the future, once June got more magical energy to work with, he could always modify the simple spell to work more to his tastes and need at that time. For now though, these simple applications of magical energy would serve well to help him develop his mastery and set up a firm foundation for him to learn the basics of true magecraft, which was more complicated. As a nice bonus, these small tricks could not only provide June a decent ability to defend himself when properly mastered, but also scaled up really well as his own raw power improved, since the only upper limit for the spells was the amount of magical energy he and his body could handle. And so with his path set, June formally began his training. Harsh physical conditioning by martial training with the assistance of tempering through magical energy, punctuated by magecraft training in his body's short periods of recovery. Chapter 5, 2 years. With all this activity, June's food intake started getting bigger than what the orphanage could provide, since it was not that well off and there were quite a few kids. Ugh. I'm always hungry these days, June complained in his mind. An inevitable situation considering the weak human physiology and your intense training regime. Your body can handle a lot more abuse though, and if you can willpower through the suffering, you might get unexpected boons. Asaka commented. Maybe so, but it doesn't mean I like it, June quipped. He was currently running in the streets of Kuaza part for his training, but that wasn't all. It also served the purpose of scouting what would be the place of his operations for the foreseeable future. During these runs, June also tried passing by places he thought children might frequent to see if he could spot his targets, but he was still unsuccessful. Well, Koa is not that small and I can't go that far with the stamina of a 5-year-old, no matter how much I push myself, June thought. Experiencing no great changes to his life, June fell into a routine. Meditating most nights away, practicing the more spiritual side of Calamity and the nameless breathing methods which he still had problems using while moving and could only perform while focused. Eventually though, he should be able to maintain it constantly, even during sleep, which should give a tremendous boost to his overall ability. This kind of ascetic practice helped reduce the actual amount of sleep he needed but not get rid of it, but as time passed, June's need for true sleep got progressively smaller, even if at a very slow pace. During the morning and afternoon, June's time was dedicated to his physical practice of Calamity and pancration respectively, with the assistance of magical tempering, though his lack of sparring partners did somewhat hamper his combat training. In the evening, he practiced his simple spells until he got tired and, after his handling and control of magical energy got better, he also threw in a few other simple spells into the mix. It was like this that 2 years passed. June was now 7 years old, but his training resulted in him seeming a little older, just about 10 though, so nowhere near enough that people would not find it weird for him to go around town by himself. His body was toned and his handsomeness became more obvious, but unfortunately his boyish looks still plagued him, much to June's chagrin. The orphanage's people were quite happy that June seemed to be going out more, but then started getting worried since he just tended to disappear for the whole day, only coming back during lunch and at night. While they admonished him at first and tried to keep him inside as punishment for leaving without saying anything, the staff soon realized the futility of their actions since June would just do it anyway, earning him a bit of problem kid reputation. They also wanted him to go to school, but June saw no point as just did his own thing. However, when he showed up during tests and got 100% on every single one, the school silently acquiesced to his actions and looked the other way. This was due to the reputation the school earned from having a genius student as such. June got a very comfortable life. relatively speaking. After all, he had freedom but not much else. All that time did allow June to progress in his training smoothly. As for how such grades were achieved, not only was school stuff for kid ridiculously easy, but June's mental abilities were also improving due to his training. The breathing methods not only improved June's physical abilities but also improved the speed of his thought processes. It did not make him smarter, but he could integrate knowledge much faster. The main reason of his scholarly success, however, was the mental magecraft he learned. Mental archive, memory partition and thought acceleration, all spells from the alchemy system of magecraft. June chose these spells to master first because they would tremendously speed up his study of magecraft, and the abilities they provided were useful for countless situations. Mental archive just stored information he learned like eidetic memory and organized it for easy access and rapid searching of particular memories, and was, by far, the simplest of the three. Next up was thought acceleration, the main magecraft of Atlas alchemists, one of the three main branches of the Mages Association, along with the more famous Clock Tower and the Wandering Sea. Fast thought is only a prerequisite to it, and it is truly the ability to multi-expansion diagrams. In turn, it allowed June to properly learn and use the final and most complicated spell, memory partition. An ability used by the superior alchemists of Atlas, and paired with thought acceleration, it is the very proof that one is an Atlas alchemist. It allows one to partition their thoughts to form multiple independent thought processes. While normal people can only have a single room in their brain and focus on one thought, partitioning adds partitions to the one room to create multiple rooms. Different than having multiple independent machines in their heads due to that, while there are multiple processes, they work toward one goal. They manage different problem sets, but work together to generate one overall solution. While machines can calculate on the same level, nothing else compares when used for problem solving. Average alchemists are limited to one thought into multiple rooms, but superior alchemists can perform first-order titration of their thought into rooms. The rooms are synergistic, so 4 partitions allows for 56 thought processes. As they work towards one goal, it does not allow for 56 separate calculations. Each room can think of a different matter, while the multiple thought processes in each room cooperate to solve each matter by approaching it in different ways. This was June's trump card to speed up his studying of the massive amounts of knowledge in the Akashic records. For now, he could only partition his Mendel room into 3 different rooms, but surprisingly, he could actually perform titration, allowing for 7 thought processes split between the rooms. June usually kept one room for studying the Akashic records, another to maintain his magical tempering working at all times, and the last to govern his daily life. Unfortunately, learning all of this meant that the only magecraft other than them that he learned was the very basic stuff like slowing himself down during falls, fix broken stuff, analyze objects with magical energy, and a simple form of memory manipulation that would only work on regular people, among other things. He did get plenty better at the things he had decided to practice though. Name, Hikami June. Race, human. Gender, male. Parameters, strength, endurance, agility, mana, luck, X magic circuits, X affinity, true void skills, Scion of the Void, Ox, Kal Eri Payatu, E, Pancration, E, ascetic, E, resistance to basic needs like hunger, thirst and sleep. Slight resistance to exposure. Strong tolerance to pain and injury. Breathing and walking, dash, not yet on the level of receiving a rank, the presages of basic attainment that allow for increased physical strength, stamina, agility, reaction speed, thought speed and endurance. Magecraft, reinforcement, C, can reinforce one's body to a significant degree, including more complex body parts like the eyes and auditory system. Objects can also be reinforced so long as they are not of a very high grade in terms of mystery. Magic bullet, C, smooth and quick activation but still far from fully controlled and efficient when used at high power. Slight self-harm occurs at maximum power. Power can range from that of a handgun to that of a small caliber cannon. Magic burst, D, smooth and quick activation but still far from fully controlled and efficient. Control becomes worse the more power is put in, and self-harm is easy to occur. Self-harm is just slight when used at lower power settings. Striking power and speed significantly increases. Mental archive, C, no memory is forgotten and can be easily accessed. The user's resistance to memory-altering effects is significantly increased. Thought acceleration, D, thought processing is significantly accelerated. Memory partition, C, 3 partitions with titration allowing for 7 thought processes. Memory manipulation, E, allows for basic alteration of the memories of normal people only. I didn't see the point of putting in the other basic stuff. June's physical abilities had reached superhuman levels and he could toss an adult through the air without that much effort, but he was still quite a distance away from the rank. His mana however had actually got to E rank, owing mostly to his outrageous talent, quality of his magical energy and intensive training. He also met Sai and Saji in school, and by very reluctantly accepting Sai's invites to play at his house where he suffered the childish entertainment, June also met Irina, who Sai still thought to be a boy. June's visits to Sai's house and playing with him and Irina were hellish, but he had a purpose in mind. Just endure, June. Irina will be big in the future, first in the church and then in the heavens. She'll have quite a bit of pull, and making a big impression on her while she is young will definitely help me in the future. He convinced himself. I swear. Once Irina leaves, I'll take Sai's boosted gear and never talk to him again. June thought. Even at the ripe age of 7, Sai already showed sign of his future pervertedness. Seriously, at 7? June was stupefied. How can a 7-year-old be horny? I don't think this is even physically possible. He complained. Irina also had a loose screw, since she thought Sai, who just declared his perverted intentions to the world, was cool, which just made June face palm hard. But the pretty boy look that June was dissatisfied with was much to her taste, so she seemed to be split between Sai and June. Seeing this dilemma in Irina, June's thoughts went along the line of, I don't really know what to do with the affections of a 7-year-old. And the fact that you are torn between me and that Sai is honestly insulting. Chapter 6, First Battle. It was bearable and June could handle it. He wanted to wait for Irina to leave before taking Sai's sacred gear, because he didn't know if her father would notice something weird if he did so right now. In fact, the conflict between the church and the female devil Cleria Belial, who was the ruler of Koa, was getting hot, so June was hesitant about making moves. It was quite the drama. An exorcist fell in love with a beautiful devil, and thus the pair of star-crossed lovers earned the ear of their respective factions. June didn't want to be implicated, not that he had the power to do something about it even if he was implicated against his will, but he truly had no opinions towards the matter and just wanted to keep to himself. Alas, Murphy's Law was keen to mess up that desire. In truth, it was foolish of June to think experienced exorcists like Irina's father and his subordinates would not notice anything strange about him. Although his magical ability was not easily detectable due to the different inner workings of magecraft when compared to the magic of this world, June training in martial arts, his superhuman physique and his breath and way of carrying himself and moving while maintaining his core steady as a rock were major warning signs. And so, while Mr. Shido saw June as someone without any bad intentions as a result of his experience and ability to read people's intentions fairly accurately, and even thought June might be a good friend to his daughter, one of his younger and more hot-headed subordinates did not have such a level-headed judgment. With this being the case, it was only a matter of time before the passionate and somewhat bigoted young exorcist caused an incident with June, who just wanted to avoid trouble before he got strong enough to handle it. It was a normal day and Sai had just went home after he, along with Irina, dragged June around the whole afternoon. Turning to June, who seemed to not be tired at all, Irina spoke. "Ni, Ju-kun," she called. "Sai, what a crappy nickname." June thought. "What is it, Irina-chan?" He responded. "Do you train?" she asked. June raised his brow. "Why do you ask?" he inquired. "Just the way you move and how you're not tired after all the running with did. Reminds me of Ita-san," Irina explained. "Ugh. If even this airhead can figure that out, her father and his exorcists certainly know. Damn. That was careless of me. I sure hope nothing troublesome comes of this," June thought. Unfortunately for him, the trouble he wanted to avoid was indeed approaching. "Yeah, I do. How about you, Irina-chan? Aiming to become a battle nun or something?" June asked. Irina blushed. He. Something like that. Ito-san doesn't want to teach me the good stuff before I get older though, so she suddenly stopped. "You know I'm a girl?" she suddenly shouted with a red face, pointing her finger at June. "You're too cute to be a boy. Only an idiot like I would not figure it out," June replied. Irina giggled at his response. "Thanks," she quietly said with some embarrassment. "For what?" June asked. "You know." Irina fidgeted. "I do?" June was lost. Irina shoved him and Sai with some frustration and more embarrassment. "For saying I'm cute even though most people think I'm too boyish," she got out. "Oh, that. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll be quite the beauty when you grow up," June offhandedly said. He. "I think you'll be handsome when you grow up too," Irina complimented back. "Thanks," June noncommittedly thanked. "You're too young for that to make me happy, to be honest," he thought. It was at this moment that the young exorcist came out and pointed at June. "Get away from Shido Teiku's daughter," he shouted. "I knew you were up to no good," he continued. "What are you trying to pull by fooling Irina-sama?" he questioned with outrage. "Sai, oh no. An idiot," June complained in his mind. "Kawamura-san. What are you doing here?" Irina was surprised. "Get away from that brat, Irina-sama," Kawamura warned. "He clearly has ill intent," he added. "Ju-kun is my friend, he is not a bad person," Irina defended June. "You." Kawamura only got madder. To think you had already tricked Irina-sama that far. I, Kawamura, shall take you down," he declared. "Don't you feel ashamed at declared you're going to take down a 7-year-old child?" June inquired, looking at Kawamura like the idiot he was. "Age is unimportant as a measure of evil," Kawamura self-righteously claimed. "Ah. You must be the type that thinks burning little girls alive at the stake under mere suspicions and delusions is okay, right?" "What bastard?" June commented. "Shut up. Your words cannot affect my resolve," Kawamura declared with zeal. June sighed with exasperation. There really is no reasoning with an idiot, he thought. "Now, surrender to my custody or feel my righteous fury," Kawamura shouted. "Man, you can actually spout that shiny crap with a straight face? I'm actually impressed," June commented while raising his arms in surrender. "Humphrey. In spite of your devious tongue, you seem to know when you're outmatched," Kawamura proudly said. Irina looked on with worry, not knowing what to do at all. "Indeed," June replied with a smile and, when the exorcist came closer to put special cuffs on him, he struck without the slightest semblance of honor. Activating reinforcement and magic burst while striking with a pancration technique, he dug in his elbow deep into Kawamura's solar plexus, taking advantage of the height difference. The exorcist crumpled forward as a result of the unexpected blow and June took the opportunity to perform a toss, sending Kawamura crashing down into the ground with great force. "Ha! You're not too tough for someone talking all that crap, are you?" June taunted. In truth, the only reason he was so successful was due to the surprise attack. An elite exorcist was not easy to take down, even for a mid-class devil. June was just lucky Kawamura was still inexperienced and he was far from being the cream of the crop. Even then, he had underestimated his opponent. Kawamura jumped but in a battle-ready stance with a line of blood flowing from his mouth. "Turns out you are more dangerous than I thought," the exorcist said, calmer and more focused. "Shit. I should have finished the job," June admonished himself. "He's calmer now and no slouch if those strikes did not put him out of action, but he is definitely injured, so I still have the advantage." He analyzed the situation. Amping up his reinforcement, June enhanced not only his physical abilities but his senses, giving his eye a very weak clairvoyance and his ear the ability to detect even the sound of weak air currents and heartbeats some distance away. In addition to this, his clothes were also reinforced, giving him an extra layer of defense. All of June's mental partition were focused on the fight, one room to maintain his normal buffs, another to use all of his enhanced senses and predict the opponent's moves, and the last to command his body in the actual fighting. Kawamura drew an exorcist pistol loaded with light bullets and a light sword as he prepared for a serious fight. Being weapons meant for the creatures of darkness like vampires and devils, it would have considerably reduced effectiveness against a human like June, but they would still kill him. He then used holy energy to boost himself to superhuman levels of physical strength and endurance as a way to deal with June's own seemingly supernatural physical prowess. Irina shouted from the side, but the two combatants far too focused on their battle to care. And so it began. Kawamura opened fire with his pistol, but June's enhanced mental faculties could predict the bullets' paths before they were actually fired, allowing him to dodge even though he was not actually fast enough to move out of the way after it was fired. Using magic burst onto his legs, June propelled himself forward as his form flickered due to the tremendous speed and closed the distance to his opponent. Kawamura responded with a wide sweep of his blade to intercept the rushing June, but the boy stopped just outside the exorcist's range, causing the slash to miss. The priest attempted to move his gun to fire upon June instead, but the boy boosted his arms with magic burst and backhanded the exorcist's handgun away with his right hand, knocking it out of his grip and closing in to stop Kawamura from swinging his blade while striking at his stomach with his left hand. However, while June's move had stopped Kawamura from using the sword on his right hand to attack, from the exorcist's left sleeve, another sword came out to replace the pistol June had knocked away, and Kawamura struck with it. The end result was Kawamura taking June's full-powered, magic burst enhanced fist to his stomach while June took a sword slash to his right collarbone. Chapter 7, First Battle 2. Kawamura took June's full-powered, magic burst enhanced fist to his stomach while June took a sword slash to his right collarbone. Following this exchange, the two stepped back with speed before evaluating their respective opponent. June's reinforced shirt had softened the blow, so despite having a showy cut between his shoulder and neck, it was actually quite shallow and, with the reinforcement magecraft enhancing his body, the wound did not affect his fighting strength. On the other hand, Kawamura's situation was much the same. Having been able to enhance himself with holy energy and expecting to get hit, this punch didn't hurt him all that much, but it definitely worsened his previous injuries. That evil brat's wound is shallow, his toughness was greater than expected, Kawamura thought. At this rate, my injuries will make me run out of energy faster than him. A battle of attrition will only work in that brat's favor, so I need to end this fast. I can't imagine the brat is going to let me rest and recover, but I can try. He evaluated the situation. Meanwhile, June was also making his own evaluation. Although I have no weapon, I certainly got the better end of that exchange, but only because that idiot was injured from my surprise attack. June thought. There is no need to charge in, he is going to burn himself out if I just manage to hold on, so no need to take big risks. I might lack power currently, but I do have quite a big amount of magical energy to spend, and I also recover it fast, not mention the efficiency of my magic circuit. I just need to keep him at a distance with my magic bullet magecraft and back away with a use of magic burst if he gets too close. When he finally runs out of juice, I can deal a decisive blow with my full-powered magic bullet. Even if he is tough, it will at least put him out of commission. June decided on his battle plan. And so, June restarted combat. After all, he could not let Kawamura recover and thus lose his biggest advantage. Making two-fingered finger guns with both hands and pointing them at his opponent, June opened fire with the speed of a machine gun, planning to suppress Kawamura with a high rate of fire rather than raw power, which would be saved to finish the battle. The exorcist zigzagged at high speed while approaching June, dodging most of the bullets but still taking a few hits but handling them with his holy energy enhancement. June continuously stepped back, using the speed provided by his reinforced body to maintain his distance with Kawamura. Shit. That brat has caught on to my weakness and has no intention of directly engaging again. Kawamura realized. In his exorcist training, Kawamura and specialized in body enhancement with his holy energy, which is precisely what kept him alive after being struck twice by June, but in doing so, the only means of ranged attack that he possessed was his pistol, which he had lost. This left the exorcist's hands tied when it came to fighting back, and there was only one way to bring this battle back into his favor, but it was an all-or-nothing risky move. I've got no choice. Let's do this. Kawamura amped himself up. He brought his self-enhancement to the maximum he could handle while paying no mind to energy expenditure and charged straight at June at high speed while tangling all of the boy's magic bullets. Too predictable, buddy. June internally smirked while his expression remained the same as Kawamura closed in while taking significant damage. And, just when the exorcist was about to reach him, June used magic burst to flash backwards at extreme speed, opening up the distance again and, taking advantage of Kawamura's faltering when he saw this, he moved for the kill. Extending all of the fingers in his left hand, his whole arm straight, June braced it by holding it with his right hand and fired his maximum firepower. The surge of magic energy tore his entire sleeve apart as magic circuits were illuminated on his skin. A magic bullet, far stronger and faster than the previous ones, barreled through the air towards Kawamura, who already was on his last legs due to his failed final charge, and struck him full on center mass. A normal person would have been torn to pieces, but owing to the special exorcist's uniform and the holy energy enhancement that had yet to run out, Kawamura was just sent flying with numerous internal injuries and most of his bones shattered as he tumbled across the ground like a broken doll. June was not unscathed either, though. The recoil of his magic cannon, so to speak, had caused his shoulder to pop out of place with a violent pop, and his whole arm was paralyzed due to the overloading of magical energy. Even though my magic circuits handled the burden supremely well, my body has yet to get used to such abuse. June lamented, but still, he had won his first battle. Unfortunately, he didn't have much time to celebrate. Shidochi, or Mr. Shido, Irina's father, arrived out of nowhere. He was shocked to see his young subordinate he had left behind to watch over his daughter crumpled on the ground, unconscious with serious injuries, and one of the boys his daughter always played with holding an injured left arm with a slash wound inflicted by a light sword on his ring collarbone. And lastly his daughter, staring at said boy with an indecipherable look of what seemed to be awe. Ji could understand it as well. He knew the boy called Hikami June had some measure of skill, but to think a boy only 1 year older than his daughter managed to take out one of his exorcists. What happened here? Jay asked. June just looked at Ji while thinking. Asaka, ready the Akashic Gate for transport to the emergency location and time I set just in case. He mentally communicated. Understood. Asaka dutifully replied. Then, just as he was about to talk with Ji to try and sort out the situation peacefully, Irina snapped out of and ran towards her father while recounting everything that had happened. Meanwhile, the other exorcists arrived at the scene, and June now realized they were all quite banged up. Looks like they scrapped with the lovers. He rightly deduced. Finishing hearing his daughter's accounting of the events, Ji just sighed, looking at his subordinate before talking. Take care of Kawamura and bring him to the chapel to patch him up. As for you, Jun-kun, I deeply apologize for my subordinate's actions. If you come with me, I can get your injuries treated. Ji said. Thanks for your kind intentions, but I think I'll go my own way if that's fine with you. June refused. Ji sighed but admired the boy's caution. Ju-kun. Irina called out with worry, but her father signaled her to be quiet and she stopped. Of course you can leave, Jun-kun, and you will always be welcome at my house. I sincerely hope you'll let me make it up to you. Ji said. June looked at him and said, "I'll think about it." And then left. All things considered, the resolution was not that bad. June thought as he turned to leave. Still, my strength still leaves much to be desired. He pondered. After he left, Irina turned to her father and asked, "Will Jukun be angry at me?" The little girl was full with worry. "I'm sure he won't, sweetie, I'm sure he won't." Ji reassured his daughter, patting her in her head. "I'm not quite sure if he won't be angry at the church though," he worriedly added in his mind. Arriving back at the orphanage, June used simple misdirection magecraft so that no one noticed his injuries and just went to his room. With a hard smack on his left shoulder, he snapped it back into place before starting to heal by practicing his breathing method and reinforcing his body's natural healing, specifically with reinforcement magecraft. "That wasn't bad for my first battle, Asaka?" June commented in his mind. "There were multiple inefficiencies. If you made full use of your abilities in the correct way, you could have won without suffering any injury." Asaka disagreed with him. "I guess you're right." June acquiesced and used his enhanced mental faculties to visualize the battle and simulating various other possible ways to win the fight in a better shape. The ability to realistically fight the same battle multiple times in his mind was a great tool for June to both learn from his mistakes and simulate battles with opponents he had yet to face based on information he obtains. A few hours later, June was fully healed and had a good understanding of what he did wrong in his first battle and how he could do better. For now though, it was time to resume training. Chapter 8, Settling on Future Studies. June holed up for a few days, going through battle simulations in his mind while testing out H's various skill in projected battles against Kawamura. He added this to his training, sometimes even going through the motions of a battle even without an opponent. It actually expedited the growth of June's martial skills by a fair bit. Eventually though, he went back out there into the world and met Irina, who had been looking for him the past few days, not knowing where he actually lived. "Jukun." The little girl flusteredly called out once she saw him. "Hey June, where have you been the past few days?" Sai, who was also around, asked. "You know, doing stuff." June didn't explain, but just as Sai was about to complain about the vagueness of June's words, Irina grabbed the boy and dragged him away to talk to him. "Jukun, are you mad at me?" she nervously asked. Sai. June patted her head. He really had no hobby of bullying little kids. "Of course not. Not like it was your fault." He shrugged. Irina heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Can you come and have dinner at my house tonight? Ata-san really wants to make up for what happened," she requested. June just looked at her for a bit, and when tears threatened to appear, he finally relented. "The last thing I want right now is to deal with a crying kid," he thought. "Sure. I'll go." June accepted the invitation. "That's great," Irina exclaimed and hugged him before suddenly recoiling back with a blush, looking away while sneaking glances at June. "You can't get more obvious than that," June thought. June hung around for a bit, just keeping Sai and Irina company without doing anything really, pretty much how it always was until it was time for the two to return home. Reminding June to come to her house by dinner time, Irina also left while June also returned home to change, and then, after a bit of meditation which was becoming a habit for him, he left to go to Irina's house. By this point, his skills in magecraft were sufficient for him to manipulate the minds of the people in the orphanage to not care at all about his actions. A bit later, he arrived at his destination to find Irina's mother and the girl herself welcoming him. "Welcome Jun-kun, I have been looking forward to meeting you since my Irina doesn't stop talking about you," Mrs. Shido greeted. She was a beautiful woman, looking like a grown-up Irina but with luscious black hair. Irina pouted her mother for saying something like that, but she ignored her daughter with a smile as if was greatly enjoying the situation. "It's a pleasure to Mrs. Shido," June politely greeted back. "Such manners, it's hard to think of you as a friend of my daughter. And please, it's just Mia to you since you're a potential future son-in-law." Mia laughed. "I question your character of your speaking about marriage to a bunch of kids, but I'll reserve judgment," June thought. "Alright, Mia-san." He acquiesced to her request. "Ka-san," Irina complained with a full blush. Drama aside, the two welcomed June into their home, and Ji didn't seem downhearted as June thought he'd be since the battle with his subordinate had happened. Maybe they didn't fight that battle yet and just face something like a stray devil? June theorized. But then, June spotted someone who didn't belong. It was Kawamura. "Kawamura-kun came here to apologize for his actions," Ji said as Irina looked worried something might happen and Mia doubted it was a good idea. "His expression of discontent tells me you just force him to come," June commented. Kawamura seemed to want to say something that was no apology, but Ji shut him down with a glare. "I apologize for my previous actions," he said through his teeth, only lowering his head so that people didn't see his expression. "Your lack of sincerity and obvious hostility towards me makes your apology honestly insulting," June responded. "You," Kawamura started. You what? Failure of an exorcist that got thrashed by a 7-year-old. You attacked me for no reason, got schooled and now doesn't want to realize your mistakes because of your injured pride, June mocked. Alright, this is enough. G shouted. Yeah, it really is. June said before turning to leave. Where are you going? Irina asked flusteredly with tears in the corner of her eyes. Home. June replied. And as for you? June turned towards Kawamura. Bother me again and I'll make sure to finish you off before the rest of your buddies arrive, he declared. Even though June's raw power hadn't changed much or at all, his multiple mental battle projections had led him to discover countless ways to defeat Kawamura since he was the only opponent he could use for them. Jun was truly about to leave but Mia took charge of the situation. You don't have to leave, Jun-kun. I still want to get to know you, and Ji-san was already about to lead Kawamura-kun out. Isn't that right, dear? She said, looking at her husband with an I told you so look. Shido Mia was a woman that emitted a strange pressure despite not being scary at all, and even June got trapped in her pace, and so, in the blink of an eye, Kawamura was gone, and June was having a pleasant dinner with the family of 3 as the housewife made conversation. So June-kun, where do you live? Irina never mentioned it. Mia asked. In Koa orphanage. June replied. Oh. I'm sorry. Mia apologized. No need, I don't even remember anything before the orphanage since I've lived there since I was just a few months old. June shrugged. I see. Mia replied. Then they spoke about more trivial stuff and it was generally a pleasant time. In the end, Mia insisted June visited again and didn't let him go until he agreed. Back in his room, June dismissed his thoughts of his dinner and started pondering on his future path in Magecraft. With the help of his enhanced mental faculties, he had already pretty much grasped the basics of Magecraft, the general skills that all Magi were expected to have, so now, it was time to begin learning specializations. Technically, his mind archive, memory partition and thought acceleration were all specialized Magecraft belonging to the discipline of alchemy, but June was not sure he wanted to keep going in that route. After all, he currently did not have the resources for such practice, so he thought it was better left for the future. Pondering for a while, he decided to ask Kusaka for suggestions, and they were as follows. With your talent and connection to the root, you can create your own Magecraft and develop your own magic formulae and thaumaturgical foundation. Magecraft of the Nasuverse worked by using one's magic circuits to tap into a thaumaturgical foundation and reproduce the mysteries it related to. These foundations relied on their history and countless years of research by generations of Magi to work stably and allow one to use Magecraft connected to them. They are essentially clusters of magic formulae, each of which runs a Magecraft program written within it when a magus connects his magic circuits to it and sends magical energy and commands. Foundations sometimes rely on faith and location, with one's Magecraft losing its power should they leave its place of origin where the foundation was carved into the world. However, both foundations that are widespread and deeply entrenched into the world, as well those that are passed down through personal early transmitted teachings such as the limited inheritance in clans, are different. For the latter, as long as the rules of those foundations are met, it is possible to exhibit the same basic effect no matter where one is in the world. Although requiring very high levels of talent, one can create their own magic foundation one made haphazardly, would stop working and collapse in at most a few days, thus leaving all Magecraft connected to it, impossible to use. One great example of this was Flatus Cardos, who often created Magecraft on the fly, making his own thaumaturgical foundation in that moment, which would result in him often being unable to use the same spell twice. With June's talent and connection to the limitless knowledge of the Akashic records, creating a stable foundation that did not crumble. You should start making plans now, even if it is nearly impossible for you to create a sufficiently stable foundation currently, because it will greatly help you in the future. Asaka suggested. Thanks, but what about right now? June asked. Your connection to the enables you to use true ether as energy and thus rely on Magecraft from the Age of the Gods. I thus suggest Rune Magecraft due to its versatility and due to the fact the records will enable you to learn and use the primordial runes created by Odin that contain far greater power than modern runes. Asaka explained her reasoning and June found it very reasonable indeed. Chapter 9. 3 more years' time passed by quickly. June kept up with his training and started visiting the Shido house every once in a while. He was now 10 years old but looked at least 13. Much as he had feared, he looked like a true pretty boy, and middle school girls giggled conspiratorially and whispered to each other when he crossed them in the street. June didn't mind the admiration, but he really wished he looked a bit more manly. Right now, he was far too much of a pretty boy for his tastes. Irina now had a full-blown crush on him, due to his looks, his more mature attitude, and the fact she knew he was actually as powerful as her father's subordinates really played a big role in that. Unfortunately, she was still far too young to arouse June's interest. Not only that, with his body not yet reaching puberty in spite of looking like it, He really lacked that physiological drive. Not to mention he was fully focused on getting strong enough to take care of himself for the time being. On a second note, Jun was not bothered by Kawamura, or any exorcists anymore for that matter, which made his impression of Chi rise considerably. Moving on to other matters, with his basic skills as a magus fully mastered and further improved, he took steps to make Koal more secure for him. First, he found a mostly abandoned building with 2 underground levels and put its legal owner under his thrall. Once Jun got older, he could then have him sign over the property to himself. The reason for this move was to create a workshop to practice his magecraft, something indispensable for any magus. He created a nice enough living space above the ground while he focused on making a nice workshop underneath. Hypnotizing people to give what you want was pretty easy with magecraft. It made Jun wonder why more magus families didn't do it, but there were probably reasons. With multiple boundary fields to enhance the structure, warn against intrusion, keep people away through subtle influence, block attacks and dispose of intruders, it was truly a small fortress capable of taking a missile and, inside that territory, Jun could take on people considerably more powerful than himself. Such was one of the advantages of a mage's workshop. Facilities to create magical items, magic circles to help with various tasks and other things were also put in place. Jun also caught several stray cats and some birds and made them familiars to keep watch on the whole of Kua so that he wouldn't be caught unawares by any occurrence in the city. Also, thanks to the great differences magecraft had with local powers, this surveillance network was nearly undetectable by most. Needless to say, most of these things were enhanced by runes since that had been the main focus of Jun's magecraft studies for the past 3 years. Although he had the potential to wield primordial runes to their full potential, Jun was still far from being able to so at this point. Even still, his runes were quite a bit more powerful than those of a modern Nasuverse magus. But that was far from being his only growth, as his training of other skills similarly progressed a great deal. Name: Hikami Jun. Race: human. Gender: male. Parameters: strength, endurance, agility, mana. E upgrade to D. Luck: X magic circuits, X affinity, true void skills, Scion of the Void, X. Call Eri Payatu, E upgrade to D, Pancration, E upgrade to D, Ascetic, E, resistance to basic needs like hunger, thirst and sleep. Slight resistance to exposure. Strong tolerance to pain and injury. Breathing and walking, dash greater than E, the ideal way of breathing and walking. No movement or energy is wasted. Level of attainment that allows for physical strength, stamina, agility, reaction speed, thought speed and endurance above those of even a highly trained human. Despite this, it is still beneath the level of being able to reproduce mysteries by the virtue of this state alone. Magic resistance, E, the lowest level of magic resistance. While it does not cancel spells, it does somewhat reduce damage taken from them. Magecraft, reinforcement, C upgrade to B, can reinforce one's body to a great degree, including more complex body parts like the eyes and auditory system and even the brain. Objects can also be reinforced, even those that are very high grade in terms of mystery. Magic bullet, C upgrade to B, smooth and quick activation with full control and efficiency even when used at high power. Slight self-harm occurs if maximum power is used repeatedly, otherwise it is limited to some discomfort. Power can range from that of a handgun to that of a medium caliber cannon. Magic burst, D upgrade to C, smooth and quick activation while maintaining near full control and efficiency. Efficiency becomes worse the more power is put in, but control suffers little. Striking power and speed greatly increases. Mental archive, C, no memory is forgotten and can be easily accessed. The user's resistance to memory-altering effects is significantly increased. Thought acceleration, D upgrade to C, thought processing is greatly accelerated. Memory partition, C, 3 partitions with titration allowing for 7 thought processes. Memory manipulation, E upgrade to D, allows for deeper alteration of the memories of normal people only. Can temporarily confuse a supernatural being so long as their power is not too high. Can brainwash a weaker magus through repeated heavy use and regular reapplication. Rune Magecraft, D, inheritance of the rune magic system originating in Scandinavia. Allows for the use of various runes for diverse effects with solid proficiency despite not yet reaching the level of a master, with these runes being able to be drawn mid-air with magical energy. Can also make use of Gandra for direct attacks without drawing runes. I didn't see the point of putting in the other basic stuff. With his increased physical abilities, if Jun used reinforcement magecraft, he could temporarily reach the E rank in his physical parameters. This could be further boosted by the use of runes, making him a force to be reckoned with against being up to and including mid-class in this universe by virtue of just his physical prowess. After all, these parameters were on basis of an heroic spirit that, even if a mere rank in strength, can use a harmless blunt ceremonial dagger to rip a person's arm off. As such, under reinforcement magecraft, Jun was now quite beyond the domain of a normal human. His footsteps could punch holes into the ground and his strikes could wreck buildings, fell large trees and tear apart normal humans, especially when he used magic burst. His continuous use of tempering magecraft did not only raise his base physical attributes, it also finally granted June basic magic resistance, which was a start. June's skills in terms of martial arts were also upped by 1 rank for each of his practiced disciplines, and even his breathing method saw some breakthrough. The most basic of his spells that relied on a pure application of magical energy improved 1 rank, but considering they were not too shabby in the first place meant the actual improvement was quite significant. On the matter of his mental spells, only thought acceleration saw improvement while the others remained much the same. It was not that strange since they were spells that got exponentially more powerful and thus difficult at higher ranks when compared to things like reinforcement. Still, with thought acceleration, the basis of it all being improved, June expected the others to rise in turn with more practice. His studies resulted in a solid grasp of rune magecraft, but June wanted to refine it to at least B rank before moving on to something else, so it remained its focus when it came to magecraft. He had already branded most of his clothes with runes that enhanced their toughness and his own abilities. Naturally, all of this training in magecraft resulted in June's ability to properly draw out and control the power of his magic circuits to be increased, thus raising his mana by another rank, but he was still extremely far from fully drawing out his potential in that regard. With his abilities increased and a safe house workshop established, June was more confident about making his own moves, and while before, he was hesitant to try and acquire the sacred gears of Sai and Saji, the former in particular due to his proximity and closeness to the Shido household, now, June was more willing to do so. As such, he began drawing plans to get Sai alone, put him under a powerful mental suggestion, extracting his unawakened boosted gear, and then, if it all went well, repeat the process for Saji. It should not be too hard. According to Asaka, with no resistance, the process was quick and easy, so catching them alone and getting it over with should be easy enough. June was somewhat worried whether the souls inside the sacred gear would be able to resist the process, but once again, Asaka assuaged his worries, claiming that with the sacred gears unawakened, these souls would be dormant and unable to interfere, even lacking awareness. With these assurances, June made up his mind and decided to execute his plan and see the boons that could be obtained by using the Akashic Converter on these powerful sacred gears. Well, Saji's was actually not that powerful. Chapter 10, Sacred Gear Conversion. A few days later, from all of his caution-filled planning, June was on his workshop with 2 sacred gears sealed in his Akashic Converter, waiting for his input on what to do with them. I should have just done and be done with it. June complained to his overly cautious past self. It was a truly trivial matter. June had approached each boy when they were returning home from school in Saji's case and from playing with Arena and himself in Sai's case. He set up a small boundary field to keep people away, hypnotized them with simple magecraft, extracted their respective sacred gears in a few minutes of jittering and nervousness, and then left with neither of the boys feeling anything strange had happened, only thinking that they spaced out in the middle of the street. Alright then, in the future, I should not let my cautiousness stop me from taking action. But I should not get rid of it either, it is still a good trait so long as it is moderate. June thought before turning to his spoils. So tell me, Asaka, what can I do with my 2 new sacred gears? June requested. The simplest conversion is to transfer them to yourself without changing them in the slightest. Asaka said. Boring, tell me the other options. June said. You can also fuse the sacred gears into one with synergized abilities. She continued. That would be a good option if I can get all of Raita's sacred gears, but I don't know about doing that with just absorption line and a boosted gear. June commented. Tell me what I can do with the boosted gear in specific. He requested. Other than what I've told you already, since the boosted gear possesses the complete essence of a powerful dragon, we can separate the soul from the sacred gear and fuse into yours to trigger dragon kind evolution and slowly give you the abilities and form of a dragon of the Nasu-verse. Now that's what I'm talking about. June excitedly communicated. Be advised, all unique abilities of the boosted gear will be lost in the process. What you will develop will be standard draconic abilities and, in the future, your own specialized abilities. Asaka warned. I see. June started pondering. Anything else I should know about that particular option? He asked. The change will be gradual, integrating the essence of a heavenly dragon on the level of the gods and beyond will be a slow process, but the growth of your own abilities will increase the pace. Asaka informed. I think that for my future potential, this is the choice to take. What is your opinion, Asaka? June shared his view of the matter and asked for the ever-loyal and knowledgeable Asaka's input. I fully agree with your assessment. While the boosted gear would give you greater instant benefits, it cannot compare to the potential of the dragon-kind evolution process. Asaka declared. It's decided then. You said the sacred gear itself will remain, so what will become of it? June asked. Due to holding the essence of such a powerful dragon for such a long time, the gauntlet itself will have power. While abilities that directly require the soul of the dragon like the Juggernaut Drive and Blazing Inferno of Scorching Flames will be unavailable, the others should still remain. How does that work? June inquired. The sacred gear itself retains some of the dragon's powers, so even if they are somewhat limited by the lack of its soul and essence, they are still there. Asaka explained. Hearing this, June remembered something from the series. Sai did take some of Albion's power from a jewel of Volley's divine dividing scale mail and could then use divide even without Albion's soul, so it does make sense. He pondered. Precisely. Asaka supported his reasoning. With that decided, before we do anything, what can be done with the absorption line I got from Saji? June decided to take care of all decision-making before moving on to action. The options are much the same. Integration, transfer, fusion, or, since there is also a soul within the sacred gear, you can extract and use it. It is incomplete, but you can extract the special ability and add it to yourself at the cost of the soul itself, which would be tremendously wasteful. As for integration of the soul's essence, since you already have a much higher quality and complete essence of a more powerful dragon, it is rather pointless. Asaka explained. Fair enough, I think I'll keep it for now and see if I can get my hands of the other Vritra sacred gears. Maybe I make some sort of deal with Azazel once he shows up in town. Anything else? June said his points. Vritra's soul is a viable catalyst for the summoning of a servant. The option has already been unlocked, so you won't lose it even if you convert it in the future. Asaka casually added in her usual monotone voice. What servant? June asked. There is a servant version of Vritra in the Grand Order timeline. The soul of the Vritra of this universe allowed the Akashic Throne to search her out, but you still need to fulfill the magic energy requirements. Asaka explained. From what you've said, so long as I get a catalyst, even if I were to lose it, it would not matter anymore, right? June asked for clarification. That's correct. Once a connection to a particular heroic spirit is created, the catalyst is no longer required. Even analyzing a servant summoned in one of the Holy Grail Wars will then allow you to summon a version of it yourself. Asaka confirmed and added. Nifty. I'll definitely visit some extra timelines with cool servant on them then. June commented. All that aside, let's begin the integration of Drake's essence, shall we? Even though I do feel somewhat about his consciousness, what will happen to it? June asked. It will be erased in the process of conversion. Asaka emotionlessly replied. That's too bad, but progress requires sacrifice, and better for others to make that sacrifice than me. June selfishly declared and gave Asaka the go-ahead to initiate the process. At first, it was just the purification of the essence in order for it to integrate properly, so June felt nothing, but when the integration itself started, it was not a pleasant experience at all. In the beginning, he just felt an unbelievable surge of power that made him felt almost omnipotent, but soon, the power reached the limit his vessel could hold but get growing, causing June to felt as if he was about to burst, resulting in extreme pain. He still toughened it out. June's ascetic skill helped him cope with the pain quite well after all, but then, the true changes to his vessel started happening, and the pain made him feel like his was burning alive as his body gave out sweltering heat and magical energy just emitted from his entire being. If he was not within his own workshop, it would have been an obvious beacon for everything and everyone to follow, but thankfully, June had the foresight to build a workshop and undergo the process there. Unfortunately for him, the pain was far from over, as after his physical vessel changed, it was time for his soul to do so as well. Mere dragon-kind modification that comes from bathing in dragon's blood or eating one's heart cannot compare to the depths of the change June was undergoing, and thus, the pain and burden was likewise incomparable. June's soul was torn and remade as it became the powerful soul of a dragon, and the suffering brought about by the change left him unable to even formulate thoughts. After hours of continuous torture, the pain and suffering gave way to endless comfort and pleasure, and limitless power filled June. At least that was the impression he got, even though it was far from the truth. You could have warned about the pain, June complained. I did not think it to be something of importance, Asaka replied in her usual tone, but June could detect some disappointment. It was likely not because June's suffering though, but due to the fact he thought her performance in her role was less than perfect. Ah, you're probably right, I would have done it anyway, so what does it matter? From now on though, I'd appreciate a heads up. June relented. Very well, Asaka replied, her tone never unchanging but giving June the feeling she was not feeling down, so to speak, for the lack of better words. With all of that squared away, it was time to properly evaluate the changes that had occurred. Chapter 11, Dragonkind Evolution. Let's see, June thought as he pulled up his status. Name, Hikami June. Race, human or dragon. Hybrid. Gender, male. Parameters, strength, E upgrade to D. Endurance, E upgrade to D. Agility, E upgrade to D. Mana, D upgrade to C+ Luck, X Magic Circuits or Core, X Affinity, True Void Skills, Scion of the Void, X, Kal Eri Payatu, D, Pancration, D, Ascetic, E upgrade to B, Immunity to basic needs like hunger, thirst and sleep. Performance still drops when avoiding them for extended periods of time, but the effects are light until the problem becomes life-threatening. Significant resistance to exposure. Immunity to pain and reduced mortality rate from injuries, as well as the sustaining of battle ability in the case of injury equivalent to battle continuation, B. Also increases the user's resistance to mental effects significantly. Breathing and walking, E. Magic resistance, E. Upgrade to C. Even at the initial state of integration, any who bears the traits of the dragon kind boasts powerful magic resistance. At this rank, spells with chance below 2 verses are completely nullified and damage from more powerful spells is reduced, but high thaumaturgy and greater rituals cannot be defended against. Dragon kind evolution, E. Rank will slowly increase over time as the integration approaches completion, thus allowing the user's power to slowly increase until it reaches the power of a legendary dragon. Grants several draconic attributes as the rank increases. Dragon Heart, E. Although truly of the X rank, it is currently in the early stages of development and thus unable to show such potential. The user's original talent and the high grade of the dragon's essence still make its performance superior to any magic circuits. Can double the user's magical energy and generate more at a high pace if engaged at full power, but doing so can drain the user's stamina until the magic core forcefully shuts down. Dragon's Aura, E. The user carries a draconic aura. At the E rank, it grants a small boost in power and possesses the ability to subdue beasts and even low-grade phantasmal specieses. It also carries a certain charm towards the opposite sex. Dragon's Wisdom, E. Innate knowledge of the wise dragon kind. At the E rank, it grants 1 increased mental faculties, an easier grasp of any magecraft and an innate understanding of the draconic language which possesses inherent power similarly to runes. Draconic Enhancement, E. Continuously active, it slightly raises one's parameters. Dragon Breath, E. A torrent of magical energy released by a dragon, the strongest phantasmal species. It lacks an inherent element, being pure destructive magical energy released as heat. The power is currently at its lowest rank, but it can still blow apart reinforced buildings and kill mid-class beings in a single shot. Magecraft, Reinforcement, B. Magic Bullet, B. Magic Burst, C. Mental Archive, C. Thought Acceleration, C. Memory Partition, C. Memory Manipulation, D. Rune Magecraft, D. The changes were staggering. June's race for starters, and then the changes in his skill list brow as sub-skills of the Dragonkind evolution skill, which would determine the progress of June's transformation in the future. All of his parameters jumped up, now reaching a solid C rank even without reinforcement or runes, and due to the suffering induced by the change, June's ascetic skill jumped several ranks to B. His magic resistance was also upped significantly. In his soul, at the place equivalent to the heart, all magic circuits now connected to a magic core with a far greater performance. Capable to producing magical energy at a fast rate. The quality was great, but the integration was not yet perfect. As such, it did not yet exhibit the true power of its rank. June modified the trigger for the activation of his magic circuits to reflect this change. Now, by turning the key a second time, he can activate his magic core in addition to his normal magic circuits. This resulted in the plus modifier on his mana parameter, signifying that his magical energy had the potential to double once the magic core was fully engaged. Lastly, there were all the draconic abilities June received other than the magic core, which was already mentioned. Dragon's Aura and Dragon's Breath were pretty self-explanatory, and their descriptions were specific enough not to leave any doubts. Draconic Enhancement was slightly vaguer, but the effects were easy to observe. Without it, June's parameters other than mana would have stopped at D, meaning that only with the support of Magecraft would they reach the power of the D rank, but, with Draconic Enhancement, they were instead firmly in the D rank. Lastly, Dragon's Wisdom seemed pretty simple, but June appreciated it quite a bit. Not only would the understanding of draconic language allow him to perhaps develop hybrid rune or even just dragon magecraft, but there was something else. The enhancement of June's mental faculties would most definitely allow him to progress further and faster in the mental magecraft that was getting hard to improve, and it was only at the E rank, being expected to rise in the future. Alright, this is much better than I was expecting. Even though the process may be slow, it is much more thorough than something like Sigurd's dragonkind modification. Now, I should go to my training field and get used to these new abilities. June decided, and so he did. After a few hours of practice, he more or less got the handle of things and elected to try and forward his skills in Magecraft through practice to see how training went with his new draconic talents, and the results were far greater than he thought. First, much like he predicted, Thought Acceleration immediately rose to B rank, and June knew that the other mental skills would soon follow with some more work. The big surprise, however, was the use of Tempering Magecraft. It seemed to speed up the integration of the draconic magical energy into June's body. It did not improve the speed of the general changes in any significant manner, but June could feel his body strengthening, even if not enough to raise the ranks of his physical parameters. His magic resistance sharply increased though, and he could tell it would actually rise in rank again with a little more practice. Jun's routine didn't change much in spite of these changes though. He still humored Arena and Sai by hanging out with them a few afternoons and spent most of his time training this or that or working on something inside his workshop. But, while he had no changes to his routine, Koa was changing rapidly, even if only those with connections to the supernatural knew it. The conflict brewing between the star-crossed devil and exorcist lovers, Clearia Belial and Yigaki Masami, and their respective factions was coming to an head, and Jun had a first-row seat to the action due to his surveillance network that still went unnoticed. At this point, he was making his plans to try and squeeze some benefits out of the situation, but unfortunately, he was far from having the necessary power to do so directly. As such, he had to resort to subterfuge. Even though Chi and his group knew Jun was part of the supernatural community, that did not believe him to be a factor in all that was happening simply due to the fact they knew he had struggled when fighting Kawamura, one of the most inexperienced and weaker members of their group. This is my advantage and one I cannot afford to give up for some meager benefits I could possibly earn now. Jun thought to himself. What I need to do is come up with a plan to fish something out of this without giving myself away. Even if that plan results in failure to get anything, the priority should be not getting found out, even if it means turning out empty-handed. He decided. Already having some ideas, Jun once again decided to run his rough plans by Saga so they could work out the kinks while maximizing his chance for success, while eliminating the risk of being discovered under any circumstance. In the end, they settled on a plan and Jun stopped his usual routine to make his preparations. Namely, he needed to create a special kind of familia for this job and thus required study on things he never really focused on before. I can only hope I'm ready by the time things blow up, otherwise, I'll have to pass on the opportunity. I wish I thought about this earlier, but the only reason this can work at all is because of my recent improvements that came as a result of me focusing on myself. Jun thought. He needed a generous supply of magical energy to work on things, but he didn't want to draw attention to himself, so he had been very slowly gathering the mana in a wide radius to compensate for it, and it had been working out decently well. Now though, his magic core opened up a lot of new possibilities that just were not available to Jun before, hence his current ability to actually try something. Although success in his plan did not result in short-term benefits, it would give him quite a bit of advantages down the road and was the best he could do as of now, since the parties involved in the conflict were currently way beyond his league. Chapter 1, Hujin and Muninkua's supernatural inhabitants were getting more and more tense as they sensed the showdown that was approaching, and Jun was also nearly ready with his preparations. Jun and Asaka's plan was simple in concept, even if not in execution. He knew he would be screwed if he tried to interfere in a way that would lead to contact with either party in the conflict as it was happening, so he focused his efforts in getting something after the battle was over and everyone had their guard down. Jun's Akashic throne could collect the souls of the dead and later, if he had the magical energy required to do so, make them into Nasuverse-style servants. The plans was to collect the lovers' souls, thus earning their favor and later letting them be reborn as servants to fight for him, even if he had to grant them some of their desires in return. I imagine bringing the two of them together again after death had torn them apart would earn me quite a bit of loyalty on their part. Jun plotted. To collect those souls, however, Jun would normally need to be present of the battlefield, which was a big no-no for the current him, considering the level of said battlefield. As such, he started to develop specialized familiars to collect the souls or at least guide them to him, but while he could competently make regular familiars, these specialized types that were probably hard to make even for powerful Magi. As the soul and not something to joke about. He thus needed to study up and learn some more necessary knowledge. Much like Jun had predicted, due to his dragon's wisdom, his mental abilities that had increased naturally allowed for his mental magecraft to improve as well. Thought acceleration improved another rank, and thanks to that, mental archive soon followed. A little while later, memory partition did the same, and this was a quantitative change for the magecraft because it allowed Jun to finally make another room in his thoughts, making his total number of rooms 4. Although the number of different problems Jun could simultaneously deal with only rose from 3 to 4, thanks to his ability to perform first-order titration on each of his rooms, the total number of those processes jumped from 7 to 56. Thus, not only could Jun consider 4 problems at the same time, the amount of processing power he could attribute to each problem dramatically increased as well. Also, since he was fully focused on his project and not on training at the moment, this accelerated his research to a monumental degree. As a side note, despite the minimal training, Jun's magic resistance rose in ranks anyway, but since even those with an extremely thin amount of draconic blood in them can get around A rank magic resistance, he wasn't too surprised since his had only reached B rank at the moment. When it came to his research, it was mainly focused on magecraft of the imaginary numbers or hollow attribute. As for why he chose that to focus on, the reasons were several. First, it was a magecraft whose effectiveness is extreme towards being with no physical bodies, which disembodied souls are. Second, even against those with physical bodies, the effectiveness only drops and doesn't disappear, and, the more steeped in mystery they are, the more effective the magecraft is, so it would remain useful to June beyond this very specific task he currently had in mind. Lastly, it gave one access to the imaginary number space, which could be used for various applications, including a storage space, and who did not want a nice inventory magecraft? Not to mention traveling through time and space through it, but that was only in the far future. For now, June was content to create a spiritual familiar to capture the souls of the fallen lovers and bring them to him. In the original series, there were 2 battles going on separately, so he needed 2 familiars. Their form was unexpectedly important, since taking the shape of a being with mythological connotations to death and the afterlife would definitely boost the familiar's abilities. For mobility and symbolism, June chose a bird, since they have always had such connotations in legend. Things like owls, vultures, ravens and crows often bore such meanings as guiding souls to the underworld and being presages of death and misfortune. June was planning on using runes to enhance his familiars, so a bird that resonated with the culture would be best. In the end, since it was going to be a pair of familiars and he was going to use runes made by the ancient god Odin, June decided to base them on Odin's ravens, Hujin and Munyan, naming them as such, since names had true meaning and power in magecraft. The end result were 2 purplish-black see-through blurry forms with the general profiles of raves and sporting glowing eyes. Good enough, June thought, as the newly born Hujin and Munyan seemingly vanished into nothingness. The stealth capacity that allows them to operate in a spiritual plane separate from the physical world, making them nearly impossible to detect, seems to be working as intended. He evaluated. Now, I just have to send these 2 to trail Yigaki Masami and Cleria Belil and wait for the showdown to take place, June said in his mind. And so he did. For about a week, things remained normal, well, more tense but not yet exploding. The ravens crossed paths often as the Masami and Cleria met each other and whispered sweet nothing to each other and discussed the situation. TCH. Pansy. June insulted, seeing the pair didn't went past holding each other and kissing. I know you're a believer, but why save yourself until the marriage? You're dating a devil, for Christ's sake. He get it? June internally chuckled at his own crappy joke. It seems that despite all the Uchiha and DxD, men are all herbivores past a certain point. He shrugged. Now I'm kinda curious on how long Starsea and Greyfire were together before doing it. Don't tell me he waited centuries before tapping that, or I'll lose all my faith in the sinfulness of devils. June entertained himself with worthless thoughts. But then, the day finally arrived and June observed with interest. After all, he could obtain data from opponents that, even if he wouldn't face in the future, he could use them as opponents in his highly accurate mental simulations. As for the prime target for this, it was the leader of the Great King faction's forces that came to eliminate Cleria, Zekrom Baal. The progenitor of the Baal clan, and as such, the originator of the power of destruction that made Starsea famous, even though the latter's raw power is much higher. June even granted his familiars several types of perception in order to better analyze the battle. But he was soon disappointed. That didn't take long, June thought as he saw Cleria on her last legs. Masami was still more or less fine, but that was due to Chi still trying to convince him. Zekrom had no such intentions and truly wanted to end Cleria due to the secrets she knew. As such, he was making quick work of her. Cleria was powerful, more than June thought, but still no match for the old devil, and soon enough, the power of destruction overwhelmed her. Worthless, the ability of Belil clan to nullify the abilities of people and items so long as they are understood. The moments the female devil perished, Munyan swooped down and recovered her soul while maintaining himself in a plane of existence beyond the reach of the power of destruction. Looks like nobody noticed anything. Let's risk it, June decided in the heat of the moment, and collected the souls of a few of the devils from the Great King faction that Cleria managed to kill. Success. Looks like I'll have some nice materials to work with, he thought. On the other side, Chi finally found his resolve and fought to kill Giogi-san. He's far better than I thought, at least high-class being, June evaluated. Masami was not bad himself, but too weak for his former leader, but unlike Zekrom, Chi didn't want to sacrifice any of his subordinates, so the battle was a one-on-one, another reason Masami was still holding on. Eventually though, Chi finished the job, praying for his subordinate's soul as Hujin swooped down to get it. Too bad there aren't any more souls to get here, June lamented. But then, things went wrong. When Hujin tried to collect the soul, a rejection happened and holy power damaged it significantly, even inflicting mental pain on June through their connection and pulling the raven out of the plane it hid in, appearing before the exorcists. What's that? One of them immediately shouted as the others took combat-ready positions once again. Shit. June internally screamed as he controlled Hujin to immediately retreat into the spiritual plane and return, leaving the confused exorcists behind. Still holding his head from the lingering pain, June asked himself, "What the hell was that?" "Let's see." June thought as he pulled up his status. Name, Hikami June. Race, human or dragon. Hybrid. Gender, male. Parameters, strength, E upgrade to D. Endurance, E upgrade to D. Agility, E upgrade to D. Mana, D upgrade to C+ Luck, X Magic Circuits or Core, X Affinity, True Void Skills, Scion of the Void, X, Kal Eri Payatu, D, Pancration, D, Ascetic, E upgrade to B, Immunity to basic needs like hunger, thirst and sleep. Performance still drops when avoiding them for extended periods of time, but the effects are light until the problem becomes life-threatening. Significant resistance to exposure. Immunity to pain and reduced mortality rate from injuries, as well as the sustaining of battle ability in the case of injury equivalent to battle continuation, B. Also increases the user's resistance to mental effects significantly. Breathing and walking, E. Magic resistance, E upgrade to C. Even at the initial state of integration, any who bears the traits of the dragon kind boasts powerful magic resistance. At this rank, spells with chance below 2 verses are completely nullified and damage from more powerful spells is reduced, but high thaumaturgy and greater rituals cannot be defended against. Dragon kind evolution, E. Rank will slowly increase over time as the integration approaches completion, thus allowing the user's power to slowly increase until it reaches the power of a legendary dragon. Grants several draconic attributes as the rank increases. Dragon Heart, E. Although truly of the X rank, it is currently in the early stages of development and thus unable to show such potential. The user's original talent and the high grade of the dragon's essence still make its performance superior to any magic circuits. Can double the user's magical energy and generate more at a high pace if engaged at full power, but doing so can drain the user's stamina until the magic core forcefully shuts down. Dragon's Aura, E. The user carries a draconic aura. At the E rank, it grants a small boost in power and possesses the ability to subdue beasts and even low-grade phantasmal specieses. It also carries a certain charm towards the opposite sex. Dragon's Wisdom, E. Innate knowledge of the wise dragon kind. At the E rank, it grants 1 increased mental faculties, an easier grasp of any magecraft and an innate understanding of the draconic language which possesses inherent power similarly to runes. Draconic Enhancement, E. Continuously active, it slightly raises one's parameters. Dragon Breath, E. A torrent of magical energy released by a dragon, the strongest phantasmal species. It lacks an inherent element, being pure destructive magical energy released as heat. The power is currently at its lowest rank, but it can still blow apart reinforced buildings and kill mid-class beings in a single shot. Magecraft, Reinforcement, B. Magic Bullet, B. Magic Burst, C. Mental Archive, C. Thought Acceleration, C. Memory Partition, C. Memory Manipulation, D. Rune Magecraft, D. The changes were staggering. June's race for starters, and then the changes in his skill list brow as sub-skills of the dragon kind evolution skill, which would determine the progress of June's transformation in the future. All of his parameters jumped up, now reaching a solid C rank even without reinforcement or runes, and due to the suffering induced by the change, June's ascetic skill jumped several ranks to B. His magic resistance was also upped significantly. In his soul, at the place equivalent to the heart, all magic circuits now connected to a magic core with a far greater performance. Capable to producing magical energy at a fast rate. The quality was great, but the integration was not yet perfect. As such, it did not yet exhibit the true power of its rank. June modified the trigger for the activation of his magic circuits to reflect this change. Now, by turning the key a second time, he can activate his magic core in addition to his normal magic circuits. This resulted in the plus modifier on his mana parameter, signifying that his magical energy had the potential to double once the magic core was fully engaged. Lastly, there were all the draconic abilities June received other than the magic core, which was already mentioned. Dragon's Aura and Dragon's Breath were pretty self-explanatory, and their descriptions were specific enough not to leave any doubts. Draconic Enhancement was slightly vaguer, but the effects were easy to observe. Without it, June's parameters other than mana would have stopped at D, meaning that only with the support of Magecraft would they reach the power of the D rank, but, with Draconic Enhancement, they were instead firmly in the D rank. Lastly, Dragon's Wisdom seemed pretty simple, but June appreciated it quite a bit. Not only would the understanding of draconic language allow him to perhaps develop hybrid rune or even just dragon magecraft, but there was something else. The enhancement of June's mental faculties would most definitely allow him to progress further and faster in the mental magecraft that was getting hard to improve, and it was only at the E rank, being expected to rise in the future. Alright, this is much better than I was expecting. Even though the process may be slow, it is much more thorough than something like Sigurd's dragon kind modification. Now, I should go to my training field and get used to these new abilities. June decided, and so he did. After a few hours of practice, he more or less got the handle of things and elected to try and forward his skills in magecraft through practice to see how training went with his new draconic talents, and the results were far greater than he thought. First, much like he predicted, thought acceleration immediately rose to B rank, and June knew that the other mental skills would soon follow with some more work. The big surprise, however, was the use of tempering magecraft. It seemed to speed up the integration of the draconic magical energy into June's body. It did not improve the speed of the general changes in any significant manner, but June could feel his body strengthening, even if not enough to raise the ranks of his physical parameters. His magic resistance sharply increased though, and he could tell it would actually rise in rank again with a little more practice. June's routine didn't change much in spite of these changes though. He still humored Arena and Saga, hanging out with them a few afternoons, and spent most of his time training this or that or working on something inside his workshop. But, while he had no changes to his routine, Koa was changing rapidly, even if only those with connections to the supernatural knew it. The conflict brewing between the star-crossed devil and exorcist lovers, Cleria Belial and Yigaki Masami, and their respective factions was coming to an head, and June had a first-row seat to the action due to his surveillance network that still went unnoticed. At this point, he was making his plans to try and squeeze some benefits out of the situation, but unfortunately, he was far from having the necessary power to do so directly. As such, he had to resort to subterfuge. Even though Chi and his group knew June was part of the supernatural community, that did not believe him to be a factor in all that was happening, simply due to the fact they knew he had struggled when fighting Kawamura, one of the most inexperienced and weaker members of their group. This is my advantage, and one I cannot afford to give up for some meager benefits I could possibly earn now. June thought to himself. What I need to do is come up with a plan to fish something out of this without giving myself away. Even if that plan results in failure to get anything, the priority should be not getting found out, even if it means turning out empty-handed. He decided. Already having some ideas, June once again decided to run his rough plans by Asaka so they could work out the kinks while maximizing his chance for success, while eliminating the risk of being discovered under any circumstance. In the end, they settled on a plan, and June stopped his usual routine to make his preparations. Namely, he needed to create a special kind of familia for this job, and thus required study on things he never really focused on before. I can only hope I'm ready by the time things blow up, otherwise, I'll have to pass on the opportunity. I wish I thought about this earlier, but the only reason this can work at all is because of my recent improvements that came as a result of me focusing on myself. June thought. He needed a generous supply of magical energy to work on things, but he didn't want to draw attention to himself, so he had been very slowly gathering the mana in a wide radius to compensate for it, and it had been working out decently well. Now though, his magic core opened up a lot of new possibilities that just were not available to June before, hence his current ability to actually try something. Although success in his plan did not result in short-term benefits, it would give him quite a bit of advantages down the road, and was the best he could do as of now, since the parties involved in the conflict were currently way beyond his league. Chapter 13, A Chance to Live Again. What the hell was that? Since despite his relationship to Cleria Belial, Yigaki Masami was still a believer, the heavens system of this world protected his soul from you. Asaka deduced. TCH. Well, at least I got the other one just fine. June thought to himself as he calmed down. Instead of offering a continuation of life after death with each other as a gift in return for loyalty, I can offer Cleria a chance for revenge. He modified his previous plan to compensate for the unfortunate circumstances. Both the familiars soon returned, and June had to go and stabilize Hujin before it broke down due to the damage it received. This seemed a bit too heavy for an automated response protecting the soul of a mere exorcist. He considered. Asaka once again offered her deductions. The Church's abilities, even in the Nasuverse, work the best against spiritual entities with a particular focus of those affiliated with darkness and the like. She explained. I suspect the Hujin's spiritual nature and the fact that he was not materialized enhanced the damage he received. The fact that another more powerful exorcist was praying for the soul in the vicinity might have also increased the interference. Asaka concluded. Asaka, when it comes to this world, you speak with less certainty, using expressions like might, suspect and such much more than when it comes to the Nasuverse. June commented. My knowledge is tied to the Nasuverse after all. When it comes to this universe, I can only speculate and extrapolate from the things that I know, so my answers will not be as accurate. Asaka revealed. Oh. Never thought about that. June replied. Your theories seem quite reasonable to me though. He supported but got no further response. While one of his partitions was talking to Asaka, two others were reviewing each of the battles more closely, while the last was controlling his body to stabilize and heal Hujin. When the partition talking to Asaka ended its conversation, It went into the Akashic throne to speak to Cleria. Normally, those inside were asleep until they were summoned, but they could be awakened at June's discretion, even if all they could do was communicate, which was what June's partition did. "Hello Cleria Belial," June greeted. "A child?" Cleria responded. "Still out of it?" "I didn't die?" she asked. "Afraid you did indeed die, Cleria-san," June replied. "Then how are we talking?" she continued to ask. "I've recovered your disembodied soul," June once again responded. Cleria fell into silence. "She's quite beautiful now that I'm seeing her up close," June frivolously thought. Cleria Belial was a woman of average height with waist length, somewhat bushy, gray hair and gray eyes. Her features were those of a beautiful noble woman, but her expression was more like that of a curious young girl. "I see," she finally responded. "You seem quite calm for a dead woman," June commented. "There's no point in making a fuss. Besides, I'm curious on why you recovered my soul as you said," Cleria said. "Originally I was planning on recovering both you and your lover's soul and getting you to work for me as repayment for reuniting you after death pulled you both apart, but the heavens system threw a wrench in those plans." June shrugged, confessing his previous plan with honesty. "Wow. Can't believe you actually tried to do that. Messing with the spirits of the departed is something that the heavens system punishes severely due to it upsetting the cycle of reincarnation, especially when it is the soul of a believer," Cleria explained. "Is that so?" June was honestly surprised, but it did make sense. "Yes. It's why the Sephiroth Grail is such a desired sacred gear. It allows one to do such things without any backlash and much more," Cleria added. "Makes all kinds of sense. But moving back to the main business. I can bring you back to life, even if not exactly the same but as a sort of extremely powerful familiar. What would it take for you to accept such a contract?" June straightforwardly asked. "I appreciate your honesty, and despite not wanting something like revenge, there are a few things I'd like to do, and I don't mind serving you in return so long as I am not forced to go against my consciousness," Cleria proposed. "And what are those few things you mentioned?" June inquired. "I need to share something with my cousin, Daihazer, and let him know I do not want him to avenge me because I've no doubt he'll try," Cleria replied. "I see. I cannot currently revive you as I lack the necessary magical energy, but if it's just transmitting info, all I have to do is find your cousin, but will have to be later since I'm quite weak right now and do not want to put myself in danger," June explained. "Very well, I don't mind. So what is your name, my new lord?" Cleria asked with a bit of a joking tone. "It's June, Hikami June," the boy replied. "I look forward to working with you then, June-sama," Cleria declared. "Likewise, Cleria-san," June replied. That went easier than expected. He thought to himself. "You can sleep for now since I can't do anything before reviving you," June said. "Or you can stay awake, but I'll be the only one able to talk to you, and Asaka, I guess," he added. "Asaka?" Cleria asked. "Say hi," June requested. "Greetings, Cleria Belial," Asaka said, and removed her attention from the conversation entirely. "Yeah, she's not very sociable, so you'll really only have me to talk to," June said. "That's fine. Can this empty place be modified?" Cleria asked. "It's your personal space in here, so it should change as per your wishes," June informed. "Then I'll remain awake. Please visit from time to time though, June-sama," Cleria chose. "If that's what you want," June acquiesced before saying his goodbyes and leaving the Akashic throne. Now out, June began thinking on what he should do now. Hujin is back in shape and Cleria is on board with my ideas, so I should go back to training, he thought. "I guess the Shido family is going to move out soon," June considered. "Well, let's go for a walk and think about how to organize my training from now on," he decided and left his workshop. Walking around town during the night and getting some of that fresh air to clear up his mind and give him good ideas. What kind of magecraft should I learn next? He pondered. You may also want to expand your martial arts repertoire, Asaka suddenly mentioned. Oh? Why? June inquired. He was actually pretty satisfied with his current choices and only felt like he needed to deepen his training in them. Versatility, Asaka replied. Although both arts are perfect for frontal unarmed combat, they lack weapon training, and you should learn assassination styles of combat if you want to take down more powerful foes with surprise attacks. She continued. If you had chosen to learn one such style, finishing off that Kawamura with the first attack would have been more likely, but it would have decreased your chances of winning if it had failed. However, now that you are competent in martial arts, you should branch out and, if you want to pursue martial arts as a true path to power, you should eventually take all that you have learned and create your own style. Asaka concluded. That actually makes sense. Great advice as always, Asaka. June praised. Any suggestions for my magecraft? he asked. Should you be able to acquire resources, there are quite a few good options to complement your skill set, but without any, I suggest numerology, since your basic spells can be considered as a part of the discipline and it actually has many uses, not only immediate one but for later down the line. It can help you control and modify other spells, create intricate boundaries, even channel the forces of the elements. It can be used to regulate, control and enhance other disciples of magecraft as well. Asaka suggested. Wow. You make me feel kind of stupid, but that is indeed a great choice. June responded while sporting an expression of being thankfully but feeling sorry for himself. Unfortunately, however, his walk of thoughts was about to be rudely interrupted by an old adversary. Hey, worthless brat. A voice suddenly sounded out in the night. Huh? June left his thoughts and saw a man in front of him, dressed in a priestly getup. I should have paid better attention to my surroundings, he admonished himself. Noticing he was in the park where Sai got killed in the first ep of the anime and stabbed later, he thought to himself. Man, this park must be cursed or something. Chapter 14, Exorcists again. Man, this park must be cursed or something. By once again sinking into his thoughts though, June had effectively ignored the man's greeting. Cat got your tongue, brat? Feeling scared? The man taunted. Holding a grudge against a kid for 3 whole years when everything was your own fault. Damn, you're a fucking joke. June mocked. Looks like he brought a friend. He sensed another presence. No. 2 friends? June picked out another better hidden presence. Damn brat. Looks like you haven't repented. The man, Kawamura, shouted. For what? Not spanking you hard enough before, shit stain? I bet a failed priest impregnated a 12-year-old autistic girl to pop you out this fucking trashy. June said, and Kawamura froze. Even the guy that was trying to move behind June to cut off his possible escape froze along with the hidden observer that also seemed to stiffen up. June did not notice this minor movement though, and only saw that the guy that wanted to take his rear froze and saw it as an opportunity. The runes in June's clothes flared to life, enhancing his strength and speed while being fortified to the point of becoming tough armor. His gloves became like solid hunks of steel that would crush meat and bone where they struck as June dashed towards Kawamura with a full-powered use of magic burst. Flustered by the sudden assault, Kawamura drew his light sword and pistol and fired a barrage of bullets towards June, who covered his face with his arms and did not even slow down or make an attempt to dodge. Combining his increased physical abilities, his rune-boosted clothing, and the reinforcement magecraft cast on both his body and apparel, puny light bullets wouldn't even cause damage. Like June had expected, and to Kawamura's shock, the light bullets just bounced off the reinforced clothing as June moved in for the kill. With those moves shocking the second exorcist out of his previous stupor, he dashed out of his hiding place and chased June, firing his light gun as he did so, to no effect. Reaching Kawamura, who failed to retreat in time due to the difference in their speeds, June prepared to strike with the momentum of his dash and another used of magic burst to finish his first opponent in one blow. Kawamura swung down his light sword to ward off June, but the boy had fought Kawamura in countless simulations and, although Kawamura's ability had improved over the last 3 years, his style remained the same and so did the trajectory of his strikes. This allowed June to just slightly tilt his body and avoid Kawamura's slash without losing any speed or even compromising his balance. And so, as Kawamura despaired at the failure of his counter slash, June's full-powered strike hit him square of the chest. June would have preferred the head, but the height difference was significant, so he went for maximum damage in the second most vital area. Raw magical energy bursted out of June's fist on impact as Kawamura focused all of his holy power on his torso to strengthen it against the attack. But, with June's far greater abilities, it was all for naught. Kawamura's rib cage was shattered and his lungs were ruptured as even his heart took significant damage. The last-minute defense managed to preserve the exorcist's life, but even with the assistance of holy power to keep him alive, he would last a few minutes at the most. With his first enemy defeated, June turned towards the second that was rushing towards him. Huh? It seems like his focus is on the downed Kawamura. I can use this, June thought as he internally smirked. Rather than facing his second opponent head-on, June covertly dropped what seemed like a stone polished into a rounded disc and dashed to the side and out of his second enemy's way, who ignored him and rushed towards his fallen companion instead. Laying his hand on his fallen comrade, the exorcist injected his own holy power to try and stabilize him as he glared at June as if telling him to keep his distance. What he saw though, chilled him. It was a smirk of victory if he ever saw one. Bang! June shouted in victory. And it was the last thing the 2 exorcists heard. The polished stone June had left behind was inscribed with a rune and packed with his magical energy. Even with his ability to write in the air with magical energy, June found that runes became much weaker and inefficient when compared to being inscribed on solid matter, so he polished a few choice stones and inscribed runes of them to have them ready for battle at the shortest notice. That stone was a flame rune ready to explode at Jun's command, which came with a shout. Kawamura and his companion were swallowed by the blaze that followed, with the former dying almost immediately due to his inability to defend himself and the latter being knocked out with severe burns across his entire body. Just as planned. Jun praised himself, but suddenly, the third presence he had felt jumped into the fray and stabilized the still living fellow. "Let us end things here," he authoritatively said. "I'll be mentioning this to our captain. He can decide what to do with you. For now though, you would be wise to come along quietly so as not to further compound your sins," he declared. "Oh." Jun responded in realization. "What?" The exorcist was confused. "I originally thought you were a third party that just caught wind of this little scuffle, but since you're part of the same group, why didn't you stop them before they picked a fight with me?" Jun mockingly said. "You have been here since the beginning, so you know that I was the target of an unprovoked attack, and now you're talking as if defending myself from those fools is a great sin that merits punishment," he added while shaking his head. "So you don't intend to assume responsibility for your actions then?" the man ominously questioned. The hypocrisy is unreal. Jun thought to himself. "You don't need to worry. I'll be talking to Gogi-san myself tomorrow," Jun informed the exorcist. The man wanted to say something stupid again, but Jun just cut him off and added, "I'll be talking about the three fools that willingly chose death the previous night," he said as his eyes narrowed. The exorcist stalled for a bit and then realized what Jun had meant with those words and that he was next on the boys' kill list. "So be it," he self-righteously exclaimed, as if he was disappointed in a sinner that did not take the path of redemption that he had offered. Really? The angels seemed nice in the series, but the church just sucks. It's going to take some serious effort to stop myself from bashing them on sight, Jun thought. The exorcist got ready for battle and drew two light swords, dual-wielding them. Close combat specialist? Jun considered. If so, there's no reason for me to just get into his range. First though, I don't want any more surprises. Thinking this, Jun took out 4 rune stones on one hand and tossed them in the air. They glowed with magical energy and flew off in 4 separate directions, creating a bounded field that would isolate sound and visuals as well as prevent any normal person from wandering in the direction of the battle. It had a weak barrier effect as well, hampering anyone attempting to leave or enter without Jun's permission. "What is that?" the exorcist inquired. "Just making sure no one interrupts us," Jun responded, and then, before an answer could come back, he unleashed a barrage of magic bullets. Although Jun had learned Gandr, he had found that his magic bullets tended to be more powerful and, due to their much simpler nature, they were easy to control and faster to fire, so Jun ended up falling back to them instead of using the newly learned Gandr. The exorcist was much faster than anticipated and easily dodged all of the bullets, reinforcing his physical abilities with holy power and closing in on Jun's position. Before, Jun would have no choice but to either face his opponent in close combat or try to keep distance with bursts of speed, but now, he had more avenues as a magus. Dropping a rune stone on the ground, it created a small bounded field with about a 20-meter radius around him, and, when his opponent stepped into it, he was immediately slowed as if the air itself became solid and viscous. Taking the opportunity, Jun immediately barraged the exorcist with his most powerful magic bullets. Although he still suffered backlash for that, Jun's enhanced physical body could now take that strain without any issue. It was then that his third opponent showed his superiority by cladding himself in a thin curtain of holy power that actually made him glow golden and taking all the bullets with only minor damage. Chapter 15, Exorcists Again 2TCH. Seeing his magic bullets not having the intended effect, Jun clicked his tongue and jumped back, tossing an explosive rune stone towards his enemy in the process, while said enemy tried to retreat from the slowing bounded field. Much to Jun's shock, however, the exorcist tanked the explosion, albeit taking more significant damage, but his battle effectiveness seemed perfectly fine. "It will take a lot more than that to take me down, heathen," the exorcist taunted. "I've figured you out too. You're using runes, so you must have some connection to the Northern Pantheon, huh?" he added. "He's smarter than I gave him credit for, but his taunts are getting on my nerves. I am technically a child though, so being irritated by these things is totally fine," Jun thought to himself, trying to justify the overkill he was about to enact. Jun tossed another rune stone towards the exorcist. "That again? It won't work this time either," the exorcist shouted and braced for the incoming explosion. It, however, never came. The rune fell into the ground before the exorcist and was absorbed by the barrier. "A dud?" the exorcist asked himself. "Not even close as sat," Jun taunted. The rune caused the bounded field to converge of the exorcist rather than occupy a large area, and thus strengthening its binding power immensely, stopping the man from moving almost entirely. He barely managed to get out. "Goodbye, buddy. Don't mess with someone out of your league in your next life," Jun said. He then took a deep breath as his lungs filled up with large amounts of magical energy. It was the dragon's breath. A destructive torrent of magical energy carved the ground while blasting towards the exorcist at blinding speed. I might have not needed to restrain him at all. Even with his accelerated thought processes, June could barely form this coherent thought before the breath impacted and utterly annihilated every last trace of his enemy. It then continued going further, smashing against the barrier and shattering it with its last remaining power before dying out. Damn. That was more powerful than expected, June said to himself. He was a bit winded though. The breath took a lot out of his magical energy reserves after all. Being such a powerful attack, it was a matter of course. Guess I'll bring this up with Gogi-san tomorrow, June thought, the excitement of battle starting to leave him. He collected 2 light swords and 2 light pistols from his first 2 attackers and then proceeded to dispose of their bodies with magecraft. As for the third exorcist, his body and equipment were all vaporized by the dragon's breath, so there was nothing left of him. Expending 3 more rune stones, June fixed the destroyed park in a few seconds and left for his workshop to have some sleep. He would figure out how to tell the events that occurred to Chi after he had some much-deserved rest. What he didn't know was that someone else had been watching and recording his battle. What an interesting child. The mysterious figure thought before teleporting away with a magic circle, leaving a few inconspicuous black feathers behind. The following day, June woke up refreshed, did some routine exercises and set off to Chi's house, ditching school in the process. This way, he could be sure Irina wasn't home in case things went badly. For the same reason, he had multiple escape plans ready and replenished his supply of rune stones as well. Ringing the bell of the Shido residence, June awaited for a response. June-kun? He heard Mia's voice through the intercom. Yes. May I come in? June asked. I'm afraid this isn't a good time, Mia replied. Taking Ji-san's current state into account, I should turn June-kun away even if it's a bit impolite of me, she thought. I imagine so, but I assure you I'm here for a very important matter, June insisted. Mia thought for a bit before changing her mind. I see. I'll unlock the gate, so just come in, she replied. She then welcomed June at the door and sat him down in the living room. Can I speak to Gogi-san? June requested. Ji-san isn't feeling very good, but I'll tell him of your matter later when he is feeling better, Mia said. Very well, June acquiesced. That Kawamura fellow and 2 other exorcists attacked me last night, so I came to ask for an explanation, he calmly said. Mia was shocked into silence. She did not know what to say. I believe this is something better discussed with Gogi-san, June said. Yes. You are right, Mia agreed and went to call her husband. A few minutes later, Ji came down looking somewhat haggard and lacking sleep. I know my words ought not to mean much since this is a repeat offense, but allow me to apologize for my subordinates' actions once again, he started. I assure you they will be properly punished, Ji added. There's no need for that, June said, which left Ji confused. What do you mean, June-kun? Ji inquired. Since this is the second time and he even brought 2 friends, I decided enough was enough and just killed them, June calmly replied. Why you killed them? Ji asked in disbelief. Yes. I believe in second chances but not thirds. The idiot even brought in more friends to join in, so it's clear your previous actions only succeeded in keeping him at bay for a while. As such, I simply made sure I wouldn't be attacked by them again, June explained. Anyway, I do not expect compensation for my trouble, but from now on, any exorcist that shows hostility towards me is going to end up dead. That's all I have to say. Finishing his words, June left the speechless couple behind, returning to his workshop. Time for some intensive training, he said to himself as he started designing his new training routine. First though, he sought some clarification from Asaka over a matter he had only lightly considered during his research into magecraft. Asaka, can I use magic? June mentally asked. No, Asaka replied. Why not? Is magic not obtained by reaching the root or creating a path to it? June further inquired. Magic is the ability to produce phenomena that are impossible for the humans and the planet to produce in a certain era, Asaka started. Reaching the root can grant one such powers, but you have an innate connection to the root, so you're different. The basis on whether you can produce an event through magecraft or not is based on if said event or phenomena has ever been produced, is being produced, or will ever be produced, since your power is drawing on the root itself. In other words, so long as it is an event produced by the root, you can reproduce it with magecraft, and since all events, past, present and future, originate from the root, there is nothing you can't reproduce with magecraft, thus making magic impossible for you, Asaka concluded. So, I can't use magic, but my magecraft can reproduce any effect created by magic due to my connection to the root? June requested clarification. Exactly, Asaka confirmed. In other words, In practice, I can use magic, but strictly speaking, it is not categorized as such for me. June said. It can be put in that way. Saga responded. This changes my future plans a bit, but I lack the necessary knowledge and skill in magecraft to consider reproducing the 5 magics of the Nasuverse. June thought to himself. Knowing that his magecraft had no theoretical limit and could be used to do anything so long as he had the skill and resources, June became determined to create his own school of magecraft and even martial arts. Hopefully, this would result in a complete training that would allow him to exhibit all of his abilities and make the most of his talents. Thus June got to work. To create his own branch of martial arts and magecraft, he required more knowledge. He began studying various schools of magecraft and martial art, even ones he did not plan to actually learn to use so as to boost his theoretical knowledge base. For martial arts, June studied everything from common martial arts taught in the modern world to mythical combat methods like the 9 lives developed by Heracles into a martial technique usable with any weapon or even barehanded and adjustable to any combat situation. For magecraft, he focused on numerology as he truly wanted to train in it, but also researched into multiple other disciplines like Calamity, witchcraft, black magic, formalcraft, beast magecraft and more. While he dutifully trained, June's other rooms and all of their thought processes focused on soaking up as much knowledge from the Akashic records of the Grimoire as they possible could, turning June's mental archive into a veritable treasure trove of knowledge. A few days later, from the beginning of this new training routine, the Shaidu family moved out just like in the original series. Irina shared a tearful goodbye with Sai and June and a second private farewell with the latter, even giving him a shy and innocent little kiss on the cheek before scurrying away, demanding for June to not forget her and that they would meet again. The cuteness honestly made June smile while thinking, how precious. After this, he isolated himself even more, throwing his all into training and eventually stopping any attempt to lead what could pass as a normal life and just focusing on himself while ignoring the outside world. This all came to an abrupt stop, however, about 2 years later as the outside world came knocking on the door to his magecraft workshop. Chapter 16, Obtaining Backing in DxD. It was about 2 years after the Shaidu family moved out of Kuat Town. June was now 1 year of age and in his workshop training, as per usual, when a tall man appearing to be in his 20s with an average build, black hair, golden bangs and black goatee showed up at his door while looking straight into his magical surveillance feed as if waiting to be let him. What the hell is he doing here? June asked no one in particular, merely being surprised by the sudden visitor. Azazel, the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels and Grigori. What does he want? June thought before letting him in. It's not like I can stop him if he wants to force his way in, and he is a pretty chill guy, so he's probably not here to harm me. He theorized. Hello there, Hikami June-kun, my name is Azazel. The Fallen Angel introduced himself. And what would the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels himself want with me? June inquired. Oh? You know who I am? This will make things a lot easier. Azazel said, letting the question of how June knew of him pass since he did not really care. I came here to make you an offer, June. Can you call you that? He started. Go ahead. June said in response. I've read a report of one of my fellow fallen angels about your little scuffle with a few exorcists. Azazel revealed. Looks like someone peeked on me without me noticing. June gravely thought. And? He asked. I'm quite interested in you. I seem to sense a sacred gear in you, but it feels quite different from many sacred gear I have previously encountered, so I'd like to invite you into my organization. I'll provide the resources and training you need, and, in return, I get to watch your progress and development. What do you think? Azazel proposed. An enticing offer. I have to explain nothing, only let myself be observed. In return, I get to use Grigori's resources to improve myself. Having the backing of such a key figure will also help should I get into trouble with a big fish. June considered. I am finding your offer to be quite pleasing, but I have 2 requests. While not demands, I'd really appreciate if you can fulfill them. June said. Let's hear them then. Azazel said in a good mood. One is information. I'd like you to look for a few individuals and tell me their locations. This is the most important. As for the other, it is a bit more unreasonable, so if it's impossible I really don't mind. June said. If it's just looking for people, there's really no problem. As for the second, try me. Azazel responded. I have one writer's sacred gears, absorption line with me. June shared. Oh? Azazel was intrigued. I have a little project in mind, but I require the other 3 of the set, and I was wondering if you could help me procure them. June put forward his second request. I have the other 3 sacred gears of Ritra, so you're in luck, but I do have conditions since this is far beyond something I can give without proper reason. Azazel said. It sure seemed like you gave them to Saji in the original series without much reason though. June complained in his mind. Don't worry, it's nothing major. I just want 2 things in exchange. Azazel assuaged. And what would those be? June inquired. Firstly, a demonstration of your project after it is complete. Azazel laid his first condition. Fair enough. What about the second? June replied. I'll have you run a couple of errands for me. Azazel said. June just looked at him with suspicion. Don't worry, you'll just be doing a couple of jobs with my daughter. She could use some friends. Azazel explained. Your daughter? June asked. Azazel has a daughter? He was inwardly shocked but didn't let it show. Yeah, my adopted daughter, Valia. Azazel revealed. Valia. Does he mean Volley? A gender-bent Volley? I don't know what to feel about this. June thought to himself. So, how about it? Azazel asked. All right, I'll take the deal. June agreed and they both shook hands on it. Great. Let me take you to Grigory's facility then. Azazel said and, with June's agreement, teleported them both to said facility. This is Grigory's HQ. You probably not spend much time here but we have to get you registered into OutSystem. Azazel said. After taking June to a special room where he was scanned by a strange device, he gave him a card with his picture and name on it. That's your ID and it will double as an access card for Grigory's facilities. Azazel explained. One of which is the dimensional elevator. We based it on the underworld train used by the devils and it connects all of Grigory's facilities in the various dimensions. He continued. We'll take it now so you know how to use it. Azazel said. Where to? June asked. We have housing for you to live in. My daughter lives there as well and since you'll be working together in the future, it ought to make things easier. It is also connected to other Grigory facilities so it's simply a matter of convenience for you to live there from now on. Azazel explained. He probably wants to keep a close eye on me as well. June thought, I'm convinced. He replied to Azazel's little speech. Valia will show you Nephilim, our school for our human members tomorrow. If you want to further your training, that's where you get the chance. I'll assign a teacher to look after you as well. Azazel informed. Sound good? June responded. My daughter is out at the moment so just settle in your room and personalize it however you want. I have some stuff to finish up but here, have this. Azazel gave June what looked like a smartphone. You know how to use a smartphone? Azazel asked. Sure. June replied. This works basically the same way and you can use it to contact me you need something. Azazel said. Okay thanks. June said in response. And so, after some other talk like who exactly June wanted Azazel to find and such, the fallen angel left June alone in his room to settle in. Alright then. It's been a while so let's check out my stats. He thought. Name, Hikami June race, human or dragon hybrid gender, male parameters, strength, D endurance, D agility, D mana, C plus luck, X magic circuits or core, X affinity, true void skills, scion of the void, X, martial mastery, C, denotes knowledge of general principles of martial arts. Allows one to reproduce any martial art, with mastery equivalent to 1 rank below this skill so long as they see it being performed or perform some manner of training on it. Call Aripayatu, D, Pankration, D, Chinese boxing, D, martial arts that made becoming one with the universe as its objective. Its learning difficulty is of the highest level and, unlike other skills, only at a rank that one is at a level where one is said to have finally learned it. Snake assassination arts, D, assassination arts used by the organization that trained Kuzuki Suichiro. Focused on unpredictable attacks with strange trajectories, targeted at vital spots. Nanaya assassination arts, D, skills of the Nanaya clan that allow one to move and attack at superhuman speeds and crawl on surfaces like insects as well as move in utter silence while doing it. Jacob's limbs, D, ancient martial art practiced by Christian saints and prophets like Martha and Moses. Created by Jacob. Ascetic, B, breathing and walking, E, magic resistance, C upgrade to B. At this rank, spells with a chant below 3 verses are negated. Even if targeted by high thaumaturgy and greater rituals, it is difficult for the user to be affected. Nearly unstoppable opponent to a modern Nasu vs Magus. Dragonkind evolution, E, Dragon Heart, E, Dragon's Aura, E, Dragon's Wisdom, E, Draconic enhancement, E, Dragon Breath, E, Magecraft, reinforcement, B upgrade to top-ranked skill in reinforcement Magecraft. Allows for the raising of any reinforced object or parameter by 1 rank and can be used on any object except divine constructs. Magic Bullet, B upgrade to A+, mastery of the process to convert one's magical energy into magical bullets. Extreme rates of fire, even at maximum firepower, is possible without any significant strain to the user. Said maximum power is equivalent in power to a large artillery cannon. Extreme control over the characteristics of the projectile can be exerted. From trajectory, strength, speed, piercing power or explosive power, and even elemental modifiers. Magic Burst. See upgrade to Improved Magic Burst, where the magic core produces magical energy that is converted to spell format upon flowing into the magic circuits, then channel and release it. Equivalent to Mana Burst skill of the same rank but much more efficient. Due to the modifications made to the process of converting the magical energy into power by using the magic core and magic circuits in concert, it no longer has the limitation on only being usable on one's limbs and can be applied to one's whole body and weapons. Mental Archive. See upgrade to B. Large volumes of information can be stored in an organized manner and in perfect detail. Skills and magic that affect one's memory are negated so long as their rank does not surpass A. They are merely weakened otherwise. Thought Acceleration. See upgrade to B. Accelerates one's thought processes to beyond a supercomputer, close to the level of a quantum computer. Memory Partition. See upgrade to B. Allows for 5 Mindel rooms with first-order titration, resulting in a total of 315 thought processes split equally between each room. Memory Manipulation. D. Rune Magecraft. D. Upgrade to C. A very decent mastery of rune-based magecraft. Better than most modern magic but far from an ancient master of the art. Imaginary Numbers Magecraft. D. Basic mastery of the magecraft. Allows user to open small storage spaces by accessing the imaginary numbers space and perform a number of spells specialized for dealing with spiritual bodies. Numerology. D. A branch of Kabbalah learned at a basic level. Allows for better control and enhancement of other spells as well as applying various variables and vectors to magical energy to give it effects. Allows for limited manipulation of elemental magecraft. Time Manipulation. E. The ability to separate the passage of time inside a designated space from the flow of time in the outside world. It is classified as high thaumaturgy in the form of a bounded field that can be regarded as a type of reality marble in a way, but still not something extraordinarily difficult to utilize like other time-related magecraft or something on the level of the true magic that is unable to be replicated. Allows for time adjustment that can only stagnate the time which has passed and accelerate time in the future rather than something more advanced like time modification, which has the ability to reverse cause and effect and change the past. Generally used with large-scale rituals that require a large amount of magical energy and planning in order to activate it. Magecraft of the Emiya household. At the current rank, one's mastery is extremely basic and no major effects can be produced. Chapter 17, Meeting Valya. Jun's status showed a telling truth. While his skill in the various types of magecraft he had learned and martial arts had improved, his parameters had stagnated. Truth be told, there was improvement, just not significant enough to show in his status. The rate of integration for the draconic essence was also much slower than Jun had expected and did not show any significant process in the last 2 years. That was the main reason that led him to start researching and learning time manipulation magecraft. His goal was to speed up the time that his body experienced in order to fast-track the integration. However, as it was a fairly recent idea, Jun's progress in said magecraft was correspondingly low, but he would get there. As for his other exploits in magecraft, Jun's grasp of rune magecraft had improved significantly, his mastery of the haphazardly learned imaginary numbers magecraft had reached a basic level, and he had also grasped the basics of numerology to the point it became quite useful already. This manifested in the current absolute control Jun had over his magic bullet spell, resulting in an A+ rank that demonstrated Jun's transcendent mastery of the skill where A rank represented standard mastery. Reinforcement had been trained to A rank as well for full mastery as had magic burst that, with a few changes, now worked as a more efficient version of mana burst that required training in magecraft to use rather than just great amounts of magical energy. Still, despite its greater efficiency, due to Jun's relatively low mana parameter, he would burn himself out extremely quickly if he tried keeping it going on full blast. As such, he normally limited its output and used the skill in short bursts like the name implied rather than how Artoria used her man burst for full body reinforcement during battle. Lastly, for the matter of magecraft, Jun's mental magecraft had leaped forward with each of his spells being raised by a rank. And, due to all of them working in concert to one another, the end result improved a great deal more than just the addition of the progress of each spell. As for the area of martial arts, things had similarly improved but not quite in the direction Jun had intended. Rather than developing his own unique style like he had intended, Jun gained a broad understanding of the principles of martial arts in general instead. He wasn't unhappy thought since this just meant his journey to create his own martial arts school would have one more step, and a step that would make its foundation far more solid. Last but not least, his magic resistance improved once more, now reaching the A rank and ensuring that nearly all magecraft would be useless against him, making Jun not only an invincible opponent to modern magi but also to most caster class servants as well. Even though they could still protect themselves from his meager attack power or take care of him using golems and other constructs that specialize in physical combat. Other than the magecraft he had actually learned, June was also looking towards a few other things for the future as well. Chief among these were reality marbles, the highest level of bounded fields and magecraft with enormous potential that June was eager to tap. Unfortunately, for those that did not possess it innately, it was quite a hard thing to obtain. Still, it did not stop June from researching deeply into the topic as, once the integrations of the dragon factor into his body and soul progressed, he would develop the ability to make one of his one, that he was sure of. Musing about his abilities and his future, June looked himself in the mirror. A young man, quite tall for his age at 5'10" and having a muscular build but a streamlined ideal one, owing to his martial arts practice and his breathing technique that helped regulate his body for optimal growth and improvement. Hair could be quite a powerful catalyst or ingredient for magecraft and, since he was parts dragon, this went doubly so for June as such. He had never cut his hair, not that normal scissors could do the job either due to its natural toughness. This resulted in lush and shining straight black hair that reached his knees, and June usually kept it in a thick braid so that it would not get in his way, but he was seriously considering learning some hair manipulating magecraft to deal with the problem. June's biggest complaint, however, was his face. Piercing black eyes that shined with unusual strength and showed an unflinching will, along with sword-like, thin eyebrows and sharp features with just enough softness to create a spectacle of beauty that would charm men and women alike. Yet, June himself could only scowl at such a face. "Give me back my ruggedly handsome looks of my previous life," he shouted in his mind. "Why the hell would I want to charm men with his pretty face?" He asked nobody in rage. Eventually, he just looked away from the offensive mirror, praying like never before that he would not be such a pretty boy after he grew up, and become a handsome man with similarly masculine features instead. "I have nothing against androgynous-looking people. I just don't want to be one," June piously said in his head. Shaking his head at his own foolishness and appreciating the fact he had gotten a new chance at a much more fulfilling life, June went back to his meditation while thinking on the best way to proceed for the improvement of his abilities. Part of this was making a decision of when he would pay a visit to the Nasuverse and where and when in the timeline he would do so, which timelines would he visit, and in what order, etc. Meanwhile, his other Mendel rooms were hard at work researching various topics in the Akashic records and dutifully archiving said research in his mind. In such a way, June spent the whole night, sleep in now being little more than a luxury since an hour or two per week was more than enough to keep him going at full strength. As morning came, however, June's endeavor was interrupted by a loud knock which he could only assume was the other tenant of the building. Getting up from his bed, June answered the door. "Good morning," he attempted to greet before being interrupted by his enthusiastic visitor. "Good morning, new friend," Valia greeted. "I am Valia Lucifer, descendant of the original Devil King Lucifer and holder of the sacred gear Divine Dividing as the current White Dragon Emperor." She proudly introduced herself, but June could notice some nervousness hidden in her voice. She was a beautiful maiden with silver hair and eyes with a good figure, her butt standing out more than her breasts, which despite being quite nice, were not big when considering this world's standards. Valia was quite tall as well, only slightly shorter than the tall June morning. "I'm Hikami June, a humble magus." June introduced himself, holding out a hand for a shake. Seeing this, Valia showed a brilliant smile and shook his hand. "Nice to meet you," June said. "Yeah. Nice to meet you too," she replied. Then, a little silence settled in and Valia became jitterish as if she did not know what to do. "She's quite cute. Guess she was not as confident when she was young, huh? She is probably lacking in friend too, hence the enthusiasm." June evaluated in his mind and decided to move the conversation forward to help her out. "Did you come to show me to Nephilim like Azazel mentioned?" he asked. Suddenly remembering her original purpose, Valia noodled with strength and replied. "Yes. Follow me," she said as if declaring to leave thing to her dependable self. June internally chuckled before replying, "Lead the way," which seemed to satisfy the girl quite a bit. Valia then led June through a noticeably scripted tour as she seemed to very carefully go through her plan in her mind, showing him every important place. All the while, she seemed like she wanted to ask him something. This feeling was especially strong when she showed him the battle rooms where students could spar. After the tour was over, Valia stopped and turned around to face June. "So, how did you like the tour?" she asked with expectation and hidden nervousness, like a child wanting to be praised for a good job. "Thanks, it was great," June replied, much to her satisfaction. "It was planned to be me after all." "Of course it was great," Valia smugly said as if her previous nervousness was a lie. "Tell me, Valia." June started. "What is it?" Valia responded enthusiastically. "Any questions?" she inquired. "I was wondering if you would assist me in testing out the battle rooms?" June requested. Valia's eyes shined like stars. "You want to find me?" she asked with shock, surprise and joy all bundled together. "Yeah. Nothing like a good spar to get to know each other better, right?" June said. Nodding repeatedly in support, Valia responded. Let's go. And so, the pair set off to the battle rooms. Chapter 18, June versus Valia. In one of the battle rooms, Valia and June stood face to face. Are you sure you want this? Valia asked, despite barely holding herself back from charging at full power. Yeah. One of my big problems the last few years was having no one to test my moves with, so no grudges even if you end up beating me. The only result is that I'll be hounding you for rematched until I win. June cheekily said, his magic circuits flaring to life. Ha 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 ha. Valia heartily laughed in response. That's what I'm talking about. Let's do this. She added with excitement and thirst for battle. Glaring each other down but with friendly smiles on their faces, the duo prepared for their showdown as an artificial voice announced. Start. The white wings of divine dividing sprouted from Valia's back as she charged forward. No balance breaker? Or she can't do it yet? Either way, she can divide my power by half every 10 seconds if she touches me with her hand, so better to dodge than block. June rapidly thought. He reinforced his whole body and activated the runes on his clothes for a full enhancement and backstepped at blinding speed due to his martial training and physical ability. As he did this, 12 magic circles appeared behind June's back and fired barrages of magic bullets at 1,000 rounds per minute each. As his mastery progressed and his grasp of numerology increased, June no longer needed his body to fire the magic bullets, but they were still more focused and powerful when he used the magic circuits in his hands as gun barrels to fire them. Valia immediately gave up on her charge and flew around at high speed, frantically dodging the storm of bullets. Ha ha ha. You're pretty good. She said with joy. You on the other hand look like you're having easy. June responded. Then how about this? He added, and Valia got a bad feeling. The magic bullets lessened in number quite a bit, but, in exchange, they started chasing her instead of following a straight path. On the verge of getting caught, Valia thought of a nice plan. I can't make a magic barrier capable of taking all of them, but, so long as it's only a few at a time, I can take it. And so, she changed her flying patterns so that she would only get caught by a few magic bullets at a time, which she blocked with a white-blue magic circle-like barrier. In a couple of moments, she had dealt with all of the bullets. Nicely done. Now what about this? June cheekily said. He waved his arms around, leaving trails of runes in the air, and then, each of them turned into a flaming orb that barreled towards Valia. Valia dodged and, seeing they were tracking her, wanted to attempt her previous tactic. Careful. These are different, Valia. Albion suddenly warned in her mind, and rather than block in, she suddenly dashed in escape. It was the right call as the orb exploded with considerable force and spreading an inferno of flames all around. Damn. Pretty good was a major under-evaluation. Valia exclaimed. And I'm not even serious yet. June cockily responded. Oh? But now it's my turn. Valia exclaimed as a magic circle appeared on each of her hands, turning into two wild blue masses or energy. Valia held out her palms and streams of lightning were fired towards June, who didn't even bother dodging as he smirked. Valia was shocked but turned utterly dumbfounded at what she saw next. Once the lightning reached June, it seemed like it impacted a barrier around him and was simply nullified. Oh sorry, I'm resistant to magic. June taunted, saying as if he had forgot. I'm finding you to be quite an ass. Valia jokingly replied before suddenly holding her hand to her mouth, afraid that would offend her new friend she had just gotten. But, when looked at June, she saw him bowing in jest. Guilty as charged. He joked and Valia blew up in laughter. Since this projectile fight isn't going anywhere, how about an actual scrap? June suggested. You read my mind. Valia replied as the two squared up. Dashing towards each other, the two began exchanging blows, with June being careful not to get hit as it would mean dealing with Divine Dividing's annoying ability. Thankfully, his martial skill was considerably higher than Valia's. Each time she overcommitted to a blow, June would just grab and toss her to the ground hard. Being a cute little battle junkie, however, the girl popped back up nearly instantly and charged again, but as she got tired, Valia showed a good enough opening. Charging up his magic burst, June delivered a powerful punch to her midsection, but alas, that was her plan, and Valia grinned through the pain as Albion's voice sounded out from her sacred gear. Divide. June immediately felt his magical energy drop to half. Valia had grabbed his arm in exchange for taking his punch. Using magic burst on his leg, June managed to kick her away, as despite the weakening, Valia had been damaged, but in return, she was flowing with the power she had stolen from him. Time for round 3. Valia said as if the win was in her bag. June just grinned savagely at her and activated his dragon heart, his magic core. All of the lost magic energy was restored and kept climbing until it became double what it was before. This should have been a limit of June's output, but, despite him not noticing it in the heat of battle, it just kept rising as his whole body overflowed with magical energy, making him stronger and stronger. This is. Albion spoke in Valya's mind. A dragon's aura. She finished his words as she got even more into the battle. In the end, the two just went at each other. June was no longer holding back as each of his strikes sent out explosion of magical energy and Valya could only run or be knocked around by the overwhelming power. The divide coming every 10 seconds created opening for her to counterattack, but in the end, she could barely hit June ineffectively a couple of times on his unflinching defense before his magic core replenished the stolen energy. Still, by constantly stealing his magical energy, Valya could also keep herself in the fight, but in the end, June, fully embroiled in battle, his blood boiling his veins as he let the thrill of his first battle to the limit overtake him, unleashed his mightiest blow. Inhaling deeply, a storm of magical energy like flame and lightning converged on his mouth as a torrent of mana was unleashed with merciless power. The result, the safety system of the battle room activated, saving Valya from the attack and earning June a victory as he calmed down, realizing he lost himself in the fight and went for the kill. Damn. Good thing this room has safety features. He thought to himself with worry as he moved towards Valya to see how she was. That was awesome. The girl jumped him despite still being injured and gushed over at how cool and powerful he was. If he could teach her some of his moves, add MD about his draconic abilities. After the torrent of questions was over, June managed to calm her down and used his rune stones to heal them both. Wow. You can even do healing magic? Valya said as she felt her injuries disappear. Just a little. It's not my specialty though. June replied. You're good enough for me. Valya praised anyway. I'm feeling hungry, shall we grab a bite, June-san? Valya asked. Sure thing, Vali-chan. June replied. Vali-chan? Valya shouted. It's nickname? Don't like it? June asked. No. It's not that. I was just surprised. Valya denied. Then can I call you Ju-san too? She asked with shining eyes. Sounds good. June accepted. He. A friend and we both call each other by special nicknames too. Valya gleefully thought to herself. Meanwhile, June just thinking how cute her reactions were. She's so easy to understand. Not anything like the mysterious cool Gary Stu from the series that was somehow surpassed by the Apai aliens. June pondered. Thankfully, I robbed the pervert of his plot armor and he will hopefully live and die as the inconsequential peon he should be. He said in his mind. As the pair grabbed something to eat and chatted to each other about random stuff, June found himself reviewing the battle. The feeling of his blood boiling, his power surging, he felt a permanent change to himself and wanted to check his status sheet again. As his thoughts carried him across these lines, Asaka offered some clarity. The integration of the dragon factor seems to have significantly improved. She communicated. What? After such a long time without any change, it suddenly increased. The reason was obvious enough. Chapter 19, Further Integration. Did it change in response to Vali-chan's own draconic power? June asked. That is only part of the reason. Your battle to the limit stimulated your dragon factor, and the fact that your opponent also possessed draconic power catalyzed this reaction and made it much more intense. Asaka explained. Coming here was the wisest decision I made. June thought to himself. After eating with Valya and returning to their housing, they parted to rest in their own rooms as June brought up his status as soon as he was alone. Name, Hikami June. Race, human or dragon. Hybrid. Gender, male. Parameters, strength, D upgrade to C. Endurance, D upgrade to C. Agility, D upgrade to C. Mana, C+ upgrade to B++ Luck, X magic circuits or core, X affinity, True Void, Mana is naturally at B rank, triples once the Dragon Heart magic core is fully engaged, skills, Scion of the Void, X, Martial Mastery, C, Kaleri Payatu, D, Pancration, D, Chinese Boxing, D, Snake Assassination Arts, D, Nanaya Assassination Arts, D, Jacob's Limbs, D, Ascetic, B, Breathing and Walking, E upgrade to D. As a result of dragonification, the user approaches the state of being of one that is close to the world, thus making it easier to come upon the ideal form of breathing and walking. At D rank, it grants truly superhuman physical abilities and energy efficiency. The user can naturally draw in mana from the world, covering part of their required sustenance, and this connection to the world makes the enactment of mystery through magecraft or other means significantly more efficient. Due to the user's closeness to the world, so long as hostile intent is not exhibited, one's presence can be concealed at a level equivalent to a B-rank presence concealment but without hiding one's physical traces. Any hostile intent shown by the user will immediately break this effect completely. Magic resistance, B upgrade to cancel spells of A rank or below, no matter what high thaumaturgy it is. In practice, the user is untouchable to modern Mage and even most of the common attack methods of caster class servants. Dragonkind evolution, E upgrade to D. Further integration awakens more of the dragon's power laying dormant with the user. Dragon Heart, E upgrade to D, Although truly of the X rank, it is currently in the early stages of development and thus unable to show such potential. Can't triple its output if fully engaged, but will drain the user's stamina until it forcefully shuts down. Can triple the user's magical energy output if fully activated and generates out at an extremely rapid pace. Using it at full power can drain the user's stamina until the magic core forcefully shuts down. Dragon's blood, D. Draconic blood flows within the user's veins. Increases the growth rate of physical abilities and the efficiency of physical reinforcement through magical energy, regardless of the method. The user can store magical energy in their blood for later use. As a side effect, the user's blood becomes a prime ingredient for countless rituals and spells. Significantly increased the user's healing power, as light wounds are healing in minutes and serious ones in hours if not mortal. Dragon's aura, E upgrade to D. Boost the user's abilities and subdues phantasmal creatures of a lower ranking so long as their power does not surpass the user by a large amount, otherwise, it just weakens them. Possesses a natural charm effect towards the opposite sex and a mental suppression effect towards the same sex. This is intensified for those of draconic lineage and even more to those of lesser phantasmal beast lineages. Dragon's wisdom, E upgrade to D, innate knowledge of the wise dragon kind. At the D rank, it grants one further increased mental faculties, an easier grasp of any magecraft, and an innate and complete understanding of the draconic language, which possesses inherent power similarly to runes. Also grants one a natural grasp of any language so long as its grade as a magical language is equal or inferior to the draconic language. The user gains slight innate understanding of the multiverse and the laws that govern it. Draconic enhancement, E upgrade to D, ranks up all parameters except mana and luck by 1 rank. June's physical parameters are ranked D naturally, but this passive skill makes them all rank C. Dragon breath, E upgrade to D, a torrent of magical energy released by a dragon, the strongest phantasmal species. It lacks an inherent element, being pure destructive magical energy released as heat. The user's lungs turn into an environment close to a spiritual world, producing mana by the mere act of breathing, thus increasing the breath's power while lowering its cost. Its destructive power rivals that of a C-rank anti-army noble phantasm. The change in the user's lungs also results in faster magical energy generation and provides benefits to any other breathing skills. Dragon burst, a plus, changed from magic burst, A. The mana burst skill natural to all those who carry a sufficiently powerful factor of the dragon combined with the user's optimizations by means of magecraft, resulting in an extremely powerful yet efficient skill. Dragon rage, A. Your draconic blood boils and your dragon heart beats wildly as rages takes hold. The user goes on a rampage with a plus modifier being added to all parameters except luck and all draconic skills. After this enhanced state runs out, the user will suffer a prolonged period of extreme weakness. Monstrous strength, D. A dragon's monstrous strength. Ranks up the strength parameter by 1 temporarily, as glowing veins like magical energy is pumped through one's muscles. At the D rank, this enhancement has a very short duration. Magecraft, reinforcement, A. Magic bullet, a plus, mental archive, B. Thought acceleration, B. Memory partition, B. Memory manipulation, D. Rune magecraft, C. Imaginary numbers magecraft, D. Numerology, D. Time manipulation, E. A staggering change to say the least. June thought as he observed his status. All of my physical parameters were raised, and with reinforcement I can get them to B rank. If I use draconic strength on top, the strength parameter will rise to, and with dragon rage I will get a nice lineup of A+, B+, B+, B+++, and X. He gleefully thought. I'll probably collapse with a colossal backlash right afterwards though. He added with a mental shrug. Then Asaka interjected with some advice. You should start thinking about developing your own noble phantasms. Create a unique skill or magecraft that is solely yours and slowly build it up to that level, or gather treasures from this world and use the Akashic converter to turn them into noble phantasms. She advised. I can see the point of having an ability that can fully take advantage of my stats and focus them into a truly powerful trump card, but why the focus? June asked. Your abilities have reached a sufficient threshold for such an endeavor, and noble phantasms are not just skill or items, but a part of your very existence, and help affirming it, make it more solid. This would prove to be a major boon when you decided to open the first rank of your Scion on the Void skill and truly establish a direct connection to the root of Akasha. Asaka explained. I see. Thanks, Asaka. I'll definitely look into it. June deeply pondered. With his increase in mental faculties, looking to further improve his mental magecraft to up his research speed seemed like a great idea. June also assigned one room to develop a spell he had previously thought of as an idea but never really put into serious consideration before due to lack of raw ability. Additionally, now that he had a sparring partner, June felt that his martial skills would improve much faster, and sparring with the holder of a dragon-type Longinus ought to stimulate his dragon factor integration as well. Furthermore, June started to concoct some plans to acquire treasures for himself. He had the means to make certain acquisitions but lacked the information, so he decided to keep quiet for now. A few days passed and June fell into a routine. Training, research, sparring with Valia. Everything was going swimmingly. Having a live test dummy did wonders for both his combat-focused magecraft and his martial arts, with progress incomparable to that of before to show for it. All of this, however, was interrupted as Azazel came to June to inform him of the progress of his 2 requests. "Hey kid, how have you been settling in?" Azazel greeted. "Great. The company is good too." June motioned to Valia that made a proud expression with a slight blush. "I should privately thank him for becoming the target of Valia's sparring requests rather than my subordinates." Azazel thought to himself, happy from his daughter's joyous state. "Good job in your duties as a host, Valia." Azazel praised her. "But now I have some business to discuss with June in private," he added, making the silver-haired girl pout. "I'll catch you later, Vali-chan." June consoled and off she went, feeling a little bit better. "Vali-chan, eh? Interested in my daughter?" Azazel teased. "We'll see in a couple of years." June fired back, making the fallen angel's brow twitch. "Let's get down to business then." Azazel moved forward. "Couldn't agree more." June responded. Chapter 0, Planning a Heist for the Ages. So here's the deal. Azazel started. "I got you the remaining Vritra-type sacred gears. I assume you have different ideas than implanting them into yourself, so here they are." A fallen angel magic circle then appeared in the air, dropping a box which contained said sacred gears. "Thanks a lot." June showed some honest gratitude. "You're welcome. Next up are bad news, however, so your feeling might change." Azazel warned. "Well, hit me with them." June said for him to go ahead. "In regards to the Regulus Namia, we of Grigori had been searching for it as well, but all we know is that its previous master perished, along with all of his killers, and the sacred gear mysteriously disappeared," Azazel informed. "So it's likely already in Saira Org's hands." "That's too bad, but I can live with it," June thought. "That's fine. How about the other piece of info I requested?" he inquired. "Oh? It seems like you at least half expected that result, eh?" Azazel commented but moved on. "As for locating a pair of Nekozu in the underworld, all I have is some rumors," he said. "Rumors?" June asked. "Some high-class devil doing some experiments with Nekozu, but that deep within devil territory, so my people can't snoop around without ruffling feathers. I don't really want to ruffle." "Get it?" Azazel said. "I get it. Just give me the general area, but..." June paused for drama. "But?" Azazel was already a bit nervous. "Considering my requests were barely half completed. Isn't some compensation in order?" June innocently asked. "And what would that compensation be?" Azazel asked with a sigh of exasperation. "As you know, I'm doing a project that requires artifacts, so I'd like you to provide access to your database of locations where such artifacts can be found, and, if you have some spare to give me, that would be even better." June shamelessly said. "Kid. You're really sucking any and all benefits dry. I can give you that much access to our info network to just figure out the locations of certain artifacts, but asking me if I can just give one when I've already gave you 3? Don't you think you're being a little too greedy?" Azazel questioned. "Might as well give it a try, right? At most I'll get a knot, that'll be that." June shrugged. "What a pleasant personality," Azazel sarcastically commented. "But still, since I'm such a good guy, I can pitch the idea to one of my subordinates that got his hands on a seriously sweet goodie. He might have some conditions for you, however," he added. "The last request was more of a Hail Mary on my part, so that's more than enough." "Truly thank you." June gave Azazel a slight bow of gratitude. "Well, at least you're sincere enough. If that guy is interested, he'll come to you himself." Azazel left June with those words and made himself scarce. I wonder who he was talking about? June thought to himself. Then, he went to comfort Valia over being left out and hang out a bit with her to keep the girl happy. Once he was done with that, he returned to his own room and stored the 4 sacred gears in the Akashic converter, but did nothing with them yet. Next in June's order of business, was to locate the treasures needed for his project. Said projects was to build an awesomely overpowered noble phantasm or phantasms. Accessing the terminal in his own room with his now upgraded access to Grigori's databases, June researched treasures and artifacts worthy of taking and which factions held them and where. As he this though, another partition of his mind spoke with Saga regarding the unlocking of his Scion on the Void skill, asking her for a more in-depth explanation of it. The skill represents your connection to the root, and it is currently closed nearly fully. The only reason your body and soul still carry the root's power is because they were shaped in it, that also being the reason for you to have such a strong connection. Asaka started. The hardest seals to unlock will be the first E-rank seal and the last X-rank seal. The others will not pose that much of a challenge, they will still take time but not too much work. she added. How so? June asked. The first seal will mean you will finally have an open direct connection to the root. A channel that will flood you with its power, and your body and soul will come under tremendous pressure because of it, with some very drastic consequences. After that though, each succeeding rank will just by the process of letting your body and soul acclimatize to the connection before expanding it, which is simply waiting some time without doing anything in particular. This period of adjustment will grow longer and longer for each rank, but you will still not be under any significant risk or burden like the time when the first seal is released. So how should I prepare myself for the release of the first seal? June asked. Strengthen your body and soul to their utmost limits. Saga replied. Creating noble phantasms that become a part of your existence and strengthen it, training your body and skills, fully integrating the factor of the dragon, creating an immortal unaging body, achieving heaven's feel and materializing your soul, turning it into an eternal self-sufficient existence. She broke it down. So what will exactly happen when the seal is released? June continued to ask. A massive flow of magical energy, directly from the root of Akasha itself, will flow through your body and soul. Everything that is too weak and poorly integrated into your existence will be washed away and eliminated. What the hell does that mean? June questioned with alarm, saying it out loud and not mentally out of surprise. Your body is too weak? Dissolved into nothingness. Your soul is too weak? Dissolved into nothingness. Your skills that are C rank and below? Dissolved into nothingness. You get the idea. The minimum requirement is to get all of your parameters naturally to be rank without any skill-based boost, so you'll survive, and any skill and noble phantasm you want to keep to at least be rank as well, or they will be gone. Saga finished. There must be some serious benefits then, right? June inquired. Naturally. Saga replied. Any skill and noble phantasm that is B rank or above will get a serious boost for the flow of energy instead. Skills will change into more powerful versions and you will get new ones as well. There are many other benefits too, but telling them to you right now is a waste. Just focus on getting ready for the unsealing. She recommended. Fair enough. As for the last seal, it's too far away for me to care right now. June shrugged. Saga just kept her silence, which June took as agreement. During the conversation, other partitions were busy scouring the Grigori databases for treasure, and several items were located. All Excalibur fragments, the Pendragon family treasury whose contents Grigori did not know exactly but were sure was stacked full of powerful magical items, the Siegfried Institute that had several powerful demonic swords including Graham, the current holders of both Durandal and Guillotine. The last two were off-limits for the current June and his methods. Durandal was currently still under the care of Vasco Estrada, and he could crush the current June with just his little finger. Guillotine was currently wielded by an exorcist named David Serro who, despite being vastly inferior to Vasco Estrada, was still a dangerous opponent for June that he currently did not want to provoke. Items not held by anyone in particular and just sitting still in storage, however, were something well within June's reach. His continuous upgrades to Hujin and Munin had resulted in a very particular set of abilities that made them suitable for acquiring items from such places. Originally, they were familiars made for collecting souls through imaginary numbers magecraft. But as June's grasp of that particular magecraft and just magecraft in general improved, he began adding new features. Internal storage that worked not only for souls but for physical items as well, and the ability to essentially teleport by traveling through imaginary number space, thus shortening travel times to virtually zero and slipping past any annoying barriers and fields. All of this, coupled with the ability to remain undetectable to nearly all beings not especially equipped to deal with imaginary numbers-based existences, made them into terrifying thieving familiars that could casually fly into those very secure storages and take whatever they pleased. That was the true reason June wanted access to Grigori's databases, as those locations filled with treasure ripe for plunder were certainly listed there. Azazel would probably figure out it was him doing all the thieving, but with his personality, he probably would just pretend not to know anything in from of others and ask something from June in private in exchange for his silence. In case June was discovered or Azazel's silence was too expensive, he would just got into the Nasuverse prematurely, grow strong there, and return once he was powerful enough to avoid whatever punishment the previous owners of the Stalin Good wished upon him. Chapter 1. A challenge for a sword. June's plan was quite simple. Send Hujin and Munin into all of those very secure facilities and collect however much he can before the owners realize what's happening and deploy measures to stop him. With the speed of travel through the imaginary number space, they would be able to hit locations all over the world in a single day. But June was aware this would probably only work once, as no one he was planning to rob was stupid and sure to come up with ways to detect and or destroy his familiars. By now though, June had spent countless hours of his time and a serious amount of whatever resources he could gather into them, so he would hate to lose them. As such, this would be a one-time deal, a single heist for the ages. At least until he could upgrade the Raven to pass through the upgraded defenses. First though, Surveillance was necessary and June had the ravens fly around stealth to determine the most valuable targets and the time they were the least guarded, simply to ensure the highest possible probability of success. During this time, two partitions of June's mind were constantly monitoring the two ravens through the familiar connections, two others were doing Magecraft research with the Akashic records and the last one was controlling June's body to go about his daily routine of training, sparring with Valia, etc. 2 days after his talk with Azazel, June got another visit. The subordinate of Azazel that had a nice artifact that may catch June's interest that he had spoken of. He came to him when he was in the Nephilim Institute, making use of its training facilities. "You must be Hikami June, Azazel's new toy." The man spoke. He was tall, had brown hair, silver eyes, and masculine facial features and was wearing the standard fallen angel battle uniform. "Although I would not say toy. Yes, I'm the current object of his interest," June replied in stride. The man smiled with interest at the response. "I'm Satanael, one of Grigori's cadres." The man introduced himself. "Ah. Might you be the one Azazel said might have something on interest to me?" June inquired. "The demonic sword, Pendant. Does it meet your standards?" Satanael asked. "Naturally, but I supposed you didn't come here just to hand it over," June responded. "But of course. Such a fine sword deserves an equally worthy wielder. Wouldn't you say?" Satanael said. "I guess so." "And?" June bade him to continue. "A little test is you will, with some stakes to make it interesting," Satanael suggested. "I'm listening," June replied. "My class is full of talented children like you see. And they would like to test their might against yours." Satanael started. "What are the conditions?" June asked. "A fight against my 6 top students. You whined, Pendant is yours, you lose, you become a member of my class and my subordinate." Satanael suggested, "I'll take your deal but I'd like to have just about a month to finish up some things I'm working on and prepare." June said. Satanael pondered. "I suppose that's fine," he replied and they both shook on the deal. Leaving Nephilim and returning to his room, June temporarily delayed the heist to focus on the challenge right ahead of him. June had yet to get fully used to his new abilities and he knew that with a bit of training, his newly enhanced base stats and talent would allow him to have a leap in progress. With a sparring partner like Valia on hand, his martial skills were sure to improve as well. 1 month, that was the time frame his mental computer calculated would be enough to fully adapt to his new stats and apply them to his current skills and Magecraft, making them grow one step further. The month of grueling training flew by and June was currently looking at his updated status sheet, knowing he was about to thrash the future Abyss team like they have never been thrashed before. Name, Hikami June. Race, human or dragon. Hybrid. Gender, male. Parameters, strength, D upgrade to C. Endurance, D upgrade to C. Agility, D upgrade to C. Mana, C+ upgrade to B++ Luck, X magic circuits or core, X affinity, True Void, Mana is naturally at B rank, triples once the Dragon Heart magic core is fully engaged. Skills, Scion of the Void, X, Martial Mastery, C upgrade to B, Kaleri Payatu, D upgrade to C, Pancration, D upgrade to C, Chinese Boxing, D upgrade to C, Snake Assassination Arts, D upgrade to C, Nanaya Assassination Arts, D upgrade to C, Jacob's Limbs, D upgrade to C, Ascetic, B, Breathing and Walking, D, Shukuki, C, a technique to cut down the distance between opponents instantly. Many martial arts masters have pursued the extremity of step movements in martial arts. Rather than a simple quickness, there are numerous phenomena that are connected with each other and are completed with walking, body movement, breathing, blind spots, etc. born out of the pursuit of the ideal method for breathing and walking combined with mastery of martial arts for the purpose of combat. Magic resistance, A, Dragonkind evolution, D, Dragon Heart, D, Dragon's Blood, D, Dragon's Aura, D, Dragon's Wisdom, D, Draconic enhancement, D, Dragon Breath, D, Dragon Burst, A+, Dragon Rage, A, Monstrous Strength, D, Magecraft, Reinforcement, A, Magic Bullet, A+, Mental Archive, B. Upgrade to a nearly infinite amount of information can be stored in an organized manner and in perfect detail. One's memory is unable to be affected by any event or method, with a rank inferior to X. Thought Acceleration, B. Upgrade to accelerates one's thought processes to the level of a quantum computer made using photonic crystals, much like the moon cell. Memory Partition, B. Upgrade to allows for 6 Mendel rooms with first-order titration, resulting in a total of 46,656 thought processes split equally between each room. Memory Manipulation, D. Rune Magecraft, C. Upgrade to B. With the innate wisdom of language possessed by the top of the pure dragon kind, even primordial runes become simple to understand and use, resulting in a level of mastery equal to that of a master in the Age of the Gods. Imaginary Numbers Magecraft, D. Upgrade to C. By further delving into the mysteries of the imaginary number space, the user's grasp of this magecraft rose to become that of a seasoned practitioner. Numerology. D. Time manipulation. E. It was a beautiful sight to see. The addition of a very willing and capable sparring partner led to the improvement of June's martial arts skills and the second integration of the factor of the dragon brought about a change of improvements that brought June to a whole other level. His dragon's breath led to an improvement of his breathing and walking skill that led to the manifestation of a powerful movement technique among other things. His improved dragon's wisdom not only allowed June to once again take a large step forward with his mental magecraft, but the understanding on magical languages it provided also made his rune magecraft progress significantly. Finally, June's various modifications and improvements on his familiars made with imaginary numbers magecraft as a base led to improvements in that area as well. Even though June currently lacked a weapon that would allow him to maximize his power, his own body was quite the deadly weapon in and of itself, so he was not worried about taking on Satanael's prized students. Especially since this is at least 2 years before they became the feared Abyss team. June met Satanael and his students in a specially wide battle room, with Azazel mediating and Valia watching with glittering eyes, full of excitement. After all, if there was no one person in the entirety of Grigori that knew of June's progress, it was her. She was the one receiving all of his new moves firsthand and got to experience the rapid growth of his combat ability. She was delighted to have such a strong opponent the same age as her. It motivated her to be stronger, and her prowess also increasing by sharpening her skills against June's onslaught. Due to June's massive computing power, he got Valia's fighting style and abilities down ever since their first clash, and he could always target her weaknesses and opening with unerring accuracy, which forced Valia to adapt at a high speed and fix them, which in turn sped up her personal growth as well. Now thought, she had a first-class seat, watching someone else suffer a royal beating, and she was sure June would not be taking the methodical approach he used with her, since he was also trying to help her. Against these guys, Valia knew he was going for the kill, and only the safety devices in the battle rooms would save them from such a fate. The only thing these fools will learn is how immeasurable the difference between them and Jusan is. Valia thought with anticipation. Chapter: June vs. Junior Abyss Team. Well, I'm personally making sure everyone here survives, so go all out without any concern, brats. Azazel announced. The students of the Satanael class all started grinning at the announcement and looked at each other as if competing for the prize of being able to unload their full strength on who they thought to be some newbie that didn't know his place. At this point, with a cheery smile on his face, June asked, "So is it going to be one at a time to draw this out, or all simultaneously so I can get back to buy things quicker?" The Satanael class could feel the arrogance and disdain just simply oozing of June, looking at them as if they were nothing. They were all individuals who suffered from isolation and neglection in their childhood, causing them to become murderous and develop warped personalities. June's current actions were exactly the kind of treatment that would set off these individuals, and they were boiling with rage and bloodthirst. It will be 1 versus 5. Satanael announced. The future 5 members of the Abyss team versus June alone. Clearly, despite being problem children, all 5 were extremely obedient to Satanael and got ready for battle. If their sensei had said it was going to be 5-on-1 was because their opponent was just that powerful. Now, June had various advantages over the Satanael class. In the end, they were humans, and young ones at that, so in terms of physical ability, they were leagues behind June, who was part dragon and under intensive training since a very, very young age. But their biggest disadvantage was the amount of energy they each had. June alone had more magical energy, and all 5 of them combined, and even if he spent all of it, his dragon heart could recover all of it several times at high speed before he actually got tired. Even the dragon heart had its limits after all, and after recovering his spent magical energy enough times, June would be truly drained and unable to fight. But, until such a limit was reached, there was a lot of magical energy to use, and June could unleash extremely powerful attacks one after the other without care for a while before truly running dry. As the two parties stared each other down, June mentally went over his battle plan, thought up as he browsed the Grigori databases for the specific abilities of each student of the Satanael class. Their physical abilities are no threat. Without their sacred gears, it is questionable they could even damage me since we're not using weapons. June considered. As for their sacred gears, there's a half-meter-long statue that emits light that robs one of sight once they look at it. My other senses are very sharp thought, and my 6th sense is usually quite accurate due to my growing connection to the world and my high luck parameter, so the threat is minimal. The only female member has an independent avatar in the form of a plush bear, which transforms into a giant plush bear with claws and fangs imbued with a deadly poison. It is a veritable threat to me, but she can't control it, and it will attack her allies as well, so it will only be used as a last resort in case the others all go down. And in a one-on-one scenario, I can easily take care of it, so I'll just leave her for last. The third one spits some form of slime out of his mouth, which is capable of melting and dissolving things on contact. It can also function as a parasite, in the sense that it can enter targets through their orifices and gradually dissolve them from the inside out. Dangerous to be sure, and a full-body dragon burst will blow at any with just an instant of use. I simply have to look out for him, but must be careful since he is the only one with the means to reliably deal damage to me. The fourth's sacred gear takes the form of mouth-like things on his arm, which can activate curses capable of negatively affecting the mind and body. I'm ridiculously resistant to mind-based effects, so those won't work and the physical effects will be cleaned out by my powerful magical energy. Still, he can weaken me for a few precious moments, and if he keeps casting those curses he will become a problem. As such, I'll consider him a high-priority target. The last one is the real problem though. He has an independent avatar type which takes the form of a huge monster about 2 meters in height, with 1 eye and 6 arms. It possesses a large 6-sided die, whose effect depends on the number it rolls. It has the ability to inflict negative curses on the normal 5 senses and even the 6th sense. Now, with my luck parameter, it is highly unlikely he will roll high against me, but no matter how powerful I am, if all my senses are taken away, I'll just become a tough punching bag. He will be my highest priority. I'll take him down hard and fast with my first strike. I'll use the shock caused by that to take out the curse-wielding one, and then I can just calmly deal with the rest. While the Satanale class was just now realizing they had a powerful opponent before them, June had already figured them all out and crafted a battle plan to efficiently deal with all of them. The difference in preparedness was staggering. Soon, the signal came. Start. June wasted no time. Cranking up his dragon heart magic core to the maximum and breathing in deeply, he unleashed a powerful dragon's breath straight at the 5th member of the enemy group. It was an attack capable of being classified as anti-army though, so all of them were in range, but since it was centered on the guy in one of the corners, 2 of them dodged without a scratch, the 3rd caught a little bit of it but was just sent flying with minor injuries. The 4th however got his left side completely crippled as he was blown away and was barely conscious but still trying to get up. As for the actual target, he was teleported away by the Safety system, but not before most of his skin melted away and all of his organs were ruptured by the impact. Before his opponents could recover from the shock, June strengthened himself with his dragon aura, reinforced his whole body and dashed with dragon burst at half power, which was the best he could manage right after a full-powered breath. This, along with his newly obtained Shukuki movement technique, allowed him to instantly reach the most heavily injured 4th and finish him off with a single strike, the Safety system teleporting him away as well. By this time, the remaining enemies had recovered from the initial shock and were looking at June with pure unadulterated fear. 2 down, 3 to go, he said, ominously licking his lips in the process, further unsettling his foes. The 1st activated his sacred gear, but June just closed his eyes and raised his hands. Like dual machine guns, magic bullets were fired at extreme rates and with artillery levels of power, and despite having his eyes closed, June could still accurately aim at his target, the 1st enemy. The 2nd enemy just held back and took some distance while the 3rd tried stealthily approaching June as he fired at the 1st. Not being nearly as capable or as fast as Valia, the 1st was shot down as taken away by the safety device, but at that very instant, the 3rd spat out a blob of slime towards June with Shukuki. He instantly maneuvered behind his attack and with a strike based on internal chi of Chinese boxing, mercilessly shattered his inner organs with the safety, once again saving him from death but not the soul-rending pain. Opening his eyes, June slowly looked at his last remaining opponent, the girl with the giant berserk teddy bear with poisonous claws. "Guess there's only you now," he started. "I had plenty of fun already, so do you want to forfeit and save yourself the pain, or do you want the same treatment as your pals?" June taunted, fully enjoying the absolute advantage he had on his opponents. "I can definitely see why Gilgamesh acts like an arrogant asshole all the time. It's hard not to when your enemies are also much weaker than you." June pondered, thinking he couldn't let this get over his head. "So, what will it be?" June next. I have nothing but admiration for your great prowess, Hikami-sama," she said in a suggestive tone while slowing approaching June with seductive swaying of her hips. "That harlot!" Valia shouted with gritted teeth. "Kick her ass, Ju-san," she said. "Oi!" She was just watching with glittering eyes so far, but she has some very choice comments now. Azazel, though, with a knowing smile. "Has my cute little Valia begun experiencing her first love?" He internally chuckled. June sighed, confusing the woman. Then before her could react, June pumped her full of magic bullets as the safety system took her away. "Theory of that level won't work on me," he self-righteously declared, putting on a saintly facial expression that left even the watching Azazel and Satanale speechless. Chapter 3, The Hall of the Heist. After the battle was over, the 3 members of the audience, Azazel, Valia and Satanale, came to June. Valia immediately jumped over and punched him the shoulder. "You've been holding out on me during our spars," she jokingly accused. "Well, a real master always saves some for special occasions," June replied. "A real master, eh?" Valia rolled her eyes. Don't get all cocky over beating those wastes. I could do that too, she added. Just not as awesomely. June taunted. Yeah, whatever. Valia grudgingly admitted defeat. Azazel interrupted. Well, it was certainly an experience seeing you fight at full power. He committed. Full power? Not even close, Azazel. Not even close. June chuckled. I barely used my martial skills. The only magecraft I used was Magic Bullet and just the version fired from my hands, and just by using Dragon Rage, my power would have risen beyond reasonable limits. He thought to himself. Is that so? Azazel pensively looked at June Satanale, then interjected. I for one certainly underestimated you, Hikami June. It truly pains me to hand it over, but here is the stake of our bet, as promised. He said as he pulled out her own dite from a magic circle. A long sword oozing with the madness that plagued its original wielder. A holy sword fallen to the demonic but still maintaining its majestic might. June took hold of it and immediately felt the madness contaminating the sword, trying to breach his mental defenses, but mental attacks were something he was not afraid of, as his mind didn't even shake a single bit. Oh? Looks like there is indeed more to you than what was shown in the previous battle. Satanale praised. I love to keep other guessing after all. June responded, causing the fallen angel to laugh. Well, I shall excuse myself for today. I look forward to meeting you in the future, Hikami June, Satanale said before vanishing with the light of a magic circle. I guess that's that. Azazel said. I would warn you to be careful of that fellow, but it seems that is also under your considerations, so I'll just make myself scarce as well. He shrugged before disappearing as well. Finally, Valia said her piece. This was a great show to watch, but I also got a job from Azazel to do, so I have to bolt. See you later, she exclaimed before disappearing in a magic circle as well. Teleporting within the DxD world is so easy. I definitely need to learn that, June thought as he walked back to his room. That would be impossible. Asaka suddenly interjected. Why? June was dumbfounded. Your whole existence was formed with peerless aptitude to any skill, technique and magecraft of the Nasuverse, but, in return, learning skills from other worlds like this one is impossible. You can still use treasures like holy swords and sacred gears, but learning magic or ki and things of the like is impossible. Asaka explained. Oh well. I guess that's something I'll have to live with. Once I master space-time magecraft, it won't matter. June thought to himself. Back to his room, most of his mental partitions, now more numerous and each with a truly enormous number of thought processes, rapidly worked on his magical research. While there might be some Atlas alchemists with more partitions than June, and even more thought processes, the quality was different, and his thought acceleration that went far beyond what a human could tolerate made very few being even in Atlas capable of reaching his processing speed. With such mental power, his research speed was equal to that of Atlas Best, who had created some of the most impressive things in history, but with the library of infinite knowledge of all creation known as the Akashic Records, June had to experience no detours. He did not need to discover the principles of a certain mystery or magecraft. All he had to do was look it up and work to achieve it. While the effort and talent needed for this was immense as well, the time taken to learn was drastically shortened. And, armed with his newly improved mental processing capabilities and talent as a being of draconic lineage, June's progress in the next few years was supposed to be far more staggering than before. Putting her own dite in the Akashic Converter, June checked with Asaka what could be done with it. This weapon as a direct counterpart in the Nasuverse. Through this, the mystery and legend of that version of the sword can be infused into this one, changing it permanently. Asaka said. Will it become the Fate's own dite? June inquired. Not, it will become something different than both. It might be worse than both in fact, but with your luck parameter, it's safe to assume the end result will be a unique noble phantasm better than both, or at the very least equal to what you previously had, even if different. Asaka explained. There was an option of fusion before. If I get more items with counterparts, can I fuse them all together and make sort of like a super noble phantasm? June asked with excitement. It is possible, but you will have to research the knowledge of the various methods of creation for noble phantasms and mystic code, acquire the skills necessary to apply that knowledge, and then help guide the Akashic Converter in the fusion process. Asaka replied. No problem then. One partition will be fully focused on that end, maybe two. June thought. While all of this was going on in his mind though, and as his body did the work, his ever-dutiful familiars had finished all the reconnaissance necessary and all the plans for the serial heists were ready. Materializing in real space in the presence of someone was a big no-no, since Hujin and Munin were not only defenseless but also fragile, so their targets were treasuries and vaults alone. Avoiding guard shifts and regular inspections to take everything inside and exit without making contact with any life form. All locations would be raided over the course of a single night, where the defense measures that couldn't stop the ravens were the tightest but the actual guards that could ruin everything were the least numerous. June made regular trips to his workshop in Kuaf and hanged around there quite a bit, especially when he wanted to do something without Grigori spying on him. He had gotten pretty close to Valia though, and the girl could keep secrets better than her own life, so June had given her permission to enter and she came and lounged in the living facility part quite often, and they both hanged there and just chilled, with June show off his research results to the excitable girl. Now though, he was there alone and very jitterish. If it wasn't for his ascetic skill, he would probably be breaking down in nervousness as he awaited for the return of the ravens. When they finally arrived and unloaded their storage onto the prepared vault June had set up beforehand, he could barely believe his eyes at the pile of treasures sitting in from him, repossessed from all corners of the globe. He couldn't work with them in the way he wanted since he still lacked the necessary skills as per what Asako had told them, but he still wanted to make an inventory of everything he had just obtained and store them in his Akashic converter, which would analyze them and also reveal if there is a Nasuverse counterpart. And so, the list was as follows: the 7 fragments of Excalibur, 6 from the 3 branches of the church and the remaining 1 from the Pendragon's treasury. Apparently it was usually borne by the heir, which would have been Arthur, but he was still too young for it. Caliburn, which was even more powerful in the DxD world, was kept by Arthur's father Uther Pendragon, the current head of the clan and thus out of the Raven's reach. Avalon, the scabbard of Excalibur, that was recovered after the death of King Arthur by the Pendragon family but no longer held its healing powers after the death of its original owner. Marmiedos, a large wide holy sword with a long, staff-like handle said to be equal to Excalibur in raw power. Carnwenan, a dagger said to be able to cloak the user in shadows. Clarent, ceremonial sword of King Arthur, stolen by Mordred and later used to kill his father. Secret of Pettigrew, Mordred's magical helm to conceal his identity while serving as a Knight of the Round Table. Pridewen, King Arthur's shield with the ability to transform into a large battleship. Sakos, a sword once used by Lancelot but inferior to the more well-known Aronite sword of the Strange Hangings, wielded by Galahad and said to have belonged to David, father of King Solomon. Sword with the red hilt, once belonged to Sir Balin and then placed into a floating stone by Merlin after its wielder's death, only for it to be later drawn by Galahad. Fail not, the bow of Sir Tristan that could take the form of a normal bow or an harp to unleash sound arrows. Wrong Ominiad, the lance of King Arthur, said to be as powerful as his sword and lost to history in Grigori's records. Apparently, the Pendragon family had kept it hidden as a secret weapon ever since the death of the original King Arthur. Gazet, the helm of King Arthur that belonged to his father before him. Green armor, armor of the Green Knight, said to protect the wielder from injury. The Round Table, still used for special meetings by the Pendragon clan and conveniently not guarded, so the Ravens took it as well despite having little to no inherent power, at least in the world of DxD. Assorted holy scriptures, treasures and exorcist weapons from the churches along with a few nameless holy swords, spear, shields, etc. Ascalon, holy dragon-slaying sword of St. George, also from the vaults of the church. Finally, from the Sigurd Institution, Graham, also known as the Sword of the Sun, it is the strongest demonic sword. Known as the Demonic Emperor Sword, it is a dragon-slayer sword with a destructive power equal to that of the holy sword Durandal. Balmung, a demon sword from Norse mythology with a drill like aura. It is capable of creating powerful whirlwinds. Quite a bit lacking compared to its Nasuverse counterpart. Nothung, a demonic sword that specializes in sharpness. Tyrfing, a demonic sword that specializes in destruction. Daneslaif, a demonic sword that creates huge pillars of ice from the ground. A hull indeed. June said out loud, spending the next several minutes laughing to himself very loudly like a maniac. Chapter 4, Evolution of 2 years. Thinking of all his new riches, June could see that the Pendragon family was beyond a doubt his greatest benefactor. They were quite powerful once, much more than now, even though they are still no slouches. Having at one point held both the True Longinus and the Sephiroth Grail sacred gear holders in their ranks. Having lost many of their treasures following the fall of the original King Arthur, they did their best to recover almost all items of the Arthurian legends, while some like 6 fragments of Excalibur and guillotine being held by the church with no chance of them getting them back. Our own diet had been secretly recovered by Satanael and was in his possession until he lost it to June in the bet. Still, June had the treasures but still lacked the way to use them. They did however help him establish a great many deal of connections to several heroic spirits, adding them to his list of possible summons. But like it was said before, now would come a period of rapid advancement like he had never experienced before until he hit the next ceiling in his growth and the skill required to use said treasures could be gained. This would be both due to his drastically increased mental processing capabilities and June's own physical maturation. His body was already maturing faster than his peers, and as it approached its ideal form so did his abilities grow. Nearly 2 years passed. June's body was now that of an adult despite being merely 14 years of age. 2 years of focused training in order to not only increase his power but master the skills required for the creation of his noble phantasms. Name, Hikami Jun. Race, human or dragon. Hybrid. Gender, male. Parameters, strength, C upgrade to B. Endurance, C upgrade to B. Agility, C upgrade to B. Mana, B++ upgrade to A+++. Luck, X magic circuits or core, X affinity, true void, mana is naturally at A rank, quadruples once the dragon heart magic core is fully engaged, possessing a magic core and being capable of drawing out magical energy from the world. Jun's reserves are practically endless but his output is limited to A rank and forceful, bringing it to the A+++ rank. Wears down his stamina. Skills, Scion of the Void, X, martial mastery, B upgrade to breathing and walking, D upgrade to B. The ideal form of breathing and walking come upon through tireless training using powerful techniques and a nature increasingly close to the world. At B rank, one is infinitely close to perfection yet still one step too far. One can borrow magical energy from one's surroundings and it's possible to enact mysteries at a level of high thaumaturgy even without magic circuits. Enactment of mystery becomes highly efficient as the world offers no resistance to the alteration. Presence concealment, X, meld into the world fully and become utterly untraceable. Due to the skill not being gained naturally but as a result of one's closeness to the world, preparations to attack will completely cancel the skill rather than just reducing its effectiveness. Shukuki, C upgrade to B, also known as reduced earth, is a technique to cut down the distance between opponents instantly. Many martial arts masters have pursued the extremity of step movements in martial arts. Rather than a simple quickness, there are numerous phenomena that are connected with each other and are completed with walking, body movement, breathing, blind spots, etc. At the B rank it is the pinnacle of all movement techniques based on martial arts. If it reaches A rank, it will turn into dimension hopping and no longer a mere technique. Mind and body domain, B, born out of the ideal form of breathing and walking is the absolute control one's mind and body. At B rank this control is nearly perfect. Can manipulate one's body shape including musculature and bone structure but still within the bounds of reason. Can be used to achieve the effects of the natural body skill of the same rank, ranking up Jun's strength parameter by 1 and of the battle continuation skill at A rank. Complete control of one's mind allows the user to forcefully control his emotions so long as he wishes to do so. Near immunity to any sort of mental effect and the ability to maintain one's cool in any situation if one wills it. Magic resistance, A, item creation, B, charisma, C+, the capacity of a leader and individual charm. Even if building a nation is impossible one can still confidently lead a group of individuals, forging bonds stronger than death. A plus modifier is added due to the Dragon Aura subskill. Dragonkind evolution, D upgrade to B, at B rank, one is but one step away from being a full dragon but that step is one most difficult and nearly impossible to achieve. The Draconic enhancement skill is lost but all parameters except luck are permanently increased. And more draconic traits are manifested while previous ones are enhanced. Dragon Heart, D upgrade to B, the beating heart of the dragon kind that endlessly generates magical energy. Can quadruple its output if fully engaged but will drain the user's stamina until it forcefully shuts down. Although truly of the X rank it is currently in the early stages of development and thus unable to show such potential. Dragon Eyes, B, not a standard ability for the dragon kind but one that exists among the highest levels of it. Can put pressure on one's opponent with a simple gaze and even bind their movement or forcefully control them if their willpower or mana is low enough. Additionally, the user's vision is greatly enhanced, no longer being affected by long distances and capturing high-speed movements with ease, even slowing the user's sense of time as they focus. The user can the flow of magical energy as well as emotions and detect falsehoods like lies and illusions and even see through the future and fate itself in some situations to detect the best possible course of action. At the B rank, they are mystic eyes of the jewel rank in the noble colors system. Dragon Hide and Scale, B, the impenetrable body of a dragon. Preventing any form of physical, magical and conceptual harm at B rank or less. An attack superior to that value will have a rank B worth cut in power X. A knee rank attack will be reduced to a knee rank 1. Dragonic Body, B, can be activated at will and no cost as it is merely the revelation of the user's draconic nature and not an actual power-up, more like an unsealing of one's abilities. Even in its inactive state, it is demonstrated by a physical body filled with magical energy, from one's blood and flesh to one's bones and organs. As long as the dragon heart beats, the draconic body will continuously regenerate. In its active state Dragon Hide and Scale, Dragon Breath and Dragon Aura are ranked up to. Strength and endurance parameters receive a ++ modifier. Dragon's Aura, D upgrade to B, can raise one's powers and apply a strong pressure to other beings. Lower ranked phantasmal beasts are completely suppressed so long as their power does not surpass the user's by a large amount, otherwise they simply feel a heavy pressure and are weakened. One's charm and intimidation towards others improves and resonates with the charisma skill. Charm is particularly effective on females and intimidation on males. Dragon's Wisdom, D. Upgrade to B. The powerful mind and innate wisdom of the dragons that push one's mind far beyond the limits of humanity. Grants one all kinds of innate knowledge and natural mastery of any language. Dragon Breath, D. Upgrade to B. A torrent of magical energy released by a dragon, the strongest phantasmal species. It lacks an inherent element being pure destructive magical energy. The user's lungs turn into individual spiritual worlds, producing mass amounts mana by the mere act of breathing, thus greatly increasing the breath's power while lowering its cost. Its destructive power rivals that of an A+ rank anti-army noble phantasm. When pushed to A rank by the draconic body skill, its power rises to that of an A++ anti-fortress noble phantasm. Dragon Burst, A+, Dragon Rage, A, Monstrous Strength, D. Upgrade to B, a dragon's monstrous strength. Ranks up the strength parameter by 1 temporarily, as glowing veins like magical energy is pumped through one's muscles. At the B rank, this enhancement lasts for a few minutes at the most. Magecraft, Transmutation Magecraft, A, Magecraft dealing with the alteration, manipulation and production of various materials. Reinforcement, A, Alteration, A, the ability to alter the form and properties of a material or object. Projection, A, the ability to materialize as objects, in accordance to the caster's imagination, through the use of magical energy. At this rank, common objects can remain in the world permanently. The greater the power of the projected object is, the more serious is the degradation in the projection's quality as well as its duration before fading from existence. Tracing, A, an extremely advanced form of projection whose creation are much superior. At this level, even magical objects of exceptional power can remain permanently in the world and, so long as the object in question is completely understood, there will be no degradation in performance. In exchange, the amount of consumed magical energy is colossal and powerful ites like noble phantasms are impossible to produce without a near limitless supply of magical energy. Not limited to copies and can produce original items as well. The reason for the inefficiency is due to the fact June does not have Emiya's unlimited blade works, which is what makes his tracing so viable. Until such a reality marble can be created, this flaw of tracing will remain. Numerology, D. Upgrade to B, mastery of the craft that leaves modern Magi of the Nasuverse in the dust with few exceptions. Magic Bullet, A+, elemental spells, B, control elemental powers through numerology Magecraft. External Magecraft support, B, utilizing numerology to better wield other types of Magecraft, making them more efficient, powerful and precise. Mental Magecraft, mental archive, A upgrade to A++, a nearly infinite amount of information can be stored in an organized manner and in perfect detail. One's memory is unable to be affected by any event or method, regardless of nature and power. Thought acceleration, A upgrade to A++, accelerates one's thought processes to a point even the moon cell, a supercomputer nearly the size of the moon, made with the highest quality and enormous photonic crystals is only about 10 times faster. Memory partition, A upgrade to A++, allows for 8 Mendel rooms with first-order titration, resulting in a total of 16,777 16 thought processes split equally between each room. Lesser Laplace, A++, use the entirety of the user's mental processing capabilities to analyze all incoming data from the user's 5 senses: intuition, magical perception and so forth, and calculate the best possible move to achieve the user's desired result. Dragon Rune Magecraft, A+, with the innate wisdom of language possessed by the top of the pure dragon kind and the combination of the draconic language with the primordial runes of Odin, a new and powerful runic Magecraft is born. Imaginary Numbers Magecraft, C upgrade to B, mastery of the craft that leaves modern Magi of the Nasuverse in the dust with few exceptions. Imaginary Space Storage, B, the creation of a storage space where time does not exist by the manipulation of the imaginary number space. At B rank, a large room can be created. Imaginary Space Travel, B, travel through imaginary number space while protecting oneself and navigating with great accuracy. Space-Time Magecraft, C, Space-Time Isolation Boundary, C, able to set up a workshop that, with the prerequisite of sufficient magical energy, can be isolated from normal space-time, allowing for limited manipulation of time and space within it. Innate Time Control, B, create a bounded field that envelops one's body to accelerate or decelerate one's innate time. Reality Marble, D, basic knowledge of the nature, control and creation of the highest level of bounded fields, reality marbles. But still lacking the knowledge to make one without assistance beyond pure Magecraft. Healing Magecraft, B, mastery of the craft that leaves modern Magi of the Nasuverse in the dust with few exceptions. Alchemy, B, mastery of the craft that leaves modern Magi of the Nasuverse in the dust with few exceptions. Sacraments, B, For a being as irreverent of God as the user, to master the Church's sacraments and holy rituals to a level superior to most of their devout priests and zealots, it truly is blasphemy at its finest. Noble phantasms, all myriad, the layered world born out of nothingness, the beginnings of a noble phantasm. A multi-layered reality marble with limitless potential but still only a small and empty layered space that can only serve as a container for magical energy. Chapter 5, Noble Phantasm Creation. Looking at his own status, June could almost laugh with satisfaction. Even top cadres like Azazel and Barakiel had to take him seriously now, but he held no illusions. A Devil King class opponent could easily blow up a country at full power, and they were far from the most powerful beings in this world, while in the Nasuverse, even more overpowered beings were laying hidden in various places, times and ages. A super devil like Starsea could easily kill him, and for the likes of Aphis and Great Red, he was little more than a bug they could squash with the slightest exertion of their seemingly endless power. Still, with his current abilities, June could interfere in many more events, both in DxD and the Nasuverse, and, even without a servant, he could challenge the Holy Grail wars there and try to get the artifact, which was a necessity for his plans of further strengthening. Right now, June had reached his limits and his raw power would no longer bring grace. He could refine his martial skills and magecraft to higher levels, but his raw parameters had hit their ceiling and the integration of the factor of the dragon had grinded to halt. Saga, ever helpful, explained these were the limits of his current vessel, and, to take the final step and become a true dragon, June needed to expand it. In other words, he needed the means to forge a true dragon body in order to restart the process of integration. It would still be a gradual change that would take time, but a starter was now needed. June planned to use the Greater Grail as this starter. Not only that though, it had far more uses. It could for one help with the development of his currently quite pathetic reality marble, for example, but, more importantly, it could allow June to use Heaven's Field to materialize and immortalize his own soul. This was something of utmost importance since it was a prerequisite for him to finally unseal the first level of his Scion of the Void skill, but there were still things June could do to increase his power, and that was crafting noble phantasms for himself using his skills trained in the last 2 years and all the treasures he had acquired. Speaking of that, the world was still in a ruckus over that incident, despite nearly 2 whole years having passed, and Azazel, being as smart as he was, periodically gave June a few suspicious looks but ended up not saying a thing. With all of his newly learned, upgraded and modified magecrafts, June had not only built himself an extremely strong foundation as a magus and acquired the skills necessary to create the noble phantasms he desired, with the help of the Akashic Converter of course, he had also gained something else. The ability to make one badass workshop. His Koa workshop, despite visually looking the same on the outside, was now utterly different. It was isolated from normal space and time, could run faster inside by a factor of 10 so long as June desired. The interior space was also much larger than what the outside would suggest, and numerous underground levels had been created. Rather than just relying on energy gathered from the surrounding through formations, several magical furnaces had been set up to power the entire workshop. Its defenses were so abnormal even your run-of-the-mill super devil, stronger than the original Satans, had to think twice before trying to attack it. It was a point of great pride for June, and Valia was enamored by it as well, asking for his permission to make it her secret base as well. The girl was quite the Chani after all, and the idea of having such a base made her blood boil and look at June with stars in her eyes, so he just let her. He trusted her enough for her not to betray him, and besides, it's not like there weren't safeguards for such an event. Beyond that, June had even created his own original magecraft that took inspiration from the concept of Laplace's demon and the Laplace system made by Atlas based on it as well, to take advantage of his massive mental processing in a more precise way. Now, he could efficiently pour all of his resources into a single task for maximum efficiency. It was future sight that showed the path to victory during battles and the guide to success when performing any other miscellaneous task. At this very moment, June was alone in his workshop with time accelerated so that his task could be done in the shortest amount of outside time possible. He had warned Valia not to interrupt him unless something on the level of the world cracking in half occurred, so he was all set. It was time to start creating noble phantasms, 2 of them to be precise. An item type and an independent familiar type. One had already been created by using his basic knowledge and skill with reality marbles along with his natural power and potential to create one within himself, his own imaginary land that symbolized his true power and self. But it was just an egg for now. As for what would be born of that egg, it would certainly be something with limitless potential, but what exactly, the remained to be seen. For now though, there were other noble phantasms to create. The first one was the one that required all the treasures he stole. To determine its nature and path of development to follow, a fitting true name was necessary. Names carried weight, especially when the Akashic Converter then used the power of the root of Akasha itself was the main driving force of the creation. Your true name will be Phantasmal Origin, the first illusion of myriad myths. A fitting name for your intention. Asaka commented. The first noble phantasm to be born directly from the root of Akasha with components, legends and abilities from multiple different origins, all becoming one single illusion of the origin. Considering some of the names I've came up with for your experiments, I did not expect such a worthy name. Asaka. Now that's hurtful. And those names were half-assed because they could be without affecting the final product. This time it's different. June responded. If you say so. Asaka replied in her usual monotone, but June could sense sass. I'm rubbing off on her in a bad way. He thought to himself, fully realizing his fault in the matter. But now it was time for seriousness. The final product would be a collection of treasures that would be a single noble phantasm. Just like Karna's armor and earring, which were part of the same noble phantasm. But June was planning on taking this concept to a whole other level. Its true form would be a devourer of myths that took treasures and legend, converting them into more power and abilities for itself, resulting in various items and abilities that were all part of a unique noble phantasm whose growth potential was technically limitless so long as June himself was handled to handle it. Its first form and true power, released with its true name, was more of a concept rather than an actual tool, so it had no actual form. The reason June could make something like this was because he already had enough food to stabilize this conceptual noble phantasm. Now, he had to guide it in the creation of its first few pieces carefully, while it would all be much smoother and automatic in the future once the phantasmal origina was fully formed. Excalibur became the base of the first piece, simply because of its many abilities and the power to change shape. As a piece of the phantasmal origin, its role would be that of the ultimate weapon. First, Excalibur was infused with the records and power of its Nasuverse counterpart. All treasures would first be treated this way before being added in. Then its individual abilities were changed to fit the treasures he was planning on fusing with it and be more Nasuverse compatible, since all of June's abilities were based on the Nasuverse system. The DxD had 7 components, 7 abilities, and each of them would become the foundation for it to accept other treasures, Excalibur Mimic being the main reason, as the ability to freely change shape. Excalibur Destruction became the vessel receiving the Nasuverse records of the Holy Sword's peerless power that gathered the light of the world into a strike capable of destroying anything. The ability to amplify the user's magical energy to create a powerful attack as destructive light. It also symbolized the piece's ability as a weapon of destruction and would serve as the vessel for the destructive power of the other implemented treasures. Excalibur Mimic was the main vessel. In exchange for losing its ability to change its form into anything the user wished, it became able to take a select few forms to better exhibit the power of other included treasures. Excalibur Rapidly, which enhanced the user's speed, became a simple ability to add a plus modifier to the user's agility parameter. Excalibur Nightmare was stripped of its ability to create illusions and manipulate dreams to be converted into the ability to strike at things that did not possess a physical body or even concepts without a physical representation. It was a powerful ability, but one needing the support of other treasures to be truly actualized, since the original potential of that piece of the DxD Excalibur was just not enough. Excalibur Transparency, rather than making the user and blade invisible, became a representation of Nasuverse's invisible air, but a more powerful and wide-ranging version that could cover not only the sword but also the user and even grant the ability to manipulate the air in general. Excalibur Blessing became an anti-evil boost, a modifier that intensified the ability to affect being with the evil alignment and enhance holy rituals and sacraments. It also served as a vessel for future modifiers of the same time, such as an anti-dragon modifier or anti-Ana modifier, for example. Excalibur Ruler, the power of the piece as a symbol of authority and rulership. Rather than allow one to control others as in DxD, it instead permanently enhanced the charisma skill. It also allows one to empower one's subordinates in battle with various blessings based on the weapon's abilities. Now though, it was time to start introducing other treasures into the mix. Chapter 6, Noble Phantasm Creation 2. Now though, it was time to start introducing other treasures into the mix. Marmiedos. Integration further increased the weapon's destructive power and granted it the ability to take up the form of a longer and wider, greatsword blade, and well as extending the handle to staff-like lengths. Karnwenan. Integration granted a dagger shape to the weapon as the ability to enhance the user's presence concealment skill and reduce the penalty it suffers from the user attacking. Clarent. Integration enhanced the charisma boost provided by the weapon as well as its ability to amplify the user's magical energy to unleash destructive attacks. Also grants the ability to boost all of the user's parameters when it is held. Sekos. Integration added the ability to inflict cursed wounds that cannot be healed unless the use of the weapon is killed or personally disengages the ability. Add the one-handed sword form to the weapon. Sword of the Strange Hangings. Integration greatly enhances the weapon's capacity as a holy implement and its anti-evil modifier. It also boosts its natural strength and performance as a weapon, such as sharpness and endurance to stress. Sword with the Red Hilt. Integration boosts natural strength and performance as a weapon, such as sharpness and endurance to stress. As it was the sword of Sir Balin, The Knight of Two Swords, it grants the ability to manifest two of the weapon at the same time. Fail not, integration grants a bow form and a harp form which can be used to attack with sound arrows. Arrows from magical energy can be produced for the standard bow form. In its bow form, the ability to manifest a second copy, gained for the sword with the red hilt, allows one to shoot the other forms of the weapon as powerful arrows as well. As an additional effect, all forms of the weapon can be converted into an equivalent arrow form. Wrong Ominiad, integration grants the weapon a lance form. It also drastically improves the weapon's natural strength and performance and an even greater boost to the weapon's ability to amplify the user's magical energy. The raw power contained within the weapon itself also drastically increases. Ascalon, integration grants the weapon the Dragon Slayer modifier. In addition, it also grants the ability to greatly enhance the user's defense to all forms of harm when held, and this protection can be reversed into the ability to pierce any defense. Aondite, integration boosts natural strength and performance as a weapon, especially its toughness, and improves the ability to boost the user's stats when held while also moderately enhancing the user's defense to all forms of harm when held. Gram, integration improves the weapon's boost to the user's charisma skill, greatly increases the weapon's inherent power and performance while adding a sun attribute with the power of heat and fire to the weapon. The form of a two-bladed sword, sword on one end and dagger on the other, with a bladed handguard on one side become possible, as well as the manifestation of several small daggers containing a small part of the weapon's power. Finally, it enhanced the Dragon Slayer modifier. Bomong, integration grants a cross-guarded greatsword form with a normal width blade, enhances the Dragon Slayer modifier while allowing the weapon to possess its own magical energy storage, independent from the user, which can be tapped into at will. Deerfing, integration grants the weapon the ability to greatly enhance all of its powers for a single strike, but if that strike does not kill its target, the user will suffer a powerful curse. Daneslav, integration grants the weapon the ability to enhance all of the weapon's abilities, but the user must kill someone with the weapon, if not an enemy, then an innocent bystander or even an ally. The only alternative would be to commit suicide with the weapon. And with this, the first piece of the phantasmal origin, the ultimate weapon had taken its shape. It could still take it more and grow in the future, but for now, this was its state. The weapon was, by itself, an X-ranked noble phantasm capable of acting as anti-unit, anti-army, anti-fortress, anti-country and anti-world. Unfortunately, its power was so great that June lacked both the necessary martial skill and raw power to wield it, making it unusable. June simply froze from an unspeakable pressure whenever he called up the weapon. As such, taking from the fact that Excalibur was the original basis for it, June modeled its regular longsword form after Excalibur Proto with a seal mimicking the 13 restraints of the Round Table. It was black and gold with more draconic symbols and letters rather than the original fairy letters and holier motif. The blade was also not as wide and more functional. Of course, the restraints could be removed at will by June, but they allowed him to wield the sword at his current level of power. After putting all the 13 restraints on it, June looked at his status to see how much its rank had dropped. What greeted him, however, was a shining X rank all the same. So the damn thing is so powerful that even with 13 super heavy-duty seals on it, it is still ranked X? June asked Asaka. Rank X simply means too powerful for accurate measurement. So there can be unfathomable difference between two X-ranked things. Just because two individuals have X-rank strength, it does not mean their physical strength is equal, only that both have surpassed the limit. Asaka dutifully explained. So I guess I have no need to feel sorry for myself for not being able to even move with it in my hands when it was at full power. June assured himself. Yes, that pathetic display was result of the weapon's overwhelming might, not your weakness. Asaka said. Your choices in vocabulary are becoming thornier, Asaka. June commented. Apostrophe. Asaka maintained silence. Did you just ignore me? June asked. Ignore what? Asaka asked in return. Guess that answers my question. June replied. I having a bad influence on her for sure. June thought to himself. Back to work matters though. The only leftover weapon from the creation process was Nothung, which was just another name for Gram in the Nasuverse rather than a separate weapon. As such, in a test run during the 2 years of preparation, June used the Akashic Converter to turn it into Nasuverse Sigurd's Gram, along with its accompanying daggers and all. Not only that, but he used the nameless stuff he got from the church, all kinds of holy weapons and implements to create special black keys and other kinds of stuff, sometimes just for fun but mainly to hone his skills, ending up not only creating a sizable holy arsenal but also gaining the item creation skill. With the ultimate weapon piece created, it was time for the second piece, the ultimate shield, or more accurately, the ultimate defense. A layered set of armor with impregnable defenses. First up was the green armor as the first layer. Rather than an armor, it was more like the conceptual power of the actual armor worn as a second skin. Its true ability was the one spoken of that protected the user from injury. Its true power was to dissociate physical injury from harm and death. The user is not protected, their defense is not increased in any way, but, even if one's head is chopped off, they don't die or even lose the ability to move as they wish. This, however, does this not mean the injuries will heal though? The only injury that registers as deadly harm is one inflicted at the core of the opponent. In Jun's case, his dragon heart, which at B rank, served as the core of his existence. Even if his head was obliterated, there was still a chance of survival so long as the dragon heart was undamaged. The second layer was the closest to the true definition of armor. A thin inner sublayer, a bodysuit converted from Avalon that covered the user's whole body, offering only a modicum of actual protection but rapidly healing any damage suffered by the user so long as they are still alive. Unless the user's existence is completely extinguished, they will eventually recover. An upgrade to the origin lay ability born from the power of Akasha in the integration of the ability, and it could be used even when the armor was not deployed. Additionally, it had the ability to invoke the ultimate protection held by the scabbard that made up its previous form. In exchange for now being able to perform any offensive or even supportive action, the user became utterly invincible, shielded by the utopia of Avalon. The ability was heavily altered, however, becoming something of an even greater level. While the original would confer Avalon's protection, Jun's version tapped into his connection to give him the protection of the root of Akasha, thus even annihilation of the entire Nasuverse would not harm him in this state. Next up was the outer sublayer, heavy plate armor that covered one's whole body. The round table was first converted into the round shield of Galahad in the Nasuverse and then converted into a suit of heavy armor with defenses equal to that of the original shield. It granted the whole complete defense the ability to raise its protective value based on the user's willpower and protected one from all kinds of harm, physical and conceptual. The huge shield could still be summoned in addition to the actual armor. Mordred's Secret of Pedigree and Gauntlet were added and fused into the helmet portion, possessing the ability to obscure all of the user's parameters and abilities from the first and boosting the user's power and the charisma skill from the second. Finally, Pride One was integrated, increasing the armor's defensive value and making it so a smaller version of the round shield to be summoned, allowing the user to wield it more effectively along with other weapons. The armor's appearance was of a draconic theme, black with gold detail and a chest plate that resembled the round shield but more jagged and aggressive, and pauldrons with a similar style. The helm, which could split into parts and slot into the armor like the Secret of Pedigree, had a somewhat similar look to it but black and gold and far more regal. The black and gold horns jutted more upwards with a thin second set that was completely golden spiraling around them. On the top of the helmet, golden rhombus-shaped protrusions formed what looked to be a crow, adding to its regal aesthetic. There was still a third layer to the armor though. The ability to summon an image of Camelot, combined with the Pride One's ability to become a warship and Avalon's absolute domain-type bounded field combined to create a flying fortress. Once summoned, it was self-sufficient, but summoning it required vast amounts of magical energy that Jun could only accumulate slowly over time or find some other way to obtain. Until then though, he could still summon small parts of it through portals. Namely part of the fortress walls and its weapon emplacements that went from magical cannons to ballistas firing holy spears. As the ultimate weapon before it, it was of the X rank, but while Jun could not summon its flying fortress form, he could use the actual armor and all of its ability without any issue. Because not nearly as many treasures had been fused into it, it was currently of a lower grade but still ranked X. Chapter 7, Noble Phantasm Creation 3. With the ultimate weapon and ultimate armor of the Phantasmal Origin complete, work on was pretty much done for now since there were no more treasures to integrate, but Jun's Noble Phantasm creation was not yet done. In the 2 years that had passed, he not only trained but also thought deeply about how to best use his resources to increase his power, and a very good idea came to him, an independent familiar type Noble Phantasm. Using DxD Writer's soul along with his sacred gears and the remaining shell of the boosted gear combined with Nox's material alteration and imaginary numbers magecrafts and his alchemy skill to create a pseudo-spiritual being with the power of a dragon and the ability to shapeshift into various different forms. Hujin and Munin would be introduced as well, since their characteristics was something Jun had used for but their weaknesses limited them. This way they would become a part of something much greater. All of this was made possible by the Akashic Converter's assistance. In the end, the result were two reddish-black masses of considerable size and magical energy signatures not that inferior to the current Jun, and that was saying something. The two masses then melded into Jun's shadow, laying in wait for his order, making up in loyalty what they currently lacked in personality, but they had the ability to grow their intelligence and were just very smart and obedient newborns for now. Jun called them Nox and Nix, the ever-shifting loyal shadows. They could assume many different shapes, but with their true name released, they would become two large oriental reddish-black dragons with incredible power. It was a rank A++ Noble Phantasm, and the first one Jun had made that he could fully use to its peak from the start, even though it was of a lower grade than the others. When he was finally done with all of his creation efforts, something changed deep within him. A new power born of his efforts. Jun's item creation, B, evolved into Noble Phantasm Creation, X. Noble Phantasm Creation, X. With the assistance of another power, Akashic Converter, the user is able to convert treasured materials into noble phantasms of any kind so long as a definite schematic or plan exists. Items of great power can also be converted into noble phantasms. The rank of all creations depends on the plan and schematic used to make them as well as the used materials. Due to the user's experience, treasures with high magical energy can replace any other material and even improve the final rank of the result. Well, that sure was a pleasant surprise. Jun thought. More than you realize. Asaka commented. How so? He asked. The fact that one of the Akashic Grimoire's functions is being listed in one of your skills means you are getting closer to mastering that particular power without the need of the Grimoire's assistance. I did not predict you would have reached this step so soon. She explained. Right. You did explain the Grimoire is just allowing me to use abilities I have but are not yet qualified to use on my own by granting assistance. That skill symbolizes a small but very important step forward when it comes to wielding the power myself without the need of assistance. Jun realized with joy and excitement. Precisely. The road is yet long, but you have definitely taken the first step, and now, so long as you acquire sufficient amounts of treasure and magical energy, you can use them to make any noble phantasm by acquiring schematics from the Akashic records. Asaka pointed. Say, what would I need to make Gilgamesh's EA? Jun immediately inquired. Treasures more valuable than an entire world and enough magical energy to create your own personal god, not a dive spirit, but an actual god which is countless times greater in scope and power. Asaka responded. In other words, kept those foolish dreams for when you are asleep. Right? Jun shrugged. But to his shock, Asaka actually responded. Indeed. I'm having far too much of a bad influence on her. How do I make this stop? Jun asked himself. But even as one of his mental partitions was having those useless thoughts, others were hard at work figuring his next actions. He was already gone for a few days of outside time, so he checked to see if he had any messages, and sure enough, Valia had left one. Azazel had an important job and needed Jun's expertise or so he said according to Valia. Jun was planning to leave for the Nasuverse within the next years, since there were things he now found himself in need of that could only be found there, not to mention there was a lot of fun to be had. In DxD, Jun needed to be careful who he picked fights with, since it would make him enemies and draw unwanted attention to him, but in the Nasuverse, he could hop between timelines, mess around in one, make a crap ton of enemies and then leaving to never come back. If he did that, only peepers like Zelrech or powerful entities like Akasha and Gaia would be aware of his doing in other timelines, and thus he wouldn't make too many problems for himself, or at least that was the plan. First though, there was some business to take care in DxD. Even though he would return at the exact moment he left, Jun felt he currently had enough power to care of a few matter even without using his trump cards, so he decided to take care of them before leaving for the Nasuverse. Using his new skill and a considerable portion of the magical energy stored in his workshop, Jun converted a few of his favorite test creations from the holy artifacts he got into low-ranked nameless noble phantasms to use. His true ones were so powerful, but even his damn weapon drained magical energy just to swing it normally, probably because his martial skill was too low to properly wield a weapon of such caliber, no matter the form. Besides, trump cards are to be saved for the key moments they are needed. As such, Jun decided to divide his tools into 3 separate categories based on how serious he needed to be. His true noble phantasms would be on the fully serious category. His low-ranked nameless noble phantasms along with Gram would be on the half-serious category, with the latter being reserved for particularly tough situations. Finally, he had some mystic codes for his faking weakness category, where he would just pretend to be a regular magus. After all, which protagonist did not decide to hide their powers for one reason or another, or even just because? In the Nasuverse though, this was truly important, as there were certain existences whose attention Jun didn't want to grab by exhibiting his overly powerful true noble phantasms. With that done in a relatively short amount of time, Jun exited his workshop and returned to Grigori facilities, only to be called immediately to Azazel's office. Entering, he saw Azazel and Barakiel inside. Hey Azazel. So what's this job you have? Jun greeted and asked. Wait, him? No. I'm against this. Barakiel exclaimed. Nice to see you too, Barakiel. What's with all the hostility? Jun said. Barakiel stuttered for a bit before Azazel decided to step in and explain. Well, you know how you seem to be turning the heads of all of Grigori's ladies, right? I mean, damn. Even I'm jealous. He started. It was true, Jun's looks, dragon aura and charisma were a potent mix that charmed women and made lesser men feel inferior. Each time June walked the halls of a Grigori facility, the women there always followed him with their gaze. If Valia was there, she would also glare at all these women is passing, as if telling them to stay away and know their place, but June just pretended like nothing was happening and ignored all of it. What about it? June asked. Well, Barakiel will need to excuse himself from his home for a while due to his duties, so he came to me discussing security options. Your little place in Kua has turned into a veritable fortress even I want to stay away from, so I thought of you as the man for the job. Azazel said. Sound reasonable? June replied and then turned to Barakiel. What? Worried I'll charm your wife and daughter? June jokingly asked him, only for the big man to freeze. Wait, are you serious? June asked again. By now, Barakiel was red with embarrassment while Azazel was struggling to hold his laughter in. Ha 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 ha. June broke down in laughter and Azazel soon followed, and Barakiel deflated like a punctured beach ball. June patted on the shoulder and said. Don't worry. If you don't have marital problem, I'm sure your wife won't leave you. He comforted. The big man realized his wife was not such a weak woman too, and thus calmed down and started feeling better, but then June continued. I make no promises in regards to your daughter though. He innocently added. Fire lit up on Barakiel's eyes as he got ready for the warpath. While June and Azazel broke down, he laughed again, just making the port-fallen angel want to bury himself in hole again. Chapter 8, Shuri and Akeno. After Azazel and June had enough fun bullying Barakiel over his insecurities, the big man and June went over to his house, or more like Shuri and Akeno's house, a temple, where Barakiel now lived as well, so June could set up some nice defense should anyone with less than good intentions show up. After they entered, Barakiel introduced June to his family. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, June-kun. You're quite different from what my husband described. Shuri greeted with a bow. Oh? I would love to hear all about that later. But it's a pleasure to meet you as well. Shiki greeted back with a nod of his head. All the while, Akeno hid behind her mother with a huge blush on her face, and only after some encouragement from Shuri did she come out and gave a bow to June before running off. Don't be offended, June-kun, my daughter Akeno is just being shy. Probably because of how handsome you are. Shuri lightly smiled. June smiled in return and replied. None taken, and thank you for the comment. If Akeno-chan follows after her mother, I'm sure she will grow up to be quite the beauty. Shuri gave an elegant giggle and responded. Oh, you flatter me. But where are my manners? Please enter and make yourself comfortable. I'll have some tea ready in short time. Thank you. June replied and entered further into the house and sat down in their living room. Meanwhile, Barakiel was straight up ignored by all parties, June, Shuri and even Akeno, who was still around peeking at June when she thought he wasn't looking. June himself was in his 14-year-old form rather than the mature form his skill growth had given him, so he looked far more innocent than the handsome diabolical being that stole hearts with a cursed charm everywhere he went with no regard the Barakiel had described to Shuri. The preemptive dissing was probably what got him ignored, or perhaps he was into that type of stuff. He seemed to be quite the masochist from the rumors June heard going around. Or more like the gossip Azazel shared when he and June got drunk together. A few days went by, as June steadily built up the foundations of the bounded field he was going to put around the house. He was being careful and not skimping, taking advantage of the shrine's good location and the ley lines to create a powerful and complex system. In the case of his little workshop in Kua, June had just remodeled and rebuilt while adding new features as his skills improved, even ending up forcefully changing Kua ley lines to fit his needs since there was currently no designated ruler from any faction watching over the place. His current job, however, was different since he already had the skills. He just needed to spend some time in the preparations and the final product would come out exactly at the level and with the features he wanted. June ended up sleeping in the house with Shuri preparing a room for him. Little Akeno, who was actually June's age, got over her shyness a fair bit and now followed June around, asking what he was doing, and, since he had nothing better to do and the girl was quite cute, he entertained her. He liked Shuri and Akeno, they were good people and very welcoming to him. Barakiel was getting on his nerves with his constant questions of why he was taking so much time and why was he staying here when he could always go back to his dorm and return with the teleportation methods. Thinking the big man would get tired of annoying him and just go back to spending the last of his vacation time with his family, June just gave some basic but truthful answers, but he was wrong. Clearly Barakiel was suspicious and it irked June since he had already repaid his favor to Azazel and this was him doing Grigori a favor, not repaying one. He had no obligations and no business being doubted when it was they who asked for him. For who know what time, Barakiel started asking June questions when the family had a meal and invited him. Aren't you taking too long? What exactly are you doing? Why are you staying in-house for the duration of the job? Questions upon questions. They made him no friend too. Shuri thought he was being rude, and Akeno, who had a crush of June, loved that he was staying in the house and wanted him never to finish his work, to the point she considered messing it up before deciding against it because he might get mad at her. "Alright, old man. I have had just about enough of you," June suddenly said. "Why am I taking so long? Do you want it done fast or done right?" June questioned. "The reason I'm here is because I'm better at this than all of Grigori put together, and your people asked for me in the first place," he scolded. "What exactly am I doing? Would a musclehead like you even know the intricacies of my bounded fields? Azazel might figure some stuff out if I explain, maybe a Jacoby Beelzebub, but you? I doubt it," June continued without give a damn. "As for why I'm staying here, it's convenient," Shuri-san offered, "and the company other than you is quite nice and easy on the eyes to boot. It boosts my morale," he said, making little Akeno blush at the last part. "Alright, let us calm down. This is enough from both of you. Dear, you will stop bothering Jun-kun and let him finish his work in peace. Is that clear?" Shuri said. June wisely shut up, and while Baraki Eel still looked like he wanted to say something, he ended up clamming up to after a look from his wife. "Shuri-san sure has him tamed," June thought as he finished his dinner. A few days later, June was just finishing up, and the bounded field could now be activated at will. He made one admin key and one emergency key, for Shuri and Akeno respectively. They fused with the holders so they could not be taken, and though was all it needed to activate them. Shuri's key could control all the features of the bounded field. She could allow people to enter and exit, activate or deactivate the defenses, etc. It had one other function which was the only one Akeno's key possessed, the emergency system. If a key holder found themselves in any danger, the bounded field would override all commands and protect the holders through any means required. June had built this feature in case Shuri-san, in a moment of weakness, allowed someone she shouldn't pass the defenses or deactivated some of the more extreme ones out of softness. This emergency protocols could only be stopped or overridden by him and him alone. Akeno was accompanying June as per usual, so he turned to look at her and spoke. "Well, I'm done. All that's left is to activate the bounded field and presto," he said. Akeno lost her usual happy mood and looked down sad. "Does that mean you won't live with us anymore?" she asked. "Yes, but don't worry. I'll be sure to visit once in a while, okay?" June patted her head. With this, she blushed and got some of her happy mood back as they both walked to the house. Suddenly though, June sensed some visitors. June and Akeno were pretty far from the main house since he worked from the core of the field outwards, and as such, his final touches were on the outer edge, but now that he got closer to the house he could sense them. "Hold out your hand, Akeno." Confused she did as he asked, and June lightly touched the back of her hand, leaving a small flower-shaped mark. "What is it?" the girl asked. "With it, so long as you're in the mountain, no one can hurt you. And something to remember me by." He winked when he said the last part, making Akeno blush happily. "Let's get back to the house. There seem to be some visitors," June then said. "Visitors? Who?" Akeno asked. "I wouldn't know, but let's find out," he replied as they both made their way back and entered only to hear shouting. "Shuri, don't waste the chance I'm giving you," a voice shouted loudly, seemingly from an old man. "A chance, uncle? At the cost of my daughter?" Shuri replied in a loud and outraged but still in control tone. "That filthy spawn between you and that filthy black-winged beast. That fact that I'm willing to forgive you for that sin is a privilege others can only beg for," the old man said in a lower tone, one filled with disgust. Akeno looked shocked at the words being spoken and just clutched June's clothes. Meanwhile, June just kept moving. Arriving at the room where the voices come from, June spotted Shuri, an old man, the one who was shouting, two attendants the old man had probably brought with him, and a young girl who looked like a younger but just as well endowed or perhaps even more. "What do we have here?" June asked in a jovial tone, but the sheer, nearly physical hostility just emanating from him painted a different story. Chapter 9, Settling Matters. "What do we have here?" June asked in a jovial tone, but the sheer, nearly physical hostility just emanating from him painted a different story. "Guests?" he asked Shuri, turning to her. Then turning back to the group, his smile twisted into a savage grin. "Or intruders?" The entire group of four felt a pressure they couldn't describe. Like they should just submit and confess their wrongs before the young boy before them. June's modest C+ rank charisma had improved to the B+ rank as a result of his noble phantasm, and the group of four was feeling it. If he actually deployed it, both armor and weapon, it would rise further to A++, which would just be a curse that made others submit to him so long as they did not possess high-ranked charisma themselves or had at least a rank magic resistance. The guests were just about to leave. Shuri replied. "Shuri, obey," the young woman called. "Silence, this woman does not deserve to be called as such. And I shall leave when my matters are taken care of," the old man said. "Wow, Just wow. Old man, do you even realize that the only reason I haven't butchered you is because Shuri-san wishes me not to? The only reason you are still allowed to breathe are the mercy of the woman you're insulting. How does that feel? June said, enunciating every word in a way that made it look like he was trying to get a point through to a particularly slow individual and then mockingly asking the final question. You arrogant brat. I shall make you pay for such insolence against me, Suao, head of the great Himejima clan. The old man shouted. Ha. What a joke. June replied, only infuriating the old man further. If it was the girl beside you, then I would feel compelled to at least be a little cautious, but against you? He added, just shaking his head after speaking as if all of this wasn't worth his time. Die. The old man had enough and launched a Shinto spell from a talisman he pulled out, the spiritual flames of the Himejima clan. A blazing fireball of special spiritual fire barreled towards June as he did absolutely nothing, much to the horror of Shuri and Akeno, who stood behind him with her eyes closed tightly. The fireball hit square on target and just fizzled out. Everyone could only stare in shock, and June, whose face held a mocking grin. What was that supposed to be, old man? You think crap of that level will even warm me up? Whatever. You were stupid enough to attack me, so you can die now. June just shrugged and raised his hand. Please stop here, everyone. A loud voice interrupted and Baraki Eel suddenly appeared. Now you show up. June complained. Greetings, Ojiu. Baraki Eel said. Do not address me as such, feathered beast. Suao shouted. Baraki Eel, this old man attacked him and I have no interest in letting him leave without paying for it. June calmly. Please do this for me. Baraki Eel bowed. No. June simply said, shocking everyone. From Baraki Eel, to Shuri and even the Himejima clan members. I don't owe you anything and certainly ain't close enough to you not to kill someone who made an attempt on my life just cause you asked. He declared, then turned to Suawa for a final comment. Regardless of how pathetic the attempt actually was. I can't let you do that. Baraki Eel staunchly declared. June just sighed and everyone assumed he was giving up on his intention to kill, but then words that utterly shocked them to their core came out of June's mouth. If you try, I'll just kill you too. June said as his magic circuits started flaring to life, his dragon heart beating and a huge amount of pressure descending on everyone as June's dragon aura spread out. This kid. He is much stronger than I, or probably even Azazel realized. Baraki Eel thought. Akeno was in shock and about to cry because June and her father were turning against each other, and Shuri didn't know what to do since she didn't think June would be so intent on killing her former uncle that he would even threaten her husband. You are certainly stronger than I thought, but do you think you can beat me right now? Baraki Eel sternly questioned. Ha 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 ha. June just laughed. You see, big man. I completed the bounded field today. June savagely grinned. Shit. Was all Baraki Eel could say. The bounded field covering the whole mountain activated, and suddenly, Baraki Eel and the Himejima party were all frozen in place. I put quite a lot of time and resources into this barrier, you see. June started. As such, even a god would have to pay a hefty price to take me down inside here. And as powerful as you are, Baraki Eel. You're no god. He said. Gods in DxD were similar in strength to divine spirits of the Nasuverse, but their powers were quite different in nature. Even weaker beings like high-class devils might be able to destroy mountains, but while a servant but not have that large area destructive power, they would still be able to kill them with relative ease. Their powers were just more focused, but there was another determining factor. The counterforce and the world's rejection of supernatural events in the Nasuverse. The later would decrease in eras with more mystery than the modern age, though. This was something June suspected, as he found himself having far more power than his status and skills implied, and Asaka confirmed his guess. Since the world of DxD did not have such strong regulating entities, they could wield their power more freely. This meant that any servant or even magus would be more powerful in the DxD world if he brought them here than in the Nasuverse. Gods here were similar in strength to a full-power divine spirit of the Nasuverse, at least most gods were. But, if said dive spirit came here, they would suddenly become much more powerful. They would not even lose their authorities, since they are just a way for the Nasuverse to recognize their power. In fact, it would be strengthened due to a simple lack of interference. Divine spirits that require a human vessel to manifest him, which limits them, due to the laws of the Nasuverse, would be able to just walk around in DxD. As for actual Nasuverse gods and Buddhas, they would be so powerful that even Ifis and Great Red might only be a match, or just weaker, possibly by a large margin, since their power would increase in DxD when compared to their previous selves in the Nasuverse. Of course, being backed by the root of Akasha itself, June would face no suppression, so he had an inherent advantage in the Nasuverse that he did not possess here. Still, June was as powerful as an ultimate class in DxD and, with the bounded field on his side, making this completely his territory. He could take out Satan-class opponents, but in the Nasuverse, a truly top-tier servant could match and even kill him despite the suppression they faced from the world, which he didn't. Back to the moment though, Baraki Eel had no words. Being utterly immobilized was simple due to being caught by surprise while being inside the core of the bounded field where it was the strongest. I'll say for Baraki Eel. On the account of Shuri-san and Akano. And I guess I should give Azazel some face too. June said. Then before anyone could say a word, Hime-Jimasua was utterly annihilated without leaving a single drop of blood behind. Well then. June started. The rest of the Hime-Jima clan members are free to leave since I bear no grudge. Beware though. If you try anything against me, you will suffer the consequences. I don't mind antagonizing a few gods just to kill some pesky flies. He warned. Suzaku-san, I presume. June turned to the young woman. Do you have something to say to me? She asked. Hime-Jima Suzaku was feeling complicated. She should hold a grudge against the boy in front of her, but at her core, she thought her great-uncle did it to himself. She was against the attitude of the clan towards people like her aunt and a few other exiled members, but respected its laws anyway. Now though, seeing such a young boy, younger than her, having such presence and such power, being antagonized by her clan over such trivialities made her feel the laws needed changing. The way this June let go of the rest of the Hime-Jima clan members who did nothing to him and was even planning on letting her great-uncle go before he foolishly attacked him also made her respect him even more. I merely wanted to say that, as I felt no ill intent from you, you should not feel discouraged from visiting. I probably won't be around anymore anyway. June said, much to her surprise. I see, thank you for your mercy. May I have your full name? Suzaku requested. Chapter 30, Meeting. June felt slightly weird at being thanked for his mercy after killing a member of the girl's family, but thought no further of it. Hikami June, despite the unpleasant circumstance during which we met. It was still nice to meet the current holder of the sacred beast, Suzaku, and I wish you all the best. He said. Suzaku was quite flustered for some reason and just awkwardly froze, staring at June in a trance-like state. It was June's charisma and dragon aura, coupled with his natural handsomeness. The boy himself did not realize this though. Is it not urgent for you to return to your clan? Not that I dislike your company. June said. Suddenly realizing what she had just done, Suzaku blushed with embarrassment and bowed as she said. It is as you say. And left without another word as if running. What is this feeling? Suzaku asked herself as she flew away on her red bird Shikigami, trying to calm her rapidly beating heart down as she remembered the powerful boy. Hikami June. She muttered. It can't be that. Suzaku said in doubt, realizing what her symptoms pointed at. Back at Shuri's place though, the situation was quite awkward. After standing around for a bit, June approached Shuri and Baraki Eel moved between them. Before he could say anything though, June just spoke with an ominous tone. Piss me off again and I won't care that you're Zazel's pal and that your wife and kid are watching. Get the fuck out of my way before I humiliate you again. Baraki Eel faltered and Shuri just went around him to talk to June but didn't seem to know how to act towards him. Technically speaking, even she did not agree with his way of doing things. June did nothing but kill someone that tried to kill him. On the other hand, while she had no love for her uncle, June had humiliated her husband in front of the Hime-Jima clanspeople and Akano, so she was quite displeased but knew her husband was in the wrong and June's actions meant that the Hime-Jima clan would think twice before returning. Not to mention the whole bounded field he spoke of, whose effectiveness she had clearly seen from what it allowed him to do so effortlessly. Seeing Shuri keep quiet despite coming forward, June decided to speak first. Hold out your hand. He said. My hand? She was confused but held out her left hand all the same. June touched the back of it and a flower pattern that was bigger and more complex than Akano's showed up. What is this? She asked. The key to control the bounded field. You can focus on it to sense all of its features. June said. Thank you. Shuri replied. June nodded and said. I'm leaving then. June said. But Shuri stopped him and said, more out of politeness than anything else. Would you like to stay back for dinner? It's nearly the time already. June dismissively looked at her and said. No need to be fake with me. You want me to leave and I don't want to stay, he declared. Baraki Eel then turned to him and asked. Do you still have control over the bounded field? Why, big man? Wanna have a go at me if I don't? June mocked. Since you are continuously being ungrateful, I have had just about enough of this. He said. I was doing the work for free as a favor, but the likes of you proved yourself unworthy of the treatment. I'll be sure to send my invoice, and if I don't see my payment I'll dismantle the whole thing. June said before disappearing into the imaginary numbers plane. He used it to get to his koa workshop faster and then wrote up an invoice and sent it to Azazel along with an explanation of the events and that he can stop expecting me to work for free just out of our good relations. Back in the shrine, Baraki Eel was left mouth open, Shuri was feeling somewhat guilty and Akano was in tears. A few hours later, Valia came into the workshop, already having discerned what happened. Damn. I can't believe those assets. I wish I'd been there to teach them a lesson, she said in support of Junba. They're not worth it, June said. If you say so. Valia shrugged, still mad. Well, I'll stay with you tonight to keep you company then, she suddenly declared. June said with a raised eyebrow and a suggestive undertone. Valia turned into a tomato in an instant, waving her arms around while flusteredly saying, Not like that. Not like that. I didn't say anything, June responded. What do you mean by like that? He suggestively asked, making her turn even redder and start to stutter. Ha 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 ha. June just blew up in laughter and hugged Valia close. You're so precious, you know that? He said, and the girl just buried her head into his chest. In the end, they did sleep in the same bed, but it was just an innocent sleepover and far from the first they had. June's bed was very comfy and huge, so Valia preferred to sleep there, and June sometimes slept there with her too. Much to Valia's embarrassing though, no matter in which position June laid on the bed, he would wake up with the girl wrapped around her. It seemed to make her short-circuit and run away in the mornings, but she would come back to sleep in his bed anyway. Maybe when you're a few years older, June thought. If he was being honest, she felt more like a little sister to him, but hey, incest, right? Not like they were blood-related anyways. The next day, Azazel called June in for a talk and Valia insisted on going with him. When he got to the Governor General's office, he saw Baraki Eel along with Shuri there. What's this? June inquired. Come on now. Don't be so cold, Azazel said. Just an honest question, June responded. Well, I called you here to discuss the problems that occurred yesterday, Azazel said. What problems? I was under the impression everything got settled and only my payment is left, June said. Well, the payment for starters? Why do you want historical artifacts in such a great number and uncaring of variety? Azazel asked. That's my business, June replied while Valia nodded behind him in support, much to the fallen angel's chagrin. So the payment can be done with historical artifacts, treasures and weapons which you will evaluate until you determine it will cover the cost of your labor? Azazel continued to ask. That's right, and all future jobs you may have for me can be paid in the same way. I specified all of this in the message I sent along with the invoice for my work, June replied. Just making sure? As for the relationship between you and Baraki Eel and his family, Azazel started, but June held his end up and stopped him. There is no relationship unless the big man decides to get in my way again, June declared, which made Shuri's expression twitch a bit and Baraki Eel to frown. Surely you understand Baraki Eel's position, Azazel said. No, I really don't, June replied. Azazel just looked at him. What? If he wants to let those pieces of trash insult and walk over his family, that's Baraki Eel's business, not mine. But he had no place getting in my way after the old fool attacked me, June said. OF. Valia whispered behind him. Baraki Eel looked enraged but doubtful and not knowing what to do with said rage. Shuri just looked honestly hurt, which made June feel a little bad, but it wasn't like he had lied. Azazel just stared in shock. He was not shocked by the words and saw some truth in them, but knew his old friend simply didn't want to antagonize the Shindo gods behind the 5 families of which the Heimdall were a part of. He was shocked June had the balls to say it to Baraki Eel's face. Do you want to waste more of my time or are we done? June asked. This made Baraki Eel snap. What would a brat like you know? He shouted. More than you think. Baraki Eel, and killing a few Heimdalls out of a conflict they created wouldn't get the Shindo gods involved. June scoffed. Do you think they would want a war over the lives of a few worthless fools? Besides, whatever your reasons for allowing your wife and daughter to be insulted and mistreated like that may be, it still doesn't give you the right to get in my way when I wanted to kill that piece of trash, he added. Baraki Eel only got madder but just shut up. He was losing the argument and words were never his strong suit. Alright, I get this was a mistake now, you can just be on your way and payment will come. I also have another job lined up for you which will be paid in the same coin if you're interested, Azazel interjected. I just wanted to try and resolve the bad blood, not make it worse. As for payment, being around for as long as we have means we don't lack in that sort of thing, since June said items with power were worth more, but power was not the main criteria, so they could afford to pay. Were Azazel's thoughts. Just send the details my way, June said before leaving. Chapter 31, Rescue Mission. Well. That could have gone better. Azazel shrugged to himself. About the payment, Baraki Eel started. Don't worry, I got you covered. Most of the stuff the kid want is stuff we have no use for and merely have historical significance with only a couple of exceptions, so I'm sure we can afford it, no problem. Azazel interrupted. I still wanted to apologize to him. Shuri said. Yeah. Maybe we should have opened with that. Azazel commented. About this whole debacle. What are we going to do about this? Barakiel asked. Nothing. Azazel replied. What? Barakiel was starting to go off again, but Azazel just held up a hand to stop him. I know your troubles, but getting in the kid's way was a bad move, and, from someone who knows him better than you, he rarely acts on impulse, and even if he is presented with a totally unexpected situation, his moves are always calculated. He's a very fast thinker. Azazel explained. If anyone asks about him, point directly to his house. That's what he told me to do as per our deal, and that's what I'm going to do. June probably has his plans, so don't worry. He added and sent the married couple away. Back home, June was already over the conversation and preparing for his next big move. Kuroka and Sharon's location had been discovered in the past years. Well, not the girls themselves, but a lab experimenting on Nekomata and Nekozu, but the sisters weren't there. June marked the place though and left some very stealthy surveillance spells and been pinged recently that to Mikazu matching the parameters he had inputted into the spells entering the facilities. The spells were pretty simple in nature, so they were of no use for scouting, but since his prize was there, June was preparing for an assault. All things considered, it should be pretty easy, as the top dog in the facility should be high class at the most and thus easy to deal with. Besides, with June's presence concealment, getting in and out should be easy, but since he had to bring the two girls along, he was going to have to blow his way out most likely. So putting on a set of black clothes with a hood and a mask over his face that were all reinforced and modified by means of magecraft and alchemy to the point of becoming mystic codes, June set out to the place the sisters were held. The compound they lived in belonged to a devil of the Nabirius family doing research on Nekozu while trying to create a super devil. Kuroka was one of the subjects and got ultimate class power out of them eventually, but suffered a lot as a result. When her master showed signs of using her sister for the same experiments, she used her power, which had surpassed his, to kill him and run away. Currently, even Kuroka was a Lilai, a very well-developed one considering she was June's age, much less Konko, who was just a little child barely 10 years old by June's estimations. He found Kuroka first, crying in her room, seemingly in pain over the experiments performed on her. Konko, or Sharon as she was currently called, was in another place, which apparently was where the sisters lived, but Kuroka didn't want to return there before recovering in order not to worry her little sister. She's really trying her best for her little sister. It truly is a shame what happened to them in the original timeline. But that's about to change. With his presence concealment skill, it was a breeze reaching Kuroka's current location without being discovered at all. Shiki appeared before her with a finger over his mouth, saying SHH. So that she would not speak out. Being the perceptive girl she was, Kuroka spoke in whispers. Who are you? Someone who wants to take you and your little sister out of here. Interested? June whispered back in response. You do smell different than everybody else here, but why should I trust you? Kuroka asked, but seemed like it was only out discomfort, as she seemed to have decided to trust the stranger before her. June's charisma skill was no joke after all. Convincing someone to trust him was easy and simple. Why should you trust that the people here don't try to do what they are doing to you, to your little sister later? June responded with a question of his own as he began healing Kuroka's injuries from the experiments she underwent. Kuroka just stood there speechless before she felt a great comfort as she was healed by June's magecraft and decided to follow the person in front of her. She almost wanted to moan in satisfaction from it. Alright, you should be good now. Let's get your little sister and get out of here. June said. Kuroka agreed. Apparently, her mastery of Senjutsu had made her quite good at moving around stealthily, and the only reason she hadn't escaped was because she would not be able to hide her sister's presence along with her own. That being the case, the two stealthily made their way to Sharon's location, but once they arrived there was a problem. A devil, Kuroka's master's night piece, was there as well. No problem. June said to the worried Kuroka. I didn't think I would get out of here without a fight anyway. He added, making Kuroka relax. Why do his words and voice comfort me so easily? She wondered in her mind. Well, that was how the charisma skill worked, a protagonist's charm that makes others be more easily affected by their words and actions. They both entered the room and were noticed by Sharon and the Devil Knight. Nei-sama. Sharon squealed and ran to Kuroka. The knight was about to make a move and grab her since he didn't recognize June and could see he was not one of theirs, but June pinned him down with a glare of his dragon eyes that were like golden jewels, making the devil freeze up and letting Sharon reach Kuroka, who hugged her sister. Looking at June, the older Nekomata asked, What now? In response, a mass of darkness came out June's shadows. It was Nyx, half of his familiar type noble phantasm. The devil drew out a demonic sword of pretty average quality in response, but was ignored. Nyx here will take you to your new home. Leave the fallout to me. June said. Following those words, Nyx wrapped itself around the sisters and disappeared into the imaginary number space to take them back to June's home in Kwa. "Do you know who you're messing with?" the devil shouted, seeing the sisters disappear before his eyes without being able to do anything to stop them. There were barriers in place to stop teleportation, but June's particular method of travel, which was shared by Nox and Nyx, was something different and thus received no interference. "Oh, I know," June ominously said. "And you don't have to worry about me running off, as I'm not escaping with the sisters," he continued. The devil gripped his sword tighter. The fact the mysterious man was going to stay meant he would be punished so severely for his failure, and he had already alarmed the rest of the facility, but that logic did not settle the fear growing in his heart. Before he could react, though, a blade was running through his chest. Not missing a gap in his opponent's concentration due to fear, June threw a black key he had mad at blinding speed. The devil then dying in pain as he burned in holy fire. These are quite effective on devils, as expected, June thought to himself. It was at this moment the reinforcements arrived, the high-class devil of the Nabirius clan and a few other members of his peerage. Two were even Nekomata he had most used in experiments before. "Who are you? Where is Hylas?" Lord Nabirius demanded to know who June was and what had happened to someone named Hylas, who June assumed to be the knight he had just killed. "If you're talking about that devil knight, he's right over there." June pointed to a pile of ash on the ground, the charred remains of the poor devil. "As for my identity, I'll keep that to myself," he added. "You. What do you want? You have taken the sisters, so why didn't you leave with them?" Lord Nabirius asked. "You see," June started. "If I just leave now, those girls might become wanted, the older sister especially, as she will be a stray devil, but I'm not fond of leaving such problems behind, he said. "You want me to promise not to make trouble for those Nekozo?" Lord Nabirius asked. "Ha ha 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 ha." June laughed in response. "What's so funny?" the devil questioned. "The fact you think I'd find your promises to be worth something," June replied, angering the high-class devil even further. "This whole compound is going to tragically disappear from the face of the underworld, and everyone in it is going to die, those two sisters included, you feel me?" he asked. Chapter 3, Rescue Mission 2. This whole compound is going to tragically disappear from the face of the underworld, and everyone in it is going to die, those two sisters included, you feel me? he asked. "Why you want to erase everything just for that?" Lord Nabirius questioned with outrage but also fear. June's words carried weight that the devil could not deny, and he felt June was not boasting in the slightest. "Well, and I've been wanting to test this on an actual target for a while now," June replied with a mad grin behind his mask and insanity gleaming in his eyes. He summoned his armor and his weapon, turning it into its lance form, which resembled Rong-O-Minyad, and pointed it at the sky, intending on calling down a powerful strike like Goddess Rong-O-Minyad's holy judgment right on top of himself. June felt all of his magical energy being drained as he buckled and nearly fell down before it was recovered almost instantly by his Dragon Heart magic core. Lord Nabirius looked confused at the fact nothing was happening, but he felt a feeling of foreboding, a discomfort in the very air around him. Outside the compound, high in the sky, a giant lance of light was descending to render June's judgment upon the unworthy devils inside and in the vicinity, and there was no escape. "This way I can test the armor too," June thought. He then activated his armor's invulnerability ability adapted from Avalon, shielding him in the root of Akasha as the lance of light fell to the ground and erased everything in a 10 kilometers radius. In the middle of a giant crater, June stood, perfectly unarmed as his absolute protection deactivated. "That was a good test indeed," he thought. "I learned a few flaws in my usage on the phantasmal origin as well," June added in his mind before disappearing into the imaginary number space to return home. As for the flaws he had learned of, they were simply but not easy to fix. One was that the attack he had just used was his upper limit in terms of area destruction, any more and the power would be lower to cover more area. The reason for this was not the weapon's limit, even in its sealed state though. The simple truth was that the weapon could only use as much magical energy as June had stored in his own body, and his full tank could only do that much. This led to another discovery. By suddenly draining all of the magical energy in his body for an attack, he would be defenseless for a very short instant before the Dragon Hear magic core kicked in and restored his spent magical energy. June then thought about TA. Its destructive power was impressive, but Gilgamesh did not feel pressed using it at all. It was incredibly efficient and easy to use. Meanwhile, June's own weapon form of phantasmal origin was the exact opposite in terms of ease of use. Right now, he was only using the weapon's magical energy amplification ability to attack, which alone resulted in such destructiveness. But if he released the restraints on the weapon's natural power, then with just a fair bit of his own magical energy, he could tap into the weapon's innate power to unleash untold destruction. The problem was that the weapon itself was being uncooperative. June could only improve himself until he was worthy of the weapon's power. Until then, it was already plenty powerful on its own with just its basic abilities. Another thing June had previously noted was that despite the multiple parameter-enhancing effects the weapon and armor had, he could not use them all. His body could not handle the enhancement without bursting apart. In fact, when he wanted to attack seriously with his weapon, he needed to lower the level of the enhancement first because his body could not tolerate it. June could still self-destructively use it by relying on the self-healing abilities he had and his armor provided, but it was still not an enjoyable thing to do. Once again though, the only solution was to grow even stronger, and create a stronger vessel. Returning home, June found he two confused sisters waiting for him. "Didn't make you wait long, did you?" he asked. "No, what happened after that thing took us away?" Kuroka asked. "That thing is called Nyx, remember the name and use it," June admonished. Kuroka was a bit taken aback but apologized nonetheless. "I am sorry. It's fine as long as you understand. As for what happened after Nyx took you away, I erased that whole place from the face of the underworld, leaving only a giant crater behind," June said. Kuroka freezed up and even a little Sharon realized the gravity of that statement as well as the power needed to make it happen. "For all intents and purposes, two Neko's sisters died in there and you two have nothing to with that place, you feel me?" June said. "He wiped out that entire place for us?" Kuroka thought, being moved by how far this person would go for them. "I got it," she responded and reminded herself to teach Sharon, who was a bit confused now, about the situation later. She hid things from her sister long enough. "Great. Now Kuroka will have to come with me down to the workshop. Sharon can just do whatever you like, there are snacks in the kitchen you can eat if you want," June said, making the little Neko Lily's eyes shine. He then led Kuroka down to his workshop and pointed at a table and said, "Just lay down on the table please." "What for?" Kuroka asked, not liking the situation as it reminded her of some of the experiments. "I'm going to remove your evil pieces and turn you back into a Nekomata, human hybrid rather than a reincarnated devil," June explained. "You may get weaker but it will allow you to say you truly have nothing to do with any devils and you can just train to be strong again," he added. Kuroka took a deep breath and gathered her determination. "Okay, let's do it," she exclaimed. "No need to hype yourself up so much, you know, it's not like it will hurt," June teased, making the young Nekomata blush from embarrassment. Removing the evil pieces was not hard, June's dragon eyes could see it. All he had to do was seamlessly extract it, which he did, and he used the space-time boundary of the workshop to undo several of the effects the experiments left behind on Kuroka through localized time reversal. Lord Naberius had increased her power by robbing her of her potential. He was just giving her another opportunity. By the time June was done, Kuroka, despite losing a significant portion of her power, felt shiny and new, as if she was reborn into a much better version of herself, and to her, it was yet another big debt she owed to the individual before her. The pair then returned to the living area to find Sharon happily munching on some snacks. She was the very picture of cuteness, and both Kuroka and June felt as if their souls were being healed when they smilingly watched her. "Ne-sama." Shiro spoke up once she saw the both of them. "I see you found the snacks all right," June commented. Sharon just blushed and shyly hid behind Kuroka. "Well then, now that the urgent business is taken care of, the first order of business would be to introduce myself," June said. "Hikami June at your service." He gave out his name as he removed his disguise. Both sisters immediately froze at the sight of June's current appearance. Much to his distaste, he was still a pretty boy with a face that could move a stone-cold female veteran and a powerful charisma skill to help. Now both blushing at their poor showing, Kuroka gathered herself to introduce herself and her little sister as well. "I suspect you already know, but I'm Kuroka. This here is Sharon, my little sister," she said. "Alright Kuroka, I'll cook up a nice meal for us and a friend that will probably come by later, and you both can have a good night's sleep in one of the spare rooms. We'll discuss the future tomorrow, so just enjoy my hospitality for today," June declared. Kuroka took a deep breath and replied, "Thank you very much then." Chapter 33, Utsuzumi Agency. About an hour after June offered Kuroka and Sharon dinner, just as he was finishing making it, Valia arrived to join in. The girl's eating habits before she hung out with June were quite deplorable, but, after tasting his food, she changed her ways and now could not live without his homemade meals. She immediately noticed Kuroka and Sharon, who bowed in greeting since June had previously warned them about someone coming to join them for dinner. "And who are you?" Valia asked with suspicion. June entered the room and replied, "Lost cats, picked them up," he said. "Right, whatever. Nice to meet you, the name is Valia Lucifer. Remember it?" Valia greeted. "Kuroka. This is Sharon." The older Nekozu introduced herself and her sister. There was a bit of tension between Valia and the sisters, but nothing too big. They were just strangers to each other who had just met, so June figured it was normal. As dinner started, as soon as the sisters tasted their food, they began wolfing it down without manners. It was the best thing they had ever tasted. Seeing this, Valia, who was also wolfing down her food in the same manner, completely understood them, and even a bit of the existing tension between them faded away. Then she suddenly remembered something and asked June, "Have you heard about a massive explosion in some devil family's territory?" They said a colossal lance of light fell down from the sky and obliterated everything within a 10-kilometer radius. Valia asked. The two Nekozu twitched, which Valia didn't miss, and, while June didn't twitch at all, he still calmly said, "Oh yeah. I was testing out my new toy. Pretty powerful, right?" He casually replied. Valia just looked at him as if asking, "Seriously?" But then just shrugged. "I'll keep my mouth shut, but Azazel is on to you," she informed. "It would be weird if he wasn't, but I've got it handled, don't worry," June replied. "And thanks," he added. Blushing a bit at the sudden thanks, Valia replied, chirping. "And no problem. This is nothing between the two of us," she exclaimed. "Since you say you've got it handled, I won't bother you further." "You're never a bother, Valia," June responded, a bit more seriously, which only made Valia clam up, whispering a thanks with an embarrassed and poorly restrained smile as her face lit up red. The dinner ended and Valia gave out some excuse before running away. She flew through the night sky with her divining wings while squealing with joy. "Don't let him go, Valia. Men like him and far and few in between." Albion's voice suddenly sounded out in Valia's head. "You're right, Albion. I should be upfront and assertive. I don't think I can live without June anymore," Valia replied to her ever-present companion as she thought about what to do. Meanwhile, Kuroka and Sharon went to bed as June reviewed the job details Azazel had forwarded to him, thinking he'd collect on the full amount of reward he was owed after doing this job. It was basically assistance in the events of the short dog novel, made by DxD's author. It was a wonderful opportunity to obtain so goodies as lots of individuals wielding significantly powerful items would make their appearance. Naturally, June accepted the job, which was to deliver 4 eggs which would helm awaken sacred gears to the holders of the 4 fiends, a special set of sacred gears along with another one. They were all high schoolers, being targeted by the Utsuzumi Agency, a group made by the outcasts of the 5 great families with the purpose of revenge, and was cooperating with Saganil, the traitor of Grigori. Honestly, it just proved how stupid the 5 families were, since their ridiculous rules were a major part of why the Utsuzumi Agency existed in the first place. Now, unlike Valia, who was considered affiliated with Grigori, June was defined as an independent contractor, and so, while Valia would be helping with the job, she would stay back for the most part. June, on the other hand, was supposed to basically babysit the newbies. She was not the only help, though. A magician from an organization known as Kusagakure would also come along to provide assistance. She was called Lavinia Rennie and was a holder of one of the Longinus, Absolute Demise, which held an immense power of ice and cold. The job was only for 2 days after, though, so June would stay put and make some preparations in the accelerated time of his workshop. He needed to talk to Kuroka about the Nekozu sisters' future as well. He called the 2 sisters and started the talk. "Alright girls, it's time to decide what you want to do from now on," June started. The 2 tightened up and Sharon grabbed Kuroka's clothes, but they quietly listened. "There are 3 options I see," June continued. "You can just go your own way and owe me one for the future if we meet again. I can take you to a yokai territory that I know is being managed by a good and capable individual who can and will take care of you, and we can meet in the future. You'll still owe one, though," he said. "What about the third?" Kuroka asked. "You can stick with me. Help with stuff I need, and I promise to do my best to protect you both, give you a nice life so long as you're both loyal." June presented the last option. Kuroka looked at her little sister and Sharon nodded to her. "We'll stay with you," the sisters said in tandem. "Are you sure? I was going to give you time to thin," June started, but Kuroka held up her hand and he stopped. "We talked last night and decided to stay with you if you gave us the chance, so we don't need any time," Kuroka declared. "Well then. Welcome to the family, I guess," June responded. Thanks for having us," the sisters said with their cute expressions before hugging June. "This is giving me diabetes," he foolishly thought. 2 days later, June was standing before Azazel along with Valia as a 4th individual knocked on the door to Azazel's office. "Enter," Azazel said. As he said those words, the door opened and a very beautiful young woman with a slim voluptuous figure with long blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes entered the room. Befitting her status as a magician, she was dressed in a witch robe with a cloak and a pointed witch hat. "This is Lavinia Rennie from Kusagakure, June. Like I said before, she'll be helping the 2 of you out. Valia already met her before, though." Azazel introduced the new arrival. "Hi Kami, June, I'm looking forward to working with you." June introduced himself, extending his hand. Lavinia took it with her own dainty hand and they shook on it. "Likewise, Ju-kun, Vachan." Can you please stop calling me that? Valia shouted with embarrassment. I think it's cute. I guess I'll call you Levi-chan then. June took in stride. Hearing June's opinion, Valia stopped complaining, only saying, Humphrey. I guess it's not really all that bad. With a blush on her face. Lavinia, with rosy cheeks, was also nodding with a smile, seemingly greatly pleased with June's words. Please do so. She accepted June's pet name for her. With the introductions done, it was time for work though. There were 5 sacred gear awakening eggs to be delivered. Lavinia and June took 2 each since they could use teleportation magic and imaginary number space fast travel respectively, while Valia to the last one. Lavinia got Nanadar Shiden and Kogahai Osuke, Valia got Same Jimikki and June got Minagawa Natsume and Accused Obio. With this setup, it was expected things would progress far faster and more efficiently than in the original series. June managed to locate his targets by spreading nicks and knocks throughout the city as a detection network. To make things more efficient though, he decided to wait for them to be attacked by the Utsuzumi before showing up, saving them, and explaining the situation. It was a bit cruel of him but would make it far more likely for them to take his word seriously and make the conversation proceed much faster. The Utsuzumi agency was already looking for them, so it wouldn't take that long either. As soon, Minagawa Natsume was attacked by a former classmate. A spider-like Utsuzumi crawled rapidly towards the girl who, despite her fear, kept a cool head as she ran, trying to create as much distance as possible, using alleys with things that could be toppled to make obstacles, but the monster was still catching up. Natsume turned around, finally cornered in an alley with no exit, ready to go down fighting. Come on, freak. I won't make it easy. She shouted. Nice guts. Natsume heard a voice and a beam of light descended from the sky, obliterating the spider monster that chased her. Since he had to keep watch to 2 people, I couldn't be close to both. Good thing I was fast enough. June thought to himself. Natum then saw the most beautiful boy she had ever laid eyes upon, float down from the sky to land in front of her. You okay? June inquired. Chapter 34, Utsuzumi Agency 2. You okay? June inquired. Natsume was left without words. June tilted his head inquisitively. Jill? Natsume gave a weird sound and passed out. Too cute. June immediately caught her while being extra confused about what had just happened. If he realized Natsume had fainted because his cuteness overloaded her already tired mind, he would have probably slapped her awake right then and there. After all, to June, being seen as cute was half an insult and a source of displeasure for him. With his plan messed up, June decided to modify the next step of his original plan to compensate. He had originally intended to persuade Natsume of the spot and have one of his familiars send her to the Grigori dorm he and Valia had rooms in, but that had to change. Letting the girl wake up in an unfamiliar place and him gone was probably not a good idea if he wanted to build trust, so he instead sent Nyx to Dobio with his egg and a special mission. Doing that, June picked up Natsume in a princess carry and moved away through his imaginary space transportation with Nox's assistance, which made it much faster and more reliable. Back in the dorm, just as he was about to lay Natsume onto a bed in one of the rooms, the girl woke up, her unconsciousness being effectively very short. Could have just waited in that place if it was this fast. June pondered as he wondered why things were not going according to his plans today. Welcome back from the world of dreams. June greeted Natsume once again. How are you feeling? He asked. Embarrassed by her previous debacle, Natsume blushingly replied. I'm okay. Thanks. Great. June responded. I imagine you want to hear an explanation now, yes? June inquired. Yeah. That'd be great. What the hell was that thing? Natsume recovered her spunkiness and fire. Let's start from there then, shall we? June replied and Natsume nodded. June then proceeded to explain to Natsume in detail about the Utsuzumi Agency, their goals, their beef with the 5 great families of Japan, the identity of these families along with how they might approach her in the future and so on. He also gave her her egg and explained its function. I know it's a lot to take in, so if you have any doubts, you can always ask. June made sure to get across. Thanks. Natsume replied. What about you, June to June? What's your stake in this mess? She asked. Good question. To be very specific, I'm an independent contractor, hired by a third party to help you and the other 4 sacred gear holders in the same situation as you. June replied. So you work for yourself and are just hired help? Natsume continued to ask. Technically yes, but I'm quite familiar with the Grigori, the organization that hired me, and trust them for giving me work. June replied. Why are these people from this Grigori helping us? Natsume inquired. Not people, fallen angels. June corrected. Fallen angels? Natsume asked with shock. Yeah, like those from the Bible. June clarified. They simply want to see you live up to your potential as Sacred Gear hosts and document your progress for their research on Sacred Gears. They have that to gain, so you can expect them to honestly help you so long as you want to get stronger. He explained. What exactly will they do? Natsume kept asking. For some reason unknown to her, she felt like she could trust the boy in front of her to answer all these questions truthfully and without error. Help set up training menus, as well as the various resources needed for training, and provide protection until you can stand up on your own feet or for life if you choose to permanently join up with them. June shared. What if I don't want to? Natsume questioned. You can still keep the egg but no longer can expect special protection from Grigori against those that wish you harm. They might still help you, but it won't be the concentrated effort that would have been if you accepted their help. June said. Are there any other options? Natsume still asked. I guess you can't take the same road as me, and I can let into my little group until you become powerful enough to handle yourself, but I guess that's about it. June casually mentioned. Okay. Can I think about it? Natsume requested. Of course. June replied. I ought to introduce you to the other 2 residents and see if they manage to bring any of your fellow student in as well. He added. Sure. Natsume replied. Right on cue, Valia and Lavinia arrived together with no one in tow. Vali, Levi-chan. June called out. How did it go? He inquired. Lavinia showed a sad expression while Valia showed a pissed-off one. How about Junji-kun? Lavinia asked. At this moment, Natsume walked out from behind Junji-kun. What a cute nickname, but I think it's too high a hurdle for the current me. She thought as she looked at June and the arriving girls. This is Natsume. I've brought her in, but she's still thinking about what to do in the future. As for the other one, I have yet to enter contact with him. June explained. Mine was an asshole. Kept talking smack like, buzz off little girl. And I have no time for annoying brats, so I got pissed off and beat the crap out of him. Valia said. Did you at least give him the egg? June asked. Yeah, made it so he had to carry it because he lost to me. He seemed like the type to keep that kind of promise. Valia explained. That was the main goal, so it's fine. June responded. How about you, Levi-chan? He asked again. Both of mine were together and I managed to deliver the eggs, but they didn't want to come. Lavinia shared. If they didn't want to come, that's not your fault. Just let them be, your duty to them is over for now. I'm sure we'll cross paths again, so you can ask them again then. June responded. Lavinia nodded in a better mood than before. Well, I need to talk with my other charge, so Natsume, these 2 fine ladies will take care of you while I'm gone, alright? June asked both parties. Valia was happy at being called a fine lady, so she extended a thumbs up and said leave it to us. With Lavinia supporting her and Natsume responding positively as well, so June left to regroup with Nyx, who he sent towards Tobio. Looks like she has fulfilled her duty splendidly. June thought. Nyx and Nox's spiritual intelligence also seems to be rising nicely. He evaluated. Nyx's mission 2-pronged, invade Tobio's shadow and find Canis Lycan sealed within. Jin, as he was called by Tobio, came out of his shadow when he first appeared and after that as well, so it was a good place to look. Once she found it, leave the egg in that dimension in order to help it overcome the seal placed by Tobio's grandmother. Finally, using the goodwill created by the act, recover the sword sealed within Canis Lycan, aim no Ohabari. A fair bit of the sword's power had already become a part of the sacred gear, but most of it was still intact and the performance of the sacred gear wouldn't drop even if it was removed. At most, it would lose the ability to summon the sword that it would have in the future. After that was done, Nyx awaited her master and regrouped, passing on the aim no Ohabari to June. Now he set up in wait for either Jin to break through the seal or Tobio to be attacked. At the end, the latter came first by a hair's breadth and, after another bombastic entrance, June saved Tobio and asked him the very same question he asked Natsume the first time they met. You okay? Much to his relief, Tobi did not pass out and answered positively. Yeah. Thanks for the help. He replied. Great. I assume you have questions. June continued, to which Tobio furiously nodded, drawing a chuckle out of the dragon hybrid. Let's move to a more comfortable place then, shall we? And so, June succeeded in bringing home yet another sacred gear holder. Seeing a familiar face in Natsume also helped Tobio calm down a bit, and June gave him the same explanation he had given to Natsume and, much like her, he requested some time to think about it. Ultimately, Natsume and Tobio decided to fully cooperate, at least temporarily, in order to both protect themselves and try and save their lost classmates, Tobio in particular being hung on a girl named Jesse. And so, after a full night of sleep, the entire group began discussing their future plans over what to do next, over a sumptuous breakfast cooked by June and Tobio. Chapter 35, Utsuzumi Agency 3. After a brief cooking competition in which June crushed the fearsome Tobio, The group decided its first objective was to search for Ki, Valya's charge, and convince him to join the team. Jin, the independent avatar of the Canis-like unsacred gear, also came out, as did Griffin, the avatar of Kai, and Kai, the fiend of deviousness with power to manipulate wind. The group did not leave the base before the two sacred gear holders had decided on pet names. Getting rune communicators, courtesy of June, Lavinia teleported everyone into the general area of Same Jimiki's activity, and they split up to look for him. Lavinia and Natsume, Valya and Obio, and June by himself. Why is June-kun the one to go alone? Natsume asked. I was wondering that too. Obio followed. Cause he's the strongest. Valya casually said, making the other three, Lavinia included, change the way they looked at June. Stronger than me? Lavinia asked, no ill intent behind her words, just curiosity. Well, if I got serious, sure, but Valya is talking about my resistance to magic making me a terrible opponent for mages like you and the trash from the Utsuzumi agency. June explained. Oh. Magic resistance, quite the rare ability, Ju-kun. Lavinia praised. Thanks. Oh, and by the way. June turned to Natsume. Here, Natsume, have this. He extended his hand forward and, from an imaginary space pocket, a silver-white modified version of an exorcist's light gun fell out. A gun? She asked as she took the weapon from June's extended hand. Looks like the light guns exorcists use. Valya pointed out. It was, but I stayed up last night modifying it. June revealed. Now, rather than light bullets, it will absorb Griffin's power and shoot air bullets. The dial on the left lets you alternate between firing modes. It has 4. He added. So cool. Thanks, June-kun. Natsume loved the gift. Why don't I get something like that? Obio questioned with jealousy, making Jin bark to get his attention. Listen to Jin, him and his blades are all you need. Eventually Natsume will stop needing the gun to fire the bullets if you get meaning. June declared. He then explained each of the firing modes. Concussive wind is the first, it lacks destructive power but can be fired like a machine pistol, at a very high rate. The second is piercing wind, a focused shot with great speed and penetration. The third is slashing wind, the bullet becomes an air slash that tracks targets but is slower than the other bullets. Finally, exploding wind, the speed of the bullet is the same as concussive wind but it takes a lot more energy and explodes on impact or by will, with an area of effect and power correspondent to the time you spend holding the trigger. June finished his explanation while Natsume looked enamored with her new toy. They then split up to find Same Jimiki. Finding almost immediately, June called the others. My X-rank luck isn't just for show. He smugly thought to himself. Lavinia teleported herself and Natsume to June's position while Valya came flying in with her divine dividing, dragging Obio by his Grigori-made combat uniform and tossing him to the ground on arrival. He's just around the corner. June pointed out, they were all in an alley for concealment. Needless to say, Porky got a shock when the group all appeared in front of him. Ikuse and Minagawa. The brat from the other day too. Koei exclaimed, but a glare from Valya instantly shut him up. We've come to make you the offer once again. June said. Ki silently evaluated the whole group before speaking. I'll think about it if you help me out. He replied. Enlighten me. June inquired. They're a location where I saw those things gather. I plan to hit it tonight. I could use the help. Ki revealed. Sounds fair. Obio-san and Natsume-san can go with you. It would do you well to build some teamwork, and Same Jima-san would be more at ease with his classmates as companions, yes? June proposed. Why yeah. Ki agreed. Got it. So did Obio. And June-kun says so. Natsume reluctantly agreed as well. The three set off and Lavinia asked June, is that okay? You two can head back, I'll shadow them and see how they handle themselves. June replied. Put at ease the response, Lavinia replied. Okay. Good luck, Ju-kun. Not that you need it. Valya added, and the two left, while June just activated his presence concealment X and hid, following the group from behind. They entered the building Ki had been scouting out and climbed the floors. They met with a few Utsuzumi but succeeded in defeating them with some ease despite their lack of teamwork. Natsume used her gun with gusto, taking out the most enemies, but, due to it using her energy, she got slightly winded after the fight. Obio seemed to fall into his signature fighting style of manifesting a shadow scythe from Jin to fight. Earlier than in the series, it made June wonder if getting in contact with Jin and removing the aim no Ohabari influenced him more than expected. Ki carried a two-tailed white cat he named Byakusa, the avatar of Tao, on his shoulder, with one of the tails wrapping around his arm to create a spear while the other, Byakuya, turned into a spear to attack independently. For beginners they are certainly good. June evaluated from the shadows. Things stopped going so well when they reached the 5th floor of the building though. There, a human awaited them. Oh. To think you brats made it all the way up here. You being all together makes my job that much easier too. The man cockily clamored. Who the hell are you, huh? Ki demanded. Daman Kazuisa. And I'm going to capture you three for our experiments. The man blatantly declared, snapping his fingers, which caused a bunch of Utsuzumi to attack the group. Natsume charged up an exploding wind bullet and fired it at the group of monsters, killing most and stunning the rest, which were quickly dispatched by Ki and Obio. Not bad. Kazuisa exclaimed, still confident. Hey. Your minions bit the dust and now it's your turn. Ki threatened. The hell about this? Kazuisa pulled out some Easter paper talismans and tossed them to the ground, creating 2 clay dolls. Go. He shouted, and the dolls charged towards the group. Natsume fired a couple of piercing wind bullets at them, but, while they did go through, it did not damage the dolls and the holes filled right up. She immediately switched to slashing wind bullets, but they only left shallow marks and she was getting winded again. Ki jumped at one of the dolls and stabbed with his hand spear, but became trapped by its hand and being bashed into the ground again and again, suffering quite a bit of damage. Obio tried to get him free, but cutting of the doll's arm, but he lacked the physical strength to do it despite the scythe's sharpness. Jin ran around the doll, slashing it with its blade at opportune moments. Natsume kept her doll at bay using barrages of concussive wind bullets while waiting for an opening to use her explosive wind bullet again, but not getting the time to charge it. As she continued to fire, she began to get tired out and at risk of breaking down before getting the final hit in. Natsume's sense for battle and awareness are quite good, but she needs work on her basic parameters. Jun began evaluating in his mind. Ki has the basics down and good instincts as well as some fighting experience, but is too much of a hothead. He continued. Obio has both talent as basic ability as well as awareness, but lacks drive to be the best he can be. At least for now, Jun concluded. The situation was very against the group of 3, but that was about to change. All because Kazuisa was too much of a disposable character not to shut up and win. You're accused Obio, right? He asked, grabbing Obio's attention. One of our test subjects, did you see? She kept screaming your name during our experiments, you know. It was sweet to hear. Ha 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 ha. He laughed with derision and sadistic glee. Obio froze in place and Kazuisa commanded his doll to smash Ki into Jin's blade to add injury to insult. Save me already. Ki expressionlessly said to Obio. And suddenly, a dark aura enveloped Obio as his scythe moved at blinding speed, chopping the clay doll into pieces. This gave Kazuisa pause, and let Natsume charge up her gun for a powerful exploding wind bullet, finishing off her doll as well. Now, all that was left was the main foe, Daman Kazuisa. He hurriedly created 3 more dolls, but Obio just carved through them with ease in combination with a strengthened Jin, rage covering his face as he charged towards his enemy, but, out of nowhere, a second man appeared. We'll end things here tonight. Chapter 36, Utsuzumi Agency 4. We'll end things here tonight. The new arrival declared. My name is Hajime Hanazu. The man introduced himself, making Obio pause at his surname. Until we meet again. Hanazu said before disappearing with Kazuisa in tow. Jun then casually walked out of the shadows and said. Well, you guys did better than I expected, at least. With a shrug. Jun-kun? You were here all along? Natsume asked. Of course. I wouldn't send a bunch of newbies out without supervision. I came to make sure none of you got killed. Jun revealed. Why didn't you stop them? You could have. Obio shouted, still angry. You're angry, I get that. But Jun started. A huge pressure descended on Obio and Jin, which caused them to collapse onto the floor. Talk like that to me again and you'll deeply regret it. He warned. Sorry. Tbian squeaked out and Jun let off the pressure. Seeing the powered-up Obio, who had just shown himself to be stronger than them both, being put down so easily, put things into perspective for Natsume and Ki, who were made to realize how far out of their reach Jun was. To answer your question though. Because taking those 2 out will only provoke the enemy, and this battle was meant as a test for you 3. Jun said. But don't worry. I've placed a tracker on that Hanazu fellow without him noticing, so he can't hide from me. Soon, I'll have the location of their HQ. He added, making the 3 stare in awe at his skill and efficiency. Jun then brought the group back with his imaginary number travel, and they, along with Lavinia and Valia, all went to see Azazel in his office, where he would explain things in more detail. Azazel then explained in more detail to the group about their sacred gears and the Utsuzumi Agency, while the 3 supervisors just waited on the side. Valia was then told that her role should end about here, since Azazel did not want Grigori too involved in the mess, at least overtly, since they were already on bad terms with the 5 great families, mostly due to Baraki Eel's relationship with Shuri. After they returned to the dorms, they then had their own meeting as well. Valia being the first to speak up. Since I'm being told to stay back, I'll just return home. Call me when you need me, Jun-san. She declared before casually leaving. Vachan doesn't live here anymore? Lavinia asked. Technically, she does, but she practically lives at my place now. June explained. Your place? Natsume suddenly stood up and exclaimed, drawing the attention to her and making her embarrassed. Yeah, my place. This is just a special dorm owned by Grigori. My home is actually mine. June explained. Moving on. You three should rest from the fight. I'm going to crash the enemy HQ. June said with a smirk on his face. Alone? The other four questioned. Not like they can stop me. June replied cockily. I agree that Tobi-kun, Natsu-chan and Same-kun should rest, but I'm going with Ju-kun. Lavinia argued. I guess having a beauty for company isn't bad either. June shrugged, taking his adult form, a beautiful long, black-haired man with piercing golden jewel-like eyes. Obio and Ki looked away in fear, thinking their sexuality might change, while Natsume just looked on with blurred eyes, utterly entranced. Even Lavinia, who seemed to be quite the innocent airhead in regards to such matters, seemed enchanted. What's with those reactions? June asked, slightly poised, especially with Tobio and Ki's reaction. What is that appearance, Ju-kun? You're so beautiful. Lavinia asked while Natsume nodded furiously with a huge blush that covered her entire face and even reached her neck. Being outright called beautiful just pissed off June even further. The true reason he did not use his adult form becoming apparent. He could change his appearance with his body domain, but he felt that was like running from his own self, so he disliked doing it. This is my battle form. I can control my body to take an adult form to increase my physical strength despite being around Valia's age. June explained. Let's go, Lavi-chan. He said and turned to leave. Lavinia nodded and followed. June-san. Obio called out. June turned back and said. Don't worry. I'll save her for you. And with those words, he left, taking Lavinia with him using his imaginary numbers travel. Obio seemed to relax, but then Ki put him on edge again. I'd be worried that Tuja became enamored with the boss. He teased. WWYS, should I be worried about SS something L like TT that? Obio stuttered. Wow. You're one easy fellow to read. Ki said with a laugh. And you, what's with calling Jun-kun boss? Natsume asked. Let's just say I can admire his strength and attitude, and calling him boss is my way of respecting him. Ki replied. Meanwhile, June and Lavinia arrived in the vicinity of the Utsuzumi agency headquarters. I'll use my familiars to scout first, then we'll break in. June said, to which Lavinia nodded. Inside, June found all the important people, Tojusi and the families of the experimented on students, as well as some surviving subjects. Looks like Augusta is not around, that makes things easier for me. June thought. He shared the info he got with Lavinia and told her to prepare to strike. Jun then commanded Nox to form a barrier covering the entire agency HQ and Nyx to collect all the surviving students and families. The very instant the innocent victims were swallowed away by Nyx's shadow, being rendered unconscious for safety and convenience, June struck. There was no fight, and Lavinia completely understood why June did not want any help, as he brutally and efficiently massacred every single enemy without leaving any behind for the witch to handle. Slashes, magic bullets, punches, kicks, runes. June used his arsenal of deadly tools and skills to mow down the oppositions without even bothering to hear their words. Even Hajime Hanazu was no different. All that was left was to just see who Lavinia was restraining. Let's move away. I can wake her up, but we shouldn't do it here. June said to Lavinia, who nodded, silent at seeing the easy and lack of care with which June wrought destruction. They both went to a quiet deserted forest, and Lavinia let see go. The lion Utsuzumi that possessed having long been slaughtered by June. He pinned her down with a glare from his dragon eyes and shattered the Utsuzumi's hold on C's mind with the power of his mystic eye alone. C came to but nearly fell down before June grabbed her shoulders to steady her. Are you okay? He asked. Yes. C responded in a trance, transfixed by June and staring him in the eyes before suddenly looking down with blush. Curse this appearance. June complained in his mind. He and Lavinia then introduced themselves and gave C a short explanation on what had happened so far, and, hearing Dobio was involved, immediately got her attention. That being the case, and her own part in all of this made June decided to take her back with him to the dorm before going to Azazel to deal with the hostages he had saved. In the end, he handed over the unconscious people to Azazel, and C became part of their little team. Still having access to her Utsuzumi, dubbed the Cowardly Leo, and having a rudimentary grasp of Shindo magic. Speaking of the Utsuzumi, Azazel got to work personally analyzing it so C could not use it for the moment. It seemed the Governor-General was quite passionate now that he had gotten back to his element. When C arrived to join, Dobio was instantly happy and relieved, but when C addressed June as June-sama with an enamored blush on her face despite him having returned to his child form already, he immediately began glaring at Ki like it was his fault. Ki raised his hands in surrender, complaining in his mind that none of it was his fault, that he was utterly innocent, but, knowing better that to try and take it out on June, Dobio decided to do so on Ki, much to the latter's annoyance. A few days later, it was decided that the 4 high schoolers would join up with Grigori provisionally to learn in the Nephilim Institute for Sacred Gear Holders, becoming a part of the Baraki Eel class. Lavinia, despite not meeting Augusta in the Utsuzumi Agency HQ like in the light novel, did find traces of her, which led to her having a talk with June about the Wizards of Oz, which, much to her delight, led to June promising her his assistance, regardless of his Grigori-related duties. Of course, part of the reason June made this promise was due to him quite appreciating the beautiful witch, but he stood to gain quite a lot from her hunt as well. Still, the next 2 months were without trouble, everyone, June included, being deep into training. Chapter 37, Drastic Change in 2 months. In these 2 months, June had experimented on a couple of things. First, he tried DxD Senjutsu, which was normally limited to high-level Yukai and special humans with Senin potential, because he felt such training would help with his breathing and walking skill, which was a big success. Thanks to his B-rank breathing and walking, grasping it was easy enough, but, despite the practice providing immense benefits to his Nasuverse-based skills, he was still unable to use any of the DxD Senjutsu abilities. It fulfilled a completely different aspect of his breathing and walking than his breathing technique or his martial arts, but combined with them, it gave rise to a colossal change in June's abilities. He also claimed some big rewards from Grigori's treasury. An example of blade blacksmith and sword birth, one of twice critical, an experimental artificial sacred gear called Azura arms, and then a few historical items. Solomon's ring, a prized item that turned him a glare from Azazel when he took it, and a gold grail. Originally an imitation of the Sephiroth Grail, the Holy Grail, its luxurious make and material composition were a symbol of the corruption within the Christian church, and Azazel loved to show it around when Michael was near just to rub the fact in his face. Armed with these new treasures, June set about upgrading his noble phantasms even as he trained. His true goal was to lay a foundation for his future by integrating all of his abilities and noble phantasms into what he considered to be his main noble phantasm. The reality marble, Nalmiriad, the layered world born out of nothingness. The core of the reality marble became June's own core, sleeping within his chest. The dragon here was at its center, with the core's shell being like an egg. Besides the heart, there was also the essence of June's soul, along with his saint graph with all of his skills. The next layer was made up of the phantasmal origin, the first illusion of myriad myths, X. June decided to separate the various byproducts of it into different noble phantasms with their own names, which both empowered them and made them easier to use at the same time. Instead, Phantasmal Origin became his personal unlimited blade works, but much better. June imbued it with his knowledge of projection and tracing, added both sword birth and blade blacksmith to enhance its abilities, and fused his skill, Noble Phantasm Creation, X, with it as well. It was still incomplete though, with plans to fuse even the Akashic Converter into it as well. The final layer that was created was the outermost layer. Made up of imaginary numbers space and containing all of June's knowledge of said element and magecraft, it was the living space for Nox Unmix. All of this, of course, led to some big changes in June's status. Name, Hikami June. Race, human or dragon. Hybrid. Gender, male. Parameters, strength, B upgrade to A+, if in natural body adult form. Endurance, B agility, B mana, A+++. Luck, X magic circuits or core, X affinity, true void skills, Scion of the Void, X, martial mastery, A, breathing and walking, B, greater than breath of the immortal sage, walking through the void, X, sealed, transcendent form of breathing and walking come upon through tireless training using powerful techniques and a nature increasingly close to the world. One can borrow magical energy from the world's core itself, and it's possible to enact mysteries superior to high thaumaturgy even without magic circuits. Enactment of mystery becomes nigh efficient, as the world not only offers no resistance to the alteration but even assists it. Presence concealment, X, Shukuki, B upgrade to, at the A rank. It is a form of dimension hopping, moving instantly regardless of physical distance and the user's position. Mind and body domain, B upgrade to, born out of transcendent form of breathing and walking, is the absolute control one's mind and body. At a rank this control is perfect. Can manipulate one's body shape including musculature and bone structure, but still within the bounds of reason. Can be used to achieve the effects of the natural body skill and battle continuation skill at X rank. The former ranks up strength permanently and grants it a plus modifier. Complete control of one's mind allows the user to forcefully control his emotions so long as he wishes to do so. Near immunity to any sort of mental effect and the ability to maintain one's cool in any situation if one wills it. One called Dispel mental magecraft, affecting others by sheer will. Magic resistance, A upgrade to X, Dragonkind evolution, B, Dragon heart, B, Dragon eyes, B, Dragon hide and scale, B, Dragonic body, B, Dragon's aura, B. Greater than absorbed into Domina Coronam Dragon's wisdom. B. Dragon breath. B. Dragon burst. A plus. Dragon rage. A. Monstrous strength. B. Magecraft. Magecraft mastery. B++. General mastery of Magecraft. At the current rank, so long as sufficient theoretical knowledge of a school of Magecraft is known, it can be actualized at B rank mastery. The ++ modifier is due to the fact that multiple schools of Magecraft have already surpassed B rank. Transmutation Magecraft. A. Tracing and projection were integrated into the phantasmal origin at the cost of no longer being usable individually. Reinforcement. A. Alteration. A. Numerology. B. Magic bullet. A plus. Elemental spells. B. External Magecraft support. B. Mental Magecraft. Mental archive. A plus plus. Thought acceleration. A plus plus. Memory partition. A plus plus. Letter Laplace. A plus plus. Dragon rune Magecraft. A plus. Imaginary numbers Magecraft. B upgrade to complete mastery of the craft. Even Magi from the Age of God would only match you other than specialists. Imaginary space storage. B upgrade to the creation of a storage space where time does not exist by the manipulation of the imaginary number space. At a rank, a town-sized room can be created. Imaginary space travel. B upgrade to travel through imaginary number space while protecting oneself and navigating with great accuracy and speed, being possible to easily bring others along. Hollow materialization. A. Materialize the imaginary number element, also known as the hollow element, into various shapes that are best at affecting spiritual bodies but still hold some degree of effectiveness versus physical bodies as well. Hollow enhancement. A. Bestow the imaginary number element, also known as the hollow element, to other moves, giving them extra effectiveness against spiritual bodies and, depending on the target, provide spiritual damage beyond the physical damage of the moves. Space-time Magecraft. C upgrade to B. Deep research and improvement of a naturally obtained reality marble led to an improvement of the respective Magecraft by several degrees. Space-time isolation boundary. C upgrade to B. Innate time control. B. Reality marble. D upgrade to deep research and improvement of a naturally obtained reality marble led to an improvement of the respective Magecraft by several degrees. New and high-grade reality marbles can be created with enough time and resources. Simple ones can be created with just magical energy. Healing Magecraft. B. Alchemy. B. Sacraments. B. Noble phantasms. Null myriad. The layered world born out of nothingness. X. Core layer. Heart of the world. A plus plus plus. The source of energy and representation of June physical and spiritual body in the reality marble. Contains June's dragon heart and saint graph. Removes the strain of using the dragon heart at full power and can store excess magical energy for future use. When using this extra magical energy, the user is still limited by output so long as the reality marble is not deployed, the limit being A or A+++ with physical strain. First layer, phantasmal origin, the first illusion of myriad myths. X. The ultimate forge of noble phantasms, even capable of reproducing those with no physical form. Capable of converting treasures into correspondent noble phantasms, modify existing ones and even creating new ones with enough materials. Projections of noble phantasms can be created at no cost within the reality marble, but magical energy is required to project them into reality. With enough magical energy, the projections can be made permanent so long as they are not divine constructs. The amount for doing something like this is truly disproportionate, though so it is rather wasteful. Treasure can be used as materials to create noble phantasms, substituting for the appropriate materials, even strengthening the final product. Contains unlimited storage but only for noble phantasms and mystic codes. Outer layer, hollow shell. B. Last layer of the reality marble fused with a part of the imaginary numbers space. Enhances hollow element Magecraft, also known as imaginary numbers Magecraft, to a great extent and serves as a barrier for all kinds of interference. Resistance to spiritual attacks and immunity to purely physical attacks to the reality marble's physical representation. Makes it nearly impossible to invade or leave a deployed reality marble, and it becomes possible to escape into and navigate the imaginary numbers space in case the user's body is destroyed. Eternus Eversor, the duality of eternity and transience. X. The duality of the ultimate weapon and armor created through the phantasmal origin. Eternus activates the armor's true power, its ultimate protection, while Eversor unleashes the weapon's true strength. By calling out the full name, a fused form, an aerial fortress with countless armaments based of the weapon comes into being. Currently under a 13-layered seal. True name releases require at least the lifting of one seal. Full true name release requires the lifting of 2 seals. Currently, the user cannot handle the lifting on any seal. Domina Coronam, the 10 crowns of evil and 7 hills of the abominable city. X. Made using a powerful relic, Solomon's ring, converting it into its Nasuverse counterpart and then using it as a vessel for all authority-enhancing effects from all other phantasms and skills the user possessed. takes the form of 10 rings on the user's hands and a 7-fold halo of holy Esenful light behind the user's head. Its full power requires huge amounts of magical energy the user cannot yet provide, but it contains both passive benefits from possessing it as well as active benefits in the form of skills from activating it with various degrees of power. Passive, Absolute Privilege, A. Extreme version of the Imperial Privilege skill, being able to emulate any number of skills at up to A rank, even divinity and other unique and powerful skills. Already possessed skills can temporarily be raised to A rank. There is a magical energy cost dependent on the acquired skill and its rank. Manifestation of Supremacy, A. Indication of one as the perfect ruler. A powerful charisma-based skill that can apply suppression, skill in noble phantasm sealing to opponents. With magic resistance and R or charisma one can resist. With the former at the A rank or the latter at the B rank, one can fully resist the effects. Active, Absolute Privilege, X. Any skill can be acquired at any rank with no limitations and at a reduced magical energy cost. Manifestation of Supremacy, X. Indication of one as the perfect ruler. A powerful charisma-based skill that can apply suppression, skill in noble phantasm sealing to opponents. With magic resistance and R or charisma one can resist but never fully, even with X-ranked charisma and magic resistance, some effects are still felt. Absolute Domain, AX. Currently impossible to access. Supreme Investiture, AX. Currently impossible to access. Origin of Authority, AX. Currently impossible to access. Aurea Poculum, the corruption of limitless wealth, B. Created using the Golden Chalice, imbuing with the legend of the fake grail once held by the Whore of Babylon. Although originally possessing an X rank with a power equal to that of Nasu versus Holy Grail, the catalyst for its making could not produce such a result. It possesses the ability to continuously generate magical energy and treasure like gold and jewels, as well as all kinds of magical treasures and items, containing unlimited storage for these things. The rate is quite slow and it's unaffected by time manipulation, so it stops at B rank. Grants the effects of the Golden Rule, Pinnacle, skill at the same rank. Golden Rule, Pinnacle, B. Grants the effects of Golden Rule, Wealth, Body, Voice and Beauty, at B rank. Denotes the user as one with strong affinity to wealth as well as the possession of a perfect voice, body and beauty like that of a goddess. Grants no magical benefits, such as skills like alluring euphony, natural body and devilish face. Chapter 38. Meeting the changes were truly colossal, but the greatest benefit was setting up a future foundation for June's desired direction of growth. The change in noble phantasms did not affect his abilities that much, since it was more a redistribution of power rather than adding more on top. Many of the abilities were auxiliary, so June's strength remained nearly the same. The only exception was his lowest rank noble phantasm, Hollow Shell, which boosted his imaginary numbers magecraft significantly. His modification and research of his reality marble led to some improvements in his space-time magecraft as well, but they were more of the utilitarian kind and June had yet to decide how to apply it to combat. However, June's strength did change quite a bit, as did his battle efficiency, due to the drastic change in his breathing and walking. By incorporating this DxD Senjutsu practice methods into his routine, June managed to achieve a transformation far better than he had hoped. At least, that's what it would have been. Breath of the Immortal Sage, walking through the void, X, sealed. IT was sealed. As for Y, incompatibility with Scion of the Void. The skill represented a path of evolution in tune with the world, as someone innately and intrinsically connected to the root, such a path was incompatible. While it went fine in the initial stages since it was simply tuning his body, it became incompatible as soon as it evolved. On the bright side though, June would still receive some benefits for having the skill when the time to open the connection to the root of Akasha came, but on the bad side. Well, while Shukuki, A, and Mind and Body Domain, A, could still be used, Presence Concealment, X, and the basic benefits of the skill were no longer applied. Not just reduced, the monstrous efficiency, and the ability to draw magical energy from the world were gone. June had some ideas to try and compensate for this, but for now, he simply had to take it like a boss and move on. There another thing in particular, however, that caught June's attention on his Saint graph. A second appearance of the X rank, which he had already figured was above X, but it was the first time it had appeared out of something he had created. A noble phantasm even more powerful than all those that came before it, so powerful, June could barely use it at all, not even being able to activate it and only enjoying its passive benefits. As always though, Asaka had the answers for him. X rank meant that particular skill or noble phantasm as transcended the bounds of the Nasuverse and became a root skill. Something whose priority and grade have become equivalent to those of the root of Akasha's influence. Yeah, I'm quite impressive then. June responded. You are, but, as you've seen, even if you can develop skills and noble phantasms of such a rank, it is impossible for you to actually use them. Even some X-rank dons are still far beyond your reach after all. Asaka reminded June of the crux of the issue. Still, with my foundation set and my current abilities, I can go to the Nasuverse with confidence. So long as I avoid the heavy hitters like the high-ranking dead apostle ancestors, true ancestors, beasts and entities of such a level, I'm pretty much on top. June thought. He had somewhat looked down of the dead apostle ancestors before, but the higher-ranking ones of the remake Tsukuheim series were a force to be reckoned with, to be sure. Some of them still being far beyond his reach. An Arcuaid at full power, for example, could very easily and casually pulverize every last trace of June's very existence. I'm surprised you're not mentioning that skill though. Asaka communicated. What skill? June inquired. Golden Rule, Trinity. Asaka clarified. Ah yes, wealth and a good-looking body, nice benefits. June communicated. And goddess-like beauty. Asaka reminded. Sorry, didn't quite hear you. June responded. I'm in your head? Asaka was confused. What? Ah, you're in denial. Asaka understood. Denial about what? June asked. I'll take that as a yes. Asaka replied and stopped mentioning the matter. Yes, June was in total denial at that particular skill, dooming him to become an eternal pretty boy, even more so than he was before. All of these thoughts, however, occurred as June slept. His mind had reached the point of requiring very little rest so long as June did not work it constantly at full capacity, but his body still accumulated strain only rest could heal. As he woke up, June found himself entangled in female bodies. Namely Valia, Kuroka, Sharon, Lavinia and even Natsume, which was rare, this being only the second time it happened in the last 2 months. They were all of June's new place in Ryauku, the town where the dorm Valia and the team used to live in was. After June acquired a building and created a second workshop, the team moved there. Well, Valia moved there with Kuroka and Sharon, Lavinia soon followed, and then Natsume came, which prompted C to make the decision as well, which led to Toby moving along with her and, not wanting to be left alone after growing somewhat attached, though he himself would never admit it, Ki moved as well. June was having a case of major blue balls, and the idea of assaulting one of the beauties that shared his bed constantly came to mind, but he managed to keep control quite well for the time being. As June was trying to untangle himself from the pile, C came to wake him up, only to scream as she saw the pile of female bodies on top of Shiki. Kaya. Kuroka raised her head and looked at C with her sleep and not amused face. Again, Naya. I thought you would have got used to it already. Kuroka said, making C stutter. If you're that jealous, why not join Naya? She suggested, resulting in a blushing C running off. Obio's friend zone seemed to be getting impossible to escape if he did nothing very soon. Half a month went by and C finally broke and joined in on the bed. Obio looked like a dead man walking, bags under his eyes for lack of sleep and pale complexion. He looked truly terrible. C looked after him, but it didn't help. What he needed was something to take out his frustration on, as training just wasn't enough for him. Obio's current mental state was dangerous, and Lycan's consciousness inside his sacred gear seemed to be using that to torture him in his sleep. Still, Obio knew it was not June's fault, as he had clearly seen June was really not intentionally charming towards the girls, C in particular, which Obio saw as June looking out for him. No, Obio was frustrated at himself for not taking that opportunity to make C look at him differently. Thankfully, a target for him to vent on was about to come to him. It happened during a group outing. Lavinia, Natsume, Ki, Obio and C all went out into the city to relax from the harsh training and romantic drama. A young bespectacled man appeared before them, introducing himself as Gushashi Sairyu, much to the shock of everyone present. And what do you want? Natsume directly asked. Only to see what you're all about. Sairyu vaguely answered. Ki got pissed at the young man's attitude that seemed to be looking down on them and prepared for a fight, making Sairyu also exhibit such an intent. Byakusan on Ki's shoulder formed an arm spear that was coated in lightning as Lavinia cast defensive magic on the group and warned them of Sairyu's abilities. He was master of Shinto wood magic, which also allowed him to control wind and lightning based on the Oriental 5 elements system. Ki charged, and Toby, that was just looking for a chance to vent his frustration, charged with gusto unlike his normal, more hesitant self. Sairyu just dodged the two's attacks with minimal movement and played around for a bit before blowing everyone back with a squall, but they all stood their ground. Even C, that hadn't really made the decision to get stronger in battle in the lane yet, had gotten quite a bit more competent due to everyone wanting to keep up with June. His charisma encouraged them to be better than themselves as they watched him restless train to improve himself. Obio, who was just getting more frustrated rather than venting, suddenly became covered in a dark aura, enhancing all of his abilities, and he charged at Sairyu, grazing him a few times due to his increased speed before clocking him on the face, half out of luck due to the opponent underestimating him. Pissed off, Sairyu was about to get serious as the aura of the Azure Dragon, His sacred beast-type sacred gear began surrounding him. At this moment, however, they were interrupted by Baraki Eel, Valia and another young woman who ordered Sairyu to stop. "Greetings." She bowed. "My name is Himejima Suzaku, Dobio-kun, your second cousin." Suzaku introduced herself, shocking everyone present. Baraki Eel and Valia. "I'd like to request a meeting with everyone here." She continued. "How about you let me join in as well?" A voice suddenly sounded out. It was June, walking out of a mass of shadows before greeting everyone. Suzaku held her hand to her chest as her heart started to beat faster. She had though herself over that little crush from a while ago, but seeing June before her again brought it all back. "Let's do it in my house. Shuri and Akeno have missed Suzaku Dano as well, and they would like to see June since it's been a while." Baraki Eel suggested, which Suzaku accepted. June gave Baraki Eel a bit of the side eye but said nothing against the idea either. Lavinia, Dobio, Natsume and Ki then realized there seemed to be some disagreement between their teacher and their perceived leader. Still, the party made a quick trip to the foot of the mountain while Shuri's residence was in the Shi, who was waiting opened the restrictions. As they walked up the mountain, Baraki Eel suddenly apologized to June. "I need to apologize to you, June," Baraki Eel started. "Oh?" June was intrigued and didn't stop him. It was then that Baraki Eel informed June of what had happened during the last 2.5 months. By this time in the lane, Shuri had died and some events relating to that had taken place despite June's previous actions, but they failed this time around. Chapter 39, Alliance and Mission. Although the Himejima clan no longer officially took action against Shuri and Suzaku Dano even regularly came to visit us, a certain group of extremists within the clan were still resentful and tried to attack Shuri and Akeno while I was away due to work. Baraki Eel began to explain. "Your bounded field was the only reason they were safe, so I must thank you for it," he concluded. "Don't worry about it. That's exactly what I was paid to do," and Azazel was crying after I took my payment. June shrugged as he replied, leaving Baraki Eel speechless. One of June's flaws was that he did not let go of grudges, no matter how petty. He might not go out to get payback, but he never forgets. The group climbed up to the top of the hill where Shuri and Akeno were waiting, with the latter running towards June, crying as she hugged him, rubbing her face of his chest and earning her a few looks of hostility from the girls around him. Shuri looked fondly towards her daughter as she smiled towards June as well. Shuri was always quite repentant and had not been the main offender, so June didn't have much of a bone to pick with her, much less little Akeno. It left him feeling he was too harsh on the mother and daughter pair just because of his disagreements with Baraki Eel. Akeno senses the hostility and even glared back at the older girls as if defending her proverbial piece of the pie, while Valia just looked at it all with some amusement. Hey! For someone as strong and good-looking as June, having a harem is a matter of course. You can fight amongst yourselves and make him dislike you while I get more space for myself, she thought. Soon enough Azazel joined him, and he too found the situation quite amusing as well, riling up Valia about too while he was at it. Anyways, after the reunion and the greetings, the meeting progressed quite smoothly. An alliance was suggested between the Grigori and the 5 families to deal with the remnants of the Utsuzumi Agency, the Wizards of Oz and the Abyss team, traitors of Grigori along with their leader Satanael. After some deliberation, the terms were settled and a temporary alliance was formed with a first mission already lined up for all of them but Azazel, Shuri and Akeno. The objective was to find the other 2 wielders of the 4 Fiends-type sacred gears who were also former schoolmates with Dobio, Ki and Natsume, as well as eliminating the forces that opposed them. Grigori wished to eliminate the traitor Satanael and his ilk. The 5 great families wished to annihilate the Utsuzumi Agency, which stood in direct opposition to them, and Lavinia of Graz-Eberer had the Wizards of Oz on her sights. Over the last 2.5 months, the blonde beauty and opened up to June quite a lot, no longer as airheaded and innocent in her displays of affection for him and sharing her past with the boy as well. At a young age of 9, Lavinia lost her parents in an accident and couldn't find any relatives who were willing to take her in due to her incessant mention of her doll, which no one could see, later found to be the Longinus, absolute demise. She later met Glinda, one of the Wizards of Oz, who took her in and cared for her, teaching Lavinia magic since she had talent in it despite not coming from a lineage of magicians like others. When Lavinia reached the age of 13, Glinda convinced her to join the Magician Association of Graz-Eberer in order to cultivate a rapport with fellow magicians of her own age. Later, her teacher mysteriously disappeared, which Lavinia took as her being betrayed by the other Wizards of Oz, including Augusta the Witch of the East, thus leading to her pursuit of the Wizards of Oz. During her life, Lavinia's prowess and sacred gear earned her nicknames like Demise Girl and Ice Princess. Unknown to most, however, was that the girl was quite afraid of the power of her sacred gear and the damage it could cause. This, however, changed about a month back. Flashbacks start as Lavinia told June about her fear of absolute demise. He made her a proposition, to fight with him at full power. "No. I don't want to hurt you, Ukon." Lavinia refused. "Ha ha 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 ha. June laughed, confusing the blonde beauty. Don't worry, Levi-chan. This battle is for me to show you there are things far scarier and more powerful than you, sacred gear. He declared and, with the power of his charisma from the manifestation of supremacy, convinced Lavinia to go along with his plan despite her hesitation. And so the two threw down. Lavinia tested the waters with her powerful elemental magic to create countless ice spears, squalls, lightning strikes, countless arrows of light, deep black balls of darkness, but they simply fizzled out as soon as they hit June. Only your sacred gear can actually do anything to me, so you better use it. June informed as he took on his adult battle-ready form. Being show such an overwhelming difference in power, Lavinia finally gathered her resolve and summoned absolute demise. It took the form of a 3-meter-tall ice doll looking like a woman in a dress without a face, with 6 eyes on the left half of her face, while things similar to wild roses protruded on the right side, and 4 long, thin arms. Waves of cold emanated from the doll, freezing the entire combat room within June's workshop but leaving the man himself unaffected. His dragon hide and scale, B, reduced the effects of such a widespread attack to basically nothing. It was not focused enough to hurt him in any way. Seeing this, Lavinia finally cut loose, commanding the doll to use its full power to relentlessly strike at June, who activated his draconic body, adding ++ modifiers to his strengthened endurance as well as raising his draconic skills by 1 rank. This meant his dragon hide and scale, B, became A rank and thus negated any A rank attack or less while subtracting the value from any attack superior to it. That, coupled with a full body reinforcement through Dragon Burst, a plus, and Lavinia could not hurt June at all. This was simply due to the fact she had not even drawn out the true power of her sacred gear's base form. Otherwise, even June would have had to be careful. After this showing, the battle stopped and Lavinia just flew towards June, launching herself at him and crying on his chest. I was so scared, Juu-kun. Lavinia cried and complained. But I promise I'll be stronger in the future. Strong enough to protect you. She swore to him and to herself with a big blush on her face as she brilliantly smiled through her tears. Flashback in from that day forth, Lavinia had made a conscious effort to improve her power and skill with her sacred gear, seeking to unlock Absolute Demise's ultimate power, and she had made significant progress, her ice doll tripling in height to 9 meters with much greater ice powers. Now though, it was time for the mission. They were heading to a location where one of the remaining 2 4-fiend was spotted fighting against something or someone. The information was not clear. On the way, Baraki Eel made sure to inform everyone of the Abyss team's abilities should they end up facing them, and Lavinia revealed the fact that her purpose laid on finding the Wizards of Oz. June easily detected one of the 4 fiends holders in their vicinity as they got closer to the site, and so, they left the car, a rather inefficient method of travel in June's opinion, and went to investigate. After a few minutes of walking, they met Nanad Arshiden, the 4 fiends' sacred gear holder June had detected before. Her appearance in this place shocking Dobio, Natsume and Ki. Really? They are shocked way too easily. June thought to himself. Shiden ran towards them and quickly shouted. You have to run away. With a worried face. One is here. June suddenly said, pulled Shiden behind him as they all got ready for battle. 3 statues, the ones that produced blinding light, appeared and, at the same time, 3 magic circles made with numerology and draconic runes flared behind June, firing 3 high-powered magic bullets that destroyed the statues. Shocked by the efficiency, everyone froze, and immediately afterwards a shadowy panther came out of the woods surrounding them, carrying an unconscious Abyss team member on its mouth. Well, that was easy, June commented, stupefying everyone. Chapter 40, Death in the Family. Well, that was easy, June commented, stupefying everyone. He then turned to Shiden and asked, do you know where your friend, the other fiend, is? Shiden, much like everyone that saw June adult form for the first time, was utterly entranced, nodding absent-mindedly. Can you tell me where? He continued to ask Shiden, quite embarrassed, finally shock off the trance as the conversation progressed. She told them Kogai Osuk was fighting in the nearby village, and so they all went back to the car and got going. On the way to the village, Natsume decided to ask a question that had been bugging her to Shiden. Why didn't you take Grigori's offer of assistance? After hesitating for a bit, Shiden revealed she and Koga had been kidnapped by an organization called the Chaos Brigade, which Satanale was a part of, and Koga had cut some sort of deal with the fallen angel. After a little while they arrived at the village and Baraki Eel sensed Satanale's presence. I'll go and deal with him. I leave things here to you, June, Baraki Eel said before leaving. Right then. Let's move, June commanded, and, through Shiden's directions, they found Koga surrounded by a bunch of gruesome corpse. Well, gruesome by regular person standards. Shiden. And with friends. The name is Koga Hyosuk. He introduced himself, noticing the similarities between his own sacred gear named Blitz and Jin. Are you one of the 4 fiends holders? Hyosuk asked Dobio, prompting him to shake his head. I'm not. he responded. They were about to continue, but they suddenly found themselves surrounded by several magicians. Among them were Augusta, Lavinia's target, and her disciple Walburga. Lavinia Rennie and DxD Obio. I'm genuinely happy to meet two other fellow Longinus wielders like myself. Augusta greeted, ignoring the others. Lavinia and Obio, however, did not share her happiness and immediately got ready for a fight. So did the others surrounding Shaigen to protect her, as her fiend's power was too volatile to carelessly use in battle with her lack of control over it. I assume you want information on Glenda? Augusta asked. If you win in a duel against me, I don't mind sharing. She tempted, bidding Lavinia to follow her. June sneakily ordered Nux and Nyx into Lavinia's shadow and told her. Go Lavi-chan. I'll hold the fort here. Lavinia looked back at June and then at the others before nodding with a grateful smile on her face, but then turned dead serious and followed Augusta, who left after leaving some orders for the magicians and her disciple. Walburga suddenly attacked without warning, sending a fireball towards June, who she correctly deduced to be the leader, but, much to her shock, it fizzled out on contact and she wisely teleported away, escaping. She's smart. June, though, and then, countless magic circles made by dragon runes and based on numerology covered the sky and rained down death, wiping out all the magicians without fail. Well, too bad the most important one got away, but let's get to Lavinia, June said. Meanwhile, the team was left wondering why did they even come while Kuga and Shaigen were awed at June's sheer might. The group then headed off in Lavinia's direction, but a strange mist suddenly teleported them. June could have resisted, but then, he would be separated from the others, so he chose to let himself be transported, and so the group ended up at Baraki Elon Satanale's position. Before he could even say something though, June spoke first. You really want to pick this fight? He asked. No, I don't, I'm just here to talk. Satanale responded. Talk? What a joke. Barky Eel furiously said. He then proceeded to try and persuade Obio to join him while June looked around bored. Satanale explained his interest for sacred gears, and Obio, while sharing this interest, said he did not approve of Satanale's methods. Obio then drew out his scythe. I want a path to a peaceful achievement of my goals, he said with resolution. Despite your words, that scythe is giving of quite the ominous aura. Satanale mocked. At the same time though, he cursed himself in his mind for losing erondite in a bet with June just as it was about to devolve into a fight. Haim Masuzazo arrived, tipping the balance further into their favor and making Satanale even more apprehensive, which he already was due to June always being an unknown value. Suddenly though, June got a massive headache, hearing a shrill cry that echoed in his head and falling down on one knee, shocking everyone. He immediately stood up though, and rage clouded his eyes, cold rage, not the kind to make one go mad but the kind to bring about a cold, methodical revenge. The shrill cry. It was Nox's dying throes. Going a few moments back in time, Lavinia was facing Augusta in battle. Walburga, who had escaped, watched hidden at a safe distance. Lavinia's training with June was paying off, and Augusta was being pressed as Lavinia questioned her about Glenda as she delivered ruthless attacks. Augusta's sacred gear was also a Longinus, one of the Holy Relic, the Holy Cross, Incinerate Anthem. With it, she created a giant made of purple holy flames, carrying a giant flaming crucifix as a weapon. As it clashed with Lavinia's absolute demise stall, the two witches slung spells of every element at each other without rest, but Lavinia was beginning to get the upper hand. Charisma is not only charm, but the ability to lead and enhance the power of one's allies in battle. Being under June meant Lavinia was much stronger than she would have been otherwise. That was the true reason she was overwhelming Augusta, and so, the old witch was forced to resort to trickery. She admitted defeat and began talking about Glenda, knowing the information she was about to reveal would turn the tides into her favor. Augusta revealed that Glenda disappeared out of her own free will after finishing studying Lavinia's absolute demise, and that research proved invaluable to create the Utsuzumi, after Glenda willingly gave it to her. No. That can't be true. Lavinia was in denial. It was then that Augusta pulled out her trump card, a communication crystal that connected her to Glenda. The witch refused to even acknowledge Lavinia, only complaining to Augusta not to contact her for such insignificant matters before cutting off the communication from her end, and so, Lavinia mentally broke down. This is my chance to possess her, Augusta thought, but suddenly, two enormous black serpentine oriental dragons emerged from Lavinia's shadow, protecting her. It was all going according to June's plan. He put the Nyx and Nox in Lavinia's shadow to buy him time should it be necessary, as he figured they could handle Augusta if they were both together. Truth be told, his calculations were right, if they had not failed to account for something of critical importance. As spiritual existences with the basis of an evil dragon, they were massively weak to holy flam, and they were facing the mightiest holy flame to ever exist. Augusta ordered her flaming giant to attack, and realizing they were weak towards the flames, the two shadows which grew rapidly in intelligence across the last 2.5 months took the logical option. Nox sacrificed itself to hold back the enemy while Nyx ran away carrying Lavinia within her. Back to the present moment, June was blaming himself. It's my fault. I miscalculated and my Nox died. But you'll pay for it dearly, old witch. He thought to himself. He deactivated his forceful control over his emotions and let the rage flow. Dragon Rage, A. All of his parameters except luck and his draconic skills got a plus modifier, then dragonic body, B+, added a plus modifier to his strength and endurance while upping the rank of all other draconic skills by 1. STR, X, and B+++, Ag, B+, Mag, X, LCK, X. It was truly frightening to look at as even Baraki Elon Satanale shivered in fear as June's raw power became apparent and still rising. He summoned his armor, not to hide his power which was one of its functions but to enhance it further. June's body, including his dragon wings, claws, horns and talons were covered in thick black and gold plate armor, raising his power even further. Without another word, June flew in Augusta's direction, intent on collecting some painful compensation for the death of his dear familiar. Nay, Nox was already more than a familiar. As a noble phantasm, it was a part of June and the witch would pay for killing him. Chapter 41, Resolution. Augusta was cursing to herself that whoever got in her way would pay for stopping her, but each word that came out of her mouth only made her doom more and more sealed than it already was. June descended from the skies, crashing down on top of Augusta before she could even react, pushing flesh and bone. That was a wonderful sound, like stepping on crunchy leaves during autumn. June carelessly commented. Walburga, who watched from a distance, almost became wet with arousal at June's cruel arrival, a sadistic witch to the core. Augusta teleported a short distance away because she could go no further as a force she did not understand prevented her from doing so. Who are you? The old witch questioned. The master of the shadow you just killed and also your executioner. June spoke as he collected Nox's remnants from the area with the Akashic converter. You? You were the one that got in my way. Augusta exclaimed with cold rage. Summoning her flaming giant form of the Incinerate Anthem, June called upon his dragon runes and, with the utmost of his mental processing, concocted the most evil, cruel and painful curse he could conceive and charged. He summoned Eversur in its lance form and tore through the flaming giant like a piece of wet tissue paper before channeling the curse into his arm, making it seem transparent as it phased through Augusta's physical body and applied the curse on her very soul. The witch's soul began to rot and her body followed, causing her to suffer unimaginable pain as her disciple Walburga touched herself to the spectacle. Far in the distance. Only the Incinerate Anthem was left of Augusta in the form of a tangible flame. It tried to escape but June caught it. What he didn't expect was that the witch had put a slight bit of her remaining will into the sacred gear, making it inject its holy flames into June as soon as he grabbed a hold of it. June immediately placed it in the Akashic converter and activated Dragon Burst on his arm at maximum power to stop the insidious flame. He succeeded. But his arm crumbled to ash, never to be healed again, as his very soul corresponding to that arm had been incinerated, making even his powerful regeneration helpless. Fuck. It was June's second miscalculation today, and while the first was a costly but honest mistake, the second was the result of his willing giving into his rage and act without properly thinking things through. Thankfully, there were more idiots that didn't know their place around. Walburga had already scurried off, rightly worried that June's wrath might turn her way, but 2 roaches from the church that were spying in the battle had yet to leave as June used Shukuki, A, to appear right in front of them. The corrupt and hypocritical church. The fuck you doing here? June asked, clearly picking a fight. Despite June's words enraging him, the older one of the 2-man team, a middle-aged man in his mid-30s of Italian lineage with dark brown hair which is slicked back, as well as a growing beard and mustache. He is seen to be dressed in the typical clothing of an exorcist and priest, silently took up a stance with his holy sword. His charge, a younger but still quite recognizable Fried Selson, did the same with a lower-grade holy sword. It was nameless compared to Guillotine, the flaming holy sword carried by his mentor. You two seem to like swords. June suddenly said, getting a very good idea. Let's test this out. Null myriad, phantasmal origin. June deployed his reality marble and drew them both into the phantasmal origin layer. Inside, June could play Gilgamesh and just toss out countless weapons on his targets. He could even play Vlad and make them jut out from the ground. Now, a truly powerful being could just avoid being pulled in or even overrule June despite being on his home ground, but the 2 exorcists were none of these, and thus, without even getting a word out, they got turned into porcupines. Shit. I wanted to the Nasuverse after this, but I better find a way to fix my arm first. June thought. Fighting heroic spirits with such a handicap does not seem like a good idea. They won't be nearly as easy as these fools after all. He considered. At least I got Incinerate Anthem and Guillotine. June tried to see the silver lining. Silver, huh? He said to himself. That gives me an idea. June pondered. Later though. He put it off and retook his reality marble within him. Then he took out Lavinia, who saw the whole battle through Nyx's eyes and had recovered from her previous state, throwing herself at Nox with abandon, tears running down her face. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. She kept repeating. In the end the other arrived to this, and after they discussed the situation, they all went home with both June and Lavinia refusing medical care, the later because she wanted to stay by the former's side. After they returned home, June went to his workshop and Lavinia quietly stuck to him, refusing to let go, the empty left sleeve of his clothes, a grim reminder to everyone of the seriousness of the events. Once the two of them were alone though, June tried to talk to her. Levi-chan. He called to no response. Levi-chan. He called once again, a little louder. He felt Lavinia twitch but she still did not respond. June then turned around and hugged her, whispering in her ear. Levi. Don't blame yourself, it was my choice and to me. You're worth so much more than a single arm. June lovingly said. Lavinia looked up in tears, no words to say, a blush gracing her cheeks and slightly parted lips. Without another word, the two kissed. A chaste kiss with no lust and only love. After letting his emotions go fully for the first time in years, June finally realized how much everyone around him meant to him and how afraid he was of losing the girl in his arms. After a little while, they separated and Lavinia hugged June's arm with a bright smile and blush, happier than she had been for years. June. I want to find Glinda, confront her. She said. I know. June replied. You can always count on my help. He added, much to her delight. I have to work now though, Levi. June said, making Lavinia look at him with puppy eyes. But you can stay and watch. He added, and she got happy again, nodding and letting go of his only arm as a flash of pain crossed her face. The trauma would take time to heal. June's first order of business was to fix Nyx. She and Nox were two parts of a whole, so she was injured greatly by his destruction. June was going to patch that with Nox's remaining traces so that he would live on in her. Nyxo, the ever-shifting immortal shadow, a ++, the rank of the noble phantasm did not drop, so Nyxo was about as powerful as Nox and Nyx together. Maybe Nyx had grown from the encounter and it showed after I patched her up. June deduced. She was taking the form of a small shadow slime with a shining red spot for an eye. Nyxo looked at June with intelligence, sadness, fulfillment and other emotions despite her inability to talk yet. Nyxo then attached itself to June's stump, trying to make an arm but failing. June chuckled, which caused Nyxo to jump in frustration. June petted her and told her there was something else she could do for him, which in part, would help with his new arm and more. The world was more unforgiving than June had estimated. He had thought he was fine right now since the protagonists always made it out fine despite being weaker than the current him, but reality had just slapped him in the face with the truth. And so, June prepared to strike back. With Nyxo far stronger than before, at least as a singular organism, June decided that it was enough for another heist to occur even if security had been upped. Nyxo was no longer as fragile after all, and even more stealthy. And this time, June had managed to grasp even more locations filled with loot he was raring to get his hands on or hand on, since he had lost an arm. Chapter 4, Heist for the Ages. Act 2. On this heist, June was planning on hitting a lot more and even more important places. Treasuries of other mythologies and secret treasuries of the church that had previously slipped his notice and definitely had better stuff within. As June's powers grew, so did his repertoire of abilities that allowed him to sneakily find more and more targets, and now, with a new and powerful Nyxo, he could actually hit these better guarded places. Although this strike was a good chance to score some prime items to enhance his noble phantasms or even create new ones, another main objective was to obtain catalysts for the summoning of powerful or at least useful servants, even if the item itself holds no power. First though, Nyxo had to do some thorough but careful and slow-paced scouting of each place she was going to hit for June, then he himself would draw out a plan for the heist based on that information. Since there were a lot of locations and most of them were even more well protected than the ones he had previously robbed, this first part was especially important but quite long. And so, hating to waste time, Nox set about doing a couple of things. First, he had some modifications to make to his reality marble now that he could use countless types of magecraft at the B rank due to his magecraft mastery, B++, and the extreme amount of theoretical knowledge in his mental archives. While some of those changes required more materials, aka treasure for the forge of his phantasmal origin, there was a mostly magecraft-based layer for him to create. Null Myriad, the layered world born out of nothingness, X, core layer, heart of the world, a +++, first layer, phantasmal origin, the first illusion of myriad myths, X, second layer, celestial sphere, B, a starry sky for the Null Myriad created with magecraft and large amounts of magical energy. It only bears some vestiges of the true power of the stars but is just a poor quality fake in the end. Parts of the starry sky can be manifested in reality to give a moderately powerful boost to one's astromancy magecraft. Outer layer, hollow shell, B. It was an okay result for Juice since he was merely setting up the foundation for the changes brought about by the establishment of a connection to the root. So long as the changes were of the B rank or higher, they would stick, so that's what he was going for. Lavinia, who was watching him though, thought very differently. Such skill that makes every mage I've ever seen pale in comparison, such an intricate form of magic. It's not power, or even just finesse, just high-level complexity and intricacy that results in very refined and efficient magic. As a genius magician herself, she was quite entranced. This kind of admiration, though, was one June appreciated. He understood, even if just slightly, the feelings of heroic spirits like Penthesilea and Semiramis, the former that hated to be referred to by her beauty and the latter than was tired of men seeking her for simply that. Those were just random thoughts by a few idle thought processes though. June was still hard at work. He turned all of the frustration from his foolish mistakes into motivation for his work. After creating another layer for an Ulmyriad, June started working seriously on a project he had been thinking about for quite a while but had yet to put into practice. A new spell he was calling, the Wings of Calamity. It was so good he even had the expectation it would turn into a magecraft noble phantasm. First though, as June was refining his runes since he would rely on them quite a bit for this little project, he got an epiphany, the so-called instant enlightenment, brought upon by how close his research had reached the origin, the root of Akasha itself, which triggered his connection to it just slightly. Dragon Rune Magecraft, a plus, greater than Origin Rune, dash, knowledge and possession of the origin runes that rank above even primordial runes, being the greatest and most powerful type of rune ever to exist. Ungraspable to those without a connection to the root or a patron with such a connection. Allows for the use of mightiest rune magecraft which, with enough magical energy, can be used to perform authority-level feats and even beyond. Now armed with origin runes, coupled with his knowledge of numerology and even a sprinkle of his abilities with reality marbles, June created 6 pairs of runic wings, with each pair being a sort of reality marble storing magical energy. It allowed June to fly, and even speed up said flight by using his dragon burst through the wings. Other than that though, it allowed June to fire destructive volleys of magic of various types without pause, as the wings were basically variable spell matrices built using runes and numerology fueled by internal mana stores fed by his own dragon heart. Although just mentioning it was fast, it was work that took weeks to end and left everyone very worried for June. Lavinia went out sometimes to talk with everyone and assure them everything was fine and June was just putting his frustration to good use. Unfortunately, Tad created a whole nother bunch of problems, as Lavinia's sudden closeness to June, to the point she was the only one allowed in his workshop right now, made a lot of the girls jealous. Still, they, much like June, decided to put the frustration from the jealousy to good use and pour their hearts into training, both to surprise June when he was done with his work, and to be able to help him and stand next to him, the next time such a situation arose. A few more days passed and this time, even Lavinia was barred from entry of June's workshop as he rubbed his hands, waiting for the treasure to arrive. With his Onyxo's abilities increasing, June was no longer so afraid as to even cut off his connection to his familiar, so he already knew what the haul was, and that was the reason for the thrill. I have no idea why the Norse gods love making replicas of their gear, but thank God they do. June thought with glee. He had been aiming for the Mjolnir replica he knew existed from the series, but he never thought he'd get so much more. The Greek pantheon had replicas as well, but only 2 interesting ones, while the Indian pantheon didn't make any, much to June's disappointment, but he got his hands on some originals. The Japanese pantheon suffered plenty at his hands as well, and while he didn't get anything from the Chinese one in terms of powerful items, he did get a bunch of catalysts. There was also the Egyptian pantheon, but that one went about the same as the Chinese one. There were other non-god related treasuries hit as well. It was a much larger operation than the first time. Azazel might suspect and even be more careful with June, but suspicions without proof were not worth much, and June was still a small fry before the gods. To name a few standout items for use in noble phantasms. From Norse mythology, Mjolnir, replica, Hammer of Thor. Jarngripper, replica, Thor's iron gauntlet to wield Mjolnir. Mage Jord, replica, Thor's belt that doubled his strength. Levitine, replica, Sword of the Sun, wielded by Surtur. God-slaying weapon with the power to burn the entire world. Gungnir, replica, Spear of Odin that never misses its target. Misteltein, God-slaying sword used to kill Baldur. Svanvet, swan coat worn by the Valkyries of Odin. And Varanot, ring that helps the user find gold. Drapnir, golden arm ring that creates doubles of itself. From Greek mythology, Aegis, replica, defense of the gods, oftentimes depicted as a shield. Worn as armor in the Nasuverse. Sword of Ares, replica, known as Photon Ray in the Nasuverse, wielded by Ares aka Mars and Altera. Ares war banner, remnant, Remnant of R's war banner, other pieces of it were used to make items like Hilita's sash. Hades' cap of invisibility, makes the wearer invisible. Can also take the form of cloth. Harp, scythe used by Perseus to kill the Gorgon. Bow of Hydra, bow of Heracles used to kill the Hydra, can enchant one's arrows with the beast's poison. Tauropolos, bow of heaven wielded by Atalanta, can create power rains of arrows from a single shot. Golden apples, also known as the golden apples of discord, symbols of temptation that cannot be ignored. Ambrosia, food of the gods that grants immortality. Armor of Achilles, divine construct forged by Hephaestus for Achilles at Thetis' request. Rod of Asclepius, rod wielded by the god of medicine, Asclepius. From Indian mythology, Kavacha and Kundala, golden armor and earring worn by Karna. Brahmastra, projectile with immense power and multiple forms. Vimana, flying vehicle armed with ray weapons, ancient nukes, missiles and all kinds of other armaments like bioweapons and even things like optical camouflage and communications interception. Amrita, food of the gods that grants immortality. Gandiva, bow of Arjuna that fires flame arrows. Vajra, weapon of the thunder god Indra. From Japanese mythology, Kusanagi no Taki, destroyed, sword found by Susanna within Yamata no Orochi. Yasukani no Magatama, one of the 3 regalia of Japan, jewels with immense power. Tengu fan of the 5 elements, fan capable of controlling the oriental 5 elements of wood, water, earth, metal and fire. Crane's Hei Goromo, garment of the highest quality made by a supernatural crane. From Christianity, Shroud of Turin, burial shroud of Jesus Christ. Holy robe of Christ, seamless robe worn by Jesus up until his crucifixion. Bleeding lance, spear bathed in blood used as the replacement for the spear of Longinus in rituals. Can be converted into a replica of the Nasu vs Longinus. Robe of the sun, robe worn by the woman of the apocalypse, sometimes referred to as the whore of Babylon. Crown of thorns worn by Christ. Iron crown of Lombardy, turned into the sacred gear, Alpha Tyrant. Made of the iron nails that pinned Jesus to the cross. From other legends and mythologies, ring of the Nibelungen, ring forged from the treasure das Rhine gold, that supposedly granted its wearer dominion over the Rhineland. Erdglum, silver prosthetic arm of the god Nu-Ada. Guy Bolg, magical spear made by Skathak and gifted to Cuchulainn. Soma, alcohol of the gods. Chapter 43, Noble Phantasm Forging. Now, it was time to put all the treasure to good use. A lot of items were to be fused into already existing noble phantasms. In fact, most of them were, but said noble phantasm were getting quite complex. As such, June decided to erase so specific special abilities or fuse them into others to streamline the whole thing and maximize raw power instead of trying to keep countless abilities he would never ever use or even only use once or twice. First task was a prosthetic to replace his lost left arm. The basis was of course, Erdglum, the prosthetic once used by Nu-Ada but remodeled for use as a left arm. Jarngripper and Mage Jord's replicas were added to the mix, not only increasing its power and enhancement but increasing the user's ability to wield unwieldy weaponry. This ability was extended to the right arm as well. Then, short, red shoulder cape, with gold detail, was bound to the arm, made using the remnants of Ares' war banner, the Shroud of Turin and the Holy Robe of Christ, further boosting its abilities as well as its divinity. Finally, the Crown of Thorns was added, boosting its abilities even further as well as granting another separate special ability. The end result was quite spectacular as always. Erdglum, Holy Silver Arm of the Thorny Warpath, AX, prosthetic arm with several different abilities activated by different true name releases. In its regular state, it boosts the user's ability to wield weapons as well, bearing a blessing of protection against all harm. Can also release a small part of its power for attacking. Switch on, Erdglum, A, boost the user's parameters until their current vessel's limit. Also boost the user's divinity considerably along with the arm's attack power. Savior's Light, a plus, grants a powerful protective blessing to the user and all allies the shields and heals them completely, cleansing even poison and curses of all kinds. Penitent Crown, Erdglum, a plus plus, thorns burst out of the silver arm, penetrating the user's body and attaching to their flesh. Drastically enhances the boost for the silver arm and prevents the users from dying of physical injuries while it is active but does not block any pain and even greatly enhances it. Divine Burst, Erdglum, a plus plus plus, unleashes the divinity within the arm, briefly ascending the user to the level of a divine spirit, boosting all of their abilities and parameters drastically. Dead End, Erdglum, X, releases the full power of the silver arm in a devastating attack whose limit caps at anti-word. The dead end is not for the user but for everyone else. Excellent. Its appearance and aura are also utterly different, so nobody will suspect a thing. June thought. He was then about to decide on what to do next, but a huge burst of power surged within him and he immediately checked his status to see what was going on. Divinity, Well then. It's not like it's bad. A general enhancement to my power as well as the ability to counter some troublesome abilities. June shrugged. Next up, time to enhance the noble phantasms I already possess. Starting with our Aopalcum. He decided. The items to be fused were, the Ring of the Nibelungen, and Varanot and Drapner to enhance its treasure-generating capabilities as well as the Golden Rule skill the noble phantasm provided. Then Golden Apples, Ambrosia and Amrita were added, granting the Golden Grail the ability to produce foodstuffs of the highest order and the Rod of Asclepius, giving it the ability to produce medicine as well as a mechanical guardian's make, Aesculapius. Finally, the Robe of the Sun was fused into it. It gave the Grail a shining sun-like golden glow filled with decadence but also a paradoxical holiness. It was the robe work by the Whore of Babylon, the woman of the Apocalypse who also held the Golden Grail, so compatibility was extreme. The end result was quite telling of the success. Our Aopaculum, the corruption of limitless wealth, the upgrade to A+, it possesses the ability to continuously generate magical energy and treasure like gold, jewels and even foodstuff or medicine, as well as all kinds of magical treasures and items, containing unlimited storage for these things. A mechanical guardian snake whose strength increases with the amount of stored treasure and magical energy surrounds the cup. Its name is Aesculapius. The rate is quite moderately fast but unaffected by time manipulation, so it stops at A+ rank. Grants 4 powerful skills to the user at a rank equal to that of the noble phantasms. Since all skill are meant to be at the X rank, their true power cannot be properly utilized. Golden Grail Rule, A+, extremely strong destiny and affinity to treasure. The wielder of the Golden Grail that symbolizes luxuriousness will never lack for money. Golden Apotheosis, A+, a body of divine perfection, not only in form but also in function. One's body is utterly perfect and one's physical parameters are elevated to skills that raise physical parameters are nullified but noble phantasms still work. 7 Trumpets, A+, a voice that emulate the 7 trumpets of revelation but in a corrupted form. Possesses powerful allure and holiness. Can reproduce the apocalyptic events announced by the real 7 trumpets but on a small scale. The last trumpet is a powerful blessing to all allies. Beauty of the Apocalypse, A+, beauty capable of bringing ruin to the whole world and usher in apocalypse. There are no other words to describe it. June was weeping on the ground looking at the renewed description, and when he looked at the mirror to see a ugly crying face, beauty beyond reason was there instead, with the tears running across it making him want to rush to staunch them at any cost. The problem was that was his face, the face of a man that had no business being that beautiful in his humble opinion. I can't even be in denial anymore, he complained. Finally, Saga communicated. Yeah. Thanks for putting up with me, June honestly said. Apostrophe. Saga was at a loss for words. First time for anything. June thought exclusively to himself. Knowing there was nothing he could do about it that would not take away benefits he wanted, June gave up and moved on to Domina Coronam. This one was quite easy as he was only adding 2 objects, the Iron Crown of Lombardy or Alfka Tyrant as its sacred gear form was called, and the Holy Cross or Incinerate Anthem. The former Nixo had extracted from a bastard child of British royalty who had yet to awaken it, and the latter he had gotten from Augusta at the price of his arm. The changes were as followed. Domina Coronam, the 10 crowns of evil and 7 hills of the abominable city, Ux, takes the form of 10 rings on the user's hands and a 7-fold halo of holy yet sinful light behind the user's head along with a holy iron crown and a crucifix-shaped scepter. Its full power requires huge amounts of magical energy the user cannot yet provide, but it contains both passive benefits from possessing it as well as active benefits in the form of skills from activating it with various degrees of power. Passive, absolute privilege, A, manifestation of supremacy, A, flames of domination, A, can create powerful purplish golden flames capable of incinerating all of creation. Nails of judgment, A, holy iron nails that possess various curses of punishment within them. They can be produced at will and their form can be manipulated to an extent. Can be summoned in the air to fire as projectiles and be made to jut out from the ground. Active, absolute privilege, X, manifestation of supremacy, X, flames of domination, X, nails of judgment, X, absolute domain, X, currently impossible to access. Supreme investiture, X, currently impossible to access. Origin of authority, X, currently impossible to access. 2 more pieces to the set, each bringing with their own powerful ability but not much else since the original noble phantasm itself was already egregiously powerful. After that, Nox decided to create a noble phantasm dedicated to concealment since he would probably have to do so to his face anyways. He decided to use the Sash form of Hades' Cap of Invisibility and pour all concealment abilities from his other gear into it. Veil of Death's Secrets, veil that conceals all of the user's parameters, skills and noble phantasms. even partially sealing them if necessary. Can be materialized to conceal the user's presence as well as all indication of existence. The user cannot maintain this concealment while attacking. With that taken care of, the only thing left to do was the hardest, the alterations to Eternus Eversor, which would be the most drastic yet most effective also. Despite being hard work, June was very much looking forward to making them as he had already envisioned the final result, and, because he had DxD now, he could release the first seal and actually use some of the Noble Phantasm's powers. Chapter 44, Noble Phantasm Forging 2. Eternus Eversor had by far the most items compatible with it, which was the reason the work was going to be longer and harder than that of the other Noble Phantasms. First up, the Eversor half. June started with Mjolnir's replica, who itself had 3 different true name releases, but the last one involved self-destruction of the hammer. Thanks to the unimaginable power dwelling within Eversor, such a price was not necessary. It granted powerful divine lightning to Eversor and a hammer shape resembling Nasu versus Mjolnir but with draconic iconography. Next up was Levitine, Sword of the Sun, wielded by Surtur. God-slaying weapon with the power to burn the entire world. It granted those very qualities to Eversor. Guillotine inscribed the weapon's connection to the sun as well as its flame power. Gungnir, replica, bestowed it a spear form as well as a certain hit ability once its true name was released. Misteltine, the god-slaying sword used to kill Baldur, boosted Eversor's anti-dive abilities as well as giving it anti-immortality powers. Gulpnir, the unbreakable chains that held Fenrir trapped. Grants a chain form with extra effectiveness against targets with divine and bestial characteristics. Sword of Ares, replica, known as Photon Ray in the Nasu verse, wielded by Ares aka Mars and Altera. Resonated deeply with Eversor, granting it the ability to summon an image of its true form which June did not even realize it had, and unleash utter devastation. Harp, scythe used by Perseus to kill the Gorgon. Further boosts the anti-immortality and anti-divinity nature of Eversor. Bow of Hydra, used Heracles to kill the Hydra, can enchant one's arrows with the beast's poison. Grants said ability to Eversor along with a great bow form. Tauropolos, the bow of heaven wielded by Atalanta, can create power rains of arrows from a single shot and grants that variability to Eversor. Brahmastra, projectile with immense power and multiple forms. Greatly increases Eversor's power and special abilities when it is used as a projectile. Gandiva, bow of Arjuna that fires flame arrows. Grants Eversor the ability to shoot elemental arrows. Vajra, weapon of the thunder god Indra. Grants Eversor a Vajra form and boosts its lightning powers. Kusanagi no Tiki, destroyed, sword found by Susanna within Yamata no Orochi. Can blow away 8 valleys and peaks and gives birth to 8 large rivers with a casual swing, but even that is a mere fragment of its true power. Yasukani no Magatama are treated through the pommel with a string. Grants that very power to Eversor, and the Magatama string becomes a feature of all its forms due to the weapon's great influence and power. Can summon Yamata no Orochi's power and wield its authority. Grants a Kusanagi no Teki form. Aim no Ohabari, obtained from Canis Lycaon, it enhances Eversor's flame powers and its anti-divinity abilities. Tang, fan of the 5 elements that is capable of controlling the oriental 5 elements of wood, water, earth, metal and fire. Grants such an ability to Eversor as well as a fan form. Bleeding lance, spear bathed in blood used as the replacement for the spear of Longinus in rituals. Converted into a replica of the Nasuverse Longinus, it bestows a powerful holy aura and power to Eversor. Also grants the weapon a dripping blood-like magical energy that dramatically boosts its attack power and its destructive abilities. Gai Bolg, magical spear made by Skathak and gifted to Kuchilane. Allows the certain hit ability granted by Gungnir in close combat. It also bestows any projectile form of Eversor with the ability to spit its tip to strike all enemies at once like the branches of a thorn tree. Moving on to the Eternus half, the upgrades were the following. Svanvet, the swan mystic coat worn by the Valkyries of Odin with his divine protection. Graded the ability of flight to Eternus through wings of light that, much to June's surprise, fused with his wings of Calamity Magecraft, empowering it considerably. Gives a red skirt without a front to the armor. Crane's Hei Goromo, garment of the highest quality made by a supernatural crane. Creates extremely comfortable clothing under the armor. If the armor is not summoned, the clothing gains 50% of the armor's defensive capabilities. Armor of Achilles, divine construct forged by Hephaestus for Achilles at Thetis' request. Considerably raises the protection and indestructibility value of Eternus. Had the ability to boost one's parameters, but it was transferred to Erchlum. Kavacha and Kundala golden armor and earring worn by Karna. Grants Eternus the ability to reduce damage to about 10% of what it actually was. Turns some parts of the armor golden and gives it Karna's red cloak, but it is golden and red mixed and transforms into the wings of Calamity. Finally, were the overall upgrades to Eternus Eversor as a whole. Vimana, flying vehicle armed with ray weapons, ancient nukes, missiles and all kinds of other armaments like bioweapons and even things like optical camouflage and communications interception. Grants such a form to Eternus Everser. Its true form also gains several Doctvamanas. Gybolg's origins were drawn upon, namely, Kuruid Koinchen. This ability to summon forth the skeleton of the sea monster Kuruid, whose ribs were used to craft Gybolg, and wear as an armor. Of an offensive in nature, raising one's strength to X rank and ranking up endurance. But June decided to give this power to his Ergtlum. This resulted in the following change. Ergtlum, Holy Silver Arm of the Thorny Warpath, AX, prosthetic arm with several different abilities activated by different true name releases. In its regular state, it boosts the user's ability to wield weapons as well, bearing a blessing of protection against all harm. Can also release a small part of its power for attacking. Switch on, Ergtlum, A, boost the user's parameters until their current vessel's limit. Also boost the user's Divigni considerably along with the arm's attack power. Savior's Light, a plus, grants a powerful protective blessing to the user and all allies the shields and heals them completely, cleansing even poison and curses of all kinds. Bestial Rage, Ergtlum, a plus, summon forth a silver exoskeleton that covers oneself and ranks up strength and endurance to the X rank. Penitent Crown, Ergtlum, a plus plus, thorns burst out of the silver arm, penetrating the user's body and attaching to their flesh. Drastically enhances the boost for the silver arm and prevents the users from dying of physical injuries while it is active but does not block any pain and even greatly enhances it. Divine Burst, Ergtlum, a plus plus plus, unleashes the divinity within the arm, briefly ascending the user to the level of a divine spirit, boosting all of their abilities and parameters drastically. Dead End, Ergtlum, X, releases the full power of the silver arm in a devastating attack whose limit caps at anti-word. The dead end is not for the user but for everyone else. That side note aside, the biggest two changes to Eternus Everser were yet to come. The fusing of Aegis, the defense of the gods, oftentimes depicted as a shield. Worn as a futuristic armor in the Nasuverse capable of unleashing several beams and jets as attacks and for movement. Gave Eternus the ability to assemble and disassemble piece by piece like a mech armor and all of the abilities of the origin Aegis, but, most importantly, Aegis fusion became the final piece left to truly fuse the two half together. Now, Eternus could summon Everser from anywhere within the armor, and use it for attacks and to power its own beams and such. A futuristic combo of all of Everser's weapons forms and Eternus armor. Needless to say, the integration of all the treasures also raised the noble phantasm's raw power to even more obscene levels. The much-awaited end result. Eternus Everser, the duality of eternity and transience, AX, the duality of the ultimate weapon and armor created through the phantasmal origin. Currently under a 13-layered seal. Half-true name releases require at least the lifting of one seal. Full true name release requires the lifting of 2 seals. Currently, the user cannot handle the lifting on any seal. Abilities include, multiple weapon form materialization, clothing form with reduced abilities, armor form capable of using the weapons as fused armaments and fortress form, summoned with full true name release. It had finally reached the X rank in power but June's work was far from over. He still had alterations to make to it. 2 to be exact. One wish was fusion required the creation of the weapons from scratch but, after his robbery, June certainly had enough treasure to feed the forge of his phantasmal origin. The first weapon was the Black Barrel, a huge artillery piece version to be exact. The gun that can kill gods which added obvious effects to Eternus Everser. The second was the 7th scripture used by Seal in the Tsukiheim remake. It did not raise power much but it granted it a couple of new and interesting forms. The third and final one, was Mana Ishtar's bow and vehicle. Other than adding it as a form, it also gave the large aerial fortress form of Eternus Everser the ability to open dimensional gates. Finally, the only thing left to do, was to fuse the thing with one of the layers of Null Myriad. Null Myriad, the layered world born out of nothingness, AX, core layer, heart of the world, a plus plus plus, first layer, phantasmal origin, the first illusion of myriad myths, X, second layer, celestial sphere, B, third layer, Eternus Everser, AX, adds a fortress world form to Eternus Everser. The only way to unleash its true power. Required all 13 seals to be manifested in the real world but parts of it can be manifested with less. Outer layer, hollow shell, B, even June dreaded to know what this true power that required the release of the 13 seals to use was. But June had noticed one thing. The 13 seals were not equal, each was at least 10 times more powerful than the last. Chapter 45, Chain of Love. Now then, I guess I should make a little something to, at least partially, compensate my loss of efficiency from losing breathing and walking. June thought after working on his noble phantasms. He was going to make an item that would become part of the core layer of his Null Myriad. A core based on Frankenstein's bridal chest. Just to be sure, Nox first created the real thing and added it to Eternus Everser. It was simple enough to make and it allowed it to absorb magical energy from the surroundings and even enemy attacks. Then he built one to become part of his core layer. Modified to be a totally independent system that could fulfill all the functions Frankenstein's battle mace and internal core fulfilled, all on its own. It was enormous, tens of meters in diameter to make it more powerful. Tonitrus, the Heart of Lightning, a plus, absorbs magical energy from one's surroundings and even enemy attacks, as well as magical energy discharged from one's own attacks that remains afterwards. Can then convert it bioelectricity. It can be used to attack or improves one's physical parameters as weak but continuous monoburst so long as there is enough magical energy. Can unleash all of its charge in a massive A+ electrical storm shaped like blasted tree. All of these changes led to another internal one. Dragon Burst, a plus, greater than Idea Burst, a plus, allows a user to use monoburst skills on any type so long as he possesses said element within them. Strength varies with A++ being the highest it can go with the fire, light, lightning and blood being at this rank. With all of that done and checked, June activated a function of his prosthetic that made it look like a real arm so long as none of its special abilities were active and got out of his workshop. As he entered the living room on the building, he found everyone hanging out. "Sup everyone?" he greeted in a good mood. Said everyone immediately ran towards, asking if he was okay, even Kchi who was not the type. "I'm feeling great. Got a new arm and everything." June responded, waving around his left arm as he did. "Whoa." Everyone was surprised. Lavinia then hugged him and much to her embarrassment, after June hugged her back, he kissed her on her lips, leaving everyone stupefied. "What?" June was looking at them weirdly. "You didn't tell them, Levi?" he asked Lavinia. The blonde beauty shook her head in response. "Oh." June then turned to everyone. "Levi and I became an item after we returned," he casually said. "No way. Already?" Valia was shocked. She then jumped towards June and planted her lips on his. "I guess number 2 isn't that bad." She shrugged with a huge blush on her pretty little face. Shiki shook his head and hugged her too, much to her delight. Lavinia also took it in stride. "Welcome to the group, Vachan," she said. Good be apart." Valia replied. This triggered a chain reaction after they stopped hugging. Kuroka dashed towards June and kissed him as well. "You don't mind, do you?" Kuroka cutely yet erotically asked while looking up at June with upturned eyes. "I most certainly do not," June replied. Chiron wanted to be next, but when she jumped, Kuroka grabbed her out of the air and scolded her like the big sister she was. "Chiron is still too young for that." "No, I'm not," Chiron argued. Now. June patted Chiron, making her give out cute little eye noises. "Maybe a couple a year or 2 from now, okay?" June said. Chiron grumbled but accepted. The chain reaction, however, was not over. Next up was Natsume, and then even she found the courage to do it, making Dobio fully give up hope and faint into Ki's arms, who apologized to Dobio for finding the situation a bit funny. Finally, even the newbie Shiden who was smitten in her rescue took the opportunity. Afterwards, they all had a day to celebrate June's recovery, and Dobio seemed to be looking better. Being able to fully give up finally set him free and left him able to focus on himself, but he still excused himself from the celebration while apologizing to Junki. Wanting to party with his boss felt like going, but the glares from the girls who wanted June for themselves made him change his mind. Still, June made sure to tell him they would go for a brothers-only outing afterwards as they bumped fists. During the date, while they enjoyed themselves, June also received a much-needed update on how things were going. Apparently, Cougar had excused himself from the group a little while afterwards, but Shiden remained. Lavinia had opened up to the group about her past and shared her new goal with everyone, who in turn offered their help unconditionally. Natsume, Shiden, Dobio and Ki still made the team/or dog, working for Grigori to better themselves while Lavinia excused herself from those efforts. The girls' main goals for joining was to become strong enough to stand by June's side, and Lavinia was already plenty strong. As they went on the date, June's other mental rooms were also working on other matters. Like, summoning heroic spirits, converting Lavinia into a servant if it would help her. Things like that. Summoning become cheaper due to the existence of the round table that is integrated into your armor, but the making of a vessel has the same cost. Asaka began. "You certainly have enough magical energy for a summon or 2 if you choose not to create a transcender-class vessel," she communicated. "As for converting living people to servants, it can certainly strengthen them, but every vessel has a limit, whether natural or unnatural. If someone's limit is greater than the vessel, it will only reduce them, but if it's lower, then they will have increased potential." "What about Levi?" June inquired. "For people close to you, transcender vessels are always the best since they evolve to keep up with the increasing power of the spirit origin within them, so just let her be," Asaka replied. After the date was over, June excused himself and went to his room in Koa instead before entering the Akashic throne. "Hey Cleria." June greeted. "Hey there handsome, here for another round?" Cleria recently asked. "You've become insatiable after our first time together," June said as they began making out. "I blame it on you for being such a great lover," she responded. June then pushed her away. "What's wrong?" Cleria asked. "If it's about those girls I don't mind," she quickly said. "Or are you tired of me?" She suddenly thought and panicked. No, June immediately said, calming her down. "Then what?" Cleria asked. "How about we do it in the real world?" June suggested. "Real world? You've gathered enough to make a body for me?" she excitedly inquired. "Yup. That's right, transcender class vessel and all," June proudly replied. And so, he began the ritual to summon Cleria Belil as his first transcender class servant. Cleria had become a fixture in June's life and he often visited her in the Akashic throne. Over the years, they became closer and, as June grew up, that closeness became attraction. Still mourning Masemi, Cleria did not wish to indulge them for a while but, after some time, she realized her ex would not want his memory to torment her like this and decided to just follow her heart. So in reality, Cleria had been June's first everything in this life. A few hours later, June and Cleria were both in bed, utterly satisfied. "I'm looking forward to bragging to your little girlfriends," Cleria said with a devious smile. "You do you love her?" "You do you?" June replied. Name, Cleria Belil. Race, pure-blooded devil or servant. Gender, female. Parameters, strength, D endurance, D agility, C mana, A plus luck, D skills, class skills, perfect vessel, X. One's vessel will always upgrade to fit the growth of one's soul without any discernible limit other than the possessor themselves. Absolute incarnation, X, denotes one as an incarnated servant that is able to stay manifested without a master and recover magical energy through rest like a normal being and that their existence is absolute. The ability to take spiritual form is lost. Possessor gains extreme resistance to time-altering and instant death effects. Personal skills, pure-blooded devil, A. Being a pure-blooded devil, the user possesses high demonic power, devil wings for flight and supernatural senses and body. Ranks up strength, endurance and agility while granting a plus modifier to mana. Worthlessness, B. Nullifies all abilities B rank and below so long as the user understands their properties well enough. The enemy must be in contact with either the user or their demonic power. Other than mana, her parameters were pretty poor, even with her pure-blooded devil, A, boosting them. And she had no noble phantasm which was to be expected. Still, so long as she spent a good while studying, her worthlessness, B, could quickly become a broken skill but skilled opponents could still deal with her pretty easily after figuring her out. Anyways, after all of this, it was time for June to leave it all behind for a while and get started in the Nasuverse. Fate Apocrypha first, then he would see. Chapter 46, entering Apocrypha. After June vaguely explained he would be gone for a week or two. Just not to be suspicious, he used the Akashic Gate. It could create an identity in the world for him if he so wished, so he defined it as a magus hired to become a master in place of Kusagakure and that he was the first master to be contacted and given his relics so he had time to plan out his approach to the plot. Screwing with a summoning system to allow him to not only summon multiple servants but also summon for different sides was a cinch with his skill and knowledge, so he was prepared to summon 3 servants, 2 of which would be the same as the plot used to be. Saber of Red, the Knight of Rebellion, Mordred and the Assassin of Black, the serial killer, Jack the Ripper would be those 2 while the changed one would be the Berserker of Red, the Amazon Queen, Penthesilea. June did not want to risk things by goofing up the interview, so he set it up to enter right after he had arrived in Romania for his identity. The advance payment he got was the same as Gary, a jar with a young dead Hydra. He was sure he'd find some nice uses for it. Already in Romania, June simply went to a random forest and set up a magic circle for the summoning ritual. He did not really need the catalyst since he had previously acquired and recorded catalysts for each servant he wanted to summon today except for Jack. To get the final catalyst he would simply send Nixota to Sagra Uma's location to get it before the fool summons Jack. After doing so, not even needing to say the silly incantation, in a flash of light, Saber of Red was summoned. Mordred appeared from the light, fully clad in her armor. She removed her helmet, it becoming a part of her torso armor, and jammed her sword on the ground before speaking. "My name is Mordred, the sole and true heir of the King of Knights, Arthur Pendragon. So I ask you, are you my master?" "Hi, call me June. I am indeed your master." June introduced himself. "Middle of a forest, huh?" Mordred commented. "Problem?" June asked with a raised eyebrow. "Not at all. Just making an observation," Mordred replied. "So tell me, Mordred, you claim to be the true heir of the King of Knights, right?" June inquired. "So?" Mordred responded. "So why did you rebel?" June asked. The king. He did not recognize me. My efforts, my talents, all of it. So I showed him what his kingdom was worth. Mordred shouted, kicking down a tree. So what is the wish you want to entrust to the Holy Grail? June continued to ask. I merely want to challenge the sword of selection the King of Nights once pulled from the stone. Mordred replied. Isn't it obvious you'll succeed though? June asked. Mordred froze and squirmed a bit before smugly replying. Yeah, but if I don't actually do it I can't rub it all over my father's face. Mordred replied, hiding the fact she was very pleased with June's response to her wish. Anyway, let's get going. Where's the enemy master? She asked. Hold on a minute, I'll summon one more companion for you. June said. Wait. Another servant? You can do that? Ain't that against the rules? Mordred asked stupefied. Mor-chan. Rules are meant to be broken. Mor-chan? Mordred squealed but June ignored her and summoned the berserker of red for this war and out of the light, Penthesilea appeared. He really summoned another one. Mordred whispered dumbfoundedly. Queen of the Amazons, Penthesilea. I have come in answer to your summons. Penthesilea greeted. First of all, I need to make one thing clear. I am a queen. You may be my master, but you'll need to be mindful of your behavior. Those who show disrespect will pay a price most dear. She declared. Oh, you don't have to worry. I very much respect lovely warrior queens. June teased, trying to set her off. Immediately, Penthesilea swung at June before Mordred could even react to protect him, but he dogged her non-fully serious blow and tossed her onto the ground with force. Mordred, who was about to strike, and even Penthesilea, who had just been thrown, froze in shock and confusion. Even if that was not a serious strike, a normal magus should not have been able to not only dodge but even toss me. The Amazon thought. Calmed down? June asked. Indeed I have. And I must say I'm glad my master is so capable. But never again call me lovely, beautiful or cute, understand? Penthesilea threateningly said. How weak. June said. What? The Amazo's rage started bubbling up once again. To not be able to accept a part of yourself is weakness. June pointed out. Penthesilea wanted to argue but June didn't let her as he continued. As someone who also went through that for a couple of years, despising my own appearance. I can understand where you're coming from, but I was weak for doing so, and so are you. June drove the point in. Your appearance? The Amazon inquired. June then removed the Veil of Death's Secrets effect and showed his real face. Instantly, both servants' hearts started beating faster, but as valiant warriors both, they got it under control, Penthesilea better than Mordred. June quickly replied the high hand effect and the two girls managed to get a hold of themselves, even somewhat ashamed for nearly losing control over a man's appearance. Right now, I hide it because it is a destructive weapon in and of itself, but I've learned to accept it. June started, this time, earning Penthesilea's earnest attention. You are a powerful and noble warrior, a queen, a beautiful woman. These characteristics are all a part of you. He continued. The Amazon struggled to accept that was of seeing things, but she could somewhat see the logic of his words. If someone thinks of you a flower vase that is only good for looking pretty, butcher them, simple as that. But never deny a part of yourself on the account of others, that is just giving others power over you that they do not deserve. June declared, and the last part resonated deeply with her. After all, as someone who saw her power and nobility as the most important aspects of her being, giving others power over herself without even realizing it was something she absolutely did not accept. Anyways, think about it. June said. Penthesilea looked him in the eye, trying to figure him out with little success, and then simply said. I will. Good. Then let us move on, shall we? Phew. Letting me feeling this kind of tension right after summoning. You're quite the outrageous master. Mordred commented. I'll take that as a compliment. June replied. You already have a servant? Penthesilea asked. Yup. And I will summon a third shortly. June responded. A third? Mordred and the Amazon both exclaimed in disbelief. That's right, Assassin of Black to be precise. Not only can you summon more than one servant, you can summon for a different faction? Penthesilea asked with shock. What did I say about that, Mordred? June asked. Rules are meant to be broken. She excitedly replied, very pleased with her master's behavior, while Penthesilea was slightly at a loss but decided to simply see it through. Shortly after, right on cue, Nyxo arrived with a catalyst. What was that? Both servants asked. They can sense her, huh? That's dangerous. June thought. It was just my familiar. June said. Seemed quite powerful. Mordred commented. She is. June replied before beginning the summon of the last servant, and then, from the light, the eternal ally, Jack the Ripper appeared. Assassin Jack the Ripper. Nice to meet you, Mother. Jack greeted. Mordred wanted to laugh but stopped herself, but then Thessaly felt a bit sorry and kept quiet. Much to Jack's delight, June patted her and then he requested, "At least say father." At this Mordred couldn't hold it any longer and burst out laughing, earning her a dirty look from June and then Thessaly which made her stop. "Father?" Jack cutely tilted her head before nodding. "Right then. How about we get down to business and I tell you what I wish of you in the Great Holy Grail War?" June proposed. Mordred and then Thessaly seriously nodded while Jack just hugged June's waist while doing the same. "Jack?" June asked. "We want to hold father," she replied. "All right then." June accepted it. He then projected a chair and sat down on it with Jack on his lap, making her giggle in delight which, for a nearly imperceptible instant, made Mordred jealous, thinking she wanted that too. After all, Mordred was actually about 8 or 9 years old as a fast-grown homunculus made by Morgan. Now though, it was time for business. Chapter 47, Division of Roles. "I'll start with Jack then," June announced and the little murderous cutie, cutely nodded to say she was listening. "Your job is just to sneak around and do some tasks for me. I will not have you directly fight servants for now unless it's an emergency. So, if you are discovered in any of your tasks, our job is to escape with the minimum loss possible, okay?" June said. He had actual plans for Jack but those needed the Great Holy Grail's massive stores of magical energy. Jack nodded. "We don't like getting hurt anyway," she added. "Excellent. Just follow me around from a distance with your presence concealment and make sure you're not found," June added. "But we want to stay close to father." Jack pouted. "All right, but only when there is no one but these two around, okay Jack?" June found a compromise which the little girl accepted. Moving on to Morchan. "You'll be my official servant. Following me around and protecting me, fighting enemy servants and such," June continued. "Yosh. Seems like the job for me." Mordred agreed, accepting the nickname as well. "As for Thessaly, your first and only duty for now, is one you'll absolutely appreciate." June started. "Oh?" The Amazon was intrigued. June brought out a clear marble and began explaining. "This is a reality marble of my creation. It is governed by very simple yet effective rules. It can only hold 2 beings and no more, even summoning other beings like with a noble phantasm is not permitted." June continued. "One of the beings must enter willingly, that will be you Thessaly, while the other can be brought in forcefully and then a duel to the death must be fought. The binding is similar to a powerful command spell or a guy's curse and only the survivor can leave. Your job, Sully, is to fight the opponent I trap in a duel to the death," June said. "Sully?" the Amazon questioned. "Yeah, nice nickname isn't it?" June asked with pride, leaving her at a loss. "Fine whatever. But although that kind of honorable battle is indeed the kind of fight I favor, I fail to see why I should appreciate it so much," the Amazon commented. "Simple really. Because your opponent will be Achilles." June dropped the bomb. Thessaly's eyes went red as her features became bestial but she calmed down right after. "If you would grant me such a fight, then this Thessaly, Queen of the Amazons, will forever serve you loyalty so long as the orders do not taint my honor." The Amazon swore. "That is all I can wish for." June nodded. "Well, go in and ready yourself, but the battle won't be so soon," he said and the marble began shining. The Amazon nodded and disappeared into the light. "Right then, what now?" Mordred asked. "Now, we meet up with the rest of our Red faction," June replied. "So are we still a part of the Reds?" she continued to ask. "We part of our own faction. We'll just play nice with the Red faction for now," June responded. "Got it." Mordred nodded with a conspiratorial smirk. "First though, let me see your sword for a bit." "My sword?" Mordred was confused but held her sword up for June to see. "Phantasmal origin," he intoned in his mind as then used his own noble phantasm to make a slight alteration to Mordred's clarent. Mordred's sword was an ornate, sparkling white silver sword adorned with splendid decorations, acting as a symbol of kingship denoting the right of succession of the throne. It was a treasured sword that has worth equal to, if not, exceeding Caliburn, that amplifies the authority of the king's royal aura. It thus raised the owner's physical parameters by 1 rank and granted and raised the rank of the skill charisma. It should be rank sword bestowed during the succession of kingship, but Mordred stole it without acknowledgement, obtaining it by breaking into the vaults of Camelot upon temporarily claiming the throne during her rebellion. Due to this action, she was never acknowledged as a king, so the rank of the sword was lowered by Tissi and it no longer granted any of the normal bonuses while she wielded it. June just made an alteration to return the word to its full glory. Mordred immediately felt the change. "Master, what did you do?" she asked with shock. "Just made that prudish sword acknowledge your right to the throne," June casually said while patting her hair, making Mordred embarrassed. "Thank you," she whispered while holding her sword with renewed purpose. And so, Mordred's current saint graph was: name, Mordred race, homunculus or dragon or human or servant gender, female parameters, strength, B+ endurance, agility, B mana, B luck, D skills, class skills magic resistance, B, cancel spells with a chant below 3 verses. Even if targeted by high thaumaturgy and greater rituals, it is difficult for her to be affected. Riding, B, most vehicles can be handled with above average skill. However, Mordred cannot ride the likes of phantasm races such as monstrous beasts. Personal skills instinct, B, during battle, one is able to always feel the optimal course of action. Visual and auditory obstacles are halved. 3. When fighting Jack the Ripper, Mordred's sharp instinct made Jack's miss no obstruction at all for her, and thus, she didn't mind the worsening visibility at all. It is thanks to this skill that Mordred was able to respond to Jack's surprise attacks. 13. Mana Burst, A, Mordred's weapons and body are infused with magical energy just like her father. With the instantaneous release of her energy, Mordred can elevate her ability as if it were jet propulsion. This allows her to rush forward with a momentum like that of a bullet's, and swing her oversized sword with ease. Her stomp has enough strength to shake the earth, and the speed of her charge pierces the sound barrier. Furthermore, by taking off her noble phantasm helm, Mordred is able to clad her body in more mana. Her augmented physical strength is enough to overwhelm fighters of much greater stature and even fight equally with the King of Knights. Furthermore, Mordred can use an attack called Crimson Lightning, where she unleashes all her mana stored in her sword as crimson-colored lightning. Battle Continuation, B. This skill represents her will to not give up. It was thanks to this strong curse that bound her body that she was able to give Artoria a mortal wound even after death from having been pierced with the Holy Lance. Charisma, C. A rare skill that represents the natural talent to command an army. During team battles, one's team's abilities are elevated. Mordred's charisma fully shows itself during the rebellion. Raises to B rank when wielding Clarent without Secret of Pedigree. Noble Phantasm, Secret of Pedigree, Helm of Hidden Infidelity, C. Hide certain sections of Mordred's parameters, even from her own master, making it hard to discern even her gender when coupled with her full body armor. Her basic parameters and class skills can be seen, but status information pertaining to her personality and true name as a heroic spirit, innate skills, and data on her noble phantasms are hidden and cannot be read. Her statistics and data are only released upon taking off the helmet while it is set in her armor. She can remove both the helmet and her armor and clothe herself in modern attire while still hiding her identity. The concealment will continue to function even without the helmet so long as she does not hold her weapon. The helmet can be removed at will when utilized in battle, splitting in two down the middle and merging into her armor. Removal of the helmet is required for Mordred to use her full abilities. Clarent, Radiant and Brilliant Royal Sword, B, when held, so long as the Secret of Pedigree is not on, it increases all of Mordred's physical parameters by 1 and boost her charisma skill to B rank. Clarent Blood Arthur, Rebellion Against My Beautiful Father, A++, the full power, released form of Clarent utilized by Mordred, a transformation into an evil sword of hatred upon the condition of her holding it. It is not the proper nature of the sword, but an effect of the episode in Mordred's legend where she had stolen the sword from King Arthur's armory and then later used it to deal a fatal blow to her father. It is an application of mana burst that allows her to force her excessive hatred for her father into the sword in the form of magical energy, and then the sword amplifies it and allows it to be launched as an attack. It manifests red lightning, her twisted feelings for her father that have been amplified by the sword, and directs it at the opponent. Mordred feels the weapon possesses a curse-like glory, not allowing herself to be defeated by anyone who is not her father, and even more so, not permitting for the sword that delivered a fatal blow to her father to fail in killing an opponent. Compared to the pride felt by other heroic spirits, it being crowned with the name of her father makes it more akin to a grudge in Mordred's case. The Secret of Pedigree must be removed for use of this noble phantasm. Should she make peace with her discord towards her father, even one-sidedly as in the Great Holy Grail War, she can still launch the attack regardless of her feelings towards her father as an innate talent inherited from the blood of the King of Knights. It releases a straight line of crimson lightning from the tip of her sword, destroying all in its path. Utilizing it should take a great deal of energy, giving her intense pain throughout her body, but having now full control of Clarent that is no longer the case. An extensive status befitting of Mordred's power. Chapter 48, Contact with both factions. A few days later, June and Mordred were heading for the church to meet the priest serving as the supervisor from the church for this Great Holy Grail War. Penthesily meditated inside the reality marble where time flows slower so that she did not have to wait as long, and Jack followed from a distance, hidden with her presence concealment, a plus. As previously discussed, a dove familiar of the assassin of Red Semiramis had approached him with the message to meet at the church, so June was going there now. As soon as he arrived and entered, with Mordred following in her spiritual form, he spotted Shiruko Tamine, The man himself kneeling reverently in prayer while his beloved god was arranging for all of his plans to fail. Meanwhile, Semiramis in spiritual form watched over him analyzing June as soon as he had entered the building. "I assume you're the one who called me here?" June spoke first. As he did, he communicated mentally to Mordred. "You'll probably get a bad feeling soon, but don't worry, I've got it handled." Mordred was confused but gave out an okay in response. "Pleased to meet you. I am the supervisor dispatched by the church for this war, Shiruko Tamin." Shiru greeted. Hikami June also gave his name. "Your servant?" the priest asked. Given a mental cue, Mordred materialized in full armor, giving June a discreet look. How the hell did he know? Currently, she was indeed having a bad feeling about the situation. "Then I shall return the favor." Shiru spoke. Semiramis materialized and introduced herself. "I'm the assassin of Red, my true name is Semiramis." "Nice to meet you, June, or what was it?" "Then let us start by exchanging information, shall we?" Shiru suggested. "Sounds good." June replied and they both sat down. The Black faction seems to be mostly finished with their preparations. Especially, their lance, surmised to be Vlad III, is particularly dangerous. Shiru started. "It seems you already knew it." He added. "Indeed." June replied. "I did my own scouting already." He added. "Oh? Then can you share what you discovered?" Shiru requested. "Of course." June replied and began revealing some fact he knew. They seem to have summoned Orchester quite a while ago to build his workshop and start producing golems to bolster a veritable army of homunculi they themselves created. "I deduced his true name to be Avispron, a Kabbalist and renowned golem master." He started. "Very well. That is certainly valuable information." Shiru nodded and even Semiramis thought better of June, as in, he might make a useful slave. "Kind of better. I have no more true names for you, but I have more or less grasped the grades of the enemy servants. Their strength seems to be focused on Lancer, Archer and Saber, while Rider and Berserker seem quite a bit weaker. For the former, their noble phantasm might make up the difference, but I've seen Berserker's master test hers and it's nothing that impressive. As for Assassin, it seemed to not yet have arrived." June concluded his contribution of information. "Excellent, this much information ought to give us quite an advantage. Also, the summoning of a ruler class servant has been verified." Shiru mentioned. "Well, ruler is supposed to be neutral, so there shouldn't be too many issues." June shrugged. "What about our faction?" he asked. "There seems to have been some problems with Berserker, but the rest have assembled. You're the last to arrive." Shiru replied. "Shall we go meet them?" he suggested. "You and the Empress here have probably turned them into puppets, so no need," June casually said, stunning everyone in the room. Mordred summoned her sword and Semiramis to chains made from Magecraft, but Shiru spoke. "I wonder what you're talking about?" Sounding genuinely confused. June's dragon eye that could see through all manner of falsity shone and he spoke. "Do not think these eyes can be fooled, priest. I'll let this attempt to screw me over slide, but it better not happen again." June blatantly threatened. Shiru closed his eyes and became silent for a bit as both servants awaited their master's orders. "I'll keep that in mind," he finally said, extending his hand for a shake, and June took it. Both servants then disarmed. With that, they temporarily parted ways. June went into town with Mordred in casual clothes by his side. "What now, master? You seem to have a good handle on things," she said. "Let's go for a date in town, shall we?" June suggested. "Date?" She looked at him weirdly but then remembered his true appearance and blushed. "Yup. This town is managed by our enemy, so by nightfall, they should come and pick a fight with us. Until then, we should just enjoy our time together." As for Jack, June had already given her 3 extremely important missions. Back in the church, Shiru was conversing with Semiramis about the war before asking about June and his servant. Semiramis checked with her familiars and stalled for a bit before saying, "They seem to be on a date?" The priest was at a loss for words. Later, during nighttime, much like June had predicted, an army of homunculi and golems had come to test them out, making June look at Mordred with a smug look. Yeah, you're the best, let's get to fighting." Mordred rolled her eyes. "Alright, Mor, take care of the golems, I'll handle the homunculi," June said. "Got it." And the battle started. And swiftly ended. June easily dodged the arrow released by the homunculi and shot them all down with magic bullets fired from his fingers, while Mordred demolished all the golems with ease. The Black faction members watching the fight were impressed but not the slightest bit afraid and still very confident. One particular member, Selenig Icecold Millennia, the master of the Rider of Black Astolfo, stealthily looked at June's image with lust. Even his downgraded appearance was enough to provoke such feelings in most people without a strong enough will. It would be better if he was a bit weaker though. she thought. Meanwhile, Shiru sent Karna, the Lancer of Red, to intercept Ruler on her way to Trifas, a city with a central position to the war where June was also heading next. Also around this time, Sieg, despite no yet having his name, obtained consciousness and free will, developing a powerful self-preservation instinct that led him to try and escape a horrible fate. Sieg was a character with plot armor so thick even the gods could not penetrate it. He was about to die but gained consciousness and freed himself. He was going to get caught, but Astolfo, the Rider of Black, the only one in the entire Millennia Castle, was the one to find him first and helped him. Later, Astolfo helped him escape but they were caught. He got mortally wounded, but Siegfried, the Saber of Black, sacrificed himself by giving the homunculus his heart, leading to him calling himself Sieg. The rest of the Black faction then arrived to take him in along with Astolfo, but Ruler interfered and saved him. Then, after he chose to return to the fight out of his own free will, Mordred killed him, but Berserker of Black's noble phantasm shocked him back to life. His life was still in danger though, so he gained the ability to transform into Siegfried to fight Mordred but got beat anyway, and so, when he was about to die, Spartacus appeared and Mordred retreated. After that, he was about to get caught in Spartacus' attack and die along with Astolfo, but Ruler stepped in and saved them both. That was far from the net, but, safe to say, Sieg was upon prepared by Allah and given the necessary plot armor to succeed in the task Allah wanted him to do, even if he himself did not realize it. This time though, June was planning on running some major interference on the plot. Due to his actions, the incidents involving Spartacus, the original Berserker of Red, and Jack the Ripper would no longer happen, making the war much more straightforward. He then ordered Mordred to proceed in spiritual form to Trifas without him, as he activated his Veil of Death's secrets with a true name released to completely hide his existence as he waited in the vicinity of the Millennia Castle. Karna, the Lancer of Red, attacked Ruler but, like in the original series, he got interrupted by Saber of Black, and after a couple of exchanges, both retreated, leaving Ruler alone as she had refused to accompany Saber's master, Guards Music Millennia, to maintain proper neutrality. Now though, it was time for June to run some interference. He ordered Jack to get ready to infiltrate the Millennia Castle and perform her first mission while he sent Nyxo to allow him to talk to Ruler. It's time to finally get this show started, June thought with excitement. Chapter 49, Earnest Start of the Great War. The first occurrence planned by June to take place was Nyxo's contact with Ruler. Greetings, Ruler. June greeted through Nyxo. You are? Ruler inquired. This is Nyxo, my familiar. June replied. As for I am the master of Saber of Red. He added. As you surmised, I am Ruler, and Dark. Can I ask you to explain the Red faction's attack on my person? Anne asked. I have my guesses, but I was not included in that decision, which is why I'm contacting you. June explained. I see. Anne responded. You should seek a priest named Shiriko Tamine. He is the one direction most of the Red faction and quite probably the one who ordered the attempt on your life. You'll find him near either Caster of Red or Assassin of Red. June shared. Thank you for your assistance. June Hikami. June said. I see. Well, I truly thank you. You may find me anytime you wish and I will grant you a command spell for your contribution. Anne promised. I look forward to our meeting then. June replied, and Nyxo disappeared from Jean's sight. And then continued on journey to Trifas while the whole Millennia Castle was in a tizzy due to Jack's disturbance, using her noble phantasm, the mist, to cover the entire castle in an acidic fog that confused those inside, preventing them from leaving as well as dealing damage to normal beings and penalties to servants. Jack then stopped her noble phantasm and June made a show with Nyxo as if she was the one that caused the mist, luring all enemies outside before disappearing. As a result, Astolfo figured this was a good opportunity to help Sieg escape, and so they left, right in June's direction. So far so good, June thought. The rest of the Black faction realized what happened and set out in chase, leaving the castle undefended and ripe for Jack's infiltration mission to set up a little something for June. The rest happened as previously said. Sieg suffered a mortal wound, but Siegfried gave up his heart and died to save him, asking Jeanne to do her best to ensure he lived on. The Black faction then arrived, but after taking back Astolfo, Jeanne took Sieg with her and left him with an old man to take care of him. Why June wanted to be so close to such events, in order to use the Akashic Converter to absorb Siegfried's remnants. The most he could get was one skill or one noble phantasm of his choice, but that was more than enough. June already had his own dragon armor and one without such an obvious weakness. Bamung was also already a part of his Eversor, so there was only one thing to take, Das Rheingold, the noble phantasm that Siegfried never used in any media. After that, June spoiled Jack a little bit before sending her on her next job. Killing Sieg and digging out his heart. And no playing around, kill him with the first blow and immediately dig out the heart without pause or torture, since June did not want the plot armor kicking in. Meanwhile, June rejoined Mordred and they both set out to meet up with Shiryu to communicate the recent events to him and join the rest of the Red faction on the Hanging Gardens of Babylon Noble Phantasm of Semiramis. The next day, June and Mordred met up with Shiryu and he guided them into the Hanging Gardens of Babylon where they met up with the rest of the Red faction's servants. "Oh. I've finally met another master of our faction," Achilles clamored. "Well, I don't fancy staying cooped up all day, at least when there's action," June responded. Achilles nodded. "I get it. Good for you. That's how it should be." He subvertedly criticized his own master. "Aren't you a bit too you for this?" Atalanta asked. "I quite flattered by your concern but there is really no need for it." June assuaged her concerns. "I have a question if you don't mind," Karna interjected. "Of course." June obliged. "That muffler you're wearing, it seemed to be concealing you." Karna noted the disguised veil of Death's secrets. "Ah, this?" June said before removing it, showing his real appearance but keeping everything else like his abilities hidden. Everyone's heart beat faster but unlike everyone who seemed to have a blush on their face, Karna was still calm. "I see. Forgive my rudeness," Karna said and June hid his true form once again. In that small instant though, he managed to make Achilles question his sexuality, Atalanta question her vows of purity, Shiryu question his vow of abstinence and Semiramis want to keep him as her consort after the war ended in her victory. In an effort to move things along since he was quite embarrassed as well, Shiryu spoke. "I assume you have heard of Saber of Black's demise?" He said to June. "Not only have I heard but I also saw it," June replied, drawing everyone's attention. He then proceeded to give the rundown of what had happened. "What a foolish way to go, even if noble," Achilles pointed out. "Foolish because if his master had decided to help the homunculus, Siegfried would not have sacrificed himself." Meanwhile Karna was slightly disappointed he would not be able to have his rematch with Siegfried. Caster of Red, Shakespeare seemed quite interested in the story thought and kept asking June for details. Meanwhile, Jack fulfilled her duty perfectly, proving that June's plot armor was even thicker than Sieg's and earning him a weak dragon heart, a magical energy reactor core for his experiments. "Whatever the case, now that our enemy has lost their saber, it's our chance to attack," Shiryu said. Then in fantastic fashion Semiramis revealed the full glory of her Hanging Gardens of Babylon by making it take flight, turning her praise from everyone, June included, which stroked her royal ego. By nightfall, the Hanging Gardens were already close enough to Millennia Castle and so topped as the plain between the two was to be the battlefield. Countless Dragon Fang warriors were dropped from the gardens on the plains below, becoming a marching army, running towards Millennia Castle, then fielded their own homunculi or golem army in response with their servants also charging. Atalanta, the Archer of Red, fired the first shot of the battle, opening it with her noble phantasm, Phoebus Catastrophe, creating a rain of arrows that decimated the enemy army until the Berserker of Black, Frankenstein, put a stop to it with her bridal chest's lightning. Then Rider of Red, Achilles jumped out of the Hanging Gardens and summoned his chariot noble phantasm, Troya's Tragedia, descending upon the ground and beginning to run over all enemy troops that got in his way. However, just as he was taunting the Black faction, Jack jumped out of the shadows and tossed a shining marble towards him that engulfed his body as his chariot disappeared. In a great arena from which there was no escape, Achilles appeared only to see Penthesilea in front of him. "Achilles!" she screamed as she launched herself towards him. Achilles dodged while shouting in shock. "Penthesilea!" And so their fight started. Outside, despite Achilles' disappearance, the battle had to go on and now, it was better balanced. Shiryu and Castor disappeared somewhere to fight Frankenstein while Astolfo charged towards the Hanging Gardens on his hippogriff. Atalanta supported Karna in his fight against Vlad III while Mordred, on June's orders, went to fight Chiron. Meanwhile, Semiramis asked June to accompany her to the front deck of the Hanging Gardens where they could see the battlefield better, having him guide her by hand there. "You may remove your disguise if you so wish," June the Empress suggested. "Very well then." June stopped hiding his appearance, making Semiramis secretly lick her lips. "I'll keep him as my consort after I gain rulership of the world through the Grail," she decided in her mind. Jack retreated with the marble left behind as ordered, happy that she had done all of her mission well and looking forward to being spoiled for it, while Vlad took on both Karna and Atalanta, valiantly without falling back. Mordred chased around Chiron in the forest, but the battle had turned into a deadlock, with Mordred not being able to catch up and Chiron not being able to shot her down. All the while, Sirius was having his fun fighting Frankenstein and Achilles was still locked in a deadly battle with Penthesilea. Rider of Black, Astolfo unleashed La Black Luna, an instrument-shaped noble phantasm, to clear out a massive swath of flying dragon-tooth warriors and charge towards Semiramis and June on the front deck of the Hanging Gardens. "I take you to be Caster of Red," Astolfo declared. "I'm afraid you're wrong, I'm the Assassin of Red, but then again, the art of magecraft is not unfamiliar to me," Semiramis said. firing lightning magecraft at Astolfo, who blocked with another of his noble phantasms, Luna Break Manual. Truly an awe-inspiring war. Chapter 50, Raging Battles Color Me Impressed. To think you could repel my magecraft. Semiramis praised Astolfo. Sorry, but I've come prepared. Your head is mine, Astolfo declared. Humphrey. These hanging gardens of Babylon seem to have been underestimated. Semiramis exclaimed with anger as she used more powerful magecraft. Fall, she said with a sadistic smile, and fried Astolfo, making him fall to the ground as she had professed. Satisfied with her fun, she went back inside, but, much to her annoyance, June chose to remain in order to see the battle with his own eyes. Don't make that face, June said, and gave her a bottle of wine. Try it, you'll feel great like never before, he added. Humphrey. Semiramis snorted but still took the bottle. On her throne, she popped it open, thinking, how good can it be? While pouring it onto a cup. All that changed after a single sip, though. This is most certainly divine wine, she thought. How did he get his hands on something like this? She asked herself in her mind. Whatever the case, there is no wine worthier of me. I shall take this into consideration for your future, June, Semiramis thought to herself. Meanwhile, Anne, who sensed Caster of Red, immediately remembered June's words that the Master of Red she sought would be either by Assassin of Red or Caster of Red's side, and she certainly felt another presence besides Caster of Red and Berserker of Black, so she charged in their direction. Semiramis noticed this, however, and tried to stop her with her chains and dragon-tooth warriors. Alas, Jean swiftly broke the chains and the warriors were too weak to even delay her much. Seeing this, Semiramis and made up her mind to use one or her pre-prepared X-rank spells to take her out of the equation. Fall, Saintess, or what was it? She declared with a bit of a maniacal grin as she fired. And immediately noticed the massive magical energy building up on the hanging gardens as its master prepared to fire the devastating beam. Semiramis fired, but Jeanne held strong as the beam fell on her body, devastating the surroundings, but the Saintess held on strongly until the bomb stopped, her magic resistance, X, stopping her from taking any damage. Noticing the completely fine Jeanne, Semiramis got angry but immediately told Shreya to hurry as ruler was heading his way and there was not way to stop her, not even a convenient Spartacus like in the original series. Shiryu was doing pretty well against Berserker of Black, with his sword, Mctentamitsuyo, having been boosted to the realm of a C-rank noble phantasm by Shakespeare. He had even managed to land a few blows, but when heading his way, he swiftly elected to retreat. Berserker of Black, Frankenstein, however, even against her master's direction, stubbornly pursued him, and even Shiryu threw obstacles of her attack her way to cover his retreat. She was no discouraged in the slightest, and so, Shiryu had Caster of Red take the stage. Using his skill, the King's Men, which was a small-scaled application of his noble phantasm, First Folio, he summoned a shadow actor without any sort of ability and controlled it to stop Frankenstein. It worked because the image was that of Dr. Victor Frankenstein, who created her, and, as she cryingly beat the shadow to death, Shiryu and Caster escaped. Berserker's master was forced to use a command spell to calm her down and have her rejoin Rider of Black, who was still injured, and help him out. After Shiryu and Shakespeare returned, the Hanging Gardens began moving towards Millennia Castle for what June knew to be the theft of the Greater Holy Grail. On Mordred's side, she was getting frustrated as the battle did not progress, but then, June's heavenly voice descended upon her to better her night. The battle is finally moving. You can release Secret of Pedigree and move in for the kill with your full power, including your noble phantasm. It's about time, Master. She grinned with delight. In the Battle of Lancers, Karna sent Atalanta away to take care of the weakened Astolfo and Frankenstein, who arrived to reinforce them as he fought Vlad III at what seemed to be a battle of equals, but not really, since Karna used no noble phantasm other than his armor while Vlad was fighting with his full power. Finally, the battle between Achilles and Penthesilea was approaching its end. Inside the reality marble, both she and Achilles were covered in wounds from the violent battle. At first, Achilles did not want to fight, but the effects of the reality marble and his own survival instinct quickly overpowered his reason. His chariot was unusable and his spear's special ability could not be used against Penthesilea, who in turn could not use her Trojan reinforced noble phantasm. As they both paused for a slight bit, the Amazon Queen went for the killing blow by using one of the two still usable noble phantasms. Outrage Amazon. It was the crystallization of the desire of vengeance against Achilles sleeping within Penthesilea, her soul as a warrior that seeks strength, the blood of the war god, Ares. All of these are momentarily excited. In terms of consciousness, she is now a beast who had thrown away all reason, transforming into a true mad warrior. Charging ahead while shouting Achilles, she attacked with every single weapon and body part she had, and finally went for a finishing blow by biting him, just like a beast. The ultimate anti-Achilles killing technique. But being overwhelmed by such an attack, Before Penthesilea could deal the finishing blow, Achilles finally accepted the battle from the bottom of his heart and used his final and strongest trump card. Achilles Cosmos. The Shield of Achilles, a divine construct forged by the Greek smithing god Hephaestus. It is a defensive type, bounded field noble phantasm comparable to Roaias, said to be able to stand against nearly any attack by deploying a miniature world. It is the world Achilles lived in that was reproduced by Hephaestus into a miniature form in the shield, featuring swirling ocean currents on the outer circumference due to the sea god. It is said that to oppose this shield is the same as making the world your opponent, allowing it to protect against anti-unit, anti-army, anti-divine, anti-fortress and anti-country noble phantasms. Something that Hephaestus likely never devised, the shield can be used to attack blocking Penthesilea's puny anti-unit attack. Achilles, aiming to crush the opponent with the miniature world, continuously pushed it forward after its deployment. What he didn't expect was Penthesilea had a trump card of her own, she did not use neither in life neither in the Fate series, the very same sash her older sister Heliota once wore on her shoulder that was tied to Penthesilea's waist. Goddess of War. Activating, it greatly increased Penthesilea's divinity, strength, endurance, agility, and mana parameters, but strength could not exceed a certain point due to mystery in modern society being weak. Still, the current Amazon was nearly as powerful as a divine spirit. And so, a most macabre irony took place, as Penthesilea pushed back with near limitless strength and crushed Achilles with his own noble phantasm. Having finally avenged her humiliation and fulfilled her great wish, Penthesilea fell powerless onto the ground, but with a bright smile and tears running down her face. At this moment, she heard June's voice in her head. "Well done, Sally. Now rest without worry, you have earned it." He praised, and Penthesilea's smile imperceptibly grew a bit wider and softer. Back to Mordred, after releasing Secret of Pedigree, her mana burst immediately got more powerful, but she could now exhibit Clarence's full power. Mordred's physical parameters, STR, B+, and Ag, B instantly became STR, A+, and X, quite a weak X though, and Ag, A. With this great of a boost in her abilities, Mordred swiftly caught up to Chiron. Even with his agility being greater, her enhanced mana burst easily tilted the balance her way, and so Chiron stopped running and the real fight began. Meanwhile, Atalanta was bullying Astolfo and Frankenstein, using her overwhelming speed that and injured Astolfo and a full power Frankenstein could not keep up with. She ran circles around them while preparing them with her arrows. Frankenstein could counter her Phoebus catastrophe pretty well, so rather than wasting her magical energy, she opted for such a battle of attrition, not letting the enemy escape while constantly piling on their injuries with each slight mistake on their part. As for the Battle of Lancers, with Karna not using any of his offensive noble phantasms, it turned into a stalemate. Even with Vlad managing to injure Karna on a couple of occasions, he still could not finish him off before the wounds were healed. Karna's armor and mana burst, flame, made sure of that. But as these battles raged on, the Hanging Gardens had reached the Millennia Castle, putting a stop to all hostilities instantly. The Grail had just been stolen. The servants of Red were commanded to retreat. Even Mordred returned at June's command despite her displeasure, not with June though, but with herself for not finishing off the enemy in the allotted time period. Chapter 51, Meeting of the Rulers. Needless to say, the Black faction could not let this go. Berserker and Ritter of Black were ordered to stay back and recover, arriving as backup afterwards, while Lancer, Archer and Caster of Black boarded the Hanging Gardens immediately with a small detachment of homunculi. Lancer, Saber and Archer of Red immediately came to face them, restarting the raging battles. Lancer of Red versus Lancer of Black, Saber of Red versus Archer of Black, Archer of Red versus Caster of Black. Other than the battle between Mordred and Chiron, however, the rest were hugely tilted in favor of the Red faction, something which became obvious real soon. Karna knocked around the weakened Vlad with ease. Most of his power had come from being in his homeland and due to his demonic defender of the state skill, which allowed him to set a territory for himself where his abilities and noble phantasm would be greatly strengthened. Now though, he was in the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, Semiramis's territory, and so, such boosts were no longer applied. Caster of Black on the other hand was a golem maker and far too weak to frontal combat to stand up to Atalanta and was cornered instantly, coming near death. Chiron on the other hand, managed to fight a real battle with Mordred but was clearly on the losing end to her superior strength and mana burst. It was at this moment, however, the Darnik Prestoned Millennia, leader of the Millennia clan and master of the Lancer of Black, Vlad III, appeared. No. Victory is still not yet out of our reach. Stand King of Romania. You do not want to unsightly fall here, do you? He said. Darnik. What are you doing here? Vlad was confused. I must acquire the Greater Grail and bring victory to Millennia no matter the cost. To reach that goal, I must have you prevail. Darnik continued. Even if this place is disadvantageous to you, it's not like there is not chance of victory. So long as you use that noble phantasm, Lancer. He added. Darnik. What did you just say? Vlad asked with bubbling rage. I told you to use your noble phantasm. There is no other path to victory. Darnik responded, louder than before. I told I would never use the tainted noble phantasm. Have you forgotten? Vlad refused. You're the one who's forgetting something familiar. Darnik shouted and used a command spell to force Lancer to use his second noble phantasm, Legend of Dracula. Thus, unwillingly, Vlad took the form of the vampire in the stories, based on his real self, stories which he hated to highest degree. As a final act of defiance, he speared Darnik through the chest but, using the last bits of his life, Darnik carved his existence on Lancer's soul with the power of the command spell so that he would be forced to seek the Grail for him. The fight between factions stopped momentarily as they all souched to stop the nameless vampire born out of Vlad and Darnik who had already predated the homunculi the Black faction brought and turned them into vampiric familiars. They struggled for a bit before Ruler who had arrived later along with Frankenstein and Astolfo suddenly appeared to help Vampire. Jen said with severity. She attempted but failed to stop it with a command spell so she was left without a choice. According to the laws of the Holy Grail's War, I request the cooperation of every servant here. Oh? Is that request as ruler? Atalanta asked. Yes. Until he is defeated a truce is to be made. We cannot allow this vampire to obtain the Grail. Jen declared. Very well, that is an enemy to all us heroes. Karna agreed. By my right as ruler, I, and Dark order every servant here by my command spells. Defeat the vampire. Jean used her command spells to boost every servant caster and berserker of Black would stop the homunculi vampires while Atalanta and Chiron provided fire support for the main force, composed of Mordred, Karna, Jen and Astolfo to deal with the vampire. The nameless vampire attempted to fly towards the Grails while the servants attempted to stop him and while it initially had the advantage due to his vampiric strength, speed and regeneration, it gradually started to get overwhelmed by the concentrated attack of so many powerful servants. Especially Karna's son Fire with eventually overwhelmed his regeneration and fully stopped him but, just as the finishing blow was about to be dealt, Karna and Atalanta fell onto their knees. Master? Atalanta immediately figured out the reason. The nameless vampire took this chance to run and make a break for the Greater Grail as the Black faction servants along with Ruler gave chase but Mordred who was fine stayed behind helping. Looks like you've got screwed. Mordred commented to Atalanta and Karna. Do you know what's going on? Atalanta asked and Karna also paid attention. Yeah, my master figured it out, even though I'm not sure how he did. Mordred honestly replied while scratching her head. Karna and Atalanta remembered the mysterious boy with the entrancing looks. To put it simple, the priest had your former masters all under control as puppets since even before you were summoned so he was always your master, I guess he just made it official. Mordred explained, making the two servants of Red fall into silence. This is from my master. He says you will be welcomed if you want to abandon your current master for him but it is up to you. She added. Oh? And are you fine with that? Atalanta who had slightly recovered asked. Why wouldn't I be? In fact, my personal suggestion is that you accept. I can't figure my master out but he never did wrong by me, actually, he did great by me and his magical energy is awesome to boot. Mordred replied. Well that for later though, let's move if you're recovered. She added and the two servants who had recovered were fine with that. As for the chase, it was going bad, the automatic defenses of the Hanging Gardens were hampering them while letting the nameless vampire proceed undeterred. Eventually, the vampire reached a Kirsch-like space where Shiru awaited him. It ends here. Darnik pressed-toned millennia. Shiru declared as he appeared, descending a flight of stairs. Who are you? The nameless vampire questioned. What is this feeling? Is this fear tearing at my hair? It asked itself. What's wrong? Shiru asked, still descending the stairs. It's not like this is our first meeting. He added. Answer me. Who are the vampire shouted but suddenly stopped as Shiru came into sight. That's impossible. It can't be. How are you alive? It shouted with fear. Oi! You are also alive so what is so strange about me also being so? Shiru responded. You're from the Fuiuki Holy Grail War. The vampire exclaimed. I've awaited this moment for 60 years Darnik. Shiru said I won't let you have that Greater Grail. He declared, pulling out his black keys-throwing weapon. Unfortunately for the nameless vampire, such weapons were then bane of creatures of the darkness like him. And so, with a powerful baptism rite, the like a mere human would not be able to ever cast, Shiru reduced the monster to ashes as June, hidden nearby, collected its scattered remnants to turn into an ability later. Right at that moment, Ruler entered the fray and was utterly stupefied. It didn't even occur to me. To think there was a 16th servant. Jen said. No, that'd be incorrect. More precisely, I am the first servant and just like you, ruler. Shiryu corrected her. Why then? If you're our ruler, why are you breaking the rules of the Holy Grail War? Jean questioned. The rules, huh? Because I couldn't protect anyone within the rules' bounds. Shiryu answered. That's why. Even if I have to break the rules, no one will get in the way of my dream. He declared. What are you after? Amikasa Shiryu Tokai Sada. And called Shiryu by his true name. Shiryu smiled with a huff and replied. Isn't it obvious? The salvation of all of mankind, and dark. As ruler you should understand. And argued. At most we can save the world and the people within it. A heroic spirit cannot spontaneously breach that barrier and bring salvation to all of mankind. She said. 60 years I have waited since my incarnation in that war. I don't have the option of turning back anymore. Shiryu argued back. Incarnation? And asked. So that's what you meant by being the first ruler. She realized. This is a 1 in a million chance that I have grasped. I'll obliterate anything that gets in my way. Shiryu declared. Amikasa Shiryu. If you no longer pray for the people of the present, then you are no heroic spirit. And declared in turn. In that regard you are correct, Gendark Shiryu admitted. At this point, I'm neither saint nor heroic spirit. However, I will not stop until I accomplish the miracle of mankind's salvation. He swore. Chapter 5, June vs. Karna. At this point, I'm neither saint nor heroic spirit. However, I will not stop until I accomplish the miracle of mankind's salvation. Shiryu swore. What did you do to the Masters of Red? And questioned. They've served their purpose, so they're no longer of any concern to me. Shiryu replied. Reign in your anger, ruler. Semiramis appeared. Did my master break any rules? She asked. Empress of Assyria, the oldest of all poisoners. Are you the assassin of Red? Semiramis. And questioned. Indeed I am. Semiramis replied. Are you his accomplice? Or is this all you're doing? And continued to question. Are you suggesting I tricked, tempted and lured my master down to the path of evil? Semiramis asked. If so you are wrong, ruler. I am but a servant, obedient to my master. She replied with a giggle. At this time, everyone else, servants of Red included, arrived at the scene. What has happened with our master's priest? Atalanta asked both for herself and Karna. Yes. We've discussed the matter peacefully and they decided to cede over all of their command spells to me. Shiryu replied. That means that I, ruler, Amikasa Shiryu Tokai Sada, am the master of all servants of Red present but Saber. He further declared, only for a clapping sound to be heard. Out of thin air, June appeared, revealing the full glory of his true appearance for all to see while clapping. That's a very nice speech. He said. How long have you been there? Shiryu questioned. Since the Black faction infiltrated the gardens. June replied, much to Shiryu's shock. Have you thought of my offer, Atalanta, Karna? He inquired. Atalanta looked at her companion, who remained silent, and made her decision. I'll take it. As soon as she said this, June used a Magecraft version of Rule Breaker to annul her current contract and take it over, which resulted in him gaining 3 more command spells. Alright then, more, Lanta, come here. June commanded. Lanta? Atalanta exclaimed but followed the command. You'll get used to it. Mordred grinned. Hello then, we've talked before. June continued. Hikami June. Saber of Red's master. And realized, still with a blush on her face due to June's beauty. Indeed. June replied. What is the mean of this, June? Semiramis questioned. Quite simple really. Just as you and your master have made preparations to be the sole final victor, so have I done the same. June casually replied. Such as this? He added, and a miniaturized greater grail inside a clear marble manifested in front of him. I'm taking this. June grabbed the grail. How? Shiryu questioned with rage creeping into his normally calm tone. Hey. Let's just say I set this up while the grail was still in Millennia Castle, and when you destroy the anti-theft measures with your violent robbery, I became able to activate it. June explained. You? Shiryu. Me what? June asked. Karna, kill him. Shiryu ordered. Karna turned towards June, and Atalanta and Mordred got ready for a fight, but June stopped them. He opened a portal to Null Myriad and commanded them to enter. Jack was already there, watching everything through a screen, and the two joined her. You sent them away? Karna questioned. And? If anything, it should make it easier for you. June replied. Then let us do this. Karna said. And immediately jumped to June's side. Please summon them back, June-kun. We must ally to correct this. Jen said. He no longer has the grail, so you can hang back and stay neutral. I will take him out though. June casually said. Oh? And how do you plan on doing that? Chihiro asked. With some mirth. How about it, Karna? How am I planning to do that? June turned the question to the Lancer of Red. With brute force. Karna replied. Ding ding. That's correct. June said and released his power, his idea burst covering his entire body and his limb being revealed. Everyone was shocked. Not only at June's revealed power but at the fact he was not an heroic spirit, no a servant at all, but a normal being of flesh and blood, even if they could feel he was not human. June pulled out a marble and tossed onto the ground, creating light that swallowed both him and Karna to appear, sending them to a battlefield of their own. Semiramis immediately realized what happened. A reality marble. She tried but could not break it open even with her supreme authority of being within the Hanging Gardens, but she managed to create a window into the world created by it which June did not notice, thus allowing everyone to see what was going on within. Alright then. Now that no one can interfere. How about we settle this? June asked. Humphrey. Karna smiled. No objections. He replied. June summoned his armor and sword, Eternus Eversor in its basic form. They dashed towards each other and exchanged blows, June's sword clashing with Karna's spear. What followed was quick exchanges at high speed, faster than the eye could track before they separated once again. Well, I guess this is the difference in experience between the two of us. June commented. Outside, Astolfo asked. What is he talking about? Weren't they equally matched? Chiron was the one to provided the answer with his great wisdom and insight. They were equal, yet that June's physical prowess is greater than the Lancer of Red, who made up for the difference with sheer skill in battle. Everyone was impressed, not with Karna, who managed to cover a significant gap in parameters, but with June, who was that much stronger than an heroic spirit. Back inside, Karna asked June, do you wish to give up? Ha. All I have to do is widen that gap until no amount of skill can fill it. June exclaimed. Switch on, Erdglum. June shouted and his silver arm flared to life, boosting all his parameters and even his divinity. Strength A upgrade to A++, endurance A upgrade to A++, agility A upgrade to A++, mana A++, upgrade to X divinity, B upgrade to. Let's try that again, shall we? June said before charging with even more power. Karna could barely fend off June's ferocious blows, but he was still holding on. The problem was that he could not unleash his two attack noble phantasms in such a situation. Brahmastra was useless against opponents stronger than him, and Brahmastra Kundala required distance he could not make. Still, Karna held on, waiting for the right moment as June not to change his pattern soon if he analyzed him correctly. And he did. Not being able to break through Karna's defense, June used his mana burst and Eversor like Saber Ultra did, to shone huge destructive blasts with each swing, but this was Karna's chase that he was waiting for. He let himself be blown away before using the distance to fire his noble phantasm. Brahmastra Kundala. Karna threw his spear with all his might, but with a mighty blow, June knocked it away. As such, there was only one option left. Discarding his armor, Karna summoned his mightiest noble phantasm. Know the mercy of the King of Gods. I shall inflict extinction with this single strike. Karna declared as he floated in the air with his surrounding turning into lava. Seeing the overwhelming power of Karna's spear, June also got serious. He switched Eversor into its lance for extra penetration and chanted. Limited release, first seal unlock. A loud clanking sound rang and Eternus Eversor gave out a huge burst of power as even without a true name release, its defensive and offensive abilities leaped. Burn it all into nothing. Vasavi Shakti. Karna shouted. Manifest true destruction. Eversor. June shouted at the same time. The two massive energies clashed and, in a frontal fight, against a weapon with anti-divinity and anti-immortal properties, along with overwhelming power, Karna stood no chance, but even as death took him, he still smiled, happy with the resolution. A true name release instantly ended the fight, but June could not handle that kind of power without severe strain, and he could not move at all despite his powerful regeneration kicking in. A few long minutes later though he finally recovered mobility, but he was still quite weakened. Another Karna-level opponent would most certainly kill the current him, but June was satisfied. He called Mordred and Atalanta and left the marble, only to realize everyone watched his battle. I see we've got ourselves a bunch of peepers. Chapter 53, More servants in the bag. I see we've got ourselves a bunch of peepers. June commented. Everyone was not really sure how to respond. Well, let's just finish this, shall we? June said to his servants. Music to my ears, master. Mordred spoke, locking her sights on Semiramis. Understood, master. Atalanta accepted the command. Wait a moment. And called out. What is it, ruler? June asked. What are you? And asked. Although your interest is flattering. June started, making the holy maiden blush. I fail to see why I should reveal such secrets in public. He concluded. Right. I apologize, and coughed and hid an embarrassment. Still, Amakusa Shiryu must be dealt with, or he might become a threat to humanity if he manages to obtain the Grail," she declared. But suddenly, Shiryu was run through by a poisonous chain. Semiramis. Why? Shiryu coughed out blood. "When I accepted you as my master, I told myself I would do one of two things. Either see you through your success or enjoy you suffering and despair at the moment you fail. I'm afraid you failed, master." Semiramis smiled. She then looked at June. "Do you dare?" she asked with a smirk. "Why wouldn't I?" June asked back, and they sealed a contract, leaving everyone stupefied at what had just happened. "Okay then, I was planning on finishing everyone now, but since this is now the property of my servant, I don't wish to damage it. You may flee, members of the Black Faction. We'll settle our fight in a while," June declared. The expressions of the servants of Black hardened except for Berserker, who seemed to approach June with a curious expression, and a green spark of electricity flowed between the two. After that, June instantly understood her. Frankenstein had been looking for a partner, someone who was like her, and June's dominatrix made him just that, more like an enhanced version, her system in fact. And so, with her wish in front of her, why would she care about something like the Holy Grail War? A few moments later, June had yet another servant, and the Black Faction was left with only Archer and Ryder, Chiron and Astolfo. "I have to say, even I wasn't expecting this," June exclaimed while patting Frankenstein, much to her delight. Semiramis, Atalanta and Mordred just looked at him, wondering what more secrets he was hiding. "Since you are not leaving, do you want to settle things now?" June asked. "Let's go," Chiron said decisively, his thoughts his own. But... Oh. Astolfo clamored before following Chiron out, but Castor remained. June surmised he wanted to defect as well, but he was not interested in him, since Castor was quite weak. He gave the signal to Mordred and, before Vicepran could even speak, his reed rolled. June collected his and Shiru's remnants as well as the latter's command spells and turned to An. "Anything else, ruler?" June asked. An was at a loss. "We can talk after the war is over. I can keep you around so we can discuss things at length without you breaking your neutrality," June said, and Jan lit up with a smile and nodded before saying goodbye and running off. "There are a lot of things I need answers for after all," she righteously though. "I doubt that girl even realizes why she didn't want to leave," Semiramis commented with a smirk. "She's a holy maiden after all," June added. June then brought out Jack and Penthesilea. "Berserker of Red and Assassin of Black?" Semiramis was shocked but even more certain of her previous decision. Jack immediately clung to June while Sully fell onto a single knee. "For granting my deepest wish, and guiding me to the light despite my lack of reason, the loyalty of Penthesilea, Queen of the Amazons, is forever yours, Master," she swore. "I will endeavor to always be worthy of that oath, Sully," June replied, and Penthesilea smiled as her body changed. She took her adult form, who had once been called the incarnation of beauty. She was truly a sight to see, but June's reflection possessed even more potent charm, so he was not affected. "So this is the grown-up you. Beautiful indeed," June honestly commented. "Not as beautiful as you, Master," Sully teased. "I guess I'm always the best even when I have no wish to be," June joked. "Right. I've got something to do, so you girls can get acquainted while I take care of it. I don't want to hear of any death or injury when I come back," June warned before disappearing. "And he's gone?" Atalanta was confused. "Don't worry, he'll be back," Mordred said before going out to explore the Hanging Gardens. Meanwhile, Jack seemed to take a liking to Frankenstein, so she dragged her around, talking about Shiki all the time, which she seemed to appreciate. Atalanta and Semiramis were a bit at a loss but decided to just wait for June's return. As for what he was doing, Shiki was inside his inner world, making some preparations for his connection to the root and preparing presents for everyone. He was going to install a change form function into Fran's bridal chest and seal her mad enhancement, allowing Fran to activate it only when she wished. June also decided to prepare the finest golden apples for Atalanta, which would have the special effect of granting her a blessing so that she could activate and deactivate her Agrius metamorphosis at will without issues and maintaining her sanity. Mordred would get a Navalon-like scabbard but with lesser abilities, since divine constructs were harsh to make without a catalyst from DxD, and give Jack the abilities of her berserker counterpart. Finally, for Semiramis, he was going to give her a luxurious accessory with a reality marble where she could store her hanging garden, so it was not so cumbersome to move around and allow her to receive the benefits she would get if she was inside, as well as summon parts of it as needed. June returned a couple of days later and Semiramis wanted to complain, but when she saw a much better and more luxurious version of her favorite necklace in his hand and hear of its functions, her tone changed. "Your tribute is most pleasing, you are forgiven," she stated. Atalanta ate her gift with gusto and really appreciated its special effect, since her most powerful noble phantasm was truly too dangerous for such a use. Mordred looked like a happy kid with a new gift, and Jack also looked very pleased, mostly with her ability to change forms as she transformed her clothes several times while asking her father if she was cute and happily giggling when June answered the cutest but mostly ignored the actual power of the change. Fran had an unexpectedly cute voice. "Thank you, Master. I love you," were her first fluent words, and they pierced June's heart like an arrow of love, with the purity and sincerity behind that statement stealing his ear to the point he said, "I love you too." Back on impulse. Once everyone had their gifts, Penthesil's being her fated battle, June addressed everyone. "This is commemoration for you all becoming my servants. Our war is nearly done, but my road goes much further, so I would ask you to stay with me for the duration, even if my road does not have an end." He started. "The choice, however, is yours. There will be battle, worthy allies, powerful enemies, and for you all. The only thing I can promise is to do right by you and give you eternity and the power to enjoy it." June continued. "I have a use for this holy grail, which is why I'm here, not a wish but a use, so you will not have your wishes granted. Tough luck, but it is how it must be. I'll find ways of making it up to you should you decided to stick around, just like Sully had her wish granted by me rather than the grail. That is all. Now let me bring you to your new place of stay. Semiramis, please put away your garden after we exit it," June concluded. While they each had their own thoughts on June's speech, it was clear that he wasn't looking for an answer now. Penthesil knew he already had her answer. Jack and Mordred were just happy to be with him, so the speech was actually for the other three. Whatever the case, after they jumped down from the gardens and Semiramis stored them, June brought everyone into his inner world whose core he had reorganized. "This is my inner world, a reality marble and my greatest noble phantasm, an all-myriad, and also your new home should you choose to stay," June declared. "The mana here. It's as pure as that of the Age of the Gods. Maybe even more," Atalanta said with shock. "It's my magical energy. It comes directly from the root and it should improve even more soon enough," June explained, which only shocked them more. "The palace over there is the representation of my soul and where we will be staying. The sun in the sky is my dragon heart and the land my body," June explained. The girls felt flattered that he had trusted them enough to bring him to such an intimate place, and not even Semiramis could take such an act for granted, and knew that any misstep here would ruin any possible future with her perceived consort forever, so she was unusually good behavior. "I wanted to show you this world as a gesture of trust, but drastic changes will be occurring soon, so we will have to move to a prepared reality marble," June said. A luxurious home with countless amenities and delicious food that left even the very picky and demanding Semiramis utterly satisfied was shown to the girls while June left again. The reality marble was an imaginary space, so no one could easily reach it. It was time for major evolution. Chapter 54, Root Access. What June planned to do was to prepare himself fully for the connection but not yet go through with it. He wanted to set up the best possible foundation first. The reorganization of the core of his all-myriad he had already done was one of the things for this end. The first step was to take the spoils of battle and start using them. Das Rheingold was fused into our Apoculum. Shiru's right and left arms were taken as is, but a change occurred automatically. High compatibility with Scion of the Void detected. "Do you want to execute?" Asaka asked. June affirmed, and the end result was Almighty Key, all magecraft in existence can be used at a rank proficiency without any prerequisites. It was a devastating advantage that would help June in his endeavors and might even help him get something even better during the connection. June's real prize, however, was Legend of Dracula. He wanted to distill it into his own idea blood, making him a rank 9 dead apostle or a dead apostle ancestor. Expunging a defect like bloodlust ought to be easy, as he was already more powerful than the weaker dead apostle ancestors. As such, he would not suffer from the degeneracy that they suffered from. The only problem was getting rid of the thirst itself. Not the physical need but the psychological one. "Don't worry. It's a mental effect and you're quite resistant to those, nearly immune in fact, so the bloodlust will not bother you almost at all," Asaka explained. "Mind and body domain, huh?" June said out loud. "Precisely," Asaka responded. Then all that was left for June to do was create a principle, which for him there was only one, the ultimate pursuit, the truth. Not just reach it but mastering it. Idea blood, hymnomic principle, the blood that makes an ancestor, said to be the mandate of the original cause, the root, engraved upon their soul. A truth that they have each attained, the worldview that makes up the foundation of their thirst. It can be called a dead apostle's thesis, purpose for living and their undying curse. A singularity that paints over the planet's physical laws just by circulating blood. Wherever an ancestor asserts their idea, blood becomes their territory, subject to the influence of their principal curse. It can be compared to a crown, as the inheritance of the idea blood will raise the inheritor to a rank 9 ancestor regardless of their original rank, but they must possess a Millennium class foundation as a being of mystery for it to function properly and be able to create and use their bounded field. Now, June lacked the Millennium class foundation in terms of quantity, but the quality of his mystery more than made up for it, so there was no problem at all. This resulted in the skill. Idea blood, Himonomic principle, truth, X, sealed. Sealed because Asaka determined it was too much for June to handle before his evolution, so he decided to save it for later. The final preparation to be made was the execution of Heaven's Feel and the integration of the Greater Grail into our Aeopalcum, but in reverse order. After this is Do-En, creation of vessels for heroic spirits, and they summoning ought to be much easier, as will it be to modify them. June thought. The results were expectedly bombastic. Our Aeopalcum, the corruption of limitless wealth, a plus upgrade to X. It possesses the ability to continuously generate magical energy and treasure like gold, jewels, and even foodstuff or medicine, as well as all kinds of magical treasures and items at an extremely fast rate, containing unlimited storage for these things. A mechanical guardian snake whose strength increases with the amount of stored treasure and magical energy surrounds the cup. Its name is Esculapius. Grants 4 powerful skills to the user at a rank equal to that of the noble phantasms. Since all skill are meant to be at the X rank, their true power cannot be properly utilized. Golden Grail rule, X, extremely strong destiny and affinity to treasure. The wielder of the Golden Grail that symbolizes luxuriousness will never lack for money. Golden Apotheosis, X, a body of divine perfection, not only in form but also in function. One's body is utterly perfect and one's physical parameters are elevated to A+. Skills that raise physical parameters are nullified, but noble phantasms still work. 7 trumpets, X, a voice that emulates the 7 trumpets of revelation but in a corrupted form. Possesses powerful allure and holiness. Can reproduce the apocalyptic events announced by the real 7 trumpets on a large scale. The last trumpet is a powerful blessing to all allies. Beauty of the apocalypse, X, beauty capable of bringing ruin to the whole world and usher in apocalypse. There are no other words to describe it. Can use pure beauty to seal skills and deal magical damage to targets as well as grant blessing to allies. Heaven's Feel, X, allows for the modification of the soul with very little restrictions. Can apply extremely powerful blessing to all allies in battle. Cradle of the Beast, X, capable of birthing endless copies of the Beast of Revelation, Beast Vice, so long as enough magical energy is available. As for simply materializing his soul, despite the fact the Grail could do much more. The change, however, was quite underwhelming. Perpetual Soul, A soul that does not suffer the passage of time and is not bound by the existence of one's body. It continuously generates magical energy just by existing. Shiki's body provided him endless magical energy, however, and his lifespan was measured in millions of years, so he was not really worried, but oh well, it was the last requirement he needed to clear. Asaka. Initiate the connection. Understood. Asaka replied, and the process begun. Evaluating the science parameters, requirements met. Evaluating the science soul integrity and strength, requirements met. Initiating appraisal of science abilities, skill, breath of the immortal sage, walking through the void, X, sealed. Has been deemed incompatible, breaking down records for useful traits and eliminating the rest. Sub-skill, presence concealment, X, eliminated as a consequence of previous action. Sub-skill, Shukuki, A, salvaged. Shukuki, A, deemed compatible for amplification. Shukuki, A, greater than Kyokuchi, X, sub-skill, mind and body domain, A, salvaged. Mind and body domain, A, deemed compatible for conversion. Mind and body domain, A, greater than true nothingness, X, dragonkind evolution, B, deemed compatible for conversion. Dragonkind evolution, B, greater than dragon of Akasha, X, dragon heart, B, greater than heart of Akasha, X, magic resistance, X, dragon hide and scale, B, galvanism, A, deemed compatible for joint conversion. Joint conversion results in Akashic dragon hide, dash, dragon eyes, B, almighty key, A, deemed compatible for joint conversion. Joint conversion results in origin eyes of Akasha, X, dragon's wisdom, B, mental archive, A++, thought acceleration, A++, memory partition, A++, letter Laplace, A++, magecraft mastery, B++, martial mastery, A, deemed compatible for joint conversion. Joint conversion results in crest of the truth, X, dragon breath, B, converted into idea breath, X, dragon rage, A, is deemed superfluous. Monstrous strength, B, is deemed superfluous. Idea burst, A++, enhanced into idea burst, X, divinity, B, is deemed incompatible eliminating. Error, With a consideration of the Scion's noble phantasms, elimination of divinity could endanger the Scion. Divinity requires extra resources for forceful conversion. Extracting magical energy from root, divinity, b, greater than primordiality, x, divine power in all noble phantasms force converted to primordial power, perpetual soul, a, greater than soul of Akasha, x, idea blood, hymnomic principle, truth, x, unsealed and fully integrated, Akashic converter fully integrated into phantasmal origin, Akashic records fully integrated into crest of the truth, entering final stage of the procedure, sub-skill, connection to the root, x, integrated, sub-skill, connection to the root, x, upgraded to root access, e, bestowal of Akashic tower as a reward for progress, procedure complete. That was surreal, an out-of-body experience, is more that a little too tame to explain it, but I better check my status. Name, Hikami June, race, human or dragon, hybrid, gender, male, parameters, strength, a plus endurance, a plus agility, a plus mana, x luck, x magic circuits or core, x affinity, true void skills, scion of the void, e or x, initial connection opened. Root access, e, allows one to draw power directly from the root. Having this access mean all enactment of mystery becomes incredibly smooth and efficient. Significantly boosts the user's success rate and effectiveness at performing any action. True nothingness, x, the achieving of true nothingness in both mind and body. Complete immunity to mental effects, greatly boosts one's senses, immunity to conceptual death and immunity to time-altering attacks. The possessor of this skill can face into nothing, concealing themselves perfectly without the rank dropping as they attack. Only supernatural senses can help avoid attacks, but even then, detecting the user is impossible. Can conceal any and all details of the user from any ability or senses. The possessor can fade away from reality temporarily to completely avoid any attack but become unable to interact with the real world during that time period. Kyokuchi, x, the ultimate way of walking, which allows complete movement in all forms of space. The user can step on the void and move through space-time with ease. Origin eyes of Akasha, x, denotes one as the possessor of the conceptual original eyes that give rise to all kinds of special eyes to have ever existed. Even when inactive, they are classified as rainbow rank within the noble colors system. They can bind and terrify with a glare and enchant and subdue with a mellow gaze. Their gaze cannot be obstructed by any obstacle, physical or magical, and can see into every direction at the same time. Time and space, even fate itself, they pose no challenge towards these eyes either. They can mimic the powers of various mystic eyes, see what cannot be seen and see through all falsity, but their true power which belongs to them alone is sealed. Left eye of Akasha's solver, Ux, sealed, right eye of Akasha's weaver, Ux, sealed, dragon of Akasha, X, heart of Akasha, X, dragon heart rebuilt to pump the magical energy of the root of Akasha. Provides the user with unlimited magical energy along with an extreme output, but its true power is not yet revealed. Soul of Akasha, X, like the dragon heart, it continuously generates magical energy with quality akin to that of Akasha. Unlike the heart, however, it possesses the actual ability to connect to Akasha through the root access skill and drawn upon its true might. Said full might, however, is still too much to handle for the user. Akashic dragon hide, nullifies and absorbs all forms of harm, physical, magical and conceptual, whose rank does not surpass the user's endurance parameter. For attacks that do surpass it, value equivalent to the user's endurance is absorbed from them while the rest registers as harm. These weakened attacks will then face the toughened dragon hide of the user. Glimpsing the dragon of Akasha, X, reveal the true form of the dragon of Akasha to the world for 1 minute. In exchange, the user falls into a coma for 1 year until they recover from using power not of their own making. Requires massive amounts of magical energy. Idea burst, X, mana burst of the highest possible order. Capable of mimicking any element the user possesses without losing any power, regardless of the user's affinity to that particular element, but special effects pertaining to a single element still remain unique to them. Grants user access to the Akashic burst, which consumes massive amounts of energy in exchange for peerless offensive and defensive might. True power of the idea burst and can only be channeled through items of the X rank and above. Idea breath, X, the torrent of magical energy unleashed from a dragon's mouth. Carries the same properties as the idea burst mentioned above. Idea blood, hymnomic principle, truth, X, demarks one as a dead apostle ancestor, granting one enhanced physical abilities and senses, vampiric claws and several special abilities, including one unique to oneself. In the user's case, their power is equivalent to that of a true ancestor. Noble of the Night, A, grants the user the fabled abilities of a vampire of legend, Dracula, in addition to the standard ones possessed by dead apostles. Voidwalker, A, due to the user's unique circumstances, they are neither weakened by day nor strengthened by night. Curse of Restoration, A, causes the user's body to regress through time to its original state whenever it receives an injury. Originally tied to the phases of the moon, Voidwalker has flattened the peaks and filled up the valleys, leaving it at a standard A rank of strength. Blood of Akasha, X, allows the actualization of mystery through the mere circulation of one's blood. Any magecraft the user can competently use can be activated far faster and more efficiently through the circulation of one's blood without relying on magic circuits. Tree of Life, X, Tree of Life from alchemy that pumps the blood of Akasha throughout the null myriad, strengthening its various layers and the possessor itself. Contains the mysteries of life's creation and feeds on magical energy from the core to create more of the blood. Gate of the Truth, X or X, connection to the root. Its true power cannot yet be utilized, but an image of its can be called on to the real world, creating an extreme bounded field where the user can utilize the man of the world to achieve mysteries with only their will. Primordiality, X, a power far older than divinity that only the root can grant. Confers resistance to divine authorities. Raises the user's raw power the stronger it is. Extra effective when used against divine enemies and can break through all kinds of protections. Crest of the Truth, X, a crest that symbolizes the attainment of the truth, the Akashic records. Records information through the user's senses, magical and otherwise, and also possesses abilities like instinct, revelation and mind's eye, fake, within it to gather said information. Stores and organizes all that information that is collected at all times regardless of the user's intent and uses it to draw further related information from the Akashic records. Grants the user colossal processing power, greater than even the moon cells. Can be activated by focus to use all information to predict all possible futures and determine the best course of action for any situation, but will automatically activate through focus. If the truth of a certain type of skill is observed or learned in any manner, it is recorded as a sub-skill. Martial Truth, the essence of all martial arts in existence, formless and peerless, all of the user's moves will be impossible to see through. Magecraft Truth, mastery of every magecraft in existence, one is only limited by materials as magical energy when it comes to this art. Origin Rune, almost as ancient as the root itself, it is not able to be included in the Magecraft Truth as even primordial runes are. Noble Phantasms, Null Myriad, the layered world born out of nothingness, X, inner core layer, heart of the world, X, contains the soul of Akasha, held inside the beating heart of Akasha. Middle core layer, foundation of the world, X, represents the body and contains Domina Coronam 7 halos as hills, its crown and scepter as a city and the 10 rings as spires on said city. The true form and true power of the noble phantasm. Our Reapoculum is its Sunday. In the center of the city lies the connection between the roots of the tree of life that dig deep into the inner core layer and its trunk. At its core lies the gate of truth whose frame is branded with the crest of the truth. Outer core layer, shell of the core Tonitrus, the heart of lightning, a ++, Tonitrus enhanced true form. Converts the super high-quality magical energy form the center into more easily usable lower forms when necessary, can process said magical energy into living lightning and absorb all magical energy wasted by the user back. Spark of Life, bestows a spark of living lightning to a target, granting them similar yet hugely downgraded abilities to those granted by Tonitrus like magical energy recyclement and continuous body reinforcement. First layer, Phantasmal Origin, the first illusion of myriad myths, X, greater than X, transcended with the inclusion of the Akashic Converter. Takes the form of a huge chakram as its true form and power. Second layer, Celestial Sphere, the upgrade to A+, now holds a true fragment of the stars within which will develop into ultimate star power with time. Drastically enhances the user's astromancy when manifested. Third layer, Eternus Eversur, X, outer layer, Hollow Shell, the upgrade to A+, fully integrated into imaginary space and capable of taking advantage of its natural properties without fail, drastically enhancing the user's imaginary magecraft prowess. Domina Coronam, the 10 crowns of evil and 7 hills of the abominable city, X, passive, absolute privilege, A, manifestation of supremacy, A, flames of domination, A, nails of judgment, A, active, absolute privilege, X, manifestation of supremacy, X, flames of domination, X, nails of judgment, X, absolute domain, X, currently impossible to access. Supreme investiture, X, currently impossible to access. Origin of authority, X, currently impossible to access. Our Reapoculum, the corruption of limitless wealth, X, golden grail rule, X, golden apotheosis, X, 7 trumpets, X, beauty of the apocalypse, X, heaven's feel, X, cradle of the beast, X, Nyxo, the ever-shifting immortal shadow, a ++ upgrade to X, powerful shape-shifting draconic familiar that inherited Vriter's nature of immortality, being utterly unkillable while its master lives. Erdglum, holy silver arm of the thorny warpath, a +X, Switch on, Erdstrom, upgrade to A+, boost the user's parameters until their current vessel's limit. Also boost the user's primordiality considerably along with the arm's attack power. Savior's Light, Erdstrom A+, upgrade to A++, Bestial Rage, Erdstrom, A+, upgrade to A++, Penitent Crown, Erdstrom, A++, upgrade to A+++, Primordial Burst, Erdstrom, A+++, upgrade to X, unleashes the primordiality within the arm, briefly ascending the user to the level of a primordial spirit, boosting all of their abilities and parameters drastically. Dead End, Erdstrom, X, Chapter 55. Colossal loss. To say June was happy was a massive understatement. He felt like he could take on a god right now, not a divine spirit, but a bona fide god. Unbeknownst to him, however, his rapid progress had been witnessed by a certain existence which had thus determined June's fast growth as a threat and was determined to get him while he was still weak. That's correct, to said existence, the current June was far too weak to be considered. The threatening factor was his growth, his potential. But said existence was far away, at a distance even June's enhanced mind could not truly comprehend. But if it was willing to use up a great deal of energy, it would be capable of a single precise strike at June's location, just a single very precise torrent of energy, sent through space-time to the target's location. June left his reality marble and was planning on starting to show off to the beauties that noticed his return when color drained from his face. Crest of the Truth was signaling his impending doom, so Shiki left into imaginary space, leaving behind a bunch of worried servants. Aurea Poculum. Shiki activated his noble phantasm, drawing on the massive stores of energy it held after fusing with the Greater Grail, and used it to deploy his mightiest power. Null. Myriad. June's noble phantasm reality marble, the product of all of his efforts and the source of his power, where all the true forms of his other abilities and noble phantasms were resting. But before absolute might, what was that effort worth? The answer soon became clear. Ranks, even those like X, were measures for the weak. Hollow Shell was burned away when the torrent descended, and Eternus Eversur's true form was shattered, but clearly, not without cost, as the torrent weakened significantly. It still destroyed the Tur of Life, by infecting it with its energy, and riddled the celestial sphere with cracks and holes, but after shattering Donatress, its remnant power could go no deeper. June was relieved. It was a painful loss, but a bearable one. But then he realized, the presage was still not gone, it was still there, like a timeless symbol of his destined destruction. The Tree of Life. The energy of the torrent corrupted it and used it to infiltrate the depths of Null Myriad it could not reach, to destroy the very core of June's existence. June was about to fall into despair at the feeling of everything ending just like that, with no explanation, as his unrivaled processing abilities were lost with the crest of truth that was under the tree's control, and thus robbing him of a solution to the problem. But his mind of true nothingness did not let it happen, reigning in his emotions and making the path to survival clear. Gathering every last trace that could be salvaged, June activated true nothingness after setting everything else to self-destruct along with the villainous energy that took over his Tree of Life. Melding into nothingness, June evended even the notice of his would-be destroyer and returned to the mansion where the servants were waiting. Not even a tenth of the power and potential he once held remained. What the fuck was that? June screamed in his mind. Calm down. Asaka firmly said. I am calm. True nothingness doesn't really let me freak out. But the situation surely deserves it. June responded. That was Velber, also known as the Umbral Star. Asaka revealed. Velber? June was shocked to his core. The Velber is a form of observation device created by the same race that created the Moon Cell. The Moon Cell's existence is limited to the Fate or X timeline, but the Velber exists in other worlds as well. Asaka continued. It works on a set orbit, passing through the Milky Way galaxy once every 14,000 years, selectively targeting and destroying all intelligent life in its path. Its true motives are unclear, but it obviously has some means of observing this world and saw your potential as threatening enough to take action. While it did not break from its set orbit or speed up its coming to the Milky Way, it did take preventive measures to snuff you out before you grew into a threat. Asaka concluded. Any good news? June exasperatedly asked. It will not be able to repeat such an action, even if you enter its radar again. Sending the much energy from its current location ought to have required a massive sacrifice of its reserves, so you don't have to worry about a repeat anytime soon. Asaka shared, which was indeed good news. Well, Velber, you have just promoted yourself to the very top of my shit list. If I can't end you the next time you swing by Earth, I'll commit suicide. June swore to himself. He returned to the palace reality marble where his servant swore and simply said, "This is what happened." Followed by an explanation and ended it with, "And I don't want to talk about it. Just a few questions? Please." Penthesily said. June stared at her and after a while said, "Fine." A fragment of this being once destroyed nearly all gods, reducing them to divine spirits, yet you survived an attack from its main body? She managed to get out the question in everyone's mind. June froze for a bit and then said out loud. Damn. When you put it that way, I suddenly don't feel as bad as before. Thanks. Now let's on the Great Holy Grail's war so I can get back to recovering all the power I lost to survive that attack. June responded and left the girls without a straight answer, but content their master had somewhat returned to his previous disposition. Well, you can just sit back and relax, master. If you did all the work, why bother summoning us? Mordred clamored. Well, for your smoldering good looks, of course more. June joked, making the Knight of Rebellion blush. But you're right. I shall leave this battle to you all. June declared. But there was not battle to be had. When June went to Millennia Castle, he found a reception inviting him in, and June was inside along with the two remaining masters of the Black faction who had decided to call her as a mediator for surrender since June respected her authority as ruler. So what are your terms? Fiore Forvig Millennia, current head of the Millennia clans after Darnik's death. As long as the servants die, I can let you go. I'll even heal those legs of yours, but that's as far as I am willing to go. June cut a deal. Absorbing two servants would allow his Audiobook to recover some magical energy while their remnants would turn into Nye streets. Chiron and Astolfo looked at each other and the latter shrugged, bringing a wry smile to Former's face. It was our fate to disappear after the war anyway. If that is all that is required, then all is good. Chiron said, and after some tearful goodbyes, at least for Astolfo, the servants departed with smiles on their faces. June brought Fiore into his mansion reality marble to make good on his deal while Jeanne followed them as she wished to ask June some questions. He fixed her legs with some of divine medicine inside his Audiobook. It was pretty easy with such a great material and sent her on her way, but not before she insisted he passed by Millennia Castle before leaving, but June refused as it was really just a passing kindness. Now, with all servants present, June turned to Jeanne who stayed behind. So, what was it that you wanted to ask? June inquired. Can you tell me your story? Jeanne requested. My story? June was confused. Yes, where are you from? How did you come to be here? Jeanne explained. Oh, I don't mind, but... June started. But? Jeanne asked. Shouldn't that be reserved for my companions? If you want to make a contract with me, then you would be deserving to, though. June teased, making the holy maiden pout. Ha ha ha. That pout is quite cute indeed. June exclaimed as the other girls burned in jealousy. Even Sully, who previously abhorred such actions when involving her, and Semiramis, who would ignore June if he sweet-talked her like that, were gritting their teeth. Mordred didn't know why she was pissed, but pissed she was while Fran and Jack just clung to June. You can smell the vinegar. June quietly commented, but making sure all important parties heard, only to infuriate them and confuse Mordred, who didn't know the expression. In the end, poor Jeanne caved to June's charms and gave in, forming a contract with him, and so June shared with all of them the story of his life. His birth, in an orphanage, his journey in DxD, and how he came to be where he was at the moment. Chapter 56, Akashic Tower. I telling them his story brought each servant closer to Shiki. Being born without parents to love him was something even the more cynical Semiramis could relate with a care about, drawing a common point between the two of them. When June told them they would be basically jumping around in time and space, finding trouble wherever they could and getting more powerful so that what happened to him this day did not have to happen to anyone else, they were quite excited. June needed to recover though and think about his course, as a lot had changed, so he treated into isolation once more, into a reality marble made specifically as June's workshop. June's dragon heart and soul were safe, a scrap of his idea blood was also left but bearing almost no power at all. His origin eyes were intact but his crest of the truth was utterly gone. The knowledge within was safe but difficult to browse with his current processing capabilities, and the ability to convert said knowledge into power through truths was lost as well. Eternus Eversur was shattered, as was Tonitrus. Only scraps were saved, but they were filled with power, as even some of the energy that destroyed June's Null Myriad left its traces within them. Another badly damaged survivor that profited a bit from the disaster was June's Celestial Sphere, one of the only two surviving layers of Null Myriad, the other being Phantasmal Origin that was badly damaged but mostly functional still. Our Audiobook was intact, just severely depleted, as it was its power that allowed June to forcefully bring out his full power in that key moment, but Domina Coronam, Seven Hills and Abominable City were in ruins. Ergtlam had not been integrated yet, so it survived without a scratch, so June still had it as a backup. Right now, June had a few things he felt like he should do now while the others could wait for him to go to the timeline of fate to get some things. 1. Find a way to recover as much mental processing as possible. 2. Repair and weaponize Phantasmal Origin. It was a chakram, so it had function as a weapon and could be used in Gate of Babylon, Unlimited Blade Works fashion. And also repair a Celestial Sphere, which is all that is left of my poor Null Myriad. 3. Find a way to cover the gap in experience he had with all the heavy hitters, since he could see it become a huge weakness now that he did not have nearly as much raw power as before. For the third, look no further than the Akashic Tower you received as a bonus for your evolution. Should I tell you its functions? Asaka offered. Please do. June bade her to continue. It's a challenge tower with monsters, servants and even existences beyond them that you can fight, and time does not pass outside while you are in it, so you can train until you drop. It's not one of the cheating methods you so deeply enjoy, but the experience will be very real, as will death should fall. Sounds like what I just needed, but first, I must get a handle on the first 2 points. For the first, June recalled all of his magecraft that went into the Crest of the Truth and made something new out of it. Demon Palace Laplace, X, records, stores and organizes all information from the user's surroundings. Grants the user massive, thought acceleration, mental processing and memory partition capabilities. If used on an active form, it creates a prediction model of all possible paths in any situation and deduces the best one. It automatically warns the user of any danger. It was a much weaker version of the Crest of the Truth, but it had to suffice for now. As for the phantasmal origin, Shiki used the broken pieces of Eternus Eversur and Donatrix to repair it, passing on all of its still remaining power to it. Then, after a few alterations, the noble phantasm now had various capabilities it lacked before. Phantasmal origin, the first illusion of myriad myths, Ux, the ultimate forge of noble phantasms and mystic codes while being a powerful weapon of war at the same time. Tracing, can analyze and reproduce any weapon or, if given detailed information, produce a new weapon from scratch. Projections draw on it for power, but with real materials, true items independent from it can be created. Unlimited craft works, reality marble and battlefield filled with controllable weapons where the user can fight with an extreme advantage. Projections can be fired like a metal storm. Wrought iron magecraft, Jew-like Morgan acquired wrong Ominiad as a form of magecraft. The user can utilize any item within the records of phantasmal origin as a magecraft. Galvanism, absorbs wasted magical energy and mana from the surroundings to heal the user or function as a steady mana burst like physical reinforcement without the associated explosiveness. Apocalyptic chakram, the ability to use the true body of the phantasmal origin itself as a weapon of untold power. Its true name release, which would summon a gigantic chakram as its true form, is sealed, but a usable smaller version is still present, hovering behind the user's back. The dimensions are the same as Ashwatrama's chakram info, but the design is black and gold with a draconic motif as all of June's current gear. Celestial Sphere, the calamitous starry sky, a ++, can be summoned to drastically enhance the user's astromancy. Holds the cosmic power within it as the fake stars within formed embryos of what will eventually become real stars. Sagittarius, A, precision shot with the power of the stars of Sagittarius. Scorpio, B+, anti-army attack in the form of a cascade of poisonous arrows. Umbral Star, a ++, using the cosmic energy that remained from the passing torrent released by the Umbral Star, a fake star of destruction was formed capable of unleashing a powerful anti-fortress attack. Good enough. The remaining idea blood would best be used later, and Thonox had grown a real arm after remaking his body from nothingness, as a noble phantasm. Ergtlum would substitute said real arm when summoned. Can I bring others into the tower? June asked. You can. Asaka replied. He. Time for some intensive training. A few of them are going to dislike. Is what I'd like to say, but unless I give them a transcender class vessel, they'll at most accumulate experience in battle. June talked to himself. June gathered his servants and began to talk. We're going to have special training today. Although I had originally planned to have you train after I had prepared incarnated bodies that could actually allow you to grow in power, the magical energy I had in store was used up to save my life, so at most, you'll be able to refine your technique. Still, even that has merit. Mordred, your power is being wasted with your rough technique. Polish your wild style until it becomes a weapon worthy of facing your father. June commanded. Yes, master. Mordred replied with fire in her eyes. Atalanta, you already have plenty of experience, but you still need to get used to your newly improved noble phantasm. Understood. The huntress complied with conviction. Jack, I gave you a whole new set of abilities you have to master. I know you don't like pain and neither do I, but for our future, I have to inconvenience you now. We will train to protect our family. Jack exclaimed, much to the warmth of those hearing. Fran, you also need to train with your new noble phantasm, and you could use more fighting experience anyway. I'll do my best. Fran replied. Semiramis, I'll upgrade your hanging gardens before we go train, but you must get used to fighting without them. The reality marble I gave you allows to enjoy the boost in your abilities without being in your garden, so you ought to get used to fighting. Semiramis wasn't pleased, but June's commanding presence convinced her all the same. Then, I'll also be upgrading your noble phantasm, so I'll see you after, Semiramis. You'll build up experience with the rest. Ready yourselves. We'll say goodbye to this world and train before we get to the next. I'll have rewards for everyone that makes a good showing in this training period. The Akashic Tower was truly a gift so good and fitting for what June currently needed that made him wonder what Akasha's take on his was. Akasha is an observer. Her help will be scarce, but you can count on her never becoming your enemy. You have her blessing after all. Asaka explained. I'll take your word for it. This gift though. It's really great. June said, and Asaka also seemed to be in a good mood. The bottom floor of the tower was a massive mansion equipped with the greatest workshop June had ever seen and very nice living quarters for each of his servants and more. Everyone could be teleported to the first floor as they pleased and could choose to form parties or go at it alone. For this particular session, since the purpose was building up individual experience and getting used to their own powers, everyone, June included, were going at it solo. Chapter 57, Akashic Tower 2. The time flow within the challenge floors could be controlled at will by June, so while he set everyone's for just a little faster, to cover his lack of experience and build up the power he lost as fast as possible, he set his own time much faster. Before setting off though, he still had things to do. Namely, enhancing Semiramis and Zhen's noble phantasms. Currently, all three of them were in the reality marble where Semi now stored her hanging gardens. What are you planning to do, Master? Semiramis asked. Wait and see, Semi. Wait and see. June replied. Phantasmal origin. The huge chakram was summoned and grew in size until it surrounded the gardens like an orbital ring and started spinning. Next up, June took out his audiobook and an unending stream of treasure started flowing from it and being sucked up into the hanging gardens as they shone with blinding gold light. Even Semiramis, an empress that lived a life of luxury, got blinded by the sheer amount of treasure June was using, much like a country girl like June. The end result was a much more luxurious, golden black hanging gardens of Babylon with a sharp increase in power. Semiramis immediately felt that not only had the power of the gardens increased, the booze she had received had as well. Are you sure you want to be spending that much on me? Semiramis teased June, but she truly appreciated the gesture. You're one of my people now. Your power is my power. I see it as worthy investment, wouldn't you say so? June responded. Indeed. I will most certainly live up to all expectations and surpass them as a matter of course. Semiramis. That Semi. Only time can prove. June replied. Now then, it's your turn, June. Let me borrow that sword of yours that you use for second noble phantasm. June bade her and the holy maiden obeyed. He then used a fabricated copy of the Holy Cross to boost its already phenomenal power and make it so it didn't cost June's life. The girl herself was feeling a bit down from the difference between what June spent for Semiramis and her, despite not being a greedy person, such was love after all, and her first love in June's case. But then, June told her what he had done. You used the Holy Cross, a relic the exact same as the one the Lord was crucified, and fused it with my noble phantasm to empower it and make it so I don't need my life as a payment for using it? That's right. June, such a precious artifact. June was insecure. I'm sure you deserve it and you can prove it in training. June motivated her. Yes, Master. I won't let you down. June exclaimed. Master sure knows what he's doing. Semiramis casually thought, not at all displeased though. Still, with his tasks done, it was time for training. First though, he had to finally look at his much emptier status and what was going on with it. Name, Hikami June. Race, human or dragon. Hybrid. Gender, male. Parameters, strength, a plus. Endurance, a plus. Agility, a plus. Mana, X. Luck, X. Magic circuits or core, X. Affinity, true. Void skills, Scion of the Void, E or X. Initial connection opened. Root access, E. True nothingness, X. Kyokuchi, X. Origin. Eyes of Akasha, X. Left eye of Akasha's solver, X. Sealed, right eye of Akasha's weaver, X. Sealed, dragon of Akasha, X. Heart of Akasha, X. Soul of Akasha, X. Akashic dragon hide, glimpsing the dragon of Akasha, X. Idea burst, X greater than a plus plus, access to Akashic burst lost. Idea breath, X greater than a plus plus, access to Akashic breath lost. Primordiality, X greater than B, origin rune, charisma of supremacy, a plus, downgrade from manifestation of supremacy, X. Magecraft mastery, B++, downgrade from Magecraft truth. Martial mastery, A, downgrade from martial truth. Demon Palace Laplace, X. Noble phantasms, Aureopoculum, the corruption of limitless wealth, X. Nyxo, the ever-shifting immortal shadow, X. Ergtlum, holy silver arm of the thorny warpath, a plus. X. Phantasmal origin, the first illusion of myriad myths, X. Celestial sphere, the calamitous starry sky, a plus. Not a pretty sight for sure. June thought with hurt. Not when I compare it to before. Still, the keystone of my future, our Apoculum, was saved so I can eventually return to where I was with enough time. The real question is, do I want to? He considered. I was powerful but had far too many useless abilities that I would not bother using. Eternus Eversur also had so many forms that I would not bother with, and so many abilities that I would lose count if not for my enhanced mental faculties, but even then, I would not use most of them. With enough treasure and magical energy, I could produce an exact copy, but the issue is, what is the point? I should take this chance to start anew, pick the abilities I think I will use and then just focus on empowering them to the best of my abilities. Although Phantasmal Origin has me covered in both attack and defense through projections and wrought iron magecraft, I'd still like a dedicated armor, so I'll make one first, but since I would need greater magical energy to make what I want, I'll just let it generate it while I train. I need to be careful though. I've lost Avalon's regeneration ability, so my healing is not nearly as good, and reconstructing my body is costly, so I don't want to do it again. June finished his considerations and jumped onto the first challenge floor. Each floor was a different small world, and this one was filled with skeletons with various weapons and degrees of power. Most of them were quite weak, but there were hundreds of thousands of them. There were a few June found stronger than even himself though. First challenge floor, Skeleton Empire, enemies, Outer Rim, Skeleton Warriors, Skeleton Archers, Skeleton Magi, Skeleton Knights, enemies, Middle Ring, Skeleton Elites, Skeleton Commanders, enemies, Inner Ring, Grand Skeletons, Bone Guards, Skeleton Generals, enemies, Core, Bone Keepers, Skeleton Lords, Skeleton Emperor. My senses don't reach that far as to find the lords, so the ones stronger than me must be the generals. June thought. Clearly, he had thought lowly of the first floor. Floors are based on enemy types, not just strength. The goons on the next floor will only be marginally stronger than the skeletons, and the boss will be just marginally stronger than the Skeleton Emperor. The level of difficulty does not rise much. Asaka explained. I see. Whatever the case, time to get to work. June responded. As June started moving, he soon spotted a squad of 13 skeletons. 6 skeleton warriors, 4 skeleton archers, 2 skeleton mages and a single skeleton knight, mounted on a skeletal warhorse. As soon as he came into contact, June immediately moved. Using the wrought iron magecraft provided by Phantasmal Origin, even when he did not summon it, a small blast of Rongominiad wiped the knight and his horse. June then charged, ignoring the counter-attack by means of magic and arrows as he summoned a magical barrier from the around shield to block them as he charged. 3 warriors carrying spears thrusted them at him, but June just shattered them with his Ergdlim, and with a swing of his hand, he summoned the power of Levadine to burn all the remaining skeletons to nothing. Wrought iron magecraft suits me much better than using multiple weapons or even shape-shifting weapons. June thought. It is an excellent way of taking advantage of your mana parameters as well. Asaka added. Indeed. June replied as he looked for more enemies with his Orogen Eyes of Akasha. Finding another squad, this time, he decided to try to fight with weapons. The squad composition was the exact same. Drawing a bow, he fired an explosive arrow, taking out the knight first. 2 quick follow-ups dispatched the mages. June then summoned a shield to block the arrows from the 3 archers and performed a shield charge boosted with Kyokuchi to shatter the 3 spear-wielding skeleton warriors. All that remained was 3 sword and shield-wielding skeleton warriors and 3 skeleton archers. Taking out a sword and using his idea burst as a regular mana burst, 2 swings later, the skeletons were gone. Felt good, but these enemy are not conductive towards scoof training. They're too weak, better move inwards. Still, if I get weaker companions in the future, they'll need a lower starting point, as this area seems quite good for it. June considered. As he moved inward, June began to test out various projections and fighting styles. As he had massive knowledge accrued from studying the Akashic records, the methods of creation and the history of many noble phantasms was stored in his mind. As such, projecting them was quite easy, as he did not depend on sight like Emiya or his lesser version. And so, continuously sharpening his skills, June moved ever inwards, onto the middle ring of the first floor of the Akashic Tower. Chapter 58, Akashic Tower 3. Taking a brief look at June's servants and their actions on the first floor, they were quite fitting to say the least. Penthesilea was resharpening her warrior skills that had been somewhat dulled by her previous madness. Liking training almost as much as June did, she was quite thorough and methodical about it, just as he was. Currently on the way to the middle ring after warming up on the outer rim. Mordred instantly tired of the weaklings of the outer rim and was now on the middle ring, causing hell but getting progressively worn out. The elite variants of the skeletons that spawned in the outer rim were nearly as strong as a very weak servant, even though one such servant could take on a squad of them with relative ease if they were smart. There were thousands upon thousands roaming around the middle ring. It was a tremendous jump in difficulty, and the skeleton commanders that led them were without a doubt as strong as a low to mid-tier servant, which made them quite dangerous to fight when they were supported by their troops. Mordred was doing well though. The arrows of the elite skeleton archers could not breach her armor, and her magic resistance, just barely nullified the elite skeleton Mage's magecraft. Clarent. Blood Arthur. Mordred used her anti-army noble phantasm in the direction of the commander and killed him along with countless of his soldiers, while she mopped up the rest. Panting from tiredness, Mordred thought to herself. I wonder if this is what Master meant, that I was wasting power. Getting tired after dealing with a bunch of weaklings. Moving on to Atalanta, she was dominating the middle ring. Her Agrius metamorphosis turning her into a monstrous human, with the power of the Caledonian boar giving her a 2-rank boost to all her parameters other than luck, made her an avatar of destruction. She could pull out bird wings, beast claws, and even turn into the boar temporarily. She took out the commander first to stop it from organizing the troops, and then just dashed around with endless stamina, taking out the rest and using her Tauropolos, the bow of heaven, to unleash attacks similar to her Phoebus catastrophe that was sealed as a consequence of using Agrius metamorphosis. Being able to use this without losing my mind is a boon indeed. I must thank Master for granting me this. No, I must show that I am deserving of such a gift. Atalanta thought to herself. Jack was also having quite a bit of fun, thinking her father was the best for giving her such a nice gift. Not only did she have unlimited cute clothes, she also had stuff like what she was using now. Using her new noble phantasm, Natural Born Killers, Jack created over 200 copies of herself with exactly the same powers as her. Then, using her second new noble phantasm, From Hell, she turned them all into powerful stereotypical demons with the power of martial servants. Normally, the power of the demons was based on population density of the area, but June had modified it to be based on the amount of magical energy used, since he had a lot to spare, and such a condition was much more reliable. With such firepower on her side, despite being the one using the most magical energy at the moment, she was also the one demonstrating the greatest amount of power. Fran, on the other hand, was content to slowly advance while testing out her new bridal blade, so she had yet to make too many waves. Semiramis was demolishing the middle ring with magical beams while using compound magecraft barrier to protect herself as she floated in midair. Occasionally summoning the slabs of stone that floated around the hanging gardens to deliver prohibitively powerful spells. Lastly, there was Jeanne, who was standing alone in the middle ring with fields of ash and destruction around her as she made full use of her now not so costly second noble phantasm, Lopusel, to incinerate all enemies that crossed her path. Everyone knew that there were things they could certainly do better, so they hanged around on the middle ring, trying to figure out their style of combat and how to improve upon their skills with their new tools of destruction. Besides, they all could sense that the inner ring was still beyond their current level, which made them wonder how their master had managed to procure such a treasure trove of enemies for them to practice on. As time passed, with plenty of pauses, most of them had gained months to years of experience, except June, who secretly put on decades, but his perceptive servants noticed he was going at it harder than them, but, knowing he was the one that had lost such a large amount of his own power, they chose to not point it out and just redouble their efforts to grow strong enough to support him. Everyone had something to be gained, but only June could exhibit it in his statuses, as theirs did not yet have the capacity of growth through training. Will they have to do everything again once they have Transcender-class vessels for the changes to register? June asked Saga. No. The changes will immediately register, but their growth speed will be much lower than yours, so don't expect extreme changes from the get-go unless you have a H&D in them. She replied, and June consulted his new status. Eye of the Mind, true, B, heightened capacity for observation, refined through training, discipline and experience. A danger avoidance ability that utilizes the intelligence collected up to the current time as the basis in order to predict the opponent's activity and change the current situation. This is not a result of talent, but an overwhelming amount of combat experience. A weapon wielded by none other than a mortal, gained through tenacious training. So long there is even a 1% chance of a comeback, this ability greatly improves the chances of winning. At B rank, the user is capable of calm analysis of battle conditions even when in danger and deduce an appropriate course of action after considering all possibilities to escape from a predicament. Eternal Martial Mastery, A upgrade to A+, Eternal Magecraft Mastery, B++ upgrade to A++, a new skill that marginally boosted the effects of his Demon Palace Laplace, X, at an upgrade to his mastery skills, not only raising their rank but giving them the eternal trait which made them unaffected by mental pollution, but since June was already immune to it, that was redundant. These decades, truly passed for Shiki, so they didn't count as time manipulation as such. His Aurea Poculum was steadily accumulating treasure and magical energy at a fast pace, now containing prohibitively large amounts of it. That did cause a huge change in the noble phantasm, but more on that later. Moving on, there were two things to do. One, start creating an armor for himself, and give everyone their gifts. A transcender class vessel for each of them. Once June explained it to them, they were of course elated but had a much more important question. How much longer than us did you spend inside the tower? Well, about that. June was put on the spot. They knew he had spent more time there than them, but the fact he had enough magical energy to make such a ritual for each of them was suspicious to say the least. It made them realize he had spent much more time in the first floor than any of them previously thought. I exercise my right as the master to keep that info for myself, June said, making them all pissed, but, considering how good of a master he was to them, denying him such small favors seemed to be too much, so they let it slide this time around. June then began giving them an explanation of how it would work. The transformation is quick and simple. All of you will achieve palingenesis, not getting all the power you had in life but getting all the power you could possibly have as an heroic spirit if you were not bound by a construct such as a class. He began. Additionally, you'll be able to grow further from that, as such a state is merely the starting point provided by the transformation of your vessel. Finally, you'll also get the class skills of the transcender class, which are quite nice if I do say so myself. June concluded. Also Mordred. June called out. Huh, me? Mordred was zoning out from the technical explanation. Yes, you. Despite your attitude, you'll get a little extra as promised for your progress. June said. How do you know my progress? I was looking forward to showing it off. Mordred said with shock. Because I'm always watching. Always. Hee. June smugly said. So you were watching all of our training and evaluating our progress while you did your own training? Sally asked. Yup. I have a skill that allows me to create multiple partitions in my mind to allow me to do such things, June bragged. In other words, even more work? Lanta questioned. Huh? June was caught. Master. How old are you? Sally asked with a smile that was very threatening. Near 15? June asked, confused. What? Is that so strange? June asked. The why do you look adult? Lanta pointed out. I can transform my body to a limited degree. I usually keep it at my physical peak form. June revealed. Chapter 59, St. Gruff's. After the questions and shock about June's age were finally over, they got to enhancing and each servant's status was markedly improved. Name, Mordred. Race, homunculus or dragon or human or servant. Gender, female. Parameters, strength, B+. Endurance, agility, B. Mana, B. Upgrade to Aluk, D. Skills, class skills. Magic resistance, B. Upgrade to writing, B. Perfect vessel, X. One's vessel will always upgrade to fit the growth of one's soul without any discernible limit other than the possessor themselves. Absolute incarnation, X, denotes one as an incarnated servant that is able to stay manifested without a faster and recover magical energy through rest like a normal being, and that their existence is absolute. The ability to take spiritual form is lost. Possessor gains extreme resistance to time-altering and instant death effects. Personal skills. Dragon Reactor Core, C, the magical energy reactor core held by all dragons. This is a very weak example, but its skill drastically increases magical energy output as well as recovery. Boost the Mana Burst skill. Instinct, B, greater than Lion's Instinct, B+, Mana Burst, A upgrade to A+, Battle Continuation, B, Charisma, C upgrade to C, Noble Phantasm, Secret of Pedigree, Helm of Hidden Infidelity, C, Clarent, Radiant and Brilliant Royal Sword, B, Clarent Blood Arthur, Rebellion Against My Beautiful Father, A++, Name, Penthesily. Race, human or demigod or servant. Gender, female. Parameters, strength, A+. Endurance, B+. Agility, C. Mana, A. Luck, D. Skills, class skills. Mad Enhancement, X, greater than Primal Enhancement, X, the traces of primal rage that can be awoken for a boost without the price of mental pollution but only temporarily. Magic Resistance, B, Writing, A, Perfect Vessel, X, Absolute Incarnation, X, Personal Skills. Divinity, B, Golden Rule, Beauty, A, Charisma, B, Roar of the War God, A+, Noble Phantasm, Outrage Amazon, Die on My Rage, Hero, B, Trojan Reinforce, Elite Warriors to Rush Upon My War Cry, B, Goddess of War, War God's Military Sash, A. Her aptitude for multiple classes gave Sally more class skills than Mordred as a transcender. Name, Jack the Ripper. Race, evil spirit or human or servant. Gender, female. Parameters, strength, C. Endurance, C. Agility, A. Mana, C. Luck, E. Upgrade to D. Skills, class skills. Mad Enhancement, X, skill possessed as a symbol of madness that Jack the Ripper is. Does not affect Jack's mind in the slightest but provides a huge boost to all parameters except luck. Presence Concealment, A+, Perfect Vessel, X, Absolute Incarnation, X, Personal Skills. Murder on a Misty Night, A, Information Erasure, B, Surgical Procedure, E. Upgrade to C. June taught her some stuff. Thousand Faces, A, ability from her berserker counterpart, coming from the fact Jack's identity was never made public. Allows her to transform into anything and anyone she wishes but not gain their power or knowledge. Noble Phantasm, Maria the Ripper, the Holy Mother of Dismemberment, DB+, the Mist, Dark and Misty Metropolis, C, Natural-born killers, that which is unworthy of a tragic demise, B, from Hell, the evil mist will perish with London's daybreak, A+, the integration of her berserker counterpart, Jack the Ripper as a symbol of madness, her abilities jumped to the point she was a first-rate servant beyond doubt. Name, Semi-Hermes race, human or demigod or servant gender, female parameters, strength, E endurance, D agility, D mana, A luck, A skills, class skills presence concealment, C+, territory creation, X, item creation, poison, C+, perfect vessel, X, absolute incarnation, X, personal skills divinity, C, familiar, dove, D, noble phantasm, psychrousum, arrogant king's alcohol, B+, hanging gardens of Babylon, aerial garden of vanity, X, name, Frankenstein race, homunculus or servant gender, female parameters, strength, C upgrade to C++ endurance, B upgrade to B+ agility, D upgrade to C mana, D luck, B skills, class skills madness enhancement, D, the ability to turn it on and off has been acquired. Magic resistance, E, perfect vessel, X, absolute incarnation, X, personal skills galvanism, B, whale of the falsely living, D upgrade to C, overload, C, reinforced structure, B+. June used phantasmal origin to reinforce Frankenstein's body, allowing her to fire her noble phantasm at max power and use overload without danger. Noble phantasm, bridal chest or bridal blade, a maiden's chastity, C, skewered plasma blade, thunder blade of impalement, DB+, blasted tree, the lightning tree of crucifixion, DB+, name, and dark race, human or servant gender, female parameters, strength, B endurance, B agility, A mana, A luck, C skills, class skills magic resistance, X, true name discernment, B, greater than reinstatement of the radiant holy light, A, God's resolution, A, perfect vessel, X, absolute incarnation, X, personal skills revelation, A, charisma, C, saint, B, noble phantasm, luminosite eternal, God is here with me, A, Lapus, the crimson holy maiden, X, name, Atalanta race, human or servant gender, female parameters, strength, D upgrade to C++ endurance, E upgrade to C++ agility, A upgrade to A+ mana, B luck, C skills, class skills magic resistance, D, perfect vessel, X, absolute incarnation, X, personal skills crossing Arcadia, B upgrade to aesthetics of the last spurt, C, Caledonian hunt, A, noble phantasm, Phoebus catastrophe. Complaint message on the arrow, B upgrade to B+, Agrius metamorphosis, bar of divine punishment, B+, when it is activated, Atalanta will gain the following skills, beast enhancement, B, wild beasts logic, B, self-evolution, X, greater than habituation of demonic nature, X, and also gains the following noble phantasm, Tauropolos skia thermocrasia, the arrow that eclipsed the somber sky, A, she had independent action, A, as well, but absolute incarnation makes it redundant, so it was eliminated. With the measures taken, June handed each servant their own Saint Graph status and went off on his own to create his armored suit. Thinking back to Eternus Eversur, the idea of making an armor set with weapon attachments using Aegis as a basis was quite good, so that's what June took as a base. He then created several booster, beams, machine gun, cannon and even pile bunker attachments the armor could summon. June then searched various armors, shields and other protective noble phantasms and set about drawing a plan for the armor. Using Raw AI as a conceptual basis, June made a 7 layers armor, but, so as to not fall into the too many abilities that will never be used problem, he would make most of them passive and active by default. The first layer was fused into June's body and always on. He fused Avalon's regeneration and immunity abilities to this layer and bonded all of them with his Akashic dragon hide. The second layer was clothing for June to wear based on Hey Goromo. It allowed him to fly extremely fast, had armor-like protectiveness and included the shoulder cape from Ergtlim, which had numerous powerful boosts. The third layer was an armored suit similar to Aegis but more draconic in theme, black in color with golden pieces from being fused with Karna's golden armor. The fourth layer was an exoskeleton made with basis on bestial rage Ergtlim, which itself was based on Kualter's Kurumid Caution. The fifth layer was simply thought thick shell based on the round shield of Galahad. Its bulk made June look significantly bigger as the armor looked more like a powered suit. The sixth layer was composed of all attachments like boosters, machine guns, cannons, beam emitters, missiles, pile bunkers, etc. The 7th layer was created with a Vice Bronze Golem Geeter Malkuth as a basis and including records of giants and titans along with records of the machine gods that were the origin of the Olympians. It was a giant mech suit with massive self-repair capabilities that deploy giantified abilities of the other layers. Can be considered as another noble phantasm. June's treasure reserves took a big hit but his magical energy reserves took a bigger one, but he still had more than 5 times what he spent, so he was quite fine with things for now. He had sacrificed Hergtlum to build it though. Eternus Eversur, the duality of eternity and transience. Other than that name, what else would be worthy? This alone raised June's power to a whole nother level, and there was still the change in his Aureopoculum that was birthed by the huge accumulation of treasure and magical energy during June's decades of combat. He was just leaving the workshop when he faced all of his servants staring him down. "What?" he asked. "We've shared our saint graphs with each other," Sally declared. "For better cohesion since we're all now your servants," Lanta added. "Great. I didn't want to force you to do so, but I'm very happy you did," June praised, much to their delight, but they kept their eye on the prize and didn't relent. "But there is a problem, you see," Moore continued. "Don't you think you should also share yours?" Semi suggested. Jack and Fran then took the stage making cute puppy eyes at June. Jean was supposed to be a part of that group, but she crouched, balling up in embarrassment right after trying, which was quite the sight all by itself. "I was wondering what all that was about, but if it's just that then sure. I trust you all," June said, much to their pleasure as he projected his own saint graph for all of them to see. Chapter 60, Mordred's Problem, Penthesile's Request Name, Hikami June Race, Human or Dragon Hybrid Gender, Male Parameters, Strength, A plus Endurance, A plus Agility, A plus Mana, X Luck, X Skills, Scion of the Void, E or X, Initial Connection Opened. Root Access, E, True Nothingness, X, Kyokuchi, X, Origin Eyes of Akasha, X, Left Eye of Akasha's Solver, X, Sealed, Right Eye of Akasha's Weaver, X, Sealed, Dragon of Akasha, X, Heart of Akasha, X, Soul of Akasha, X, Glimpsing the Dragon of Akasha, X, Idea Burst, A plus plus, Idea Breath, A plus plus, Primordiality, B, Origin Rune, Charisma of Supremacy, A plus, Eternal Martial Mastery, A plus, Eternal Magecraft Mastery, A plus plus, Eye of the Mind, True, B, Demon Palace Laplace, X, Noble Phantasms, Aureopoculum, The Corruption of Limitless Wealth, X, Golden Grail Rule, X, Golden Apotheosis, X, Voice of the Seven Trumpets, X, Beauty of the Apocalypse, X, Heaven's Feel, X, Cradle of the Beast, X, Guardian of the Grail, A plus plus, Mechanical Snake with the ability to change sizes into a powerful and deadly giant form. A powerful breath weapon, the ability to spit poison and medicine as well as inject both with its fangs. Peccadomorum, Sinful Sword of Gold, X, Ostentatious Sword of Sin. Golden version of the sword in this YouTube video, which I highly recommend, Making the Heretic, the Sword of the Year. The sword glints with apocalyptic strength. Nyxo, the ever-shifting immortal shadow, X, Shapeshift, X, Eternal Immortal Demon, X, Delete Field, A, Shadow Prison, B+, Absorption Line, B, Blaze Black Flare, A+, Phantasmal Origin, the first illusion of myriad myths, X, the ultimate forge of noble phantasms and mystic codes while being a powerful weapon of war at the same time. Tracing Unlimited Craftworks Wrought Iron Magecraft Galvanism Apocalyptic Chakram Celestial Sphere, the Calamitous Starry Sky, A++, can be summoned to drastically enhance the user's astromancy. Holds the cosmic power within it as the fake stars within formed embryos of what will eventually become real stars. Sagittarius, A, Scorpio, B+, Umbral Star, A++, Eternus Eversur, the duality of eternity and transience, X, 7-layered armor of untold power. First layer, Eternal Body, X, nullifies and absorbs all forms of harm, physical, magical and conceptual, whose rank does not surpass the user's endurance parameter. For attacks that do surpass it, value equivalent to the user's endurance is absorbed from them while the rest registers as harm. These weakened attacks will then face the toughened body of the user. Bestows the user with a powerful regeneration ability. With the true name activation of Eternus Utopia, the user becomes invincible but also immobile. It is not necessary to call out the name for the activation of this ability. Second layer, Eternal Weave, X, Hagoromo capable of changing shape and a red and gold detailed shroud that becomes a front open skirt for later layers of the armor. Allows the user to fly at high speed and greatly boost protection, healing and the user's primordiality. True name release, Eternus Salvatio casts a powerful blessing on both the user as well as his allies. Third layer, Eternal Armor, A+, cuts all damage received by 90% and possesses otherwise powerful defensive ability. Fourth layer, Skeleton of Destruction, A++, boosts all of the user's parameters to the limit of their current vessel and greatly enhances their primordiality when activated. 5th layer, Shell of Destruction, B++, thick armor with powerful resistance to any and all forms of harm, based on the user's willpower. 6th layer, Tools of Destruction, A++, various destructive weapons and auxiliary attachments. With a true name release, Eversor, their full power is released as all armaments fire a devastating volley of destruction. 7th layer, Eternus Titanicus Eversor, Eternal Titan of Destruction, OX, turn the user into the core of a giant mech titan with the power of a machine god. It is currently incomplete. The armor looks basically the same as the previous one, just larger by the way. All the servants could only look in shock. They thought their master was plenty strong, but it surpassed any and all of their expectations. You're still weaker than before that attack, right? Sally asked for confirmation. Ugh. Don't even mention it. That me could kick current me's ass 10 times over. June complained while the servants could only show cramped smiles, except for Jack and Fran who just clamored June was amazing. I wanted to challenge Master, but I think I'll pass now. Mordred whispered. What was that more? June asked. Nothing, Master. She responded. I wonder if Master is stronger than Father. She thought. Well, since you're all here, I might as well tell you our next course of action. June started and the servants perked up. To recover my power faster, I need either powerful artifacts or the killing of powerful enemies. Those things are both present in Holy Grail Wars, so we are going to visit another one. I'll have some preparations to do in that world first though. He continued. Do you have information on the other servants? Semiramis inquired. I do, in fact. It's a normal Holy Grail War, so 7 servants. I'll be taking the position of Master of Caster and Summon one, but the others are possible allies and possible enemies. Lancer's true name is Direm Udaduabn of the Fianna Knights, Assassin is the Husan of 100 Faces, Rider is the King of Conquerors Iskander, Archer is the King of Heroes Gilgamesh. Hearing the last 2 names put everyone on edge. Those were powerful heroic spirits. Especially Gilgamesh, who was said to be the most powerful of them all. The last 2 are acquaintances of yours more. June teased. Huh? Mordred was shocked and her ears perked up. Berserker, the Knight of the Lake, Lancelot. June said the first name and Mordred looked angry and glad to be able to beat him up, but the other name left her stupefied. Saber, the King of Knights, Arthur Pendragon. Well, you all can take that as you will. Keep on training though, since now, you can actually expect growth from it. June said, and everyone went to do as they willed, but a while later, Mordred came to June's room to talk. What's up, more? June asked. I don't know, just feeling weird. Mordred replied, locked at her feet. She then raised her face to look at June and said. I was hoping you'd tell me. Alright. I won't give you the answers since it's not that kind of problem, but I can point you the right way. Sit down. June said and patted the spot right next to him on his bed, which Mordred took. Okay. Hit me with it. Mordred exclaimed as if readying herself, at which June chuckled. You need to do 3 things before the answer to your problem becomes clear. June started and Mordred gulped. First, you need to analyze your father, remember everything you can and everything you felt when you observed your father over your life. Mordred nodded. Next up, it will be hard and you must be honest with yourself, but analyze yourself, every action you took over your life, every big decision, and ask yourself, why did you make those decisions, what did you want when you made them? I'll try. Mordred replied. Finally, after doing those 2 things, we'll go meet your father so you 2 can have a talk, maybe more, and don't worry, I'll always have your back. June finished. Mordred quietly looked at June for a little while before saying thank you. In a low voice. June just patted her and rubbed her head, making Mordred blush as he said. Anytime. As Mordred left, a few minutes later, there was another knock. It was Penthesilea. Solved that child's problems? She asked. Pointed her in the right direction. June replied. The rest is up to her. He added. True enough, the answer she seeks is one she must arrive to on her own, we can only provide a little guidance. Sally said. More came to you as well? June asked. She did. Apparently she did not want to plague you with her problems, but I pointed her in your direction all the same. Told you'd love to help. Was I wrong? Sally shared. No, not at all. June replied. Then you may want to help me as well. Sally said and sat down next to June, just where Mordred was before. You can start by sharing. June said. Indeed. Ever since you released me from my obsession by granting my wish and presenting me with your point of view on my situation, I've had a lot to think about. Sally started and June just listened. Certain feelings and thought I buried long ago and thought of as gone are now returning, and I must address them before they go out of control. she continued. Penthesily scooched closer to June and asked in a whisper full of emotion. Will you lay with me, June? Chapter 61, Natalia Kaminsky. Will you lay with me, June? Penthesily asked, with a bit of nervousness in her tone. Never did she think that one day, there would be a situation where she wished she was so beautiful that the man in front of would not dare refuse. Her body and heart ached for him, and as a proud Amazon queen such a straightforward method was the only thing she found fitting for her. It would be my honor and pleasure. June teasingly whispered, unleashing all the charm in his body, face and voice that he normally restrained, making Sally's passion burn ever brighter. She was not a dainty maiden. Hearing the answer she wanted, Sally pushed June onto his back on the bed and mounted him before initiating a fierce kiss as they hungrily explored each other's bodies. Offering her body, heart and soul along with her virginity to her master, Sally slept with a contented smile on her face, being driven to her peak so many times during her first time, leaving even a servant like her exhausted. The next day, June and Sally woke up together, having some morning exercise. They came out of the same room, which gave all kinds of signals to the others. We want to sleep with father too. Jack clamored. Okay. But only once in a while since Jack is a big girl, okay? June relented. Okay. Jack chirped with a bright smile. Fran looked wistfully at June while Semiramis bit her nail while looking at Sully. Jean looked between the two as she whispered something about marriage with a big blush. Lanta just blushingly looked away, desperately reaffirming her vows of purity to Artemis as Moore finally realized what happened and ran off looking agitated. The only one that can't figure Moore out is Moore herself. June shook his head as Semiramis found Mordred's cuteness quite endearing. Maybe she would have the Knight of Rebellion as a court fool. In the end, a few days later, just by getting some more attention from June, Mordred calmed down, but, judging from her more frequent blushes around him and her stuttering, even she had started to catch on to her own feelings. Anyways, while the servants all remained inside the Akashic Tower, June left the world of Apocrypha to head to the world of State Night. He was planning on interfering in a couple of events, even if it meant he would lose the ability to predict the future based on the plot. First, he needed connections, both in the world of normal humans and in the world of Magi, and he knew the perfect person for the job. Natalia Kaminsky, the woman who trained Garrett Saga before being killed off by him in an incident. June was planning to save her and use her connections to settle into this world and create a base, a foundation for himself, just like he was in the means of doing so in DxD. Secondly, he wanted to get to Maya before Garrett Saga did. Her extremely high talent in combat, willingness to follow any order and deceptively high aptitude as a mage made her a prime target for training, and June wanted to test how far could he bring a normal human through his enhancements. Thirdly, he would save Sakura, consequences be damned, simply because he wanted to, no deep reason behind it. And finally, he would convince the monks of Ritu Temple to move and occupy the area, turning it into his stronghold in this world. The earliest even he had to interfere in was Natalia's death, so he searched for that location and time through the Akashic Gate and entered the new timeline. June hid with true nothingness in the cockpit of the plane Natalia was in and awaited for the events to unfold. Natalia and Garrett Saga were aiming for a bounty on this plane, and the former was on board. The bounty's name was Odd Borzak, a dead apostle known as the demonic bee user. Natalia intended on killing him in the plane as he would not have his bees on hand, and those in storage she had already disposed of. After all, most people did not have ample options of extra-dimensional storage like June did. The problem was, Odd did have bees with him, inside his body to be exact. June began hearing commotion from the plane, and the co-pilot left the cockpit to check it out. Soon after, Natalia came barreling through. The pilot tried to stop her but got stung by one of the bees, at which point, Natalia threw him out and sealed herself in the plane's cockpit, out of the bees' reach. The rest of the plane's passengers and staff having been turned into ghouls but said little critters. Natalia grabbed a hold of the plane, and June sat in the co-pilot's seat as she made up a bullshit story to get help from the control tower and tried to fly the plane to the nearest airport. Nicely done. June suddenly called out, and Natalia just swung on him. June harmlessly caught her enhanced fist and said, "Not very friendly. Even though I'm here to help you." "Oh really?" Natalia said while thinking. "This bastard is too strong for me. How the hell did I not notice him, and who is he? And how is he so good looking?" She shook her head at that last part. "That's right. You were going to call your little disciple, foster brother, foster son, whatever you want to call him, but if you do and you tell him the situation, he'll shoot down the plane to, in his words, save as many people as possible." June pointed out. That's Natalia wanted to say that was nonsense, but he saw the kid kill his own father for very similar reasons. "You don't have to take my word for it. I can save us both if does shoot the plane down, so you call him," June said. "What do you want?" Natalia questioned. "You," June answered. "What?" Natalia didn't know how to respond. "I want you." I'll save your life and promise to protect it, but you'll be working for me from then on. June explained. My creed is survival first, so your deal is promising, but what if I don't need help? Natalia asked. If Sugu does not shoot down this plane, I'll help you deal with this crisis free of charge on the condition that you do not mention anything about me or this conversation to him. In fact, pretend as if I never appeared, otherwise, the deal is null. June proposed and Natalia didn't really have a choice. Finally, Natalia contacts Sugu and they both have a very similar discussion as they did in Fate or Zero, which added to Natalia's embarrassment as June got a first-class seat. She talked how the bees and ghouls prove problematic in landing, but she believes they can be handled, adding in her mind that the second living passenger ought to take care of that part. Being more talkative than usual, she begins to speak with Sugu to pass time, recounting the situation, Borzak's evil deeds, and their own dealings in killing Magi and dead apostles through various battlefields. Natalia explains that she had been troubled over Sugu following the same path as her due to the fact that he has too much potential in killing, displayed by emotionlessly killing his father in a manner that takes others many years to accomplish. She says that even with such talent, doing what is necessary should not come before doing what the person wishes to accomplish, likening such people to machines. They discuss her upbringing of him, and she likens her role to that of the disciplining normally dealt with by the father that she had at least partly removed from his life. Although she could only teach him of survival, she feels like they are family, and she becomes embarrassed upon Sugu saying that he sees her like a mother. Deciding to put off such a topic so it won't be awkward for when they meet again, she puts her attention into landing procedures. Sugu only apologizes, knowing that she will not be landing due to him planning on destroying the plane. The bees and ghouls must be completely destroyed lest they be allowed to land and spread the disaster, and Natalia's life cannot compare to the possible loss of life. Natalia mentions that she may have lost her touch, thinking about retirement and being left to only play the part of Sugu's mother. As the plane flies over Sugu, he tells her that she really is his family, and she faintly smiles as the missile hits and destroys the plane only for June to pull the two of them out. Looks like you'll be working for me, June commented. So it would seem, Natalia answered, with tears flowing down her cheeks as a little part inside of her died. Guess that was never meant to be. She commented on her relationship with Sugu. Nothing comes before in Sugu's mind that his ideals after all. June said. You seem to know both me and him very well, Natalia commented. I know a lot of things, June replied. How about we sit down? Natalia suggested. At the moment, June was flying in the air, holding her in a princess carry. What, not enjoying the princess carry? June teased and Natalia hit him in the head with a blush of embarrassment. She wasn't a servant after all, even hidden. June's charm had a stronger effect on her than the others. Ha 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 ha. He laughed and entered the Akashic Tower. It was time to introduce Natalia to the others. Chapter 6, Before the Fourth Holy Grail War. Everyone. This is Natalia Kaminsky, the person I told you about. June introduced Natalia to the servants. Natalia, these are my faithful heroic spirits. Penthesilly, Mordred, Jack the Ripper, Frankenstein, Atalanta and Semiramis. He finished the introductions, leaving Natalia speechless. What kind of monster is he for being able to summon and maintain so many heroic spirits in the modern world? She thought. After having her settle in, June asked access to all her accounts to see she had deceptively little money. I have a right to enjoy myself with the money I earn, right? Was her answer to that. Despite being a big earner, she was an even bigger spender, so her savings were nearly empty. June just produced some gold with his grail and had her sell it to bolster their accounts, and the way Natalia drooled at the golden grail was enough to give a good understanding of her money-grubbing nature. After that, June worked the Demon Palace Laplace to the limits to figure where to invest and to reap the benefits years later. Money was always a good thing to have after all, and he might need it for later. Who knew? He certainly had a few ideas. Next up, he kindly asked the monks to leave Ritu Temple and pass on all rights to the identity he had Natalia make for him. With his charm turned on to the max, even making them all willing slaves was possible, so soon enough, Ritu was June's. He began remodeling the place with heavy bounded fields, establishing workshops and remodeling the cavers where the Greater Grail was sealed as well. The structures were enhanced and expanded while the same style was maintained, and multiple underground levels along with a connection to the caverns was built within the temple. The only location that could be passed was the stairs up to the temple gate, in which June places several tough magical gates to block all entry of unauthorized folk. Getting Maya proved to be easy. He found her, a child soldier, being assaulted by a bunch of other older soldiers, and, after he killed them all in pretty devastating fashion, she followed him without question, thinking her life belonged to him. June thoroughly inspected her with his eyes of Akasha to create the optimal training and enhancement routine for her, and, for the next 12 or so years before the Fourth Holy Grail War of Fuiuki started, training her, as well as himself while figuring ways to enhance her and Natalia was June's main focus. He didn't yet want to turn them into servants, as doing so after they got more powerful and enhanced by him would prove to be more beneficial. He designed breathing methods for the two of them from the ground up by drawing on his own experience and his stored knowledge. Not only would this enhance their capacity for physical feats and magecraft, but, in Natalia's case, he also designed it to refine her very faint succubus heritage. There were two main avenues of thought for enhancement, and they were meant not only for the normal humans like Maya and Natalia, who were pretty normal, at least by June's standards, but for the others, himself included as well. Still, the two would benefit the most, of course, as they were still weak. The first was a full-body runic inscription. June had already begun designing a special one with additional features for himself, but it was something all of them could benefit from without a doubt. Second, was the reproduction of the Clearonomia, nanomachines derived from the technology and authority of the 12 machine gods, which exist solely within the Atlantic Lost Belt. The Clearonomia are nanomachines made of a metal not found on Earth, known as orichalcum, which is also used in the Aelda of the 12 machine gods. In their isolated state, the Clearonomia appear as a gray liquid like mercury, but they are relatively safe, not being poisonous or corrosive, and having programmed limitations against running amok. They can be used to greatly enhance or restore the strength, performance and longevity of an individual or object they are applied to. They can even act as a pseudo-perpetual motion machine and generate enough mana to sustain a servant without a master. Although they were not that beneficial to servant-level individuals in terms of adding to their raw power, they could still fulfill other purposes like countering poisons and such. For weaker beings, though, it was a means to give them the power to face a servant. Not only that, they allowed for restructuring of living beings and could be programmed for such an end. As a technology originating from the machine gods, June wanted to integrate it into his Eternus Titanica Seversur among other things, to boost its self-repairing functions and general performance. Still, while the full-body runic inscription was a relatively easy thing to do, the hardest part being convincing a few of the recipients to let him draw on their naked bodies, which he ended up having to create a machine that did it for him. The Clearonomia were a much harder thing to pull off. This was because a lot of their power came from the godly authority imbued in them, which June lacked. He needed something on that level in order to make his Clearonomia rival or even surpass those originating from the machine gods. However, June still found a way to use them. By maintaining their connection to him so they can draw directly on his power, he could use them to enhance the physiologies of those he wanted to a significant degree, making them completely superhuman. For those like Natalia who were mixed bloods, he even succeeded in drawing out and refining her succubus heritage and enhance her supernatural abilities. Speaking of Natalia, she now completely lacked any barriers with June, and although his charm and charisma played a big role in such a development, it was also because she was truly enjoying her new life. Eating and drinking the stuff gods do, driving expensive cars, living in a palace, obtaining power and longevity and a boss that rarely complained nor rode her too hard except when she wanted to, it was truly heavenly. For those who caught it, yes, their relation had turned sexual, but rather than lovers like June was with Penthesilea, they were more like close buddies who happened to fuck each other because they enjoyed it. While Natalia admitted the sex with June was addicting and the best she ever had, and her enhanced succubus traits also made her cling to him more in that regard, but the romance was still very little. Maya also offered to serve June in such a way, but June simply told her, "When you fall for me," and brushed her off. She asked why that was, since he had such a relationship with Natalia, and he responded, "Natalia is serving herself as much as me. Maybe even more. Definitely even more. That's the difference," June pointed out, and Maya bowed and excused herself to think. Despite no longer asking, June noticed Maya spending more time with Semiramis, learning the art of seduction to better entice her master, which made him chuckle, finding it a bit funny. These days, he had been missing his friends and girlfriends back in DxD. While he was cooped up doing his thing, he didn't even notice the passage of time, but experiencing daily life with others reminded him of those times he spent with Cleria, Levi, C, Natsum, Valia, and even the boys like Obio and Ki, with whom he even had brothers' nights. Still, time mercilessly kept going for him. Without a clear path of progress, June's abilities stagnated. Even building more noble phantasms was no solution. He needed to enhance his vessel, enough to face the powerful foes of the Grand Order and the Lost Belts, as well as the many enemies in DxD. June had his eyes on the essence of all the world's evils that he could get from Angramaniu. He hoped that would be the solution to his problem, but for now, the Fourth Holy Grail War was about to start and he had made his preparations. All that was left was to summon a servant. The main preparation was the unique properties of his full-body runic inscription. He had taken all his command spells, even made a couple more of them, and made it a full-body runic inscription or command spell hybrid, much like Hylia would have a full-body command spell in the future. It would drain its power if it was used constantly, but it drew more from June's grail to restore itself so long as June stopped using it, and, by draining on its power, it temporarily allowed June to perform extraordinary feats while also fulfilling the general functions of regular command spells better than them. Now then, girls. How about shocking our soon-to-be new companion? Chapter 63, Saving Sakura and New Servant. Now then, girls. How about shocking our soon-to-be new companion? June turned to his servants with a grin. Mordred conspiratorially grinned back and Jack seemed excited, but the others were just shaking their heads at how endearingly childish their master could be sometimes. By this point, though, they had been together for over a decade and, even though things hadn't progressed that much in the reel of romance, everyone was already a tight-knit family, and even Semiramis in all her schemes had grown to care for just about everyone in her own twisted way. As for the servant June was about to summon, it was of the caster class, as he had no intention of letting this chance go since he didn't want anything in particular from Gilles, who was the original caster that should have been summoned. His choice for this summon was one sure to shock his servants as well. Since he was piggybacking off of another grail other than his own, June wanted to summon someone powerful that would otherwise take a lot of magical energy to summon with Aurea Poculum. June originally figured he would summon Scheherazade since he thought he could enhance her noble phantasm like the demon god Pillar Phoenix did and have her enhance his heroic spirits, but while she was very useful in the regard, she was weak and thus, cost-efficient. As such, June decided to summon a powerful Lost Belt servant instead by piggybacking of the Fuiuki Grail. In Fate Grand Order, this servant was not of the caster class but had the required qualifications to materialize as such, so June was going to summon her as a caster. Back to current events though. So, who are you planning to summon, Master? Mordred asked. June ominously grinned at her. Here we go again. Everyone thought. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Mordred was perturbed. I'm going to summon Morgan Le Fay. June said. My mother? Mordred shouted. Everyone was also shocked. After all, Morgan didn't really seem like a model servant. Then again, they looked at Semiramis. What? She asked, and everyone turned away. I'm going to summon Morgan, but not your mother. It is a Morgan from the Lost Belt, a course of history that diverged too far from greater human history and was determined it was to be culled. June explained. Eh? Is there a me in that history? Mordred asked. No. No one here was ever born, I think, since the diversion was too early in history. June replied. So how is my mother in that history? Mordred asked. Well, she is a greater being than you thought, that's all. June responded. Mordred fell silent. In that Lost Belt, she was known as the ruler of Fairy Britain and the Queen of Winter that sat on Britain's throne, June explained. What about father? Mordred inquired. She existed but in another form. June said, and Mordred fell silent again. Morgan, even the greater history version is quite misunderstood by most though. June said. How so? Mordred asked. Morgan was burdened with 3 very different roles that resulted in her developing different personalities and forms for each role. June explained, much to Mordred's shock. Morgan the human, Arthur's caring older sister, Morgan Le Fay, the cruel witch known as the Ruin of the Round Table, and Vivian, the Lady of Lake. June revealed. What? My mother was Vivian? Mordred was stupefied. Your mother was Morgan Le Fay, the witch, her other aspect was Vivian. June clarified. Still, it forced Mordred to reevaluate everything she knew about her mother. Well, this is yet another version of her, one unrelated to you, so there's that, no need to feel awkward. June said. Wait till late, Master. Mordred shouted. June shrugged and went ahead with the summoning. And so, from the bright light of the summoning circle, Morgan appeared. So you have summoned me. Caster, Morgan. I'm the Queen of the fine nation Britain, and the one who continues cursing pan-human history. If you don't have a problem with that, I'll lend you my power as a servant. Morgan introduced herself. Now shall be my reward should I follow you till the end of time itself and beyond, my husband? She inquired. Her introduction deviates from what I expected. Especially that last line. June thought to himself. Husband? Everyone shouted with a few exceptions. I see you have gathered multiple capable retainers. Morgan commented. Indeed I have, though they have become more than just retainers over the years. June responded, making said retainers all warm and fuzzy. I see. Morgan said. But to answer your initial question. June started. Eternity and power far beyond what you had in life for starters. He declared. Seems like a great deal, and you seem to be the type that honors his deals. I shall follow you for as long as you wish. Master. Morgan slightly bowed, making June's eyebrows raise. She way too subservient. June thought. What he didn't know, was that for Morgan, this was not their first meeting, but that was a story for another time. Soon enough, Little Sakura was going to be delivered to the Mita family so that old Kunskin could violate her mind and body with his bugs, but June wasn't going to let that happen this time around. No, Sakura would be saved and live happily ever after by his side. Tokiomi drove her to the Mita house where Skin was waiting for them, but out of the shadows, June walked out with Morgan in her Queen of Winter getup behind him. "It's a pleasant night, isn't it?" June greeted. "Servant," Tokiomi commented. "Indeed. I came here to make a proposal." "Oh?" Skin sounded out. "You must be the upstart that moved into Ritu," he commented. This immediately got Tokiomi's attention. After all, the bounded fields protecting Ritu was beyond human power, which suggested a very powerful magus. "And what would be that deal?" Tokiomi inquired. "I can make little Sakura a much more powerful and happier magus than that old man, although I doubt you care much for the latter, so how about letting me raise her?" June suggested. "How about it, Sakura-chan? You would like to come with me rather than stay with that creepy old man, right?" he called out to the little girl as Skin snorted at his words. "I can feel the magical energy emanating from his body. It's far more powerful than mine and even Mitu's-kin's. Forging a relationship with such a powerful magus might help my Tasaka clan down the line." Tokiomi thought. "My apologies, Lord Mitu. It seems an alternative has been found," Tokiomi said. Humphreyskin was about to say something, but June pinned him with his mystic eyes, revealing their rainbow glow, which surprised the two Magi. "Suit yourselves," Skin said and disappeared. "Sakura." Tokiomi hurried his daughter, which irritated June even though he came to bring her away. Truly a shitty father is every way, he thought. When Sakura finally took his hand, June bade Morgan to teleport them back to Ritu, which she did. Once there, he settled in little Sakura. "I'm sure you're tired. This nice on-eason will lead you to your room. Don't hesitate to come out and look for someone if you need anything, okay?" June instructed. "Oh, okay," little Sakura hesitantly replied. Atalanta, who loved children, immediately volunteered to be the main caretaker for little Sakura, which June accepted. And so, as Atalanta led Sakura to her room, June helped Morgan set up her territory and workshop. They both created a throne-style controller for the whole of Fuiuki town and expanded some of the more benign bounded field across the entire city, including the observation and teleportation allowing ones, the latter of which was Morgan's specialty, one of them to be exact. "Alright Morgan, how about having your first taste of the power I can grant?" June offered. "Enlighten me," Morgan replied. "I will help you gain the power of all other classes you qualify for, but before I give you an incarnated vessel like the others, we will first win this war." June expanded upon the matter. "Very well, my husband. If you would be so kind," Morgan responded. "As I thought, she seems quite soft on me. I wonder why." June pondered. Other than the caster class, Morgan qualified for the berserker class, and exclusive of her lost belt version and the ruler class, which happened to be the class of Morgan's pan-human history version of herself. With this, Morgan got herself the ability to survey a large area and detect servants across it, even without a bounded field as most rulers can, along with 3 new class skills. Mad Enhancement, B, which while boosting her physical skills, did very little to affect her mind, even without June doing anything. And God's Resolution, B, along with True Name Discernment, a plus, which were the staple skills of the ruler class. The latter skill of these two showed a high rank because it resonated very well with Morgan's fairy eyes, A, which saw through lies. Chapter 64, Meeting Saber and Iris Veil. Time trickled by after everything was set up, and 1 year later, the Holy Grail War was about to start. With all the participants ready, Kairai, who was allied with Tasaka Tokiomi, had summoned the assassin-class servant of the war, the Husan of 100 Faces, and started spreading their bodies around to create an observation network, this all occurring under June's watch. As for the other masters except for one, as if having arranged for a simultaneous summon between them, all summoned their servants in the same night a few days later. Waver summoned the rider Iskander, king of conquerors. Tokiomi, representing the Tasaka clan and accompanied by Kairai, summoned the archer Gilgamesh, king of heroes. Garatsugu, representing the Insburn clan and, accompanied by Iris Veil, summoned Artoria Pendragon, king of knights. Karaya, representing the Metu clan, summoned Berserker Lancelot, knight of the lake. Finally, on a later date, Kanathel Meloy Archibald, who became the last to summon a servant, accompanied by his wife Sola Ui, summoned Lancer, Dirmudadu, first among the knights of Fianna. The days went by and Kairai along with Tokiomi put on their little show. To hide their cooperative relationship, Kairai sent one of Husan's bodies to attack the Tasaka residence and Tokiomi and Archer kill him. Thus Kairai entered the church's protection as a defeated master, even as the rest of Husan's bodies surveyed the city. June also noticed Karaya became a master, but he had no idea why, as Sakura was no longer in need of saving, but he didn't really care. Perhaps he would come to know in the course of the war. Speaking of Sakura, The little girl had settled in and taken to calling everyone her big sisters, while June was her dearest big brother who she liked the most, much to Atalanta's chagrin, as she was the one who spent the most time with Sakura. June had begun training her in magecraft, and to make sure she was always well protected, Naixo now lived in her shadow. As for what he was teaching her in specific, only the basics of magecraft for now. How Magus society worked, how to control her magic circuits and finally manipulate magical energy, as well as teaching her martial arts and a breathing technique. To her credit, Sakura handled it really well and said she was going to make her father regret throwing her away and her mother and big sister how good she had gotten. Garrett Sugu had arrived in Fuyuki, and this time, there was no Maya and he was readying things alone. About half a day later, Iris the Elon Saber arrived, seemingly taking to touring Fuyuki. As night fell, the two stopped by a beach and June decided to take the opportunity to meet them. More. June called out and she came running. Is it time? She agitatedly asked. Calm down. June said. But yes, it's time to go and meet your father. He added. I thought you wanted to keep the fact that there are other servants a secret. Mordred said. Yeah, but this is a good opportunity to work on your doubts, and you are more important than some plans I made long ago. June responded, making the Knight of Rebellion blush. Alright then. Let's go. Mordred gathered her resolve. On the beach, Iris the Eel was dipping her feet on the water while Saber was dressed in a business suit, but instantly, they realized they were trapped in a high-level bounded field. Saber donned her armor. June had put up a bounded field where time was accelerated, a basic reality marvel which only June could create one so fast without any materials. Show yourself. Saber called out and Mordred appeared with her helmet off. Long time no see. Father. Though I guess it wasn't that long for you. Mordred greeted. Saber was speechless. Father? Then you must be Iris the Eel started. I am Mordred. The Knight of Rebellion. She proudly announced. Mordred. Were you summoned in this war? Did you fall solo as to become a berserker? Saber questioned. Worry not, father. I am a Saber. My master bound me to this world after our victory in another Holy Grail war. Mordred snarkily explained, and June came out. Saber and Iris the Eel were surprised by the otherworldly beautiful man that came out. And the swirling magical energy that surrounded him. It's my pleasure to meet you both, King of Knights, Artoria Pendragon and Iris the Eel Vanensburn. I am Mordred's master and the master of Castor in the current Holy Grail War. Hikami June greeted and introduced himself. Why have you come here, Hikami June? Iris the Eel asked. Mordred needed to face her father. That's the only reason I came, and I guess I can talk a while with you while they settle their differences. June said. I see, alright then. Saber, I leave you to talk with your son. I'll be talking with this gentleman in the meanwhile. Iris the Eel said. Gentleman, huh? Never been called like that before, I guess I should be flattered. June replied, and Iris the Eel giggled. As Mordred and Artoria looked awkwardly at each other, June began his conversation with Iris the Eel. Tell me, Iris the Eel, may I call that? June asked with a killer smile. Why yes, go on ahead. Iris the Eel responded with just a slight stutter, revealing her underlying nervousness. Do you want me to save your life? June inquired, shocking her. My fate has already been decided and I don't want to ruin his dreams for my life alone. Iris the Eel replied wistfully. Emiya Garetsuha. But what if I told you I had a way to recover your existence, after the ritual is complete? June continued. Iris the Eel was even more shocked as she froze. What do you mean? She asked. I believe I was fairly obvious. June replied. I never thought about it. Iris the Eel honestly replied, still a bit in shock. Besides, Garrett Sugu's wish will end in failure. June dropped the bomb. What? Iris the Eel shouted. But, looking at June's grin, she immediately accused. You're enjoying this. Just a little. June honestly admitted. He then proceeded to explain to Iris the Eel about Angramaniu, the defective grail, and even the futility of Garrett Sugu's wish, even if the grail was not corrupted, as well as the consequences of his failure for Ilia, their daughter. I know it's a lot to take in, so I don't need an answer now. June added at the end. You seem to know a lot of things. How? Iris the Eel asked. My eyes see many things. June mysteriously said and showed her his rainbow-colored origin eyes of Akasha, which seemed to convince her. Don't worry about such things now though, let us just enjoy the show. He suggested. The show? Iris the Eel asked, shaking off her deep thoughts briefly, and suddenly, the clashing of swords was heard. Artoria and Mordred had begun fighting. Mordred! Saber shouted. This is my way of communicating, father. Mordred shouted back, and they both backstepped and held up their swords as they got ready for a serious duel. See? June said to Iris the Eel. Shouldn't we stop them? She asked. No, this is something they need. June replied. But don't worry. I'll stop them if it gets too hot. He added, much to Iris Veil's relief. He seems to care for them, not just Mordred but Saber as well. Iris Veil thought. Meanwhile, the father and son dashed towards one another, mana burst boosting them forward at blinding speeds. Mordred savagely assaulted Artoria with her wild style while she skillfully fended off her blows. Unlike Artoria, who kept her mana burst a full blast during the whole fight using her massive amount of magical energy, Mordred used it like the skill's name implied, in short bursts. This added to the unpredictability creation questions like when a full-powered strike would actually come or when a burst of speed would suddenly happen. Damn it. I can't break through father's guard. Mordred complained in her mind. What she didn't know was that Artoria was extremely shocked under her cool exterior. What's going on? How did she get so powerful? Not only that, her skill has risen greatly since our battle on Camlin, she thought. Although her wild style remains the same, her hits are heavier, more precise and her movements have become more efficient. Her physical parameters feel similar but her magical energy output seems greater and her instincts more refined. Artoria accurately evaluated. You have gotten stronger. Artoria suddenly said, making Mordred stall in surprise at the sudden praise. It's all thanks to my master. Mordred bragged. Too bad yours can't do the same. She mocked with gusto. Then Artoria said something that shocked Mordred out of the blue. Did my ideals hurt you that much, Mordred? She asked with a twinge of pain crossing her face. Chapter 65, Saber vs. Lancer. Did my ideals hurt you that much, Mordred? She asked with a twinge of pain crossing her face. I. Mordred was left without words and suddenly the two sabers sensed another enemy on the docks nearby. We'll put this off for another time. Artoria suddenly said. Fine. Mordred replied in a low voice. Humphrey. Shall we greet this uncouth interloper? June asked Iris Veil while holding out his hand. Without even thinking about it, just driven by his charm and charisma, she took it and replied with a question of her own. As allies? If you so wish. June replied. Then let us go. Iris Veil replied and Saber followed along. First though. Return ahead more, I'm not planning on revealing you yet. I'll bring Castor with me instead. June said. Got it, master. I'll wait for you at home. Mordred replied and wandered off before Morgan appeared out of nowhere alarming Iris Veil and Artoria. This is Castor. June introduced. He had fused the Veil of Death's secrets into Morgan's own veil to better hide her identity so Artoria could not even feel anything strange about her actually, she could feel nothing at all. This servant, I can't sense anything about her, even my instinct can only tell she's a threat and not much else which means she's hiding her power with a noble phantasm of a skill maybe. Artoria theorized. Whatever the case, they're allies for now so let us meet our foe. She decided. Castor, you can hide yourself until you're called but if you feel like showing yourself, I won't stop either. June said. As you wish, master. Morgan vanished with the power of the Veil of Death's secrets. Well then, I guess I'll play Iris Veil's bodyguard while Saber fights the opponent, is that okay with you too? June suggested. Saber turned to Iris Veil and she nodded. I shall leave Iris Veil's protection to you, June, Artoria said. Worry not, Saber. While I draw breath, you have my word no harm shall befall her. June swore and they were both surprised but Artoria felt she could trust his words. Meanwhile, June thought. Unless Gil fires his EA at me, I can tank every other servant in this Holy Grail war anyway. That was only if utterly necessary. June was planning on being very careful about revealing his own power in this world since he didn't want another ultra-powerful existence catching wind of him and decided to put him down just to be sure. Man, DxD, no matter how crazy it is, it's still safer if I don't mess with the wrong people. June thought. Soon enough, the three arrived at the dock with Morgan hidden somewhere thereabouts. As soon as they approached the position of the servant willfully revealing his presence, they all heard a voice. Welcome. I have spent the entire day searching this city yet everyone simply hides away in their little holes. The servant said as he revealed himself, an extremely handsome man carrying two spears, a red long and a yellow short one but they were wrapped in some sort of cloth. You, brave one, are the only one who responded to my invitation. That pristine valor. You are Saber, I presume? The servant continued. Indeed. Artoria replied. And you must be Lancer. She added. I regret we cannot exchange names, even though we shall be fighting to the death. It is the fault of those unfortunate rules. Lancer continued. In that case shall I reveal your name so you can fight honorably, Lancer? June interjected. Oh? You claim to know my identity, Mage? Lancer inquired as Artoria and Iris Veil both looked at June. Indeed. These eyes of mine see right through you but, Since I know knights like yourselves desire fair fights, I shall leave the decision of whether names are revealed to Saber," June said. Hearing this, Saber turned to Iris Veil. "Saber?" Iris Veil asked, but then realized. This might harm Garrett Sugu's plans a bit, but if what that person said is the truth, it doesn't even matter. Besides, this will help me make sure he speaks the truth. Thinking this, Iris Veil nodded. Seeing the nod, Saber smiled with thanks and then turned to Lancer. "Lancer, you face Britain's King of Knights, Artoria Pendragon." Artoria named herself. "Oh?" Lancer smiled. "If that's the case, a knight's honor demands that I reveal my name as well." Lancer was interrupted. "Stop, Lancer, this is a ploy, do not reveal your true name," Kenneth said from his hiding spot, making his voice resound throughout the docks. Hearing this, Lancer gritted his teeth with a bit of resentment. "He is Dire Mudadu of the Knights of Fianna." June revealed Lancer's identity, which made Kenneth tch, but Lancer himself looked at June with gratitude. "Now that we can fight honorably as knights, let us begin," Diarmid declared. Since his name was revealed, he saw no point in concealing his noble phantasm, and Artoria did the same, revealing her golden sword, Excalibur. Saber charged in first. Lancer thrust with his long spear, but Saber skillfully deflected it and moved in. Alas, Lancer saw it coming and thrust at her with his short spear, forcing her to dodge backwards since there was no tactical probing from each side to try and figure each other out. The battle was progressing much faster as both sides clashed at blinding speeds. They fiercely exchanged blow after blow, but unlike the anime, with both of them fighting seriously from the start with knowledge of each other's abilities, Saber had the advantage. Skillfully deflecting Lancer's cursed short spear, Gaibua, which inflicted wounds that never healed until either the spear's destruction or Lancer's death, of her armor, while knocking aside with her sword Lancer's long spear that could go through her armor with its magic cutting ability. As expected, June thought. With both of them fighting seriously from the get-go and with full knowledge of the other's noble phantasms, Saber is much better, Diarmid is just surviving. The only reason he got her so good in the anime was his little ploy with his noble phantasm. He evaluated the battle. Garrett Sugu was already on site and went to set himself up in an advantageous position from where he could observe the battlefield. He noticed June and wondered who he was, but since he seemed to be on their side, Garrett Sugu dismissed him for the moment. There was a tall crane, but he felt it was too obvious, so he picked another elevated spot from where he could watch the battle and the crane in case someone used it to snoop in on the fight happening below. Once Garrett Sugu set up, he spotted Kenneth, but just as he was about to shoot him down with his rifle, the wind blew and his instincts, refined on many battlefields, bade him to look up, spotting one of Assassin's bodies on the crane. "Assassin? Looks like there is more to the first battle than meets the eye." Meanwhile, Kairai watched the occurring battle through Assassin's eyes, describing it to his master Tokiomi along with informing him of the revealed identities and servants' parameters, as well as Iris V. Elon June's presence. There was somebody else too. The rider servant, Iskander, was watching from afar, on top of a bridge with his master while thinking. "It's bad, very bad. This battle is progressing too quickly. At this rate, one of them will definitely fall here," he said out loud. "Isn't that a good thing?" his master Waver questioned. "Fool." Ryder stomped on the bridge's scaffolding, scaring his master. "What are you talking about? I wanted to keep watching until a few more masters showed up, but Lancer might suddenly go down the way things are going. Then it will be too late," he continued. "Too late?" Waver asked. "Wasn't the plan to attack after they knocked each other out?" he added. "It's true that I was hoping other servants to answer Lancer's challenge. Isn't it obvious? It would be faster to fight them all at once than finding them one by one," Ryder responded. "All at once?" Waver asked. "Of course," Ryder exclaimed. "Rarely does one have a chance to exchange blows with heroes from other ages, and if 6 gathered in one place, I would get to fight all of them," he explained. "Look at Saber and Lancer," Ryder continued. "Both are valiant warriors I would love to duel with. It'd be a pity to let either of them die." He revealed his thinking. "But isn't that the point? You're supposed to kill each other in a Holy Grail war." Waver shouted at his servant, only to be rewarded with a powerful forehead flick that knocked him down. "To win but not destroy. To conquer but not humiliate. That's what true conquest is," Ryder declared. "The watching ends here. We will also participate from now on, boy," he shouted as he summoned his chariot noble phantasm, Gordius Wheel. "You idiot. What you're doing is insane," Waver complained. "You can stay here and watch if you don't approve," Ryder suggested. "I'll go. Take me, you idiot," Waver shouted in response to his servant's suggestion. "Good. Now that's my master." Ryder was pleased as he roared with laughter. Chapter 66, End of the first night of battle. Saber and Lancer were still fighting hard when lightning struck from above in between them, and with a mighty war cry, Ryder set his flying chariot down between the two of them. Ryder grandly opened his arms, startling Lancer and Saber before saying, "Both of you sheath your swords. You are in the presence of a king. My name is Iskander, King of Conquerors. I have manifested under the Ryder class in this Holy Grail War." He introduced himself, leaving everyone, most of all his own master, speechless. "What the hell are you thinking, you idiot?" Waver finally got out, but all he received in return was another mighty forehead flick. "Nice entrance," June praised. "Very grand and fitting," he added. "Ha ha ha ha. So there is someone here with taste." Iskander welcomed the praise. "Fate has brought us all together to fight for the Holy Grail, but first, there is something I'd like to ask. Saber, Lancer," he began. "Would you consider yielding the Grail to me and joining my army? If you do so, I shall treat you both as friends and we shall share in the joy of world conquest together," Iskander asked. Lancer shook his head with exasperation but still responded politely. "That offer, I'm afraid I'll have to decline. I will give the holy to only one man, my new avowed lord. Never to you, Ryder." "So you disturbed our battle merely to propose that ridiculous plan?" Saber inquired. "As a knight, this is an unforgivable insult," she exclaimed. "I'd be willing to discuss terms," Ryder countered while making the sign for monetary compensation with his right hand. "Shut up." Lancer and Saber just about had enough. "Besides," Saber started, "I myself am a king responsible for Britain's well-being. No matter how great of a king you may be, I cannot lower myself to the rank of subject," she declared. "King of Britain, you say?" Ryder echoed. "What a surprise!" he exclaimed. "I didn't expect the King of Knights to be a little girl." Ryder added. "Would you like a taste of this little girl's blade, King of Conquerors?" Saber exclaimed. "Looks like negotiations have broken down. What a waste. What a shame," Ryder commented. "Righty ear," Waver complained. "So it turned out to be you." Kenneth's voice sounded out. "I wondered what compelled you to steal my relic, but it turned out you were planning on competing in the Holy Grail War yourself, Waver Velvetcon." He continued. "I shall take this opportunity as a special case and give you an extra lesson on the true meaning of Magi killing each other. About the fear and pain involved in that act," Kenneth declared, making Waver shiver. "Is fear." June found Kenneth more irritating than he expected, and he was becoming a little bit too much of a side character for his taste, so he decided to do something about him. Raising his hand and faster than anyone could react, June shot an Origin Gander, a Gander made from Origin runes, and took out Kenneth's leg, making him fall down the room he was in, tumbling down before Lancer caught him and glared at June. Ryder just roared in laughter while Artoria and Irisveil looked at June in shock. "What?" "He was starting to annoy me," June innocently said. "I get the feeling." Ryder gave June a thumbs up. "But now that the voice in the shadows has shown itself, how about the rest of you come out?" he shouted. Is he talking about June's servant? Artoria and Irisveil thought. Saber and Lancer, the duel between you two was truly magnificent. I can't be the only heroic spirit drawn to such a clash. Ryder continued. Heroic spirits summoned by the Grail, gather here and now. Know that those too cowardly to show themselves cannot escape the scorn of Iskander, King of Conquerors. He called out. Hearing this, Gilgamesh appeared in all of his golden glory, materializing on top of a lamp post. To think two insolent knaves dare call themselves kings in my presence in a single night. Gilgamesh commented. You are mistaken. Ryder pointed out. I'm Iskander, the legendary King of Conquerors himself. He declared. Nonsense. Archer responded. I am the only hero king in this heaven and earth. The rest are just a bunch of mongrels. He added. Ryder was about to start talking, but in that moment, Morgan revealed herself and joined June and Irisveil. Oh? And who might you be? Castor perhaps? Ryder asked. Indeed. Morgan simply replied and said no more. Turning to Archer once again, Ryder was just about to open his mouth when Karaya sent out Berserker to kill Gilgamesh. Naturally, Gilgamesh felt insulted by the mere fact that Berserker was staring at him, so he simply opened a gate of Babylon and fired two weapons from it at him. Showing his unrivaled mastery, Berserker grabbed the first weapon that came flying, and used it to deflect the second. Further enraged by Berserker laying his hand on his treasures, Gilgamesh sent more barrages of weapons, doubling the number of projectiles with each barrage. Berserker nearly reached his limit with 16 weapons but still managed to throw two of them back, silencing the lamp post Gilgamesh was standing on and forcing him to the ground. You insolent dog. Gilgamesh started, barely containing his rage. You would have, who belongs on the heavens stand in the same ground as you? He irately shouted. Your insolence has sealed your doom. Archer exclaimed as he opened his gate of Babylon further, intending on launching a barrage sufficiently powerful to eliminate everyone there, with the exception of June and Morgan. However, apprehensive about his servant showing his noble phantasm so many times, Tokyomi used a command spell to bid Gilgamesh to quell his anger and retreat. "You dare command a king's retreat? You have some nerve, Tokyomi," Archer said to his master before turning to those present. "Mongrels. See that you culled your numbers. Only a true hero is worthy of facing me," he said before disappearing. "Looks like Archer's master is not as pridefully stubborn as he is," Ryder commented after Gilgamesh left. It looked like hostilities were about to come to an end, but suddenly, Berserker let out an inhuman battle cry and he maddeningly grabbed the middle piece of the severed lamppost and enhanced it with his magical energy before jumping at Artoria, swinging. This time, Artoria was no injured, so she competently parried and knocked away Berserker, fully confident in her ability to defeat her opponent. At least for now, as she had yet to know his identity. Berserker charged again, but Lancer intervened, slicing away the pole using the special ability of his long spear, Gaidirg. "Apologies, but Saber already has business with me," Lancer declared. "Oh? I wasn't expecting him to do that since Saber is not injured," June thought as he continued watching. "What are you doing, Lancer? Isn't it now the opportunity to defeat Saber?" Kenneth said. Lancer tried to convince his master to let him finish of Berserker first, but Kenneth used his command spell to force him to assist the mad warrior, which left Saber in hot water. "Irisve'll stand back with June and run. I'll try to hold them off here," Artoria exclaimed. "Saber!" Irisve'll shouted, looking at June for help. Berserker and Lancer dashed towards Saber, going for the kill. "Caster!" June simply said. Morgan summoned a spear and plunged it into the ground, casing a portal to open above Berserker and Lancer, and a giant spear stuck down at blinding speed. Lancer barely dodged because it wasn't aimed at him, but Berserker was speared into the ground, giving a shriek of mad pain. Everyone but June was shocked at Morgan's display, but she was not done. "Ekelon!" she chanted, and Berserker's magical energy was drained, making him unable to resist. Then she summoned multiple small spears hovers around herself and had them shot into her butt. Rather than injuring Morgan, they popped out from within Berserker's body, dealing a fatal blow. With his armor shattered and his noble phantasm deactivated, Berserker could finally be seen in full, and Artoria was utterly shocked at who it was. "Sir Lancelot!" She got out, shocking everyone present. "Arthur!" he shouted with his dying breath. "Why, my friend, to go solo as to become Berserker?" Artoria asked, but Berserker disappeared, no answer being given, and June stealthily collected his essence. "Kenneth, was it? Have Lancer retreat before I give him the same," June threatened. "TCH. Retreat, Lancer. It's over for tonight," Kenneth spouted. "Thank you, Master of Caster," Lancer said. "No problem," June replied, and Lancer disappeared. "Well, looks like you have your own business to care of, so I won't overstay my welcome," Ryder said and went away on his chariot, dragging an unconscious Waver with him. Chapter 67, Prelude to the Second Showdown. "Hey, Saber," June called out, and she looked up at him. "Thinking is for after you get back to safety," he said. Saber gained some energy and said, "Yes, sir." "Sir?" June asked. No, it's nothing." Saber became embarrassed. Irisve'll chuckled and said, "We'll take out leave then. But since we're now allies, you should drop by the Innsburn Castle in the forest," she suggested. "I will. You're also welcome at Ritu anytime," June said before disappearing with Morgan and Saber, and Irisve'll left walking. Back at Ritu, since battles were beginning in earnest, June decided to check his status before he went into battle, since he was planning on having some fun himself this time around too. Eternal Martial Mastery, a plus, greater than Boundary of Nothingness, a plus++, Eye of the Mind, true, B upgrade to Runic Skin, A, enhances one's body with the circulation of one's magical energy. Also augments physical and magical resistance, as well as resistance to effects like poison and curses. Despite a decade passing, even more with the training at the Akashic Tower with its accelerated time, June's abilities had only changed at those 2 points and nothing more. It was truly disheartening. Even if he rebuilt the powerful noble phantasm he had before, June could not truly wield them with his current power anyway. His martial arts were already at the peak, even when heroic spirits were taken into account though. Natalia and Maya's progress, however, was going truly well. June had researched Dr. Jekyll's dangerous game drug that turned him into Hyde and adapted him to enhance the two girls without creating problems in their psyche. The end results were as such. Name, Natalia Kaminsky. Race, human or succubus. Gender, female. Parameters, strength, C endurance, C agility, C plus mana, B plus luck, D skills, marksmanship, C, great competency with firearms. Magecraft, B, Veil Tudo. B. Significant mastery of the no-holds-barred martial art and way of fighting. Mixed blood. B. Mixed blood of a human and a succubus. Grants enhanced reflexes, high-speed regeneration and a longer lifespan along with the ability to manipulate dreams. Can boost one's magical energy through the intake of semen. Repeating this act for long periods of time with powerful males will enhance one's parameters, especially the mana parameter. Mana burst. C. As a result of the user's heritage, the ability was developed at a low rank. Runic skin. A. Enhances one's body with the circulation of one's magical energy. Also augments physical and magical resistance as well as resistance to effects like poison and curses. Name, Hikami Maya race, human gender, female parameters, strength, B endurance, C agility, B mana, C luck, D skills, marksmanship, B, masterful use of firearms. Magecraft, C, boundary of nothingness, E, initial grasp of June's transcendent martial arts. Beast form, a plus, call upon one's inner beast to assume the form of a powerful werewolf-type being. All physical parameters receive a ++ modifier and the user is granted powerful regeneration abilities capable of healing from heavy damage several times without problem. Instinct. C. The user's bestial nature had given rise to high intuition especially towards danger and enemies. Runic skin. A. Enhances one's body with the circulation of one's magical energy. Also augments physical and magical resistance as well as resistance to effects like poison and curses. Their progress was, as seen, quite pleasing to the eye as, despite being yet incapable of fighting servants with decent noble phantasms, they had gone quite far. Runic skin being the full-body runic inscription June had created. June, on the other hand, had to find other methods to increase his power even without improving his vessel, and Morgan was the one to give him a great idea. Much like she had created several magecraft based on Omniad and stored huge amounts of magical energy, turning them into weapons of mass destruction. June could also pre-prepare such constructs with his wrought iron magecraft to use as needed since he had huge amounts of stored up magical energy. And so he did. Creating various combinations of noble phantasms and then creating magical constructs filled to the brim with his magical energy to use as required, thus improving the total amount of power he could unleash, even without touching upon his actual strength. Assured by his strength, June went to find Natalia and Maya, who were actually sparring together, dressed in tight spats and tight tops that only covered their chest and upper back. They were quite a delight to watch as they sweated hard. Natalia was toned but her succubus heritage kept her soft-looking and smooth, but Maya was totally ripped, which June admitted kind of turned him on. Truly a chiseled body with bulging muscle, but just to the point where it was attractive and not ugly, a perfect balance that June truly loved seeing in her. Not just because of the looks though, it was proof of her gargantuan effort in learning from him. "Hey you two." June called out and the two stopped. "Hey June," Natalia greeted back. "June-sama." Maya greeted with reverence. "I have a short and simple mission for you two. Morgan took down Berserker today, so I want you to hunt its master, seal his body, and bring it to me. With your current capabilities, it should be plenty simple." June said. "Got it. Understood." Natalia and Maya responded. "I have another thing for you when that's over, Maya, so you can deliver the report," June added. Accepting this, the two women headed out to complete their mission, which ended up being even more simple than they thought as they found Karaya unconscious and near death in a dark alley before sealing him as ordered and bringing him back. June's goal in having them do this mission was mostly curiosity. He would poke into Karaya's mind to figure out why had he decided to participate in this Holy Grail war, and then research Skin's crest worms out of some minor interest. That was for later in his free time though. For now, June asked Maya to ready themselves for an outing as they were visiting the Innsburn castle to meet with their provisional allies. Once they arrived, Iris Veil was there to welcome them while Saga hid away somewhere since June did not sense his presence anywhere nearby. "Hello Iris Veil. I came as per your invitation, but I have to admit, I was half expecting the Magus killer to ambush me," June greeted. Iris Veil's welcoming smile twitched as she had to put some effort into persuading Saga not to do exactly that, and he changed his plan into something else. "Ha ha ha. Of course not," she responded. There was a weird pause, but I'll let it go, June said. "Who might that be?" Iris Veil asked, looking at Maya. "This is Maya. Well, she's something like a little sister," June said, and much to his amusement, here Maya audibly tch. They had dinner as they awaited Saga's return and talked about the course of the war and enemies to look out for, etc. Saber participated as well, but was visibly quiet as she was still dragging Lancelot's appearance and actions in her mind. Saga eventually arrived and greeted June. "Hikami June, I presume. We've already met at the docks, Magus killer. So how was your bombing tonight? Blowing up an entire skyscraper to kill one guy and still failing?" June greeted back as he shook his head. Kenneth seems to be coming here while looking awfully pissed, and he has brought Lancer with him. I suppose you are planning on using me as bait, distraction, or maybe a shield? Kenneth probably hates me after all. He continued, making Iris v. Elon Saber look at Kusagakure with disappointment. Ma Yan, on the other hand, became full of hostility, June being the only one not showing any particular reaction, becoming neither distraught nor even angry. But, seeing Kusagakure fall into silence, he continued speaking. Not really how one should treat their allies, I believe. He added, making Saber look even more unhappy than she already was, and that was saying something. Will you help us? Iris v. El asked anyway. It takes a special kind of shamelessness to make that request after what I've said. June responded, which made Iris v. El squirm in her seat with shame. But I like you and Saber, so I'll help out a bit. Saber can have her one-on-one with Lancer while Maya and I will take care of Kenneth. June suggested. I should give Maya a little taste of actual combat outside the tower after all. June thought to himself. You have my word, June. I shall defeat Lancer. Saber got up and swore. I'm sure you will. June said, which for some reason left Saber feeling a bit embarrassed before she shook it off. Well, Maya, I'll leave it to you. Should you get in true danger against an opponent of such caliber, I'll intervene and finish it, but we'll have special training when we get back. June told her, which made Maya shiver. Special training for her was to try and follow June's routine, which was suicidally masochistic for a normal human, hell, even for a super-enhanced one like her, so she became very interested in the fight as she and Saber headed out. Let's see how she does. June said with interest as he observed Maya with his origin eyes of Akasha that were not bound by distance. Chapter 68, Betrayal. Soon enough Saber and Maya came face to face with their opponents, with Saber and Lancer immediately running off together into the forest in a showing of tacit understanding. Where is Emiya Kusagakure? Kenneth questioned. A dead man has no business knowing, Maya replied. Very well then. I'll use my necromancy to pry it of your corpse. Fervor my sanguis. Kenneth activated the mass of mercury that composed his volume and hydragirum and commanded it to attack. Maya pulled out a specially made Ath sword that June made for her and swiftly charged in, reinforcing her already superhuman body with her runic skin. Skillfully dodging the slashes of volume and hydragirum, Maya moved in and delivered an enhanced slash on the Mystic Code's automatic defense, which protected Kenneth. However, her Ath sword, which had June's magical energy running through it, slashed through the defense and gravely wounded him. Kenneth forced back with a barrage of fierce attacks and stabilized his injuries with healing magecraft before becoming fully serious. Although your method of fighting is barbaric, I'll admit you are not an opponent to be underestimated. Kenneth spotted before activating volume and hydragirum at full power for both attack and defense. By covering himself in a thick sphere of mercury, Kenneth prevented Maya from reaching him while attacking with volume and hydragirum's heat-sensing capabilities as a guide. He's better than I thought. Kusagakure was just a bad matchup for him. June observed. Maya won't win without using one of her 2 trump cards or suffering injuries in return for a powerful attack, but she'll instantly win if she commits to any of these 3 paths. Except maybe if she goes for a battle of attrition, I guess. He considered. While Maya kept probing Kenneth and not going for a finish blow, Saber and Lancer was locking in a fierce fight. The thing was, Lancer was at a disadvantage. His superior agility kept him in the fight, but while he had revealed all of his abilities, Saber had yet to use the true power of her holy sword. But after countless clashes, Saber's instinct led her to the path of victory, a small opening that had yet to appear but she sensed ahead of time. Dodging Guy Dirg that could go through her armor and letting Guy Bua that could not glance off of it, Saber moving in and delivered a killing blow to her opponent. With his superior agility, Lancer shifted his body to avoid a fatal strike, but his defeat was now only a matter of time. For an honorable knight like him though, he would fight until the end, and so he did. Clashing again and again with Artoria and reveling in such an honorable duel and such a good death for this second life he gained. When Lancer finally fell, this disturbed Kenneth enough to weaken his defenses as he sensed the death of his servant. Maya, not letting this chance go by her, went it and, at the cost of snowy small cuts, defeated Kenneth and killed him, collecting his body and mystic code for June as commanded. Artoria returned victorious and commented to June with a raised eyebrow. I thought you were going to fight? If I did, Lancer's master would have been dead long ago and you would not get to have the honorable duel you both seeked. June replied, which shamed Artoria. No need to be ashamed though, I very much get. June comforted, but Artoria only felt more shame. Yet now you're alone in the castle against 2 magi and 1 servant. Kusagakure suddenly said. Master. Saber immediately accused. Kusagakure. Iris v. El pleaded. I order you by my command spell. Saber, kill Hikami June. Kusagakure coldly commanded. But June disappeared into nothingness before Saber could even attack. You've made a terrible mistake, Magus Killer. Now, your life is mine." Jun's voice resounded as he disappeared, and with Saber not being able to sense him, the binding of the command spell disappeared. Needless to say, a big problem was left behind. Saber silently walked away, holding back the urge to cut down her master for his actions, even if it meant her fading away, while Iris stayed back to talk to him. Why Sugu? If what he said is the truth, then he's our only hope to save Ilya. Iris raised her voice. I don't know how he obtained all that information, but he probably just spouting nonsense. He has to be. Sugu argued. He was not a man who would make that decision, but he was close to breaking point, not even having Maya to support him. Sugu did not even entertain the possibility that Jun's words might be true because his mind would not be able to handle that possibility. However, this resulted in a rift being born between Iris and him. Iris loved Sugu, but her awakened maternal instincts would always take priority after birthing Ilya, and that was the main cause of the rift. Iris cared about her daughter more than anything, and Jun was a lifeline. She didn't know why, but Iris could tell Jun cared, and Saber's instinct vouched for his character, so it made her believe him more. His explanation had no holes as well, so there was also that. To her, Jun was her daughter's salvation in case she and Sugu failed, and turning him into an enemy was grave error in her mind, one she had to fix. Originally, Iris had given birth to her daughter to leave something behind for Sugu to care for after she was gone, but Ilya became so much more for her, and that compelled her to action, to do things she never would have done otherwise. Sugu thought the matter was finished after Iris gave in and stopped talking, but the very next day, she was on a trip to Ritu Temple to see Jun. Hopefully, they didn't attack her on site there, but that was a risk she was willing to take for her beloved daughter. Back in Ritu, Jun had sealed Kanath's body and kept it to hand over to his family later in return for some favors perhaps. Volume and Hydragiram was kept for study, but he figured he would give it back eventually as well. Jun was planning on interfering with the events of the El Malloy 2 case files, so it would present a good opportunity for him to give such things back and earn some clout in the clock tower. While he was planning such things, he noticed, much to his surprise, Iris approaching Ritu Temple with Saber in tow. Now that's unexpected. I wonder what made her take this route. Motherly instincts perhaps. Jun thought to himself. Whatever the case, I'll find out when she gets here. He concluded and called for Maya, sending her to receive the guests that would be coming shortly, while telling the others to descend to the workshop to avoid detection, with the exception of Mordred, who he asked to stay behind. Much to Iris surprise, when she arrived, Maya was there to receive her at the foot of the hill, but glaring at her with hostility. I guess that much is deserved. Iris thought. Meanwhile, Saber was mortified over the entire ordeal. After they reached the top, the shrine had become a Japanese-style castle, although it did not look like it from the outside, and Maya led them to a room where Jun and Mordred were waiting. You can go talk it out with Artoria, Mordred, no fighting this time. Jun said. I get it. I wouldn't start a fight in our home. Mordred argued, which made Jun give a look of yeah right before she left with Artoria to another room. I must say. You have some guts to come here after yesterday, but I'll hear you out since I know the decision was not yours nor Saber's. Jun opened. First, I'd like to Apollo, Iris started, but Jun stopped her with his hand. You did nothing wrong, so I don't need an apology. I don't mind hearing you out, but Sugu's death is set in stone, so don't even try. Jun said. Iris sighed. I don't plan on getting between you two anymore, but I am here to say that if your previous offer still stands, I will take it. Iris declared with a look of resolve. Meanwhile, Mordred and Artoria were also talking. With the events with Berserker, who turned out to be Lancelot, becoming the trigger, Artoria wanted to ask Mordred questions she never thought she would hear from her father's mouth. Chapter 69, 2 new additions to the family. Mordred and Artoria were also talking. With the events with Berserker, who turned out to be Lancelot, becoming the trigger, Artoria wanted to ask Mordred questions she never thought she would hear from her father's mouth. Was I that poor of a king? Artoria asked while looking down. Did my decisions deserve so much hatred? She continued to ask. What is your wish upon the Grail, father? Mordred asked a question of her own, causing Artoria to look at her briefly before looking down again. I just wanted to save Britain, but I was unworthy. I wish to take back my decision of pulling Caliburn from the stone and let someone more worthy do it. Someone who can avoid Britain's fate of destruction. Artoria answered. Don't mess with me. Mordred suddenly shouted, surprising Artoria. She attempted to say, but was shocked at Mordred's next words. You were perfect? I admired you, your beauty, your perfection. When Mother told me I had to surpass you, I felt it was impossible, so I decided to serve you. Mordred continued. Artoria was left speechless at such words of admiration from her son who killed her in hatred. When I became your knight, I began to notice just how heavy the burden of kingship was, so I decided to help you by destroying all your enemies and clear your path, but that was not enough. Your suffering was clear to me, but I did not know what else to do. Mordred finally let it out. Then Mother told me I was your son, so it clicked. If I inherited the throne, I could save my beloved father from the burden he bore. And that's why your cold rejection hurt so much. Why do you hate me so much, Father? What did I do to deserve it when I served you to the best of my ability? She questioned. I never hated you. Artoria spoke in a low voice, shocking Mordred. I simply thought it was my burden and my responsibility to save Britain as its king, to lead it to a better future, but I failed. Maybe I should have passed on the throne, maybe it was wrong of me to ascend to it in the first place, but I apologize for all the suffering I've caused you, Artoria said. In the end, both of them had tears running down their cheeks as they hugged and silently cried for both of their mistakes. There was no mistake, Father. I'm certain of it. Regardless of what happened, things are the way they must be. We could not defy fate, but now, with Master by our side, we can do anything. Mordred declared. You came to join us, right? She asked. Artoria was not sure what to say, but then June and Irisveil came into the room. Saber. I'm joining June in his endeavors, will you join me? Irisveil asked. A few moments ago I am here to say that if your previous offer still stands, I will take it. Irisveil declared with a look of resolve. Oh? And are you fine with the price? June asked. To join your merry band? I thought that would be my future with Ilya and Kusagakure, but I made his choice, and in doing so, forced me to make mine. I will not have my daughters suffer under the In's burn. Irisveil resolutely exclaimed. That's what I wanted to hear. To sacrifice one's loved one for some ideal, no matter how noble, is just bullshit to me, so I fully support your decision. Shall we share the news? Back to the present, Saber fell silent, but with her incompatibility with her current master Kusagakure, her friendship with Irisveil, her respect and trust in June from her instinct, and most importantly, her conversation with Mordred, Artoria made her decision. Well then, more. We should introduce them to the rest of the team, right? June grinned and Mordred grinned right back. Moments later, the two were delighting in the shock of showing off their little familia to Irisveil and Artoria. Having so many legendary heroes in front of her was a shock, even for the mighty king of knights. You're both part of the family now, June announced, and they both felt an inexplicable warmth when they heard those words. Now that Ira and Artoria joined us, we only have a few enemies left. He started. Since I have no more interest in playing it slow, we'll be going for the kill. I don't want to show you guys off too much and attract unwanted attention from the Mages Association and other possible threats, so we'll do it like this. June continued. Jack will take care of Assassin, his master, and the priest from the church, since he is in league with Tokiomi. For Assassin, capture one of his bodies and seal it before killing his master. The one closest to him should do nicely, he commanded. Leave it to us, Father, Jack replied with enthusiasm. I'll give Artoria the same treatment I gave you guys, and she'll take care of Ryder. Is that okay? June said. Got it. Leave it to me, June, Artoria replied. I will personally take care of Archer, June continued. This shocked Artoria and Irisveil, who did not yet know of June's prowess, but, seeing everyone was okay with it, they didn't say anything. I have some preparations to make beforehand, so the ones with jobs should ready themselves and await my signal to start. Ira and Artoria will follow me, June concluded, and left with Artoria and Irisveil in tow. June then undid Artoria's contract with Kusagakure and bound one with himself as the master before letting her undergo the Transcender upgrade. She gained the skill Dragon Reactor Core, B, and her Instinct, A, was upgraded to Shining Path, X. Additionally, she also gained Drong Ominiad, Dunstallion and Lanrai, her horses, Avalon, and even Caliburn as noble phantasms. This Avalon was not the actual thing, as it was still inside Ira, but it had the exact same power. Thank you, Master. I don't have the words. I can only swear to bring you victory in any battles to come, Artoria declared. Jun just smiled, finding her reactions, especially the way her Oj moved about, to be unbearably cute. The smile made Artoria blush, and the pat that followed even more so, leaving her without knowing how to respond. You can ready yourself, Artoria. I will be giving the signal right after I'm done with Ira, June said. Understood, Artoria replied and left. Okay, Ira, lay down here. I'm going to use Heaven's Field to materialize your soul, then incarnate you into a servant, which will also make you more powerful, but you'll be bound to me by contract. Is that fine with you? June asked. At this point, I thought I could no longer be surprised by whatever you brought to the table, but I stand corrected, Ira said before laying down where June indicated. June then separated Ira's body from her soul, turning her body into the Lesser Grail and materializing her soul with Heaven's Field before creating a transcender vessel for her and setting her down. Irie woke up in her new form and checked herself out. I feel power beyond belief in this mystic code I'm wearing. The dress of heaven? She asked. That's right, you're of my special transcender class which draws on all your potential, but your basis is that of a caster class servant, so you have the associated skills of one. June explained. After a bit more talk, Iris Veil changed into her previous clothes and June went to see the gathered servants that were going to be executing the plan. June, are you sure you can take on Arthur? Artoria asked with worry. I'm glad you care, Artoria, but yes, I'm quite sure. You can all see it since I'll be fighting him after you're done too. June said. But to give you a little peace of mind, here is your saint graph that shows your abilities. June showed Artoria her own saint graph. And here is mine. He then showed her his and she could only look at it in shock. No problem, right? June asked. Yes, no problem. Artoria answered. I guess this explains how Mordred got stronger. June must have done the same he did to me and then normally trained her. She figured, and rightly so. The first real fight was with Ryder. After all, the current Jack was far too overpowered for the task June gave her, so the assassin body dubbed Isiko was captured and sealed while a few others protecting Kyrie were killed along with their master, after which the Rees disappeared from lack of magical energy. The priest Rise-I, having plotted with Tokiomi and just being in the crossfire when Jack went to take out his son, died as well, and both bodies were retrieved Jack since that was June's policy. Now though, it was time for the Saber vs. Ryder fight. Or so it should have been. Chapter 70, June vs. Gilgamesh. Now though, it was time for the Saber vs. Ryder fight. Or so it should have been. Unlike in the anime, June's interference made things run along much faster. Ryder had already faced Gilgamesh and fallen. Artoria just found Waver alone crying on the bridge where the battle had occurred. Good thing they fought in an open area. By bounded field should have collected Ryder's essence automatically, I hope. June thought while being amused at Artoria's plight. It was actually his fault for not paying proper attention to the surveillance bounded field. Moving on though, if they had actually fought under a powerful bounded field, June's wide-scale bounded fields might have not been able to collect that remnant. With this, all that was left was June's battle with Gilgamesh. June donned his armor, all 6 layers without the mech suit, and teleported with Morgan's spell to the entrance of the Tosaka Manor before gently knocking on the door. With that single gentle knock, a powerful explosion was heard across the manor as all bounded fields surrounding it simultaneously were destroyed. Gilgamesh suddenly appeared and Tokiomi came soon after. Who are you, mongrel? To dare to so rudely intrude of the king's territory? Gilgamesh said. Your death, king of heroes. June replied and trapped him in a reality marble, leaving Tokiomi alone, knowing what happened but having no way to do anything about it. This was a dual field like the one June gave Sully to use on Achilles, but even tougher, built to handle EA's attacks for a while, even though a few minutes was the most June managed without making it overly expensive. Oh? A reality marble, huh? And? Gilgamesh taunted and unleashed a barrage of blades. June summoned a phantasmal origin chakram behind him. Numerous weapons turned into Brahmastra projectiles jutted out from its outer rim before being fired with a wrought iron Magecraft mana. They shattered Gilgamesh's weapons before rushing at him, only to be stopped by a powerful automatic defense made of floating golden discs that intercepted attacks within 20 meters using lightning. Gilgamesh then floated up into the air and once again talked. It seems a mongrel you are not. In fact, the mere fact that I cannot fully see through you should be enough indication, but my probing attacks proved just that. Gilgamesh actually gave out some praise. It has been quite a while since I found an opponent that required testing, so let us see where your limit lays, he declared. He began firing more and more weapons, and June, being a quality over quantity guy, did not try and match him. Using his Kyokuchi along with 2 huge mana-shaped boosters summoned behind each shoulder plate of his armor, June zoomed around at blinding speed. From the mana boosters, powerful magic bullets were fired but blocked by Gilgamesh's auto defense, but just as he was about to mock June, he loaded a wrought iron Magecraft projectile into each booster and shot them, piercing through Gilgamesh's defenses but not being able to prevent him from dodging. The battle continued to progress in such a way. June attempted to close the gap a couple of times, but Gilgamesh always backed away and forced him back with concentrated barrages of the Gate of Babylon. After a while, Gilgamesh broke the silence of the battle to speak once again. You have proven a worthy adversary. I haven't had this much fun in ages. I can tell you're far from serious, and I too have not given it my full by holding back my 2 greatest treasures, he praised. But how about we stop testing the waters? Gilgamesh sighed and slowly pulled EA out of the Gate of Babylon. Very well, King of Heroes. June replied and drew his golden sword Bekatamorum. EA spun up and a blood-like energy emanated from June's golden sword. Gilgamesh held his weapon high above his head as red energy and spatial winds coalesced around it, while June held his sword low to his right side, preparing to swing it upwards. Inuma. Peccatum. Elish. Aurum. The blast from Peccatum Aurum, a slash of blood, carved its way through Inuma Elish, EA's full-powered attack, but it was being eroded away and, a bit over halfway to Gilgamesh, it faded as EA continued blasting. Eternus Utopia June activated his armor's absolute defense and blocked EA, much to Gilgamesh's shock, but, being immobilized, Gilgamesh captured him with Enkidu. I never expected you to ward of my mightiest strike, but now, you're at my mercy. Gilgamesh confidently said. EA was his mightiest noble phantasm, but Enkidu was his most trusted one after all. But June was true nothingness. How could he be captured? He phased through the chains and used Kyokuchi and his boosters to charge straight at his opponent. Gilgamesh, in his shock, was a bit late to react, but still got off another Inuma Elish. Being on the move, June's absolute defense could not be used, but he called upon his wrought iron magecraft and created a Ro AI Azor round shield 7-layered defense. Using it, he closed the distance as the barriers were shattered one by one, though EA's might. The last one was barely holding at a 3/4 of distance covered when Gilgamesh heard the words once again. Peccatum. Aurum. A blood-like slash flew from the golden sword, carving through the remaining quarter distance and cleaving through Gilgamesh. As a final blow, taking this chance, a huge pile driver appeared on June's left arm and he smashed it into Gilgamesh's chest, driving a Longinus or Wrong Ominiad projectile made with wrought iron magecraft into his chest plate and shattering his spiritual core with unstoppable might. It was a mortal wound and the field disappeared as Gilgamesh began fading. A worthy opponent indeed, he said. Next time won't be so easy. Gilgamesh smirked. And so before June's eyes, the King of Heroes vanished to return to the throne in defeat. My true nothingness prevented his clairvoyance from working its magic. I knew his methods, but he didn't know mine. Next time won't be so easy. That would only be true if I didn't grow stronger, King of Heroes. June thought. But still, I'll admit this victory was based on this being our very first battle, and the course would change very quickly if we fought again right away. He added. Collecting Gilgamesh's remnants, June left a stupefied Tokiomi to return to Ritu, where a group of stupefied women was waiting for him, especially the new additions who had yet to see him go all out, with the exception of Morgan, who seemed to take his power as a matter of course. Next up, was to collect the Greater Grail. Deep within Ritu, using his filled-up Lesser Grail, June activated it before swiftly using the Phantasmal Origin to draw out the essence of Angramaniu and refine it, leaving a pure activated Greater Grail that June put aside for now. Seed of all evil. That what refining Angramaniu left June with, but he was not planning on absorbing it himself, as it deeply resonated with his greatest asset, Aurea Poculum. As such, June decided to let things take their natural course and let the fusion happen, and the results did not disappoint. Golden Grail Rule, X. Golden Apotheosis, X. Voice of the Seven Trumpets, X. Beauty of the Apocalypse, X. These 4 sub-skills became actual skills on Nox's Saint Graph, while the Golden Grail changed completely. Aurea Poculum, the Grail of Original Sin, X. Greater than Suets, Celestial Sphere is absorbed by Aurea Poculum, Celestial Sphere, the calamitous starry sky, a ++, greater than Cradle of the Stars, X. Heaven's Feel, X. Greater than Cradle of the Heavens, X. Cradle of the Beast, X. Greater than Cradle of the Earth, X. Guardian of the Grail, a ++, greater than Beast of 666, X. Peccatum Aurum, Sinful Sword of Gold, X. Greater than Peccatum Aurum, Gold of Original Sin, called the Tower of Babel, X. After this transformation, June knew that in his hands lay the chance to achieve a greater form, but there was a similarly great risk. He might not know what he'd get after gaining his new form, but all abilities he currently possessed other than Scion of the Void and his noble phantasms would be lost. There is the masochistic solution, though. June pondered. Making up his mind, June called Morgan over. He would need her help for the initial part of the process before he gained his new form. As for what he planned to do. Chapter 71, Sinful Demon. As for what he planned to do, it was quite simple. And unbearably painful. The abilities he would lose were those associated with his body, so he would simply have Morgan harvest his body before the transformation, before dropping his souls into the Golden Grail, so that the 3 cradles of the heavens, earth and stars can do their job and build him a powerful new form. As for the process, June's kept himself alive through his true nothingness, which also allowed him to withstand the pain without even flinching. Morgan was willing and able, working like a masterful artisan, digging out June's eyeballs, draining his blood, extracting his nerves and magic circuits along with his dragon heart. Flaying him of his skin, harvesting his muscle fibers and tendons, pulling out his bones, preserving each of his internal organs. With the whole process done, June's materialized soul rose. "Thank you, Morgan," he said to her. "I wish never to do this again." She replied, surprising him. "So you do care?" June teased her. "More than anyone in the world." Morgan replied, somewhat embarrassing him. Well. See you later. June said, and his soul jumped into Aureopoculum. Time flowed. The cradle of the heavens enhanced June's soul, giving it limitless potential. The cradle of the earth formed his new body, one with even more potential than his original one. Finally, there was the cradle of the stars. It gave him the stars' blessings while speeding up time by billions of times and giving him the age of a star as well. This held huge significance. Age was a big part of mystery, and the more age of mystery one accumulated, the more powerful one became and the higher their rank among mysteries. Things like Millennium Class existed, which indicated a mystery with an age superior to 1,000 years. Such beings held a huge priority, as mysteries of a lower class could not even harm them at all, thus making them fearsome opponents. The transformation ended, but June could not leave the Grail yet. His current form would destroy the current texture of the world and send it right back into an age of mystery superior to even the age of the gods. By growing so powerful, June acquired the need for a vessel in order to properly manifest without causing collateral damage. Even divine spirits which he had now surpassed needed to do this, and he was not different. And so, he used a transcender vessel which could handle anything and inhabited with the vessel adjusting itself to exhibit power of the limit that the world would allow, but June lowered it further not to draw any unwanted attention. His skills have majorly changed, but his noble phantasm remained much the same, except Eternus Eversur, whose first layer lost his ability that was associated with June's Akashic dragon hide, which he no longer possessed. Name: Hikami June. Race: True Daemon. Gender: male. Parameters: Strength A++ Endurance A++ Agility A++ Mana X Luck X Skills: Scion of the Void. E upgrade to C or X. Initial connection opened. Root access: E upgrade to C allows one to draw power directly from the root. Having this access mean all enactment of mystery becomes incredibly smooth and efficient. Significantly boosts the user's success rate and effectiveness at performing any action. True Nothingness X. The achieving of true nothingness in both mind and body. Complete immunity to mental effects. Greatly boosts one's senses, immunity to conceptual death and immunity to time-altering attacks. The possessor of this skill can face into nothing, concealing themselves perfectly without the rank dropping as they attack. Only supernatural senses can help avoid attacks, but even then, detecting the user is impossible. Can conceal any and all details of the user from any ability or senses. The possessor can fade away from reality temporarily to completely avoid any attack, but become unable to interact with the real world during the time period. In addition to this, while fading from the reality, the user can move instantly across dimensions by escaping from the bounds of space and time. Kyokuchi X. Greater than absorbed into true nothingness X. Book of Akasha dash. The original language in which information is stored in the Akashic records. The highest level of language that can directly alter reality in any way, shape, or form with incredible efficiency, so long as the user possesses the necessary magical energy. Daemonic Apocrypha X. The ultimate mental skill with immense processing and calculation capabilities and perfect infinite storage of information. Grant the user vast innate knowledge of reality itself, from the simplest of things like languages to secrets of the cosmos. This innate knowledge could also manifest in an intrinsic knowledge of the future and guiding light towards the path of most likely success. Innate Mystery X. All of the user's bodily processes exist to bring about mystery. Grants the user the ability to bring about mystery at a large scale and great efficiency, just by existing. Boundary of Nothingness A+++. The ultimate martial art that embodies nothingness. Emptiness and infinity and their simple derivatives. Capable of bringing out the full power of any weapon, including the user's body, and unleashed it in attacks of various scales according to what is necessary. Can target not just physical beings but also incorporeal ones, magecraft and even concepts. Origin Core of Sin denotes one and a true primordial, a being far above the gods, without necessity for worship or affirmation. Negates mental interference and preserves one's physical body for eternity and grants special high priority authority over, in this case, sin. As a primordial powerful mystery permeates the user's very being. Immunity to modern weapons and extreme resistance towards all forms of harm, as well as granting one powerful attacks capable of breaking through special protective skills. Noble Phantasms Aureopoculum, the Grail of Original Sin, Suits, Cradle of the Heavens, Ux, allows for the creation of all spirits and manipulation of the soul at the highest level. Cradle of the Earth, Ux, allows for the creation of any and all beasts and demons of the earth along with bodily manipulations. Cradle of the Stars, Ux, a stellar nursery that can also bestow the blessings of the stars to any who can bear it. Beast of 666, Guardian of the Sinful Golden Grail, Ux, allows for the summoning and control of Beast Vi as a guardian of the Golden Grail. Peccadomorum, Gold of Original Sin, call the Tower of Babel, Ux, the Sword of Gold whose true power has been revealed. The dripping blood-like magical energy lights up and forms a revolving towers of reddish-golden light with extreme attack power, but only after constructing the true Tower of Babel will its true might be revealed. Phantasmal origin, the first illusion of myriad myths, the ultimate forge of noble phantasms and mystic codes while being a powerful weapon of war at the same time. Tracing unlimited craftworks, wrought iron magecraft galvanism, apocalyptic chakram star-kiled, the one blessed by the myriad stars, myriad star crown, grants powerful blessings based on the stars within and allows for powerful attacks based on them as well. Sagittarius, a powerful and precise anti-unit attack from the sky. Its blessing is one of wisdom that increases one's learning speed of any skill. Scorpio, B+, an anti-army attack consisting of a rain of poisonous arrows. Its blessing is a powerful poison immunity and poison production. Umbral Star, a powerful anti-world attack, but its full potential has yet to be reached. His blessing comes in the form of a powerful skills called the Crest of the Wandering Star. It allows the user to grow stronger and larger by converting destroyed enemies, objects and concepts into spiritrons and absorbing them. June keeps this power sealed. It accumulates power, but that power is not used until June deems it necessary. Apocalypsis, advent of the sinful demon, denotes the possessor as a higher being that is the very manifestation of the end of all things, the true apocalypse that spells the end of the root of Akasha itself despite not yet having achieved this level of power. Even when one's true form is not being unleashed through a true name release, several benefits can still be gained. Demon of the Apocalypse, by releasing the noble phantasm's true name, the user takes his colossal true form as the manifestation of the apocalypse. Body of the Seven Seals, grants one the strength of war, the endurance of famine, the agility of conquest and the mana of death for a STR, a++, and a++, ag, a++ mag, X status. Additionally, strength increases with damage dealt and received, endurance is slowly drained from opponents during battle, agility increases over time during battle, and mana is recovered from the dead on the battlefield in the form of soul eating. One also receives the ability to revive so long as they have remaining magical energy at the time of death, and a potent curse of restoration that constantly restores their body to peak condition, again, so long as the user possesses the magical energy to support it. Finally, the user receives the origin eyes of death that can not only see them but also actualize it with a look and even impose death upon those who lack it. Voice of the Seven Trumpets, the user is capable of bringing calamity merely through the sound of one's voice. Able to use potent charm and charisma through one's voice to command others to do their bidding, and unleashed calamitous destruction through fire, poison, curses and plagues through powerful war cries. Blood of the Seven Cups, one's blood gains terrible curses, poison and the heat of the very sun, becoming deadly with the slightest touch to one's enemies and emanating devastating power, but also gains a powerful blessing that can be given to one's allies by letting them bathe in it or drink it. Grants immunity to poison, curses, and heat-based attacks and the ability to pass on these attributes to one's magical energy. Beauty of the Seven Sins, the highest degree of charm. Utter perfection of mind and body that leads others astray into the path of sin, regardless of their resistances and immunities to such powers. Can weaken foes, robbing them of their will, and empower allies fighting for the user. This beauty is so potent it can guide magical damage to any who witness it should the user wish for it. Eternus Eversor, the duality of eternity and transience, 7-layered armor of untold power. First layer, eternal body, bestows the user with a powerful regeneration ability. With the true name activation of Eternus Utopia, the user becomes invincible but also immobile. It is not necessary to call out the name for the activation of this ability. Second layer, eternal weave, Hagorimo, capable of changing shape, and a red and gold detailed shroud that becomes a front open skirt for later layers of the armor. Allows the user to fly at high speed and greatly boost protection, healing and the user's primordiality. True name release, Eternus Salvatio casts a powerful blessing on both the user as well as his allies. Third layer, eternal armor, a+, cuts all damage received by 90% and possesses otherwise powerful defensive ability. Fourth layer, skeleton of destruction, a++, boosts all of the user's parameters to the limit of their current vessel and greatly enhances their primordiality when activated. Fifth layer, shell of destruction, B+++, thick armor with powerful resistance to any and all forms of harm, based on the user's willpower. Sixth layer, tools of destruction, a+++, various destructive weapons and auxiliary attachments. With a true name release, Eversor, their full power is released as all armaments fire a devastating volley of destruction. Seventh layer, Eternus Titanicus Eversor, eternal titan of destruction, turn the user into the core of a giant mech titan with the power of a machine god. It is currently incomplete. Chapter 7, taking over with his new Saint Graph, June emerged from the Golden Grail, naked in all his glory. a tall and slim yet with just the right amount of muscle. Alabaster skin with iridescent eyes and straight long hair of the same coloration. He shone with blinding light that settled after he willed it. A truly perfect being before he dulled his own charm, but Morgan had a chance to see in its full glory. Her clothes disintegrated into motes of light as she decided to consummate their marriage right then and there, and June obliged. He explored the entirety of Morgan's delectable body, loving her entire being and bestowing unimaginable pleasure to her through his skills and powers that granted him the natural ability to do so. I thought I had grown bored of the pleasures of sex, but I merely had yet to find my destined partner, it would seem. Morgan smiled as she laid with June, a truly beautiful smile. Getting up from bed, June readjusted himself and prepared for his next moves. He first heavily suppressed his own abilities. As his powerful charm was tied to the noble phantasm that formed the basis of his current power, his raw power became slightly inferior to his past self. His actual power, though, was still greater. With his demonic apocrypha granted processing abilities, he quickly reobtained 2 lost skills and even improved upon them. Idea Burst, X, a powerful iridescent burst of magical energy. It draws upon the various elements, poison and curses within the user, and with a complex magical formula, its properties shift depending on what it is used for and against. This means it always strengthens the user's body in the most effective and efficient way, and always strikes at the opponent's weaknesses and nullifies or avoids their defenses and resistances. Idea Breath, X, iridescent breath with the same properties as Idea Burst, X. With the suppression, his long hair turned black once more and his eyes glow subsided a bit, even though the coloring did not change. His physical parameters dropped to across the board without the ++ modifiers. Through his more powerful Idea Burst would easily make up for the difference, meaning he had more power than when he was at A+ in the past. Next up on his list of things to do was make good use of the materials Morgan had harvested from his previous body, which with his current abilities should not pose a big problem. Rebuild Domina Koranen, as he now had the necessary power and resources to make a better one. Finally, June had to build the Tower of Babel to complete the transformation of his golden sword. He merely had to build its core, which was a miniaturized version of it, with Peccata Morum and Aurea Poculum as its core. Its real body would then automatically build itself with a large enough supply of magical energy. First, though, there were a few matters to care of. He had to go back above and tell of his success to the girls and establish a contract with the captured Husan of the 100 Faces. He would then grant their wish by granting them a unified personality, which would be a cinch with the cradle of the heavens. Once he got back above, the girls welcomed, but Semiramis made a comment he couldn't let pass. "I was wondering what you were so serious about, but you just got a little more charming by the looks of it," she teased. "Is that so?" June asked with a smirk that made Semiramis feel threatened. June then revealed his full power, without hiding anything, as the aura of a primordial true demon flooded the surroundings. Everyone could only freeze in shock as they felt the urge to offer their entire being to the one in front of them until June resealed his abilities. And that was me being limited by the current world. In an age with more mystery, I could raise my power even further. June bragged, but everyone still had hot faces and breaths as they looked at him with unspeakable urges, making him choose a strategic retreat. "I can't wait to see their expressions when they manage to gather themselves," he thought as he prepared to unseal Husan. After he did so, before the assassin could speak, he made a simply yet irresistible offer. "Make a contract with me and I'll not only fulfill your wish but grant you more power than you ever thought you would get." Needless to say, Asako, the purple-haired muscular hot body of Husan, saw no reason to refuse. After June incarnated her while making the changes with his Cradle of the Heavens, the results were quite staggering, certainly better than he had expected. Asako could now utilize all the skills and knowledge possessed by all of the different personas, which was all but certain that would happen, but her noble phantasm, Zabanaya, delusional illusion, now had other functions, experiencing a great change. She could not only manipulate her shape but also redistribute her parameters to better fulfill any role needed, and even create different bodies as required with parameters and skill sets of her choosing, so long as they did not surpass her. Additionally, her base stats also grew quite a bit. Truly a drastic transformation and more power than she had ever thought possible to hold. With this, Asako accepted her new name and swore everlasting loyalty to her new master. Now though, it was time to go unsavely while dealing with Garrett Sugu. Honestly, he wasn't worth June's time, and Natalia offered to deal with him, so he let her. "Since you know each other, I'll leave you just with this. Don't do anything you would regret. I don't care if he lives, so long as you feel right at the end," June told Natalia, who smiled, feeling the care he had given her. "You got it, boss," she answered in jest and set off while June went to find Ira. "Ira, Saber. I see you're together," June greeted. "Yes. We're friends after all. Did you need something?" Ira responded. "It's time to go and pick up Ilya," June said. Iris immediately stood up and excitedly said, "Let's go." Saber tagged along, and so the trio traveled through spatial movement until they reached the Insburn territory just outside their range of detection. "Alright, Tyra, let's stop here and have a talk," June said. "A talk?" she asked with some confusion. "Yes. How do you want to do this?" June asked. Iris Veal fell into silence, pondering the question. "What are the options?" she inquired. "Anything within my means, which is a lot. This is supposed to be my gift to you, so we'll run this exactly the way you want it," June graciously offered, making Iris Veal blush with appreciation. "Can we save the other homunculi?" she tentatively asked. "I can save all those willing to come with me, but I'll mop up the rest," June replied. "That's more than I could have hoped. Even being with my daughter for an eternity was a pleasure I never thought I would have." Iris responded to his reply. "Well then. Let's go in, shall we?" June said, and the three started walking into the Insburn territory in full view of their surveillance measures. As they approached, a projection of Starsea van Insburn, the clan leader of the Insburn, appeared in the air and spoke to them. "Why are you here?" Old Man Ake tasked Iris Veal. "To get my daughter and sisters," Iris Veal replied. "Humphrey." Starsea snorted. "Excuse me, ladies," June said. He crossed over all the bounded fields as if they weren't even there by using true nothingness and unleashed the full power of his charm inside. Immediately, all homunculi and even Starsea himself saw utter and transcendent perfection and fell to their knees in worship. "Hey. The old man would probably return to his senses if I stopped, but the others don't have egos strong enough for that. My existence has been imprinted in their mind for the rest of their lives," June thought to himself. Using his mystic eyes of enchantment, June forced Starsea to give him full control of the Insburn before having him commit suicide. A few hours later, June welcomed Iris Veal and led her to Ilia. Noticing the gazes and blushes that homunculi threw June on the way to see Ilia, she immediately realized what happened. Just how powerful is his actual charm without any suppression? She wondered. But that was a question she could only find the answer to while still caring once she grew capable of resisting said level of charm, which was highly unlikely. While still throwing glances at June as Ilia too had been affected by his unadulterated release of charm, the little girl cheerfully hugged her mother, happy that she had unexpectedly returned so soon when she was supposed to be gone for a long, long time. Chapter 73, Return to DxD. Back in Fuiuki, Natalia was now facing Saga, who had a despondent expression in his face, as if having lost all hope and finally broken completely. "Look at how you ended up," she said while looking up and smoking a cigarette. She lost any bit of hatred she had for Saga, looking at him like he was now. But this was something he had done to himself. "And Natalia?" Saga started but didn't say anything. Seeing his pathetic self that, in her mind, wasn't even worth killing, Natalia just left him to suffer and, a few days later, Saga ended his own life, finally unable to bear the burden of all he did throughout his life. This choice of his honestly surprised June, as even when everything ended badly after Fate or Zero, Saga still lived out the rest of his short life. "I guess I underestimated what saving Shiryu after that disaster meant for him," June thought after hearing the report that mentioned Saga's suicide. Iris Veal was shocked as well, crying for her former husband, but she had to be strong for her daughters, so she pushed those feelings aside and focused on her. As for June, he decided to go back to DxD and continued his self-development there for now. He asked who wanted to go with him, but, much to his shock, none of them decided to do so. Instead, they made a very diligent decision. They would stay in the Akashic Tower and continue to train. Should June need them, he could summon them at any time. They made this decision as a group due to June's power having surpassed them now by too large of a margin. For them who wanted to walk by his side and help him in his future endeavors, this was truly unacceptable, and so, now that they had a vessel that could grow from training without limit, they decided to try and catch up by doing this. Noticing their train of thought, June re-added the Kleronomia to his list of things to accomplish, now more urgent as it would do great in enhancing each of them and improving the fruits of their training. Still, to think that even Semiramis would take this route, she did recruit all the homunculi as her servants to please her, though, I guess that helped with putting her in the mood for effort. She's not the type to like being dominated, so she probably feels her own power to be lacking like the others. Speaking of the homunculi, June graciously used Auriapoculum to fix their defects and give them an eternal lifespan, which was actually pretty easy as they were naturally eternal so long as their defects from their creation were removed. After all, a perfect homunculus is essentially a man-made artificial extension of nature that, external factors aside, will not die for as long as the planet is healthy and has mana left. While pondering on the women's decision, June activated the Akashic Gate and traveled back to DxD, settling in on his residence before deciding to start making some moves. He told the girls he'd be back 1 week later, so he still had that week. He had made a serious amount of money quite easily thanks to his golden rule skill, so he set about buying the unused buildings and land around his place so he could rebuild them into a veritable palace-like mansion who double as a fortress. He also used his demonic apocrypha to calculate some good investments and put some money into them so as to increase his fortune. Jun then deployed citywide bounded fields as he had done in Fuyuki, and, since no faction was currently holding this town, he got away with it quite easily. The mansion was then built with his original workshop becoming the core, and a huge compound was set up. A bounded field guided people away from the area and stopped others from noticing the changes. Multiple workshops for all kinds of disciplines, golem manufacturing facilities and automata building ones, etc. Jun wanted a standing army. With all of this set up and his week about to end, Jun returned to his other house to greet the boys and girls. "Jun, you're back." Valia was the one he met first. "I kinda miss the times you cutely called me Ju-san." Jun teased as he hugged her and kissed her lips, making her furiously blush. "Ju-san," she called in a whisper before Cleria showed herself. Apparently she had decided to come here and introduce herself right when Jun decided to leave. The devil servant immediately jumped on him and they both fell into a jealousy-inducing deep kiss. The others which came soon after came to see this jealousy-inducing scene for the girls who were seeing their boyfriend being kissed and for the guys who could only envy Jun's luck with women. Jun greeted every single one of them, and kissed his much-missed girlfriends. Nothing much had changed as he was technically only gone for a week, so while they all terribly missed him, for them, he was truly not gone for long, but they were still more proactive in seeking his affection. This was Cleria's doing, as she had shared with copious details, her relationship with Jun, which made the other girls want to do more to guarantee and place in his heart. There was not time to fight amongst themselves, they had to make sure to leave their mark on Jun's heart before new arrivals took their own place. Jun remodeled that home as well, although not to the same degree, focusing on upgrading the bounded fields rather than physical expansion, of which he did nothing. After that, he decided to return to Kua to keep working on his own things. He decided to make strengthening elixirs for the DxD girls and boys as well, since they could greatly benefit from them, focused on boosting their physical parameters without any sort of special effect since they were still quite normal when compared to what Jun was used to. After that, he would focus on building his new creations with the materials from his own body and the treasure stored in his audiobook. First was the materials harvested from his previous body, but unfortunately, even though he had the vision, he lacked the means, time and resources to accomplish it. It was to be the way of recovering the draconic powers he lost and grow even further while attaining an even greater potential, but even for the current him, such a thing would take countless calculation and many resources which he currently lacked, not to mention he needed to build up his vessel. While it was limitless in potential, it required actual training to let it grow after all. His vessel as already made and expanded to the limit to handle his current self, adding more would be either useless or suicidal, so he needed training, the masochistic and utterly despair-inducing kind, and Jun knew where to get it, but he would leave that for later. For now, his job was to build the core of the Tower of Babel. After pouring countless resources from his audiobook, refining them until only the purest of essences was left behind, Jun shaped them with phantasmal origin around audiobook and Pecatomorum, which were basically one and the same. The end result was a golden two-pronged latch with a handle between the two halves. Each half resembled many of the artistic depictions of the Tower of Babel, but its form was sleeker and shaper to work better as a weapon. With this, the offensive form of audiobook, named Pecatomorum, turned from a golden sword into a two-pronged golden lance, with much greater powers and special abilities. Since the requirements for the Tower of Babel were very stringing though, Jun had tons upon tons of leftover materials along with a lot more unused ones. While he was saving the best of the best for his project to regain his draconic powers, he still had much treasure left. These materials would now be used to reconstruct Domina Coronam. Its form would be twofold, an item for Jun to wear that would serve as the control for a mobile fortress city, which would be Domina Coronam's true form. The control item would be the 10 Rings of Solomon, mixed with a couple of other stuff, but they would be the basis. With that decided, it was time to get to work. Chapter 74, Visitors to Kua. Jun had big plans for Domina Coronam, so he would only be setting the foundations for now. It would be usable as a place to live in at the most, as the majority of its functions would come later, but it would still have quite the powerful main weapon, so it could nuke some fools if need be. It would be a massive, heptagon-shaped flying fortress. At each of the 7 corners, Jun planted a seed. These seeds were based on a specific property of gas Rheingold, a treasure that would grow and feed magical energy. What Jun wanted was the replication ability. The seeds themselves were made of a golden orite alchemy, and they were made with Jun's Cleronomia research and were thus programmable. Meaning, Jun could get them to literally grow into the final result he wanted. Namely, a symmetric ovoid structure that would poke out from underneath the heptagon and above it as well, being lodged across its height. They were the metaphorical 7 hills of evil, and they would produce countless automata of various sizes and would be able to become independent flying fortresses as well. Additionally, they would provide the materials for all the weapon emplacements on the fortress. In the center portion, there were 10 giant cylindrical holes that ran the height of the flying fortress. One in the very center and the others placed around it arranged to form a nonagon. Each of these holes but the middle one had a giant ring spinning around within, outlining spheres made of origin ether, the most primal and perfect form of ether. These energy spheres were reality marbles made to hold entire dimensions within. The center one also had a ring, but it was rotating in place, outlining a circle rather than a sphere, and through it and the hole, June placed the gigantified Tower of Babel, jutting out high above and below. Our Reopoculum would be the power source for the whole thing. Each of the 10 rings, symbolizing the 10 crowns of evil, was connected to the smaller rings in June would wear as the basic form of the noble phantasm. With this, as Nox filled up the empty reality marbles, he would get the power and blessings of those dimensions through said rings. For now though, they only allowed him quicker access to infinite reserves of magical energy and the blessings of the Tower of Babel, which was already in place. All of this took a certain amount of time. Even with the accelerated time of June's workshop, it still added up quite a bit, and, after he was done, it was time for another event of at least some importance. Azazel and informed June, in the interest of maintaining a good relationship, that the devils had decided on a new ruler for Kwa to replace the deceased Cleria Belial. The pick turned out to be a certain red-haired highborn devil, and her dear older brother was coming to see him. A few days later. True enough. 2 ridiculously powerful devils, 1 significantly powerful one and 3 weaker ones, have intruded upon my turf. June detected. He called Cleria and had her come for a surprise move on the visitors, and, just in case of an unlikely fallout that led to fighting, June called in Morgan since he also needed her for something else. Arriving in Kwa, a familiar immediately reached the party of visitors. Please proceed to this area immediately. It communicated, showing a place. Quite rude. The red-haired princess said. Well, he did take care of this place beautifully though. Her similarly red-haired older brother commented. Well, I'll have to wait until I meet him. A young-looking girl with black twintails followed up. Then we know where to go, the red-haired man responded. After they reached said area, they soon saw June's palace, which the bounded fields concealed, and were thus quite shocked but kept going. They were guided towards their destination by another familia and entered a building where Isuko, as Husan of the 100 Faces was now called, greeted them and invited them up. She was dressed in a business suit rather than her servant get-up. Once they arrived, they were guided up into a meeting room where they saw June seated. They were already shocked by the aura of regal power and his transcendent beauty alone. Greetings everyone, I'm Haikawa June, though I guess you know that already. June introduced himself. Then it's safe to say you know us perhaps? The red-haired man responded. Indeed. Searched Lucifer and his queen Greyfile Lucifuge. June replied. Seraphal Leviathan. He continued, and the way he said Leviathan was much to Seraphal's delight. Sona Saitri and her queen Shinro Tsubaki. The 2 in question slightly bowed, surprised the man in front of them knew about them as well. And finally, Ryaz Greemery the later bowed, while the former raised her head with pride while crossing her arms underneath her massive jugs. Then we can skip the introductions as well. I've come to ask a favor of you, June-san. I'm told you were deciding who would rule a town that already as a ruler though. June replied. Well, I can see that is not going to happen, so I was going to propose something different. Searches continued. Very well then. Go ahead. June bade him to continue. Can you take these 2 girls under your wing and let them stay in this town? We can form a similar working relationship like you seem to have with Azazel. Search said. Babysitting is not really the type of job for me. June commented, drawing the ire of the 2 girls in question. Why would you not want to babysit my cutest Sona-chan? Seraphal asked with shock. June looked at her and said. Well, when you put that way. Which made the 2 girls in question become embarrassed instead of angry. In the end, June accepted the stay of the girls in Kwa with a few conditions. The devils would officially acknowledge June's supremacy over Kwa. No entry would be permitted of their forces without previously discussing the matter with him. Certain people could be registered to be able to enter without previous warning, but they needed to be someone he considered trustworthy. If the girls wanted to recruit people for their peerage in Kwa, they had to ask him for permission. And finally, there was a request. A request? Search was confused at the final condition. Yes. June said. But you can keep that one out of the contract and have it more as a personal request. He added. Search sighed June for a while, trying to see through him to no avail before responding. Very well then. The contract was then signed by both parties, a pact of non-aggression and the right to employ June and his forces for the right price, so long as all conditions were fulfilled and not violated. Everyone in the room also got permission to come and go to Gu as they pleased. Then June said something out loud. "Please enter." And so, with a steady gait and a smile on her face, Cleria Belial entered the room and all the devils froze in shock. "See Cleria-chan?" Leviathan exclaimed. "I assume you all know who she is." June said. "What happened, Cleria?" Starsea asked. "June saved me from the jaws of death." Cleria simply said. "Why didn't you return?" Serafall this time asked. "Because the Great King faction were the ones that killed me and I wasn't safe from them in the underworld." Cleria concisely explained, giving Starsea a headache. "I trust Lucifer-sama and Leviathan-sama, but the Baal clan and the rest of the faction have their people everywhere, so forgive me, but I've decided to stay with my savior." She added. "I would like you to announce Cleria's return and that she'll be managing Koa like before but as my subordinate." June said. "Very well. I shall do so. I also need to ponder on this matter. Do you have anything else to share, Cleria?" Starsea asked, wanting to know the full story. "Not at this moment," Cleria responded. "I see." Starsea understood. "Not at this moment, but you will have something later, I would think." He pondered to himself. Since the devils no longer had power over Koa and they were under June's supervision, all three girls were to live in a building inside June's compound which would soon be revealed to the public. As for June himself, he was thinking on what to do next. There were several things he wanted to do, he merely needed to decide on an order. "I guess it's been a while since I gave the Akashic Tower a real shot," he said to himself. "Maybe I'll be able to beat the first challenge floor now." June thought. First though, June had a little project to do alongside Morgan. One which could potentially strengthen his forces considerably. Chapter 75, Taste of Defeat. "Well, Morgan, your fighting prowess was not needed, but I still have a proposition for you," June said to her. "Let us hear it, my husband." Morgan responded with a faint smile. "How about fusing your noble phantasm with my new one and make a permanent existence you can then call upon much more easily?" June inquired. He then proceeded to tell her about his Domina Coronam and its properties, as well as how he had 3 reality marbles to fill. June wanted Camelot to fill one of them and Morgan's lordless Camelot would become one of its components. Needless to say, she willingly accepted with all of her heart, as this would also mean her noble phantasm would have access to nearly infinite stores of power that each reality marble drew from our Reopoculum. The rituals took a few days and the design of one of June's rings had changed because of it, and he also gave a copy to Morgan so she could draw power from her noble phantasm within his. June had 10 rings in total and their design would change based on what the reality marble contained. Simple gold rings for empty ones but unique rings for each of the filled ones. So far, only 2 had unique designs. The first was the ring corresponding to Pecatomorum, the Tower of Babel. It was still golden but it had a detail of various arches and engraved origin language as well as a seal with a carving of an ornate golden grail. The new rings based on Camelot was pure black with glowing blue lines forming fairy letters and a shining blue jewel. With this done, June could now summon Morgan's fairy knight counterparts to the Knights of the Round Table, but since he had nothing for them to do right now, he let the idea go for the moment. All that was left now was for June to train himself to accept his lost power back. Although he would require assistance, he decided to evaluate himself and undergo some training before going to find the individual he thought of as the most qualified to help him. "What am I lacking?" was the question June mentally asked himself. The answer was clear too. While his powerful skills and noble phantasms were pushing his parameters high, his base ones were still quite weak. If it wasn't for Body of the 7 Seals raising all of his physical parameters to A++, they would be at the B rank. While this wasn't bad at all, it could be better, but this was something better trained with a teacher he would later seek. "There is one more area I'm lacking, the refinement of my abilities through battle, in other words, experience," June thought. He then decided to sharpen himself and train alone of the Akashic Tower before seeking his new teacher to work on the fundamental problems he had. First challenge floor, Skeleton Empire, enemies, Outer Rim, Skeleton Warriors, Skeleton Archers, Skeleton Magi, Skeleton Knights, enemies, Middle Ring, Skeleton Elites, Skeleton Commanders, enemies, Inner Ring, Grand Skeletons, Bone Guards, Skeleton Generals, enemies, Core, Bone Keepers, Skeleton Lords, Skeleton Emperor. With the familiar sight of the challenge he faced numerous times over the decade he spent in the Nasuverse, June had still never conquered it. The Skeleton Generals proved to be a greater challenge than he had imagined, with their power reaching that of a divine spirit and them possessing unfathomable techniques. Now though, June felt he had the power to challenge the Core and overwhelmingly crush the Inner Ring before it by going at it with his full power, which was the plan this time. As soon as he entered, June unleashed the true name of his demonic noble phantasm. Apocalypsis. His body grew to over 50 meters in height. His hair also massively grew and became more wild. June's whole body was covered in iridescent crystal scales and he grew 10 majestic horns twisted to form a jagged crown of evil. Next, 2 extra pairs of arms formed, all 3 pairs being tipped by razor-sharp claws, and a massive tail, longer than June's current height, formed. It took the shape of a massive crystalline serpent that flicked its tongue, sensing its surroundings. 7 pairs of crystal-feathered wings grin on June's back, with a wingspan of 100 meters when fully stretched. Yet, even in such a monstrous form, June's entire being gave out a feeling of decadent, luxurious beauty that would put any goddess to shame.